Chapter 301. Faced with this task, Charlotte's first reaction was, how about killing them all? But he immediately realized that this was unlikely. Killing prisoners has always been a bad omen, especially since ancient times. Both Middleman and his knights of Favonius have surrendered too many pirates. Killing so many people in one go will make the people who surrendered lose their morale. Absorbing them all is definitely not an option. Middle and lower level pirates may still have some humanity, but these pirates are either loyal guards of the Golden Goat Haralf or crew members of the Magic Alchemy battleship. There are too few good people, and too many bad people. Almost all of them are extremely evil. There is also a group of extraordinary people. If they join the fleet, they will definitely take a relatively high position and affect Middleman's decision. Charlotte hesitated for less than a minute before making a simple decision: convert all of them into maze guards. Cappadocia City has only been maze-ified once. But now Charlotte has no shortage of diary pages, and Cappadocia City has no shortage of ships, so it is too easy to complete the maze-ification twice. If all of these vicious pirates are converted into maze guards, the problem can be fundamentally solved. There is a huge difference between the time travelers and the natives. Charlotte himself did not realize that he would feel compassion when he encountered something that had nothing to do with him. This is the kindness in human nature, but when it comes to interests, it is easy to be inhumane. In general, friends are people, enemies are not people. Charlotte did not even discuss with Middleman, and took the surrendered captives back to Cappadocia. In fact, he was not needed to besiege St. Michael Island, especially since Middleman got the Imperial Rose. As long as the First Rose of the Empire did not want to, Rolf could not leave St. Michael Island. Charlotte quickly completed the maze twice, making Cappadocia a city that has been mazed 3 times, along with Machupi and Silver Pigeon Castle. Then, he conducted a round of investigation. Although this investigation was not very detailed, he tried his best to select dozens of pirates, who were well loved and had a good reputation. The rest were all transformed into maze guards. When the transformation of the maze guards was completed, a thought suddenly came out of the diary in Charlotte's arms. Charlotte Mecklin had obtained more than 2,000 maze guards, of which more than 9 were extraordinary, and could use 10 maze transformation opportunities to summon Agmaras once. Charlotte hesitated for a long time, and decided to put aside this opportunity for the time being. It's not a big deal to always summon the evil god. He returned to Cappadocia and never left. He used this time to transform all the windows and mirrors in Cappadocia into a mirror world. The infinite mirror world of the Vango clan. Every time a silver mirror is condensed, an additional superpower will be generated. When Charlotte condensed the first mirror, the superpower awakened was the mirror spirit. Every time you see a mirror spirit with the same power as yourself will be formed in the mirror. Killing the mirror spirit can increase the power of the supernatural power. If the Vango clan members ask themselves if they are not ready, they will give up entering the mirror. The mirror spirit is just a reflection of their own power. It is a tree without roots and water without a source. It will automatically dissipate after a while, and will not last forever. If a mirror with a killed mirror spirit is seen by other Vango clan members, the mirror spirit will not appear again, and only the owner of the world in the mirror can be seen. Although killing the owner of the world in the mirror can also seize the mirror, the Vango clan members generally do not do this. Vampires generally don't kill their own kind. When Charlotte condensed the second mirror, the awakened ability was Mirror Gate. This is a skill to escape. When Charlotte condensed the third mirror, the awakened ability was Mirror Martial. He didn't have time to check it at that time, and he condensed the fourth mirror. Mirror Martial can imitate the enemy's martial arts. Of course, this kind of imitation is only a form, not the essence. Just as the mirror spirit cannot be copied, the supernatural powers other than the Vango clan cannot copy extraordinary objects, and, because its essence is a reflection of the power of the Vango clan, and cannot transcend the limitations of the original owner. The same is true for the Warrior of Mirror. When Charlotte condensed the fourth mirror, the awakened ability was the Palace of Mirror. There is no need to elaborate on this ability. When the members of the Vango clan could condense the third mirror, most of them had already reached the middle and high levels. When they condensed the fourth mirror, most of them had even reached the upper high level, and a few might even have reached the holy level. People like Charlotte, who were created purely by the power of the evil god, are completely different from the serious Vango clan members. Apart from practicing, Charlotte no longer cared about St. Michael Island. He turned the windows and mirrors of Cappadocia into mirror worlds, and suddenly sensed a huge mirror world of his own, which was the mirror world of the Queen Bee. The Queen Bee had come to Cappadocia to dock, and its shadow was reflected by several mirrors, and the two mirror worlds overlapped. Charlotte did not hesitate at all, and lightly snapped her fingers, connecting the mirror world of Cappadocia with the mirror world on the Queen Bee, turning the two into one. The next moment, Charlotte's mirror world suddenly expanded. It expanded from Cappadocia to the Queen Bee, and all the seas it had sailed through. Then Charlotte sensed the third mirror world, which was the mirrors he left on St. Michael Island. Then he also sensed the fourth mirror world, which was Menelman's Imperial Rose. The mirror world was a false world, and Charlotte could not go to the place where the Queen Bee had been through the mirror world unless there was an exit. But there happened to be an exit on St. Michael's Island and the Imperial Rose. Charlotte also merged these two mirror worlds into it. However, whether it was the Imperial Rose or the Queen Bee, they were ships after all, and could not sail on land, so Charlotte could not connect to the two small mirror worlds in Strasbourg. Although his mirror world was vast, it was still limited to the sea. Charlotte was feeling the expansion of the mirror world when he suddenly heard a roar. He looked through the mirror and saw the golden goat Haralf, who was in a dim and dark basement, and seemed to be performing some secret rituals. Charlotte was slightly surprised. Although he controlled several mirrors on St. Michael Island, he definitely did not leave any traces in this place. Then he realized that this was the golden goat Haralf, who deliberately let him see it. He must have moved a mirror down. Charlotte could move freely in the mirror world. He went to the mirror and looked outside. As expected, he saw the golden goat Haralf eating something crazily while staring at the mirror and growling. Charlotte stretched out her hand and touched the mirror. A few words appeared on the mirror. "Are you looking for me?" Golden goat Haralf sneered and shouted, "Yes, I'm the one looking for you. I knew you would come. Let's make a deal." Charlotte asked in surprise, "Make a deal? What kind of deal can we make?" Golden goat Haralf sneered, "Above the saint level is the god level. I give you St. Michael Island, and you help me enter the god level." Charlotte smiled and said, "Then you kill us? This deal doesn't sound reliable." The golden goat Haralf sneered and said, "You have seen St. Michael many times during this period. He is the god level. If I become a god level, I can't kill you." Charlotte said she couldn't understand it. He had never learned this knowledge in college. He knows about the god level. It is said that some of the ancient human philosophers have set foot on the god level. The Grand Duke and Prince of the Byron blood clan are both god level, which is commonly known as the evil god. He also knows that above the god level is the demigod, but this knowledge is taboo. Not to mention ordinary people, even students in college are not allowed to touch it. Well, no god level person has ever shown his whereabouts in the world after entering this level. At most, some traces have been left, and no one knows why. Charlotte was very curious and couldn't help asking, "That guy looks abnormal. Does becoming a god-level person turn out like this?" Golden goat Haralf took a bite of the thing in his hand. Charlotte took a look and immediately forced herself not to look at it again. The big pirate leader said lightly, "He is just incomplete. An incomplete god level may lose a lot of things, such as human thinking, feelings, and something inexplicable." Charlotte became more curious and asked, "Then why do you still want to become a god level?" Golden goat Haralf was silent for a while and said, "You won't understand even if I tell you. When you step into the saint level and gain countless wealth and power, you will probably understand my thoughts. There has always been an opportunity on St. Michael Island to upgrade the saint level to an incomplete god level. I hesitated before, but finally gave up. This time, I admit failure, but I am unwilling to give up St. Michael Island and escape. The most precious thing about St. Michael Island is this opportunity to become a god. Now I don't hesitate, I want to become a god, even if it is incomplete. Even if it is incomplete, the god level is different from the saint level." Charlotte asked again, "Why are you looking for me?" Golden goat Haralf sneered and said, "Because the four of them may also want to become gods. Only you won't, because this opportunity is only given to those above the saint level. And, Charlotte Mecklin, I see the aura of the evil god in you, and I believe you are not a good person either. You will definitely help me do this." Charlotte shrugged, indicating that she was innocent. He thought for a long time and asked, "How can I help you?" Golden goat Haralf threw down the things in his hand and said, "I knew you would agree. Back then, the kingdom of St. Michael built a huge altar, which could capture divine creatures from another world. Don't be so surprised. Most people in our world are ordinary people, but in some worlds, babies may be high-level extraordinary, such as the legendary dragon world. They actually captured two divine creatures, one of which was St. Michael. The king used the jade book to shatter all of his soul, and replaced it with his own soul. Then, the king became the patron saint of the kingdom of St. Michael." Charlotte's heart was in turmoil. He really didn't expect that the ancient kingdom of St. Michael could do such a heretical thing. He actually designed to capture a divine creature and crush its soul. He had a question and asked, "Why does the kingdom of Saint Michael have the Jade Book?" The golden goat Rolf laughed and said, "As long as there are appropriate rituals and enough sacrifices, you can pray to the Serpent of Fate and borrow the Jade Book once. If the Serpent of Fate, one of the 9 righteous gods, hadn't intervened, how could a mere mortal king have done such a big thing?" Charlotte didn't dare to ask any more questions. He was afraid that if he asked about the Serpent of Fate's privacy, the righteous god would pay attention to him. Golden Goat Rolf is so miserable, who says there is no manipulation of the Serpent of Fate? Golden Goat Rolf said, "I want to do what the king did again, ask the Serpent of Fate to borrow the Jade Book again, crush the soul of the other divine creature, and I will take its place, but I need a helper. You can not only get St. Michael's Island, but also the treasures I have collected over the years. They are not on St. Michael's Island, but somewhere else, and only I know where they are." Charlotte didn't really believe the Golden Goat Rolf's lies, but he was very interested in this plan. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind playing a trick on this great pirate. Charlotte smiled and said, "Tell me what you want to do specifically." The Golden Goat Rolf raised his hand and threw out a roll of parchment. Charlotte was a little confused, but still shook his body, and a flaming hand flew out, grabbed the parchment, and put it into the mirror world. He opened the parchment, took a look, and his face changed slightly. This was a magic contract. Once the contract is signed, the Serpent of Fate will take care of you, and anyone who violates it will be punished by this righteous god. Charlotte thought to herself, the value of this thing is probably not less than a high-level magic weapon. The plan of the Golden Goat Rolf may be true, but I don't believe him, just as he will never trust me. There must be some big conspiracy in this matter. Well, if I turn around and leave now, won't I earn a magic contract? I just don't know if the Golden Goat Rolf will spit out blood again. Charlotte weighed the pros and cons, thinking over and over again, and couldn't make a decision for a long time. He was not thinking about whether he should agree, but thinking about how to squeeze more out of the Golden Goat Rolf. The Golden Goat Rolf said he couldn't understand. How could Charlotte not understand? It's nothing more than fear of death. The holy stage will also die. The ancient emperors of Xia Kingdom did a lot of ridiculous things because they were afraid of death. The Golden Goat Rolf is just a trivial matter. Chapter 302. Golden Goat Rolf said, "Sign this contract, and I will tell you what to do." He was very confident that Charlotte would sign this contract. Charlotte pondered for a long time and said, "I will think about it for a few more days." He took the magic contract, turned around and left, leaving the mirror. Golden Goat Rolf was about to collapse. He said he never thought that Charlotte could do such a thing. Isn't this a scam? He agreed, took the magic contract and left. Charlotte returned to Cappadocia and studied the magic contract for a while. Although she didn't see any flaws, she decided to ask Melman, Sabasithine, Domitian and Grand Priest Aug's rating. After all, one person's plan is short, but many people's plan is long. All of these people have outstanding vision and are knowledgeable. They are definitely more efficient than him to figure it out alone. Charlotte immediately set off for St. Michael's Island. And the first person he found was Shabastini, a female pirate of the saint rank. She was very enthusiastic about his arrival and asked, "Why do you have time to come to me?" Charlotte smiled awkwardly, took out the magic contract, and told the whole story. Shabastini's face suddenly became very interesting. She asked with a smile, "Are you going to give me this opportunity to become a god?" Charlotte shrugged and said, "If you will become the guardian spirit of St. Michael Island, I hope you don't." Shabastini asked back, "What if it is a complete god level?" Charlotte really didn't know how to answer. He had never thought about this question. But Charlotte was a math teacher after all, so her brain reacted very quickly and she answered, "As long as you are willing, I will do my best to help you reach the god level." Shabastini was very moved. Although she knew that Charlotte had just given a magic alchemy warship to Menelman, she was still very moved. She sighed and said, "This is really an almost irresistible gift. But I choose to refuse. Even if what the Golden Goat Rolf said is true, this secret ritual cannot reach the true god level. It can only become an incomplete god level. The soul of a divine creature can only be crushed, not worn away. So, even if you occupy that divine body, you will not become a complete god level. You will still be disturbed by the soul fragments of the divine creature, and there are great risks in transferring the soul, and there are very serious sequelae. In short, it is at most a divine puppet who still remembers his own name." Shabastini whispered, "You know what? Even with so many shortcomings and uncertainties, the temptation of eternal life is still too great. I don't recommend you to talk about this with Domitian and Grand Priest Aug's rating. Maybe they won't, but what if? You probably don't know that the temptation of eternal life may be 100 for ordinary people, but for the Holy Order, it is more than 10 million. Every saint has the hope of entering the God level, but since the age of gods, there are only a handful of people who have entered the God level. Many people who are said to have entered the God level are only rumors, and no one knows the truth. Charlotte agreed. He did ignore this point, which is also a common problem for time travelers. He asked again, then is there any problem with this magic contract? Shabastini took the magic contract, looked at it for a while, couldn't help laughing, and said, this contract has 8 traps, it has not locked the terms, and the content can be changed before both parties sign their names, but the Golden Goat Rolf did not sign his name. Secondly, it didn't raise its head. The formal magic contract document should be witnessed by the master of the Court of Destiny, who travels freely in the long river of time, knows all mysteries, and masters extraordinary rituals. Thirdly, he also buried some loopholes in the words to make them vague and refer to other things. Charlotte's eyes suddenly lit up and said, can it be changed? Sabastini said, of course it can be changed. Charlotte asked, then why don't we sign a contract directly with the Holy Spirit? Sabastini was horrified. She had never thought of this possibility. Sign a contract with Saint Michael? Charlotte nodded hard and said, now the only weapon of the Golden Goat Rolf is this guardian creature. Although St. Michael Island still has a protective shield, it is not enough to be afraid of. If we sign a contract directly with him, the Golden Goat Rolf is just a toad in the pot. You can cook it however you want, and steam it however you want. Sabastini shook her head and said, it's useless. To control St. Michael Island, you can only use the golden ring, unless it is destroyed. But if it can be destroyed, how can it be troubled by the Holy Spirit? Charlotte heard that this method did not work, and thought about it carefully for a while, and asked, can it make a contract with the evil god? Shabastini couldn't help but smile and said, of course it can. The status of the 9 righteous gods is above all the evil gods. But how do you make the evil gods obedient? They are good at manipulating people's hearts. There have always been legends about them seducing humans, and there is no record of them being deceived by humans. Charlotte thought, it will be available in the future. Charlotte went to see Middleman, Domitian and Grand Priest Oxraden again, but she never mentioned the matter of the godly rank. She only asked if there were any problems with the magic contract. Middleman also asked where the magic contract came from. Charlotte answered honestly that she got it from the Golden Goat Rolf. Middleman just smiled and didn't ask any more questions. The problems she found were the same as Shabastini. 8. The old leopard man Domitian was inferior, only finding 2 flaws, one of which was still under discussion and might not be accurate. The great priest Oxraden was very professional, picking out 2 more problems, and teaching Charlotte how to lock the magic contract document, asking him to modify it into a master-servant contract, putting his own reputation in the master position, and then lock the contract document, and try to throw it out when fighting against some unpredictable existence. What if it works? Charlotte secretly gave the great priest a thumbs up and asked casually, if it is sold, how much can it be worth? The grand priest Oxraden said meaningfully, no one would sell this kind of thing. You don't know what it can do. Charlotte had only thought about using it to deal with the Golden Goat Rolf. The Grand Priest Oxraden's words made him suddenly enlightened and said, I know. You have to pick a big one to use. It's not worth using it on a desperate person, like the Golden Goat Rolf. That night, Charlotte went to find the Golden Goat Rolf again, and the first thing she said was, sorry, Mr. Rolf, I accidentally lost the magic contract. Can you give me another one? Chapter 303. Golden Goat Rolf's eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. He resisted the urge to crush Charlotte to death and asked, did you lose the magic contract? Charlotte nodded honestly. He could be a professional teacher, so his expression could be as sincere as possible. Golden Goat Rolf only hated that he didn't know the secrets of the vampires, and couldn't go in and catch Charlotte, the filthy and shameless villain, and torture him the most brutally. He suppressed his anger and said, do you think the magic contract document is a stone that can be found everywhere on the roadside? Where can I find a second copy? Charlotte smiled awkwardly and said, then I go back and look for it. He was pretending to leave, and the Golden Goat Rolf hurriedly called him, panting and saying, I remember that I got another copy a long time ago. Charlotte was very surprised and shouted, give it to me quickly. The Golden Goat Rolf snorted coldly and turned away. After a long time, he took back another animal skin roll, which was colorful and might be the fur of a leopard. Charlotte threw out a flaming hand and was about to grab the animal skin roll, but Golden Goat Rolf took it back and did not hand it over, saying, you have to sign it on the spot, and you can't take it away again. Charlotte nodded and agreed quickly, saying, if I don't sign it today, Let the snake of fate send me back to my hometown, and I will never leave again. Golden Goat Harald felt that this oath was very sincere, and handed the animal skin roll over. Charlotte took a look and said, Golden Goat Harald, there is a rule in my hometown that you must pay a fee to sign a document, which is called a fee. Look, can you give me a high-level extraordinary spear, preferably a blood-sucking weapon? Golden Goat Harald was furious and roared, Charlotte, you actually went back on your word. Aren't you afraid that the snake of fate will throw you back home and never leave? Charlotte smiled and said, my hometown is pretty good. Well, the earth is pretty good. With his current ability, returning to the earth, everything will be perfect except that there is no Annie. What's more, he is confident that Golden Goat Harald will agree. The old goat has invested so much in him, and will definitely increase his investment. This is called sunk cost. The Golden Goat Harald stared at Charlotte. If eyes could kill, Charlotte Mecklin would have been riddled with holes, and died miserably. But the old goat is a supernatural person of the ocean system, and he would not do such an alternative thing. His chest kept rising and falling, which was caused by anger. The Golden Goat Harald was silent for a long time, and then whispered, I have a knight's lance, wait for me to get it for you. Seeing the old goat gone, Charlotte took a closer look at the animal skin scroll in his hand. It was indeed the same as the previous magic contract document. He secretly changed the content, and changed it into a master-servant contract, according to the instigation of the great priest Otherworld. After a while, the Golden Goat Rolf came back with a knight's spear. He said coldly, I don't have a blood-sucking weapon. I'm not a vampire. But this whale-killing spear is a very famous weapon in Ingrima. Count Lamarok once coveted it, but unfortunately, he couldn't get it. Charlotte had never heard of killing whales, but she guessed that it might be related to whale slaughter. She flew out a flaming hand, and took back the knight's lance. She made an expression that she wanted something else. The Golden Goat Harald was furious and shouted, Shameless Charlotte, if you dare to make another request, our cooperation will be invalid. You have done many evil things. Wait for the punishment of the snake of fate. Although Charlotte didn't think that she had done many evil things, she estimated that the time had come. In front of the Golden Goat Harald, she smiled and pretended to sign her name, but after taking a look, she pretended to be surprised and said, Why is there no signature on it? No, I want you to sign first. Charlotte smiled and threw the magic contract document out of the mirror. The Golden Goat Harald's teeth were almost broken, thinking, This little thief is so cunning. I can't change the terms, but the original terms are enough to trap him to death. He also knew that if he changed the terms now, Charlotte would definitely be suspicious, so he could only bite his toothpick and write his name, and then threw the animal skin document into the mirror. Charlotte was very happy this time, and signed her name in a flamboyant manner. When the two names appeared together on the magic contract document, the animal skin turned into a stream of light, rushed out of the mirror world, and headed for the mysterious and unpredictable distance. Charlotte watched the magic document, but saw nothing, only faintly heard a chuckle, and there was an audible joy in the chuckle. This chuckle went deep into the soul, and Charlotte's inspiration suddenly rose a lot. He was startled and hurriedly prayed silently in his heart, swimming in the long river of time, knowing all mysteries, mastering extraordinary rituals, the master of the court of fate. Do you like to watch fun? If you do, I will definitely give you some more entertainment programs. Charlotte didn't know what the gods liked, but it was highly likely that they would not like blood sacrifices or gold and silver treasures. The only thing humans could provide to the gods was probably fun. A young man's voice came faintly, I will remember you. Charlotte's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her mind was a little numb for a while. To be remembered by the serpent of fate, this is a huge intimidation. Ah, if there is a choice, Charlotte would never want to be remembered by any god. The Golden Goat Harald was ecstatic and shouted, Cunning Charlotte Mecklin, you finally got fooled. You probably didn't notice that there is a clause in my document. We must witness the conclusion of the contract document under the same sky. I, Harald, am definitely a first-class master of playing with words. Now, please be under the same sky with me. The Golden Goat Harald lifted the mirror, broke through several floors and roofs, rushed out of the room, and flew high into the sky. Charlotte really felt that her body became lighter, and she actually escaped from the world in the mirror. Golden Goat Harald grabbed Charlotte's wrist, and said with a cold grin, I didn't write in my document that the two parties to the contract cannot kill each other. Now you know what true wisdom is, right? You studied for a day, but you didn't find these flaws? Charlotte said with a sad face, I really didn't see it. Golden Goat Harald laughed triumphantly and shouted, Teach you a truth about life. Greed is the biggest enemy of mankind. Chapter 304. Charlotte said, I didn't expect you to be a philosopher. Golden Goat Harald felt something was wrong, but when he thought of the magic contract that had been successfully concluded, he became confident again and laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so calm when you were about to die. Where is my queen bee? If you return it, I might consider letting you live. Charlotte said helplessly, Mr. Harald, you don't have to think about it. If I can't hand over the queen bee, it won't be in my hands. You must have inquired about it. The queen bee is parked at. Golden Goat Harald grinned and interrupted him, saying, Of course I know that the queen bee is parked at 698 South River Street, Severtai, the mansion given to you by Emperor Ingramar 15, Alfred Guillaume. How else do you want to lie? Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, please share your made-up story. Charlotte said helplessly, In fact, there are other residents there. Golden Goat Harald smiled slightly and said, Is there a beautiful young widow next door? Charlotte said hurriedly, Yes, yes, yes. Golden Goat Harald said calmly, I went to see it in person. Number 698 South Riverside Street, Severtais is on a hill. There is only one house on the hill. Charlotte said hurriedly, The other one is halfway up the hill, on the back of the hill. It is number 699 South Riverside Street, Severtais. Golden Goat Harald showed a contemptuous look, Keep making it up, and said, Ha ha. Charlotte suddenly felt that her heart was so tired. He thought to himself, Every word I said is true. Why doesn't this old goat believe it? Is he so intolerant of honest advice? Golden Goat Harald looked out at the sea and said slowly, Hand over the queen bee, or I will let you suffer all the tortures in the world. Charlotte shook her head and said firmly, Come out. Golden Goat Harald sneered, You won't cry until you see the coffin. I let you know why I'm nicknamed the Golden Goat. Charlotte asked in surprise, Hasn't Charlotte Mecklin plundered your wool countless times? Golden Goat Harald felt a lump in his chest, and he regretted talking so much nonsense to Charlotte. The person has already fallen into his hands, and he can still be angry again. He grinned and said, Charlotte Mecklin, I want to hear your screams. Charlotte chuckled, Golden Goat Harald. Fart. Harald's fighting spirit flowed all over his body, stimulating his intestines, and he really farted loudly as he said. Charlotte hurriedly held her breath and thought, Fortunately, this is the sea and we are in the sky, otherwise we would be trapped in our own trap. Golden Goat Harald was horrified, and used his fighting spirit several times in a row, but he still couldn't do anything to Charlotte. He was so angry that he loosened his hands, but before Charlotte Mecklin fell half of her body, he couldn't help but reach out and grab her. Harald became more and more panicked, and he didn't know what was wrong with him. He tried dozens of ways in a row to hurt Charlotte, but every way was interrupted by him. At the end, the old goat's face was full of fear. He hugged Charlotte and cried bitterly, shouting, What's going on? What's going on? Why can't I hurt this despicable villain? Charlotte touched his head and said, Hand over the 3 gold rings in your hand. The Golden Goat Harald watched helplessly as he handed his hand to Charlotte, and then watched helplessly as this despicable, vicious and vulgar guy took off the 3 gold rings on his hand and put them on his own hand happily. Charlotte said, Let me go first. The Golden Goat Harald seemed to be out of control, and carefully held Charlotte and landed on St. Michael's Island. Charlotte found a mirror and returned to the mirror world first to ensure her own safety, and then said, When you went to get the killer whale just now, I modified the magic contract document. I saw that you signed it very happily, so I forgot to remind you. However, it's no problem. It doesn't affect our cooperation. The face of the Golden Goat Harald first turned red, then blue, and then he fell backwards and threw up a cloud of dust on the ground. Charlotte waited for a while, but the Golden Goat Harald did not get up. So she walked out of the mirror, and tried them one by one without caring about the old goat. As soon as she found the golden ring that controlled St. Michael's Island, a thought came out of the diary in her arms. Charlotte Mecklin has become the owner of St. Michael's Island, meeting the requirements for arranging the 29th maze, and St. Michael's Island is about to become a maze. St. Michael's Island is a maze, and 18 trades are required. During this period, you are not allowed to leave. Charlotte pulled out the blue rattler, replaced it with ordinary bullets, and shot 7 times into the sky. Not long after, Sabastini flew over the island. She saw Charlotte standing leisurely, and the Golden Goat Rolf lying on the ground. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Did you deal with the old goat? Charlotte shrugged and said, Using the magic contract document, I played a little word game. Although they were enemies, Sabastini looked at this fellow pirate, who was ranked above her in the top 10 with sympathy. This old goat was really miserable. Although she couldn't imagine how Charlotte could trick the Golden Goat Rolf into signing the contract, and what she did to the contract, she could guess that the old goat was probably fainted by anger just by looking at the old goat lying on the ground. Sebastiani let out a long howl, and soon Domitian was the first to arrive at St. Michael's Island. He was also very surprised when he saw this scene. Charlotte told her what happened just now vaguely. Although Domitian, the old leopard man, was a little uneducated, he was a saint who had traveled to the new and old worlds. He had a sharp eye and could see at a glance that the golden goat Rolf had woken up, but he didn't say it. After a while, Melman and Grand Priest Oxraden also arrived one after another. Charlotte described the signing of the magic contract document with Rolf. The four saints saw that the toes of the golden goat Rolf were constantly trembling. Although they couldn't see through the boots, they could tell that the old goat was buckling its toes. Grand Priest Oxraden smiled, patted Charlotte on the shoulder, and said, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, you have accomplished a feat." Charlotte asked casually, "Did you pull the old goat bald?" Chapter 305. Grand Priest Oxraden said calmly, "We have taken over St. Michael's Island. From the time of the ancient St. Michael's kingdom until now, no one has ever directly attacked this island city." Charlotte said, "Oh, it turns out that balding an old goat is not an achievement." The toes of the golden goat Rolf trembled more violently. Grand Priest Oxraden smiled slightly and said, "It can be considered as such." The golden goat Rolf only hated that he did not really faint, and had to lie on the ground and suffer such humiliation. Charlotte handed over a golden ring and said, "This island city now belongs to Senior Middleman." Middleman took it, played with it carefully for a while, and handed it back to Charlotte, saying, "I really need the magic alchemy warship, but I don't want this island. I'm not a pirate, I'm from the Fars Royal Navy. Now Fars and Engrima are allies. Except for the two empires, I'm not afraid of any other enemies." Charlotte thought about it and said, "Yes, I am also the General Affairs Officer of St. Michael's City." He found that the four saints had strange expressions on their faces, so he explained, the official political status of Engrima, conferred by His Majesty Alfred Guillaume. The Grand Priest Oxraden smiled slightly, easing the strange atmosphere, and said, "Charlotte, you will become a legend in the future." Charlotte smiled brightly and said, "It seems that I can become a legend just by being a novelist." After saying this, the four saints seemed to see a huge word by written in the languages of 8 countries, including Fars, Engrima, and Byron, above the head of this Mr. Charlotte Mecklin. The Grand Priest Oxraden coughed and said, "Indeed?" Middleman thought about it. She had not read Charlotte's novels. After all, she had been on the sea during this period. But she had heard that Charlotte had written several novels under the pen name of N. Mecklin, and was quite famous. She smiled faintly for the sake of her junior, which was considered to be her approval of this statement. Domitian said unconvincedly, "Do you know how difficult it is to become a legend as a novelist?" Charlotte shrugged and said, "I don't know." Domitian decided not to discuss this issue with this ignorant boy. Sebastiani was a little curious and asked, "Have you written a novel?" Charlotte grinned and said, "I give you a few next time." Sebastiani smiled slightly and said, "Your novels must be very interesting." The golden goat Rolf on the ground finally stopped moving. Although he had been to Bridonia recently, he was obsessed with his queen bee, and didn't care about any novels at all. He heard Charlotte bragging that she could become a legend as a novelist, and he finally felt less embarrassed. After all, Charlotte's bragging sounded more embarrassing than him. The old goat would never believe it. Charlotte could write novels, and become famous as a novelist. As for becoming a legend, listen to his fart. Why didn't he say that he tricked a princess by writing novels? This is more than just bragging. Charlotte can even blow whales all over the sky. Although Middleman refused the gold ring, he did not refuse to use St. Michael Island as another base. She now has a magic alchemy warship, the Imperial Rose, and more than 200 warships of various sizes, 2 naval bases in Cappadocia City and St. Michael Island. The 2 cities have a total population of more than 120,000, and there are 2 saint-level helpers. It is already a force that cannot be ignored in the giant whale sea. Especially Cappadocia and St. Michael, these 2 cities are trade nodes on the sea, and there are passages to the Silver Pigeon Castle, Machupi, Mostar Castle, and Interlaken City. Goods from the sea can be sent to these cities, and inland goods can be traded directly, saving the long transportation. Charlotte does not collect taxes in these cities, but he is also the largest trader in these cities. When this huge commercial system starts to operate, the wealth gained is far more than the mere taxation. The wealth accumulated through trade is enough to support such a large fleet. This fleet itself is also the best umbrella for the commercial fleet, and it is even a maritime trader itself, which can form a self-sufficient circulation system. You know, St. Michael Island alone is enough to support a pirate fleet and a population of 100,000. This commercial system is much larger than St. Michael Island, and the business environment is better. The benefits gained will definitely far exceed St. Michael Island. After Middleman conquered St. Michael Island, he wrote a document to report the recent results. Charlotte originally wanted to go back to South Seraph. After all, that was the area where he was in office, but Middleman asked him to wait a little longer, so he stayed for the time being. In addition, South Seraph was engaged in a tacit war with the Black Phoenix dynasty, and Chloe would not attack South Seraph, so it was no problem not to go back for the time being. The scenery of St. Michael Island was much better than that of South Seraph. About 10 days later, there was a document from the Empire. The powerful countries in the Old World had magic alchemy communication devices. Long-distance communication was not as convenient as telegraphs and telephones, but the transmission distance was far enough. This document was transmitted through the magic alchemy communication device. After all, Middleman was born in an extraordinary family, and was also an orthodox officer of the Imperial Navy. The fleet was equipped with such a set. The document from Strasbourg granted Middleman a new position and political identity. The 17th class Imperial Captain, the senior commander of the Imperial Rose Fleet. But the most important thing was not the promotion in terms of position and government affairs, but the reward from Julius Axel VI, who recognized Middleman Sume's private ownership of the fleet. In other words, the Imperial Rose Fleet was transferred from the Imperial Navy to Middleman's private fleet. Of course, the Emperor paid very little. When Middleman became a naval commander, he only had a few warships under his command. The current strength was almost all earned by Middleman himself. Although Charlotte gave the senior a lot of help in the later period, Middleman alone supported the early hard work, and she also recruited the two saints alone. At the same time, the document from Strasbourg also granted Domitian and Sebastian imperial official positions. Both of them were warrant officers of the 20th grade and 5th level. This was because their saintly status directly skipped countless levels, and was promoted across classes. In addition, there was another document related to Charlotte. This document did not upgrade Charlotte's position. He was still the 25th grade and 5th level General Affairs Director, but it gave him a new political identity, the plenipotentiary diplomatic consul in the city of St. Michael and Cappadocia. This identity is quite special, but it is not a very important political identity. Charlotte did not quite understand what this operation was, but she knew that from now on, Middleman's fleet stationed in Cappadocia City and St. Michael City would all need him to have the final say. After all, the Imperial Rose Fleet is a Fars fleet. If it wants to legally dock at the port of Ingrima, the Fars consul needs to apply to the local city manager. Well, the Fars resident diplomat and general secretary of Cappadocia City and St. Michael Island happen to be Charlotte. As long as Charlotte Mecklin has no objection, Middleman can do anything. The document from Strasbourg made the whole fleet excited, which meant that the Empire recognized Middleman's achievements and that everyone had a formal status. When Shabastini followed Zimmerman to surrender to Fars, she only got a position of the 3rd level military commander of the 27th grade, which was equivalent to the 3rd level general secretary, and she had no political status, which was not as good as Charlotte now. She was a saint. The document from Strasbourg was like announcing one thing to the nobles of Fars. A new top noble in the empire was rising. Middleman had broken free from the shackles of her family and became a lord with independent power. As long as Middleman could survive the war between several great empires, she was almost destined to become an important figure in Fars, and this identity did not come from her family, but from her personal strength and outstanding achievements. Charlotte was also happy for the senior. He stayed on St. Michael Island for 3 more days, celebrated with everyone, and then returned to Interlaken with his loyal servant, Rolf, the former leader of the Golden Goat Pirates. He did not stay in Interlaken either, but left again on the same day and returned to his loyal Sedona, which was where he should stay. According to the normal rhythm, this was the front line of the war between Fars and the Black Phoenix dynasty. Outside Sedona was the military camp of the Black Phoenix dynasty. Chloe, the most famous general of the Black Phoenix dynasty royal branch, led the troops. Attack! Sedona, the two sides have fought a fierce battle, about 100 times. While every day, the clerks of both sides will send war reports to their respective capitals after exchanging confessions. As the saying goes, war reports may lie, but the battle lines will not. In order to cooperate with the war reports, the clerks of both sides have Sedona fallen and conquered more than 10 times, and even Interlaken has been fallen twice, and Chloe's camp has also been destroyed. The two sides fought 5 times, and the two sides also gained a lot in the field battles. It was difficult to get important evidence of heads in such battle reports. Neither Charlotte nor Chloe was the kind of person who would kill civilians for credit. But it happened. Although Charlotte did not experience many battles on St. Michael's Island, she was not short of heads. After all, there were still many dead pirates. Charlotte used some of these heads for herself and sold some to Chloe. What was more annoying was that after Charlotte had been fighting hard for so long, there was still no movement from Strasbourg. But Chloe had fought bravely on the front line and had an outstanding record. She was promoted twice in a row and was very successful. Charlotte returned to Sedona and had just dealt with government affairs for 2 days when a very shocking news came from Strasbourg. Middleman Sume raided a fleet of Byron in the Sea of Giant Whales, defeated it with dignity, and captured 2 magic alchemy warships and more than 10 warships. This victory pushed the reputation of the Empire's First Rose to a new peak. You know, although the Fars Empire fought fiercely on the main battlefield of Felendon, and both sides invested a lot of manpower, they did not achieve any decent results. Middleman's victory was even the first hearty victory of Fars after the war between the Fars Empire and the Baron Empire. After receiving this battle report, Charlotte sent someone to Strasbourg to send a congratulations to Senior Middleman. Only Strasbourg has a magic alchemy communication device, and his Sedona does not have this thing. Things like congratulatory letters must go through official channels to appear more formal. Charlotte originally thought that he would just keep fishing until the end of the war, but on the 5th day after he returned to Sedona, he received a tip from Chloe, asking him to retreat as quickly as possible. This branch of the Black Phoenix dynasty's royal family didn't say anything, but Charlotte smelled something wrong in this private letter. Chloe would never lie to him in this regard because, once Charlotte was captured by the Black Phoenix dynasty, his confession alone would be enough to put the most famous general of the branch of the Black Phoenix dynasty's royal family on the gallows. The most serious crime could be treason. Charlotte hesitated for a long time and decisively chose to ask for help from her senior. He was afraid that his loyal servant, the former leader of the Golden Goat Pirates, Rolf, could not handle it with just 1 sheep. If Middleman could send Domitian and Sebastian, there would be 3 sheep. Oh, these 2 don't have sheep nicknames. In short, if there are 3 saints, Charlotte believes that it will be enough to handle the situation. It was less than 2 hours after he sent out the letter for help that he heard earth-shaking roars outside Sedona City, and Chloe's camp was in turmoil. Charlotte stepped onto the top of the city wall without hesitation. Chloe led an army and rushed out of the barracks, making a gesture to him from a distance. Charlotte probably understood that this general of the royal branch of the Black Phoenix dynasty was saying, "I let you go. If you don't leave quickly, it's too late now, just accept your fate." It even said, "If you are unlucky, you must die in battle, don't be captured alive. Even if you are reluctant to die, don't give me up if you are captured alive, it will not benefit you. If you don't betray me, maybe I can help." Charlotte gave him a beautiful look in return, and the 2 sides completed an extremely complex communication on the battlefield through a gesture and a look. This is the tacit understanding cultivated after fighting countless battles. The main forces of the 2 on the battlefield are all their own clerks. Chapter 306. Charlotte pointed at Chloe and shouted with great vigor, "You defeated General, you are here to die again." Chloe also abandoned all distractions and shouted, "I don't know who it is, he was beaten several times and ran away in panic." Charlotte had a quick-handed clerk beside him, constantly giving him tips on the lines. After all, Chloe had been at the front line, and he had just returned. If he didn't get the battle report right, it would be easy to expose his weakness. The 2 were just gathering their strength and scolding each other when they heard a clear and long whistle like a phoenix coming from Chloe's barracks. A young man in military uniform slowly rose into the air. He glanced at Charlotte with contempt. Although the 2 were far apart, Charlotte was still struck by lightning, and her whole body froze. Holy order! No wonder Chloe told me to run away quickly. If it weren't for my loyal servant, the former leader of the Golden Goat Pirates, I would have died this time. Well, maybe I can escape alone, but my Knights of Favonius will definitely be finished. I just don't know if this old guy can do it. When he was on St. Michael's Island, he didn't perform very well, and he was often stupid." Chloe finally remembered some old feelings and hoped that Charlotte would understand her death. She said loudly, "This is Major Andreas of our Black Phoenix dynasty, and he is also the youngest holy order in the Black Phoenix dynasty. It is an honor for you to die in his hands." Charlotte had never heard of this saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty, and he did not take the fact that he was the youngest seriously. Although Major Andreas looked young, his actual age should not be much younger than Princess May or Senior Sister Middleman, and he was even more likely to be a few years older. Charlotte had seen many of these so-called youngest saints. Well, He had really seen the youngest saint of the old continent, Zimmerman Axel Robin. Andreas had no intention of speaking. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and a knight's lance flew out of the barracks. He held the knight's lance, took a deep breath, and a clear sound like a phoenix rang out from his body. Charlotte realized that the sound just now was not a deliberate howl from this person, but the special martial arts he practiced, which spontaneously generated the fighting spirit vibration when it was running. It comes with background music. What an awesome martial arts. Charlotte had just thought of this when Andreas threw the knight's lance in his hand. The knight's lance flashed like lightning, accompanied by bursts of phoenix-like whistles. A ray of terrifying thought on the lance directly locked Charlotte's soul, making him feel that there was no escape. If nothing unexpected happened, Charlotte would definitely die under this lance. Chloe couldn't bear to watch it, and secretly said in her heart, "I will collect your body for you." I just hope that Andreas's blow will make his body less broken. Charlotte didn't move, but his loyal servant Haralf behind him slowly took out the killing whale and twisted it in the air. At the moment when Andreas's knight's lance was about to pierce Charlotte, the knight's lance of ordinary quality was shaken into countless powder residues. Charlotte knew that the killer whale was far more lethal in Haralf's hands than in her own. He was not without a weapon, so he returned the high-level extraordinary knight's spear to the golden goat. The old goat easily defeated Andreas's attack, but still showed no emotion. In fact, since becoming Charlotte's loyal servant, he has been autistic and never spoke again. Reality is too cruel, and the blow to the golden goat Haralf is too great. If he goes to the 6th hospital in any city on Earth and gets a psychiatric examination, he will definitely get a diagnosis of severe depression, severe anxiety, and autism. As for the authenticity of this diagnosis, we will not discuss it. Anyway, it must be this symptom. The old goat's move shocked all the soldiers of the two armies. When Andreas appeared, the knights of Favonius were in despair. I don't know how many people looked at Charlotte, hoping that their coach could turn the tide, just like before. They didn't expect that Charlotte could really turn the tide. The old goat's move this time immediately boosted the morale of the entire knights of Favonius, and everyone smiled. So what if it's a holy rank? We have it in the knights of Favonius too. No one thought about how this holy rank came from. Andreas saw that his perfect attack was easily broken by a simple old man next to Charlotte, and his face showed surprise. For the first time he spoke on the battlefield, his voice was extremely beautiful, just like the chirping of the most beautiful bird in the mountains and forests. Who are you? A saint will not appear on the continent for no reason. I have not heard of your image among the saints of the Fars Empire. Don't hide your head and show your tail. The old goat was indifferent, as if he didn't hear Andreas' words. Charlotte hurriedly made a round and shouted, "He is like this, and he doesn't talk much to me. But you want to kill me just after meeting? I won't be polite with you." Charlotte patted the golden goat Haralf on the shoulder and said, "Go all out and take down this bastard. You actually wanted to kill me as soon as we met, you bastard. You don't know what you mean?" The golden goat Rolf moved his face, really wanting to say, "Is there anyone in the world who is more of a bastard, and more of a bastard than you?" The old goat felt the pain in his heart, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he thought about it anymore, he was afraid that he would cry. The pirate king of the giant whale sea, who owned ancient magic warships such as St. Michael Island and Queen Bee, and a magic alchemy warship, dozens of warships, and countless subordinates. Now he has fallen to being driven as a servant. The old goat slowly rose into the air, and with a single finger of the killer whale in his hand, he turned all his grief and anger into an attack. The surging ocean-type fighting spirit in his body continued to accumulate momentum after this attack, and he had a strong fighting spirit like the surging sea halfway through. Andreas did not expect that this seemingly ordinary old man would actually use such an explosive move. His strength was so strong that even among the saints, he was at a very high level. He did not even dare to face the enemy head-on. After all, the two sides took different paths. The golden goat Haralf is a master of both ocean-related fighting spirit and magic, and every strike has the power to stir the sea. Andreas takes a light and fast approach, and is not good at fighting head-on. He does not dare to let the old goat accumulate his momentum to the peak, otherwise this old guy can really kill him with one shot. Andreas suddenly took off, wanting to fight in the sky. Chapter 307. The golden goat Haralf's spear force suddenly rolled up, just like a huge wave suddenly rising on the sea, chasing Andreas closely. His spirit, consciousness, and spear force all locked the youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty. Although Charlotte had seen many saints fighting, she still couldn't help but applaud and praise. The old goat actually has a trick. Charlotte had seen the golden goat Haralf take action, but every time he took action, he was besieged by at least 3 saints, and every time he was in a very embarrassing situation, either relying on the magic alchemy worship or relying on the Holy Spirit Michael to resist, which made him subconsciously think that this loyal servant was not very strong. But at this moment, seeing the old goat fighting alone, Charlotte realized that the old guy was really something. In the sky, the roar of fighting spirits soon broke out. Because the weather was clear, there were not many clouds, but they were all shattered, like a tearing cloth all over the sky. Charlotte got excited, picked up the collapsed mountain, jumped off the top of the city, and shouted, "Chloe, come and fight. You must die on the battlefield today." Chloe also had the same intention, picked up the spear she usually used, rushed out of the army, and shouted, "Charlotte, this is not the first time you brag. So you know, I'm not a 15th level knight anymore." Charlotte was surprised and shouted, "Did you fall to the level of transcendence again? You can't do it either." Chloe Harian was furious and shouted, "I'm already a 16th level knight." Charlotte thought, "This guy is really hardworking. But I didn't eat for nothing, now I'm also an 11th level transcendent." Charlotte and Chloe are old rivals. Both of them know each other's gun skills very well. After fighting for 17 or 18 moves, Chloe couldn't help but secretly asked, "No wonder you didn't run away. Where did this old thing come from? How come I haven't heard of it?" Charlotte whispered, "Do you know the first rose of the Empire?" Chloe sneered and said, "That's the first rose of your fars." But he quickly replied, "Of course I've heard of it. Which young man in the old world hasn't heard of Miss Mellman's fame? However, although I heard that you shamelessly claim to be Miss Mellman's junior, it is impossible to invite her to Sedona. Besides, this lady is full of dark fighting spirit, and this old guy is full of ocean fighting spirit. And I definitely don't believe that Miss Mellman would disguise herself as such an ugly old man." Charlotte pouted and said, "What are you thinking? My senior sister recently conquered St. Michael's Island." Chloe was shocked and shouted, "What? The first rose of the Empire actually conquered St. Michael's Island, which was said to have never fallen. What about this old man?" He looked up at the sky with a look of horror on his face and shouted, "Is it the golden goat Rolf? Tell me quickly, how did Miss Rose take over St. Michael's Island? I'm at the front line, and I haven't received any news yet." Charlotte certainly wouldn't tell Chloe the truth. They were friends, but they were still enemies after all. Besides, he left the front line without permission, which was a crime. Even Middleman didn't ask for credit from the Empire. You know, the corruption in the Empire's officialdom is unimaginable, and this kind of handle can't be known to others. He made up a bunch of things on the spot, praising Middleman to the sky. Chloe was so fascinated by what she heard that Charlotte almost shot her to death. She was so angry that she cursed a few times and whispered, "I told you to run away quickly, but you actually wanted to kill me. Asshole." He tightened his spear, pulled himself together, and used all his skills, not letting Charlotte off the hook again. However, after more than 100 moves, Chloe was shocked to find that even though she had advanced one level, she still couldn't defeat this old opponent. Charlotte also took the opportunity to ask, "What the hell is this guy named Andreas?" Chloe asked, "You don't know? You are too ignorant. You should have heard that after Zimmerman's death, each of the 5 empires had a top master." Charlotte shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of it." Chloe complained, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. When that monster Zimmerman was alive, who would dare to claim to be the best master? This thing only came into being after his death. The best master in your fars is the Count of Brittany." Charlotte was shocked and asked, "Really?" Chloe said unhappily, "Everyone knows this. Why would I lie to you? Besides, what's the point of lying to you?" Charlotte really didn't know that Anne's old father was actually the best fighter in the Fars Empire. This was too shocking. He always had a sense of crisis that if he angered Anne in the future, he would have to face the anger of the best fighter in the Fars Empire. Charlotte couldn't help asking, "Why is the best fighter in our Fars Empire not Earl Gallinod? He is the Minister of War." Chloe scolded, "How should I know? Can you please stop interrupting?" Charlotte hummed and asked, "Is the best player in Engrima the Count of Victory Champagne?" Chloe nodded and said, "Yes, it is the Count of Lamarok." Charlotte asked, "This person doesn't look like the best player in the Black Phoenix dynasty, and he may not be as good as my senior sister Middleman." He forgot to glance at the sky. Andreas was already at a disadvantage. The old goat was really good. Chloe was furious and shouted, "How can you look down on our Black Phoenix dynasty? Although Andreas is powerful, how can he be the top master of the Black Phoenix dynasty? It's his father. His father, Viscount Constantine, is the top master of our Black Phoenix dynasty." Charlotte couldn't help but say, "The top master of your Black Phoenix dynasty is so shameless. How come the top masters of our Fars and Engrima are both earls, but only your family is a viscount?" Chloe couldn't help but get angry and said, "I won't talk to you, idiot." The two exchanged gossip and started to get serious, wanting to verify what level their martial arts had reached after not seeing each other for some time. The battle in the sky became increasingly fierce, and the old goat vented all the anger that had been suppressed recently. Andreas complained bitterly. After all, he was still young, and was 40 to 50 years older than the golden goat Rolf. How could he make up for the 40 to 50 years of cultivation gap even if he was a genius? Moreover, who is not talented to be promoted to the saint level? Andreas could only rely on his fast body movements to gorilla in the sky, and his body movements were full of speed, for fear that if he was a little slow, the old goat would find a flaw and kill him in front of the battle. Chapter 308. Charlotte used all his strength to activate the starry battle chi, and fought with Chloe for hundreds of moves. Suddenly, he retreated dozens of steps, and stabbed Collapse Mountain into the ground with his backhand. The starry battle chi retreated like a tide, returned to the 9 bloody whirlpools, and turned into bloody glory again. Chloe didn't care about anything, and thrust his spear forward, swiftly. Charlotte threw out a blood-sucking hand axe. He hadn't used this weapon for a long time. When he first cultivated the blood flame chi, he had imagined fighting with the weapon remotely, but he didn't expect that he would end up fighting in a melee. Chloe used her spear to poke it away, but Charlotte gained a gap. The bloody glory in her body was transformed into the blood flame of Adonis. With a move in the air, the blood-sucking hand axe that Chloe had pierced turned back in the air, making a whimpering sound, which was very attractive. Chloe couldn't help but curse. What kind of crooked way is this? Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "This is not a crooked way, but a secret method created by the great philosopher Protagoras of the human race." The blood flame was amplified by the other 8 blood vortexes, rising layer by layer. The power of each blood vortex would increase the blood flame by 1 level, and the blood-sucking hand axe would also increase in power at any time, and the changes would be more unpredictable. In just a moment, the blood flame energy increased to the 11th level. Just when Chloe thought that Charlotte had only changed a new ability, she suddenly sensed that this tough opponent had risen 1 level and broke through to the 12th level. This is the real peak of the intermediate level. Charlotte was just seen by the Serpent of Fate not long ago. The favor of this righteous god allowed his cultivation to enter a rapid development again. After the advancement, Charlotte snapped his fingers, and a huge red horse with black flames all over its body kicked and stomped out of the void, slowly walking out, with a complete saddle and bridle on its body, and snorting constantly. This is Adonis's blood flame chi, a new awakened ability, the magic flame horse. Of course, it should actually be called summoning the magic flame horse. Adonis's ability is one of the 2 abilities that Charlotte awakened the earliest. Now, there is almost no improvement in insight, but Adonis's blood flame chi, because the evil god of the blood clan, Karnstein, may come at any time. The crisis is always there, like a shadow following the wind. Charlotte has put the most effort in this secret method. However, he seems to be more talented in Asilo's swordsmanship, and the progress of this secret method has never been as good as the Angel's Thorn. Now, with the help of the favor of the Fate Serpent, Charlotte finally broke through. Not only did his own extraordinary level break through to the 12th level, but he also finally cultivated the Demon Flame Horse. Just as Charlotte was about to climb on the horse, he heard a horse neigh. The Demon Flame Horse that responded to his summons not only did not obey the command, but also opened its huge mouth and bit down fiercely, extremely ferociously. Fortunately, Charlotte retracted her hand quickly, so she was not bitten by the giant flame horse. Chloe couldn't help laughing wildly and shouted, "Are you going to fight with a joke?" Although we in the Black Phoenix dynasty do not have the secret inheritance of the great human philosopher Protagoras, and no one understands the vampire stuff, we also know that the summoned alien creatures must be tamed before they can be commanded as desired. You actually plan to summon it on the battlefield? And plan to use it in battle immediately? That's too crazy. Now I am teaming up with this magic flame horse to kill you. Chloe raised his spear and chose an angle, always keeping a distance of 1 Charlotte from the magic flame horse. Obviously, he knew that this violent creature from another world would definitely not distinguish between friend and foe, and would definitely attack him as well. While Charlotte was manipulating the blood-sucking hand axe to fight with Chloe, he pulled out the blood rose, and held it with a flaming hand, and used swordsmanship to kill the magic flame horse. This magic flame horse was at the same level as Charlotte, and was also at the peak of the middle level. Its speed was extremely fast, almost as fast as Charlotte's light agility X10, and it could also spit magic flames from its mouth, which made it extremely powerful. Charlotte complained bitterly, and regretted changing his secret method at the last minute. He was about to transform his power, but was entangled by Chloe and the magic flame horse, and had no time to spare. Just when Charlotte felt embarrassed, Chloe suddenly put away her spear and turned around to run. Charlotte felt a little strange, but the magic flame horse rushed up again, and he had to deal with this beast first. Without Chloe, a magic flame horse alone was just a small matter for Charlotte. He subdued the magic flame horse without spending much effort, and burned it with blood flame gas. The magic flame horse burned by the blood flame gas finally stopped resisting, and it kept sending out a consciousness, expressing that it was very hungry. The devil flame horse was transformed from the devil's spirit horse. It was not a flesh and blood creature in essence. Its food in the old world was only one kind of blood energy. Charlotte continuously infused her own blood energy into it, feeding about half of her power to the devil flame horse. It burped, gave up resistance, and became intimate with Charlotte. The devil flame horse, which had been quenched by the blood flame, was fed by Charlotte's blood energy. It was more ferocious and strong than when it was first summoned. It snorted black smoke, and the devil flame was lingering between its mouth and nose, but the black flames that were originally lingering on its body were restrained. This magic flame horse is even bigger than the tallest Shire horse in the old world, more than 3.5 picometers, and even stronger than the Asian elephant on Earth. It is only slightly smaller than the largest African male elephant, with slender limbs and a long flowing tail. In terms of appearance, it is definitely the Lubu among horses. Charlotte climbed onto the magic flame horse and raised her hand to recall the blood-sucking spear that could collapse the mountain. The knight spears commonly used by the major empires in the old world were originally designed to match the weapons of the mounts. The length is comparable to that of the ones on Earth, or even longer. It is impossible to wield them without extraordinary arm strength. Just as Charlotte was about to demonstrate his spearmanship on horseback, he saw the golden goat Haralf standing quietly by the side. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you fight?" The old goat didn't say a word, just autistic. Charlotte looked up, and the shadow of the youngest Saint Andreas of the Black Phoenix dynasty was gone. He asked, "Did you win?" The golden goat Haralf still didn't say a word, and Charlotte was too lazy to use his master's authority to force the old goat to speak, so he took Haralf back to Sedona. That night, the clerks of both sides exchanged information. Charlotte then realized that it was indeed the golden goat Haralf who won, but the young saint level ran away very quickly, and the old goat was not good at speed, so he still escaped. Chloe gave up the fight when he saw Andreas bleeding and running away, because he was afraid that the golden goat Haralf would kill him on the spot with a casual blow. Chloe asked himself, and he was determined not to influence Andreas's decision, and he did not believe that Charlotte could control Haralf. Of course, Charlotte would not tell him that she could completely control the old goat. In fact, if there was a suitable situation, Charlotte would not mind killing this enemy. Of course, he had nothing to do with Chloe because the two sides had some tacit understanding and could fight a tacit battlefield. If he killed Chloe and got a belligerent general in exchange, wouldn't he be in big trouble? Charlotte just wanted to muddle through and survive until the war was over. His current position was high enough, and he didn't want to exchange his life for credit. Considering this, Charlotte did not let the old goat attack again. After a battle with the saint, the Sedona front fell into a silent war again. Mainly because Andreas came and brought out the old goat, Chloe couldn't write a battle report. He couldn't say how brave he was in front of a saint, right? That would be too much of a test of his superior's IQ. 10 days later, Andreas returned to Chloe's military camp. The youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty was obviously less arrogant, but still full of confidence. The first thing he did when he came back was to ask Chloe to attack again. Chloe was shocked and said, "Do you have a way to deal with the saint in Sedona this time?" Andreas said, "I was seriously injured in the battle with him, and I recovered from the injury in the past few days." Logically, the Fars people will definitely take advantage of the situation to pursue and completely destroy you and your troops, but they did not move, which means that there must be something wrong with them. Chloe thought to herself, "Of course I know that Charlotte has a problem. He found Princess May not long ago, and this time he found the golden goat. He can easily pick up a saint. If he has no problem, I can take off my brain and use it as a cup." Andreas said, "That's why I asked you to attack. As long as you attack, you can expose their flaws. Believe me, if there are no flaws, they will definitely not sit still." Chloe thought, "I don't believe you. Of course I know they have no flaws. It's Charlotte, that bastard who wants to fish on the front line. I tried it before, but Princess May almost made me an idiot. Now you want me to try again? Who will be responsible if I die?" Chloe was not so cowardly before, but the blow from Princess May did make him think a lot more clearly. Either a tacit war or a suicidal war. He had no choice. Andreas persuaded her for a few words, but Chloe refused to agree. Although Andreas was a saint, his father was only a viscount, and Chloe was still a branch of the royal family. The two were not subordinates. Chloe refused to attack Sedona's city, and Andreas had no choice. He believed in his judgment, which must be correct. If Sedona's city really had overwhelming strength, there was no reason not to attack with all their strength and kill Chloe and his army. Since the other party did not do so, there must be a weakness. Andreas persuaded several times, but gave up helplessly, thinking, since Chloe disagrees, I will break into Sedona alone. If my guess is correct, the saint should have left. Even if the guess is wrong, although the saint is stronger than me, his speed is far less than mine, and he can also escape. Andreas didn't know that when he was about to break into Sedona city, the old leopard man Domitian had just come from St. Michael Island and was being treated to a feast by Charlotte. Chapter 309. Miniman had just captured 2 magic alchemy warships. While his strength had greatly increased, he was also seriously short of manpower. Savastini was a serious pirate, proficient in various navigation techniques. Although she had never come into contact with magic alchemy warships, she got the hang of it very quickly after coming into contact with them. Domitian was not so good. After studying for half a month, he didn't even memorize the magic code. Charlotte asked a few questions and understood that the senior sister was disgusted with the old leopard man for not being able to command the magic alchemy warship, so she only sent Domitian to support. But he doesn't need high-end technology. As long as he can fight, the old leopard man came at the right time. Charlotte didn't think that Andreas could think of it. The army of Sedona city did not attack. There must be something wrong. According to common sense, Andreas's inference may really be true. But the problem is that Charlotte didn't play according to common sense. Not only did he have no problems, but he also had an old leopard man. Andreas broke into Sedona alone at night, and went straight to Charlotte's mansion. What he was thinking was, if the golden goat Rolf was not there, he would kill Charlotte in one fell swoop, resolve the battle here, and launch a massive attack on South Seraph. After conquering South Seraph, they could attack Behemoth. After taking Behemoth, it would only take more than 10 days of rapid march from this principality to approach the outskirts of Strasbourg. In terms of strategy, Andreas's idea was fine. It was just that he took the wrong first step. Andreas jumped onto the courtyard wall, and with the induction of the holy steps, he quickly found the old leopard man who was eating and drinking. Charlotte kept urging him to drink and pick up food, showing the traditional hospitality of the Earthlings to the fullest. The old leopard talked a lot, talking about the disputes within the Orc Assassin League, the future of the orcs, and described the theory of Septimius the non-cannibal. Although the old leopard was the master of assassins, he did not love killing people. Instead, he had a compassionate mentality, and always wanted to lead the orcs to the path of light. Domitian took a sip of wine and couldn't help saying, "Do you think the orcs have a future? Charlotte has a high civilization from the earth. She has seen countless political systems, various philosophical speeches, and various solutions to disputes. The problems that the old leopard thought hard about, and could not solve, are just a matter of 1 or 2 sentences for him." He smiled and said, "The future of orcs does not lie in whether they can integrate into humans or be accepted by humans, but in having their own civilization. If you want civilization, you must vigorously develop education. The 5 empires all have strict education systems and have cultivated countless talents, but the orcs are still in the form of tribes, and education is still the backward system of elders teaching. As long as this method does not change, the orcs have no future." Charlotte talked eloquently, and every sentence she said was very reasonable and pointed out the current problems. Domitian felt more and more that Charlotte was an extraordinary person. Although he was only a mid-level extraordinary person now, he would be promoted to the same status as himself sooner or later. He suddenly had an idea and said, "Some orcs don't like the sea, and don't want to live on the ocean, but they actually believe in the doctrine of not eating people. If I hand them over to you, are you willing to take care of them?" Charlotte didn't have any good feelings for the orcs, but he believed in the same theory very much, that backward areas need education, and many problems can be solved by education, but all kinds of economic means are completely useless. Reality has proven that as long as education keeps up and civilization develops, many backward places can gradually develop. But if we don't invest heavily, or even violently, in education, and force backward areas to learn, and only use universal morality, no matter how much resources are invested, it will be a waste. There is no pure economic aid on the earth, and finally saved a country. Charlotte is very welcome to the orcs, who believe in the doctrine of not eating people. Although he had some friction with the Orc Assassin League This group of orcs is the easiest to get along with, the most open-minded part of the orcs, and their combat effectiveness is also strong enough. Just as Charlotte was about to agree, she heard a phoenix cry, and a stream of energy locked onto her. She couldn't help but secretly shout, "There's an assassin!" Then he thought, if it comes to assassination, Domitian is the expert, and with the old leopard around, why should he worry? Just as Andreas made his move, he saw the ordinary-looking old man next to Charlotte suddenly grow hair on his face, and turn into a leopard man, rushing over at a speed faster than him, with a magic rapier in his hand generating a momentum like a surging sea. Andreas was shocked and cried out, "Why is there another saint?" He spat out a mouthful of blood after fighting with the old leopard man. In terms of strength, Domitian is actually not as good as the golden goat Rolf, but he is the leopard man who is best at speed and a master killer, and his speed is unparalleled. Andreas is best at speed, but Domitian's speed is even better than his, and he completely defeated the youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty, so he could achieve such a result. After suffering a great loss in one move, Andreas did not dare to stay any longer, and flew into the sky and fled to Chloe's camp. Domitian smiled coldly and said, "If you escape, I, Domitian, will change my surname to Mechalon from now on." He chased after him calmly. As soon as Andreas left the city, he was caught up by the old leopard man. The two exchanged a move, and Andreas spit out a large mouthful of blood again. Domitian was like an old cat playing with a mouse, taking his time. Each time, he let Andreas escape a distance before attacking with all his strength. Andreas was stopped by the old leopard man 7 times. After receiving 7 swords, he felt that his energy was exhausted, and he could not hold on for a few more moves. He was horrified and regretted not listening to Chloe. What was wrong with Sedona City? It was like a den of dragons and tigers. He sensed that the old leopard man had caught up with him again, and hurriedly landed on the ground. Domitian's speed was still faster than his, and fighting in the sky would be disadvantageous. It would be better to fight steadily on the ground and get some leverage. Domitian let out a long roar, and his magic sword pierced the sea, generating a huge force like 1,000 tons of sea water. Just as he was about to kill the young junior with a sword, he heard a sharp roar, and a middle-aged man in military uniform punched him from a distance, and fighting spirit lingered around him, turning into colorful feathers. Domitian couldn't help shouting, "Mountain, are you here to be a nanny for Constantine's son?" Due to his age, Andreas didn't recognize this top assassin of the Orc Assassin League, but as an assassin who traveled across the New and Old continents, how could Domitian not recognize the Holy Order of the Black Phoenix dynasty? This officer named Monson was Constantine's deputy. The old leopard man was not afraid of Monson, but if Constantine was nearby, he knew that he would definitely not get away with it. Domitian was used to being a killer, and never fought a battle without confidence. He used his magic sword to fight with Monson's fist, took advantage of the situation to retreat, and disappeared in an instant. Andreas escaped from Sedona with great difficulty, and was almost killed by Domitian on the way. When he saw his father's deputy, he couldn't help but feel relieved and shouted, "Uncle Monson, why don't you chase him and kill him?" Monson didn't say anything, and after a moment, he whispered, "I'm no match for him." Andreas was shocked and said, "Who is this old man?" Monson said lightly, "One of the 3 holy leaders of the Orc Assassin League, the leopard god Domitian." Andreas took a long breath and said, "Could it be that the Orc Assassin League has defected to Fars?" Monson said, "Byron instigated the Orc army to attack Strasbourg and promised to send a blood ancestor, but the Orc army did not wait for the blood ancestor, and was killed by the saints of Fars. Not many of the hundreds of thousands of orcs were able to return alive. It is possible that they felt deceived and defected to Fars." Andreas was shocked and said, "I met another saint a few days ago, whose strength is even higher than Domitian." Monson had no expression at first, but he was also shocked when he heard it, and said in horror, "The only Orc Assassin Alliance leader who is stronger than Domitian is Septimius, the non-cannibal. The other Orc Saint leader is just as strong as Domitian. If that's the case, the Orc Assassin Alliance must have defected to Fars. Sedona is not an ordinary battlefield at all. It should be the main attack direction of the Fars people." Andreas was shocked and shouted, "I know why they didn't move their troops, and didn't break through Chloe's camp. With Chloe here, we won't notice that the Fars people are mobilizing more saints. They are waiting for more people to give us a thundering blow. I suggest that Father bring a large army here. Only Father can stabilize the situation here." If Charlotte were here, she would definitely be panicked, because if Viscount Constantine rushed to Sedona, this would not be a tacit war, but the main battlefield for the fight between several empires. His Knights of Favonius would definitely be defeated immediately. Andreas and Monson talked for a few words, and both of them believed that the Orc Assassin Alliance must have defected to Fars. Although they had heard of Charlotte's reputation, and knew that he was a rising star in the Fars army, and had outstanding military exploits, they did not think that Charlotte could mobilize more than 2 saints. How is this possible? Only the Emperor of Fars, Julius Axel VI, can mobilize the Holy Order at will. The two hurriedly left Sedona, preparing to report the news, hoping that the Black Phoenix dynasty would pay attention to this intelligence. Half an hour later, the old leopard came back, smiled embarrassedly, and said, "This young man ran away very quickly, and he had a helper to pick him up, and I couldn't kill him." Charlotte expressed regret for not being able to kill Andreas, and said, "Next time, let the old goat cooperate with you, and you two will definitely be able to kill him together." To Mizhan thought, "We are both famous holy orders for decades. Any one of us has practiced longer, and has been famous longer than this young man. It's too shameless to join forces." Chapter 310. The old goat was actually there all the time, but he was dumbfounded and did not react to Andreas' assassination. If the old leopard was not there, he would definitely take action. After all, they had signed a master-servant contract, but with the old leopard there, he had no interest at all, and Charlotte would not die anyway. Charlotte thought that with the golden goat Rolf and Domitian, Sedona would definitely be safe, but he did not know that Andreas came over and deduced extremely important. The intelligence stirred up the war situation in Sedona. Even if Zhuge Liang traveled to another world, he could not guess that the youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty was so nervous. On the 3rd day after Andreas' assassination, 2 saints came to Chloe's camp. One was Constantine's deputy Monson, and the other was Baron Dakis of the Empire. When the two were floating in the air to observe Sedona, Charlotte realized something a little later, but she still realized that something was wrong. 3 saints came to Sedona, a small town in South Seraph. Charlotte quickly made the same judgment as Andreas, that the Black Phoenix dynasty was going to launch a war in this direction. But he and Andreas were completely different people. Andreas concluded that Fars would attack in this direction, so he reported it to the military of the Black Phoenix dynasty, and asked for more reinforcements. Charlotte had previously judged that Andreas appeared by chance, so she asked Melman for help, but when he judged that the Black Phoenix dynasty might launch an attack in this direction, he immediately decided to withdraw from Sedona without any hesitation. He said to the golden goat Rolf, "You also go up to the sky, don't fight with the other side." At the same time, he also said to Domitian, "Please also float up to the sky and confront the other side's holy steps, but there is no need to fight. I want to withdraw the Knights of Favonius." Domitian didn't quite understand. The old leopard asked, "I and the old goat are teaming up. The other 2 guys are no match. Why should we retreat?" Charlotte whispered, "Is this how you orcs fight? No wonder the Battle of Strasbourg wiped out all the elite orcs. Now the enemy only has 2 saints. They are no match for you and Rolf. But what if they continue to reinforce?" Charlotte mentioned the Battle of Strasbourg, which made Domitian look unhappy. The old leopard replied, "We can talk about it later." Charlotte sighed and said, "It will be too late by then. It is difficult to surround and kill the saints. Everyone can fly all over the sky. Unless the speed difference is too great, and the strength is extremely different, they can always escape. Domitian has the advantage in speed and strength, and with the sea walking in hand, he still allows Andreas to hold on until Monson appears. Even in the worst case, Sedona was tightly besieged, and Domitian, as a master assassin, could easily escape. Charlotte could probably get away with the power of the labyrinth and the infinite mirror world, but the Knights of Favonius could not leave, and he was reluctant to give up this little fortune. Charlotte argued with the old leopard for a few sentences, and knew that Domitian could not understand why she wanted to leave without fighting, so he simply did not explain and just gave orders. Although the old leopard did not understand, he still floated into the sky and looked at the 2 saints of the other side from a distance. Charlotte's prestige in South Seraph is extremely high. When the residents of Sedona heard that the Knights of Favonius were going to retreat, they were reluctant to let this army, which only fought and did not disturb the people, leave their homes to keep them. Charlotte ordered the troops to leave faster, and at the same time, she loudly announced, "The army of the Black Phoenix dynasty may come at any time, and our Knights of Favonius are not enough to protect the people of Sedona. If we fight a decisive battle here, the people of Sedona will inevitably be involved in the war, and there will be heavy casualties. This is something I absolutely do not want to see, so we will give up Sedona and strive for a decisive battle in the wild." An old man shouted, "Why can't the Knights of Favonius stay in Sedona to protect us?" Charlotte shouted, "Because they can't protect us. We are just a knight group that was transferred from the local army. We are not good at frontal combat. The Black Phoenix dynasty will continue to reinforce. But we have no reinforcements and can't fight this battle at all. Immediately someone shouted, "Why don't we call for reinforcements?" Charlotte sighed and didn't answer. Why are there no reinforcements? Who will come to reinforce? Nanslav has officially betrayed Fars and thrown himself into the arms of Baron. Now the Restoration Army of Nanslav is still fighting hard for the Baron Empire in Felenden, fighting with Fars' army. Can we still count on Fars' reinforcements? Or can we count on Baron's reinforcements? Not to mention whether Baron has the spare capacity to draw a troop. Even if Baron has the ability, why can they protect Lady Nansila? As a traitor, the Baron people look down on Lady Nansila at all. Besides, the vampires in Byron had a very average reputation. The orcs believed that the Blood Ancestor would appear, and fought a fierce battle with Fars in Strasbourg. As a result, the entire army was wiped out, and several saints died. Hundreds of thousands of elite warriors would not be able to recover for decades. Charlotte could understand the panic of the residents of Sedona. They had been fighting a tacit war, but suddenly the army defending the city was about to withdraw, and they had no one to protect them. But he would never defend Sedona because of these residents. Because it is meaningless. There is a deep hatred between South Seraph and Behemoth, and both sides want to massacre each other. But the Black Phoenix dynasty has no hatred with South Seraph. If the Knights of Favonius withdraw and the Black Phoenix dynasty army moves in, almost no one will die. But if the two sides go to war in Sedona, at least 10% to 20% of the population in this city will die, and the war will always affect civilians. Charlotte believes that no matter how he explains this, the residents of Sedona will not accept it. They can only accept that the Knights of Favonius will guard Sedona to the death, and it doesn't matter how many soldiers of the Knights of Favonius die. No matter how high Charlotte's prestige is, it's useless. This is human nature. Suddenly someone shouted, "What's the difference between you and those behemoths? Abandon us when we are in danger?" Charlotte still had enough patience to explain, saying, "Fighting in Sedona is just tying up innocent civilians, like you, to bear the war together." Even though Charlotte had the knowledge of two worlds, he could not suppress the surging public opinion after a while of argument. He changed his mind and said loudly, "If anyone is worried that the Black Phoenix dynasty's army will hurt you, you can go with us. I will pay for all the travel expenses, food and accommodation, and provide protection." When Charlotte shouted this, the residents of Sedona finally got excited. Many people wanted to go with the Knights of Favonius. The number of people who signed up enthusiastically almost reached half of Sedona. Charlotte didn't expect so many people to be willing to flee with him, but he didn't want to be like Lushwanda. He had to make all preparations to take so many people on the road. He announced one thing on the spot: "We are escaping, not moving, so try not to carry anything and travel light. The Knights of Favonius will take care of the food and accommodation along the way. If you are reluctant to part with your things, such as your house, land, and furniture, and are afraid that they will be damaged, you can sell them to the Knights of Favonius, and we will buy them back when you return. I am willing to trade in cash, using ECU fort, and symptoms to buy everything that cannot be taken away. Of course, this is a war, and the price will not satisfy you. You can also choose not to sell." Charlotte is very rich, but the Golden Goat Rolf and the old leopard Domitian, who are confronting the two saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty in the sky, cannot understand Charlotte's behavior. In their opinion, this is just womanly kindness. Domitian couldn't help but mutter, "Charlotte is rich." The old goat's mouth twitched, his heart was bleeding, and he thought to himself, "That's all my money. He just squandered my money like this? How much are those junks worth? It's a sin to give AQs, fortes, and symptoms to these ordinary people." Charlotte's nature is different from that of the people in this world. The society he was born in is a commercial society, and money needs to circulate to be valuable. The items Charlotte bought would be transported to other cities, such as Cappadocia and St. Michael City, and might even be sold to other places through merchant ships. The residents of Sedona would see the money, and no matter which city they went to, they would give priority to buying the products provided by Charlotte. After the circulation, the wealth would grow. Countless residents of Sedona City sold a large number of various supplies in exchange for cash, and then left with the Knights of Favonius. Charlotte really kept her promise and arranged for all these residents to retreat to the Principality of Behemoth, and some of them were even arranged to go to Cappadocia and even St. Michael Island. Those who didn't want to leave couldn't help but be moved when they saw so many people leaving, and followed everyone to leave. Charlotte didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. As more and more Sedona residents chose to leave, his Knights of Favonius couldn't leave. There must be a force to maintain order, otherwise these people would immediately become chaotic and cause unbearable consequences. Constantine's deputy Monson and Baron Dakis of the Black Phoenix dynasty originally just wanted to observe the situation in Sedona City, so that they could formulate strategies. They knew that the Golden Goat Rolf and Domitian were in the city, and they didn't think of attacking it. But the two did not expect that soon after they floated in the air, the army of Sedona began to retreat, and then the residents of Sedona also began to retreat. Neither of them understood what kind of strategy this was. However, there were two saints on the opposite side who were much stronger than them. Baron Monson and Dakis acted rashly. The two quickly returned to the barracks, and did not discuss military affairs with Chloe. They wanted to wait for follow-up support. The military sense of these two people was obviously very insensitive. 3 days later, when Andreas brought his knights to Sedona, the city was almost empty. Because Old Goat and Domitian were holding back, Monson and Baron Dakis did not pursue. For the two of them, it was effortless to capture a city, so why bother to fight? Andreas arrived at the front line and heard about this. His face immediately changed and he shouted, "They are clearing the countryside. They want to move all the people and all the supplies away. This must be the meat grinder chosen by the Fars Empire. They want to consume our Black Phoenix dynasty's army here." When Andreas shouted this, even Chloe felt that it was indeed possible. If the two armies planned to fight for a long time, they would definitely have to evacuate the local residents. These residents would consume a lot of supplies every day, and the army had no way to provide these supplies. Charlotte's evacuation of the residents of Sedona was just a temporary small move, but in the eyes of the commander with rich military experience, it was definitely a precursor to a big move. As a frontline commander, Chloe didn't care about other people's opinions. After confirming that Sedona had become an empty city, he entered the second largest city in the South Saraf region without hesitation. He and Charlotte Mechlin had been fighting for several months, but this was the first time that they could actually capture the city guarded by the other party, rather than occupy it in the documents of both parties. As Andreas continued to write letters to the rear, explaining his views on the front line, the royal family and ministers of the Black Phoenix dynasty also felt that Fars might indeed launch a large-scale battle in South Saraf, and quickly approved the plan to increase troops. Charlotte led the Knights of Favonius to retreat to the small town of Interlaken. After staying there for a few days, the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty came again. He gave up the city without hesitation and continued to retreat to the rear. Because of the previous war, the original residents of Interlaken were almost all dispersed. The residents who returned later were afraid of war, so they retreated with him. When Charlotte left, of course, he took all the supplies with him. The two sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. One retreated silently, and the other slowly advanced, constantly occupying the city, and soon the war spread all over South Saraf. But this time, it was not the behemoths who attacked, but the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty. Charlotte also kept sending official documents to Strasbourg, describing the situation here, and he didn't know how Strasbourg would react. Just try to make this sudden war not affect the lives of ordinary residents, but how can it not affect them? Charlotte kept evacuating people and materials to the rear, and the Black Phoenix dynasty army that attacked South Saraf could not replenish materials on the spot. So they soon used some rough means. Dozens of South Saraf women were hanged by the Black Phoenix dynasty army every day because they refused to hand over the last bit of food. Charlotte was helpless. At this time, there were more than 5 saints in the Black Phoenix dynasty army. Domitian and the Old Goat tried their best, but they could only barely contain them, and could no longer fight back. Just when the Knights of Favonius were about to retreat to the territory of the Principality of Behemoth, Charlotte suddenly received intelligence from the rear that 2 knights had rushed over from the front line. The army was led by his old acquaintances Claire Brittany and Abner Sume. Charlotte was not happy to hear this news. Although the two were very powerful, and were both great knights of the 18th level, it was obvious that they could only give their heads in a battle dominated by the holy level. He sent a messenger to deliver the information to the two, and also hoped that Claire Brittany and Abner Sume would not continue to advance and retreat first. Charlotte soon received a letter from Krell, telling him not to worry, they would be there soon, which made Charlotte very anxious, and she sent several letters in succession. When Charlotte crossed the border between South Saraf and Behemoth, he was caught up by the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty. What made him most desperate was that the 5 saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty were all there, and it was obvious that they were ready for a decisive battle here. Charlotte didn't know that the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty had long wanted to surround and annihilate him, but he was too slippery, like a fish, always swimming in the gaps of the army. The army of the Black Phoenix dynasty chased all the way, and finally caught Charlotte's tail. Charlotte knew that at this time, he could only hope that the Golden Goat Rolf and Domitian could turn the tables. He did not dare to retreat any further. He deployed his troops on the spot, and adopted the defensive iron barrel formation that the Knights of Favonius were best at, preparing to fight with the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty. As soon as the two sides formed a confrontation, two knight groups rushed over from behind Charlotte. Charlotte originally thought that it was the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty that surrounded his retreat, but soon he discovered that the two knight groups were flying under the banners of the Purple Finch and Maple Leaf, and it turned out that Krell and Abner had rushed to the battlefield. Although the friendly forces arrived in time, Charlotte did not feel that the situation had improved at all. He sent people to invite Krell and Abner while preparing for battle. He felt that it was too late to blame the two for coming now, so it was better to work together and try to fight this battle well. Andreas slowly took off. He also saw Far's reinforcements, and he was more convinced that Fars was going to launch a fierce offensive in the South Seraph region this time, and the previous retreat was just a cover-up. It is a common phenomenon in this world for a saint to float in the air and observe the enemy. After all, in this world, artillery can't hit saints, and rifles can't shoot that far. Charlotte saw it from a distance, and was about to tell the old goat to go up as well, so as not to lose momentum, when she heard a clear and sharp voice, calling, "Andreas, I heard that you are the youngest saint in the Black Phoenix dynasty?" A young figure slowly floated in the air, wearing a Fars military uniform neat and tidy. It was Claire, who had a little mysophobia. Charlotte was overjoyed and shouted, "Claire, have you been promoted to the saint level?" Claire Brittany waved at Charlotte from a distance and said with a smile, "So you asked me to step back, but I chose to move forward. Not only me, but Abner was also promoted." Charlotte took a deep breath and thought to herself, war is indeed a life of displacement and harm for many people, but there are always heroes who stand out in such a turbulent era. Claire and Abner have both been promoted to saint rank, so there's still a fight to be had. I have to arrange a 4-on-5 tactic. Before he could figure out who should be put in the tough fight first, and win first with a local advantage, he heard two scorching air currents collide in the sky. Andreas didn't say anything and started fighting with Claire Brittany. Chapter 311. Charlotte watched the battle for a while, then realized that she had been with Middleman for a long time, and could stand on equal footing in front of the four saints. Later, she took the golden goat Rolf as her old servant, and forgot that Claire Brittany would not listen to his command. Claire Brittany was the strongest young knight of the younger generation of Fars after Zimmerman, and now he was promoted to saint, so he was arrogant. There was no one in the world who could make people obey. Even if it was Julius Axel's order, he might dare to disobey it. Claire Brittany was born in Hattingen Thunder and Storm University. He studied both thunder and storm breathing methods. He integrated thunder and storm swordsmanship. Although he had just been promoted to the saint level, he was definitely not the bottom of the saint level. Andreas was born in the Black Phoenix dynasty. He practiced the phoenix breathing method passed down from his family. His swordsmanship was also top-notch. Every time he made a move, there was a whistle like a phoenix. After seeing more, Charlotte also knew that it was a special method to drive the sword energy to break through the air and cause the sound wave vibration. These two people were evenly matched. They went back and forth in the sky and fought as fiercely as a raging fire. In fact, Andreas, Claire Brittany, Abner Sume, Middleman, and Princess May are all considered the new generation, the fully grown young generation. Julian, Ben Lamerock, and Sophia Gallinod all belong to the next generation, the young generation that has not yet grown up. Charlotte doesn't count either. He is over 20 years old, but younger than Claire Brittany and the others. Moreover, he only started to slowly advance after crossing over, and is far inferior to these geniuses, who have emerged since childhood and have been promoted as fast as racing cars. Charlotte was still worried about Claire getting into trouble, so she said to the old goat, "Go up and help Claire, and be sure not to forget it. Mr. Domitian, you and the old goat should prepare. If the Black Phoenix dynasty sends out more than 2 saints, you can fight normally. If they send out 1, Charlotte made a fierce gesture and said, "Just join forces." Charlotte knew what the ways of the world were. Claire was fighting with Andreas, and might even have to fight for some titles with qualifier prefixes. If she rashly let someone intervene, it would only make Claire Brittany unhappy. But when the Black Phoenix dynasty sent out the saints, he sent people to intercept them, which was purely a show of goodwill. When Charlotte retreated, she only had Old Goat and Domitian, and she didn't know how to mobilize them to form a local advantage. But now with Krell, there is more room for maneuver. Domitian smiled slightly and said, "It's not convenient for me to take action." Charlotte was about to ask why, then she came to her senses and said, "I was careless." Domitian was an orc. Not long ago, outside Strasbourg, Fars had just fought a great battle with the Orc tribe alliance. The Orcs suffered heavy casualties, lost countless elite warriors, and several saints were killed. The old leopard man is indeed not suitable to take action. Not to mention whether it is right for an Orc to fight for the Fars Empire, it is also a taboo for Charlotte to recruit Orcs as subordinates. It is okay to do this secretly, but it is not okay to do it openly. It turns out that Charlotte's subordinates only have her own Knights of Favonius. Who dares to say no? Lord Charlotte Mechlin, when killing people, is just like killing NPCs, without mercy. But now there are also the Purple Finch Knights, and the Maple Leaf Knights. Even if Claire Brittany and Abner Sume don't say anything, their control over their subordinates is not as cruel as Charlotte's. One of the main reasons why Charlotte could easily recruit soldiers from different sources was that all the people who resisted would disappear quietly, without a sound or a trace, without a trace of life or a trace of death. Claire and Abner did not have this kind of deterrent power. Charlotte sighed. Although they had more helpers and Claire and Abner were indeed powerful enough after being promoted to the saint rank, many of their plans could not be implemented. However, these were all minor matters, which was much better than him being surrounded by the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty and waiting to be annihilated. In the battle between Claire and Andreas, both sides tried their best to kill each other. In addition to the fact that the two countries were at war and were real enemies, there was also a fight for honor. Although the thunder and storm were wild, they could not sweep away the phoenix that had captured Qinghua. However, no matter how fast Andreas' sword light was, it could not do anything to the thunder and storm. While Charlotte was constantly deducing the battle and thinking about how to break it, two saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty also flew into the air. They were also worried that Andreas would get into trouble. One is Monson, the deputy of Viscount Constantine, and the other is a newly appeared saint named Niccolo. He is a good friend of Constantine and a middle-aged saint. The most impressive thing about Niccolo is his neatly trimmed mustache. There is a custom of shaving beards in Fars, but trimming beards is very popular in the Black Phoenix dynasty. The two saints on Charlotte's side just took off, and Abner, worried about his friends, also jumped up. He and Claire are classmates, and they also graduated from Hattingen Thunder and Storm University. The swordsmanship they learned is exactly the same, and the momentum is extremely huge. The last two saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty could no longer sit still, and took off one after another. The two sides just exchanged greetings and maintained battlefield etiquette before a big fight began. It was the first time for Charlotte to see so many saints flying in the sky. The 9 saints sometimes joined forces, and sometimes fought alone, each using their own skills, and the sky changed color. At this time, it was only then that the golden goat Haralf's sturdiness could be seen. He was indeed worthy of being the pirate king of the giant whale sea. With a knight's lance, he rolled up the surging waves, and most of the attacks of the 5 saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty were blocked by him alone. The old leopard man couldn't say that he was inconvenient at this moment, but he didn't attack in the form of a leopard man. Instead, he performed the beast god transformation technique and transformed into an ordinary middle-aged man, holding the sea and swimming in the sky. Charlotte was enlightened at this moment. The old leopard man could transform into a human, which was nothing, but when he transformed into a human, he couldn't use the bloodthirsty fighting spirit of the orcs. He could still maintain the combat power of the holy level, which was amazing. In other words, the old leopard man also learned the swordsmanship of humans and practiced it to the holy level. Charlotte watched the battle for a while and sighed slightly. If she didn't become a saint, she would always be far behind. The biggest advantage of the saint is that it can fly and has high-speed mobility. Maybe the ultra-long-range burst alchemy rifle mentioned by Julian can be a threat to the saint, but firstly, the power of the magic-breaking armor-breaking bomb is not enough. Secondly, it is too expensive, and thirdly, there are not so many excellent shooters. So far, the only one who can fight against the saint is the saint. Chapter 312. The 9 saints separated in the sky and landed on the ground one by one. Charlotte immediately came out and said loudly, "Congratulations to you, Claire, and congratulations to you, Abner. You finally became the Night King." Abner smiled and said, "I didn't become the Night King." Charlotte was slightly surprised, and Abner smiled and said, "Claire condensed the 8 Knight certificates into the Overlord certificate and was promoted to the Night King. I took another path. I condensed the 8 Knight certificates into the King's certificate." Charlotte suddenly realized and said, "Abner, you are actually the captain of 10,000 knights. When a knight reaches the saint level, he can be crowned saint, which is commonly known as the paladin, but there are 2 branches. One is the Night King, which is a domineering and passionate way, and is unstoppable. The other is the King's way. As long as you can cultivate a knight group of your own, you can match the momentum of the knight group under your command, improve your strength by several times, and be called the captain of 10,000 knights. Fighting alone, the Night King is extremely powerful, but if he leaves the knights will win every battle. Of course, the knights also have a characteristic that they are good at defense and not good at attack. The knights can't fly around and maneuver at high speed, like the Holy Order. But if the knights are given a city to defend, several Holy Orders can't break it together. Claire patted Charlotte on the shoulder, and his attitude was really friendly. He said, "We were separated from the main force because of a battle on the battlefield of Felindon, and were blocked by a vampire Holy Order from Byron. You can't imagine how brutal the battle was. All our men were killed by the vampire saint, and we were the only two left. He played with us like rats. But the vampire saint didn't expect that after he fell into a desperate situation, Abner and I broke through one after another. We joined forces and killed the vampire saint. That battle was really exciting. That was also the closest time for the two of us to death. I almost thought that the two of us would never go back to Strasbourg." When Claire talked about this incident, he couldn't help but sigh, obviously remembering it clearly. Abner Sume also smiled and said, "Claire stood in front of me at that time and said heroically, 'Brother, I go first.' It was the first time I saw such a terrible expression on his face." When the two talked about this incident, they all felt lucky to have survived. Charlotte was also happy for them. After all, these two saints could be considered his friends. In the future, whether on the battlefield or in the officialdom, they would become his most powerful assistants. Claire Brittany chatted with Charlotte for a few words and asked casually, "How did you find them?" The old leopard man had changed his appearance and did not use bloodthirsty fighting spirit, so Claire could not recognize him. The golden goat Rolf was too unrecognizable. Claire had just returned from Felindon and had not received any relevant news. Charlotte shrugged and said, "This is a long story. Let's get some coffee first to create an atmosphere, and I will slowly tell you the whole story." Claire laughed and followed Charlotte into his military carriage. Charlotte had someone prepare coffee. He had no shortage of supplies during his march, but Claire and Abner were always short of supplies. After all, Felindon had too many troops, and they were not as good at making money as Charlotte. Charlotte told him in detail that Menelman was going to attack St. Michael's Island and asked her to be the insider. Of course, he didn't say a word that shouldn't be said. Krell and Abner were surprised and shouted. It turns out that it was the golden goat Rolf. This pirate leader was actually deceived by you and signed a master-servant contract? He is so unlucky. The old goat and Domitian were also there. The old goat remained calm on his face, but he kept cursing in his heart. "You are still talking nonsense about this matter? Don't I have any face? I am also a saint, the pirate king of the Sea of Giant Whales. The leader of the Golden Goat Pirates. At the peak, there was an ancient magic worship, a magic alchemy worship, and a St. Michael Island. Damn it, they are all gone now. Charlotte deserves to die. How could there be such a despicable, shameless, dirty and vile person in the world? The 9 righteous gods are unfair. They actually allow him to live in this world." Charlotte smiled. He didn't care about the old goat's complaints. They had signed a master-servant contract. What did it matter if he complained? Claire glanced at Domitian. Charlotte only said that Menelman had collected the Holy Order and sent him to help. He did not ask more questions and said, "Menelman has finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is really a cause for celebration. I didn't expect you to have a secret base on the 3 islands of Inglyma. Thank you very much this time." Charlotte thought to herself, why bother? Senior sister is not yours alone. However, Charlotte would never say such a spoiling thing. After all, it was too low in emotional intelligence. Claire quickly returned to the serious topic and said, "This time, the Black Phoenix dynasty caught us off guard. The military only had time to send me and Abner here, and could not temporarily mobilize more people. But we have Abner. They can't break our knights." Charlotte agreed. Abner Sume is the leader of 10,000 knights. As long as he has his own knights, he can withstand the siege of several equally powerful saints. The two sides chatted for a while, and Claire and Abner returned to their knights. Charlotte also stayed where she was, and confronted the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty. In the next half-month, the two sides fought 7 or 8 battles, with both sides winning and losing. The reinforcements from the Black Phoenix dynasty had not arrived yet, but another reinforcement from Fars had arrived. This reinforcement did not go to the front line, but set up a military camp behind Charlotte and his men. The setting of this military camp was very strange, just blocking the retreat direction of the Purple Finch, Maple Leaf, and West Wind Knights. Charlotte was very unhappy, But something else happened to make him even more unhappy. The new leader of the Knights sent a high-handed messenger over. The messenger was not particularly rude, but just delivered a verbal message without even a formal document, asking Charlotte to visit him. Charlotte did not leave immediately. She sent someone to invite Claire and Abner, but the messenger came back and said that the two had already gone to visit the new leader of the Knights. Charlotte thought for a while, and also took the old goat and Domitian to set off. The new Knights, named after the family, are called the Bull Knights. The leader is called Cronlaw Bull. He has a very good family background, and is not very old. He is just under 40 years old. Because he has been in the officialdom for more than 10 years, his position is far higher than Charlotte and Claire. Mr. Bull was very impressive. He held a meeting when he arrived at the battlefield, and sent people to notify the Purple Finch, Maple Leaf, and West Wind Knights to let their leaders come. Although Charlotte didn't care, she was not very happy, especially because the barracks of the Bull Knights just blocked the retreat, which made him a little worried. He always felt that the new Mr. Cronlaw Bull wanted to give them a head start. Claire and Abner arrived earlier, and Charlotte was the last one to arrive. Mr. Bull actually built a temporary wooden house in the barracks. Of course, Charlotte guessed that it might be an extraordinary object, otherwise the construction workers in this world would be too powerful. He passed through 3 levels of halls, before finally entering the wooden house. There were only 3 people in the wooden house, as well as some messengers and waiters. Claire and Abner had gloomy faces, and Cronlaw Bull, who was sitting at the main seat, had a blank expression. None of the 3 spoke. Mr. Cronlaw Bull was handsome, but he had a hooked nose and a sinister look in his eyes, which made him look very unhappy. Charlotte greeted everyone and was about to find a seat to sit down when she heard Cronlaw Bull, who was sitting at the main seat, say coldly, "This is a meeting that only saints are qualified to attend. Please leave if you are not related." Charlotte's face was very ugly. He stood up and left without saying a word. The Golden Goat Rolf followed without hesitation. He didn't want to follow, but he had signed a master-servant contract with Charlotte and couldn't stay. Domitian also smiled and turned away. The old leopard man didn't need to give face to the nobles of Fars. Moreover, he had been showing his human face recently. This face could be changed at any time, and he didn't care about Cronlaw Bull. Seeing Charlotte turn around and leave, and taking 2 saints with her, Claire couldn't help but smile, gave Abner a look, and also stood up and left, also without saying hello. Abner, of course, had to go along with Claire, and he said, "Wait for me." Cronlaw Bull looked at the empty wooden house. His face suddenly turned livid, and he punched the table in anger, and the entire solid wood table was instantly shattered. But even if he was angry, he couldn't vent it on Charlotte, because Charlotte Mecklin had already walked out of the Bull Knights barracks. He looked back and thought, "I root him out tonight." As soon as Charlotte walked out of the barracks, she heard Claire calling out from behind, "Charlotte, you have such a bad temper." Seeing that Claire and Abner had caught up with him, Charlotte couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm good-tempered for not getting angry with him in person and stripping his beard. What does this guy do? Such a big show." Abner chuckled and said, "He has a higher position than us, and wants to be the commander-in-chief of the battlefield." Charlotte looked back at the barracks and said, "Forget about the commander, who can set up a barracks to block the rear of the friendly forces." Charlotte traveled through time and met nobles, who were all good, but she also met assholes before. But this was the first time she met such a thing. In theory, Cronlaw Bull is the norm in the officialdom of the major empires. Claire spread his hands and said, "He may want to report to the central government office and the royal family. We should not have any problems, but Charlotte, you have to be careful. You don't have a family after all." Claire's words are meaningful. Charlotte certainly has a family, but the Mecklin family is just an ordinary businessman. His father and brother are ordinary businessmen. Charlotte had just crossed over and thought that as long as she survived a few years and her parents passed away, she could part ways with her brother's family, and never have any contact with him until she died, so as not to be discovered. But now, he has too many flaws, so it doesn't matter. Such an ordinary merchant family has almost no help for Charlotte. The difference between having a family or not in politics is helping with the flow and risking everything. Suppose there is a big man who values Charlotte. When Charlotte is in trouble, if he can solve the problem with a little effort, he will definitely not mind helping. But if he needs to pay a huge price or even risk his own fate, he will definitely stand by and watch. This is also what Claire meant. Claire would help if it was not a big or small favor, but sometimes he was powerless. Charlotte smiled and said, "I believe Mr. Bull will not be so stingy." But what he was thinking was, it's a war. He is also fighting among himself. "I am so anxious that I will kill this bastard." He now knows that the strength of the golden goat Haralf is quite powerful among the saints. He does not believe that Kronlaw Bull is so powerful. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, the old goat will personally take action, and there is a chance to kill Mr. Bull. However, Charlotte can't do anything about this matter for the time being. He can't just turn against someone and kill someone because of such a small matter. When he returned to the barracks, he decided to solve the problem of blocked retreat first. Charlotte would definitely not take action personally, but he had fought too many battles and accumulated some experience. Charlotte chose to move forward to the position of the Knights of Favonius, and even ran to the side and rear of the Black Phoenix dynasty's army, forming a triangular encirclement with Krell and the Knights of Bull. His position was quite close to the Purple Finch and Maple Leaf Knights, but very far from the Bull Knights, which was equivalent to leaving the Bull Knights alone to face the Black Phoenix dynasty's army alone. Charlotte's move frightened the Black Phoenix dynasty's army. After studying it, several saints believed that Fars had received powerful reinforcements and planned to attack them here. Andreas strongly suggested that they raid one of the enemy's armies tonight to break the encirclement first. The direction of Charlotte's new military camp made these Black Phoenix dynasty saints almost unanimous, that is, to do the opposite and defeat the current new knights first. The reason why they chose to defeat the Bull Knights first was that there were at least 7 or 8 people, but in short. Chapter 313. Kronlaw Bull spent the whole day in the military camp cursing Charlotte, Claire, Abner, and 2 saints whose names he could not remember. When he learned that South Seraph would become the main attack direction of the Black Phoenix dynasty, he tried his best to become the supreme commander of the new battlefield, but the result of his activities was not ideal, and he was replaced by another noble with a deeper background. Kronlaw Bull retreated to the second best, wanting to rush to the front line first, and control other knights to undermine the noble, who was destined to be late. He was quite polite to Krell and Abner, even acting like an old senior. He also graduated from Hattingen Thunder and Storm University, but he was not so polite to Charlotte, and planned to show her power. Krenlef Bull even informed Krell and Abner before Charlotte arrived, but Krell strongly opposed it, and the situation was not very pleasant. Krenlef Bull always felt that as long as he won over Krell and Abner, he could easily manipulate a mere 25th grade, 5th level General Affairs Director, who had not yet stepped into the insurmountable class. He also didn't believe that Claire would fall out with him for Charlotte. After all, Charlotte was not of noble birth, and her resume was very clean. She was the child of a small merchant family in Seagull City, without any noble background. Charlotte had the lowest status, and she dared to be late. Krenlef Bull decided to indulge his temper at that time and gave Charlotte a big embarrassment. Originally, he thought that Charlotte would fight back. If she was more humble, she could give the other party a small concession for Claire's sake, but she must let the other party know who has the final say on the front line. Kronlaw Bull did not expect that Charlotte would turn around and leave without saying a word. As for the other 2 saints, they also followed him, which was beyond Kronlaw Bull's expectation. In this world, the status of saints is extraordinary. Except for very few cases, they are higher than most ordinary people, even higher than some nobles. Only ordinary people have always obeyed saints. How could saints obey ordinary people? But what he could not expect was that Claire and Abner also left, and Claire did not even say a word and did not give any explanation. Kronlaw Bull's anger could burn half of Strasbourg. He just couldn't figure out why Charlotte dared to embarrass him. Why did the 2 saints leave with a mere ordinary person? Why did Claire and Abner rather not give him face and support this guy named Charlotte? Kronlaw Bull was only concerned with being angry, and didn't pay any attention to Charlotte's moving of the barracks. As a family knight order, the Bull Knights were filled with a bunch of relatives and never valued talent. No one could think of the reason why Charlotte did this. Besides, Kronlaw Bull was angry. Who would touch his bad luck? It was dinner time, and Kronlaw Bull ate a few bites and felt that it was not good, so he smashed the tableware, called the chef in front of him, and asked his personal soldiers to hang him. After hanging the chef, he asked someone to make another meal, and then he barely vented his anger. While eating, Kronlaw Bull was thinking about how to write the document to kill Charlotte. In a flash, he had already fabricated dozens of charges against Charlotte, from colluding with foreign countries and spies to robbing women, levying heavy taxes, collecting taxes that should not be collected, and countless moral slander, such as seducing the wife of an officer under his command. He was determined to bring Charlotte to ruin. After dinner, Kronlaw Bull called a clerk in to dictate his speech. When he was halfway through, he heard a shrill cry outside the barracks, "Enemy attack!" He hurriedly walked out of the wooden house with the army, and saw 5 saints floating in the sky. He couldn't help but feel scared. He didn't even have a second thought in his mind. He rushed into the sky and fled in the direction of Strasbourg. Andreas had already predicted his choice. He let out a clear phoenix cry and stopped Kronlaw Bull in just a flash. In terms of speed, the body movement cultivated by the Phoenix General's breathing method was comparable to that of a saint. The two fought for only a few moves, and Kronlaw Bull wanted to get rid of Andreas and had no intention of fighting. But at this time, Monson and Baron Dakis, Nicolau, and another saint also caught up, and an amazing scene appeared. 5 saints besieged Kronlaw Bull. Kronlaw Bull never thought that he would fall into such a desperate situation. When he was young, he still had some heroic spirit, otherwise he would not have been promoted to the saint rank. But after being promoted to the saint rank, he indulged in a life of luxury, eating, drinking and having fun, and became more and more relaxed in his practice. The last time he practiced swordsmanship was a few months ago. He had a hard time fighting these 5 saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty one-on-one, so how could he fight against 5? He was in a hurry to resist, and was hit in the back by a punch from Monson. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his swordsmanship revealed a big flaw. Baron Daki shot off one of his thighs. After being hit continuously, Kronlaw Bull became even more panicked. Andreas took advantage of the situation and stabbed him in the back with a sword. The youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty raised his hand and chopped the head of the Fars noble, smashing his brain. The 5 saints did not expect that it would be so easy to kill the saint of Fars. The previous battles with Krell, Abner, the Old Goat, and Domitian were very difficult. Domitian did not contribute much to hide his identity, but the other 3 were all very powerful, especially the Golden Goat Rolf. He was a genuine old saint who traveled across the sea of giant whales and had been famous for decades. He was not comparable to the new saints like Krell and Abner. Andreas said, "We should not stay for long. The other 3 knights may reinforce at any time. Fars doesn't know if there are other powerful people lurking. Don't worry about the knights below." The other 3 saints agreed. After all, in the battle between empires, ordinary soldiers are cannon fodder, and only the saints are the main force of the battle. There is no point in defeating the Boar knights below. They have killed the opponent's holy leader, so they should retreat quickly. The place where they killed Kronlaw Boar was already 100 miles away from the Boar knights' camp. The ordinary soldiers of the Boar knights didn't know that their commander was gone. They soon found that the besieging army suddenly retreated, and they were jubilant, thinking that they had repelled the enemy. Charlotte did not expect that the Black Phoenix dynasty saints would attack so fiercely, and once they went out, they would attack like a lion attacking a rabbit, with all their strength. 5 saints joined forces. Why was Kronlaw Bull alone? He did not expect that Kronlaw Bull was killed after only a few moves. Claire, like Charlotte, did not expect these things either. He did not even expect that the Black Phoenix dynasty would go all out to attack the Bull Knights. After all, he and Charlotte were nearby and could provide support at any time. After all, Charlotte had no foresight, and didn't know how Kronlaw Bull would deal with him. On the battlefield, he hadn't stood still when seeing his allies in trouble, but he was also afraid that the Black Phoenix dynasty would lure the tiger away from the mountain, and he would send 2 saints to rescue them, and then he would be ambushed and killed in the blink of an eye. So he personally led a combat team, took the Golden Goat Rolf to attack, left the Old Leopard to guard the barracks, and was ready to support at any time. Charlotte's reaction can only be described as mediocre. In ordinary situations, he can deal with it, but when he encounters an enemy with a lot of tricks, he may be calculated. Claire's reaction was more professional than his. He and Abner did not go to rescue Kronlaw Bull at all, but used all their knights to attack the Black Phoenix dynasty's camp directly. Like Charlotte, he believed that the Black Phoenix dynasty's saints would not be fully deployed. Although Claire tried his best in this attack, he did not think of taking risks. Instead, he planned to find Charlotte for help if he encountered more than 3 saints, and let his 2 saints take action. However, Claire Brittany did not expect that he would not encounter any resistance at all, and he destroyed the Black Phoenix dynasty's army in one breath. When he occupied the enemy camp, he did not feel the joy of victory. His heart trembled, and he cried out inwardly, "Not good, they did not leave the holy ranks, nor did they attack our Purple Finch and Maple Leaf. They either went to attack Charlotte Mechlin or Kronlaw Boar." Claire Brittany led the 2 knights without hesitation to rescue Charlotte. After all, Charlotte was closer to him, and was Anne's boyfriend. When the Old Leopard heard that a large army was approaching, he rushed out of the camp and saw Claire. He was still a little confused. It was obvious that this place was not attacked either. Of course, he knew the action target of the Black Phoenix army and shouted, "Come with me to rescue Charlotte." The Old Leopard man hadn't reacted yet. Why did he have to rescue Charlotte? But he still followed Claire. After all, Domitian had traveled the New and Old Worlds for many years, and had a lot of experience. When he encountered something he couldn't figure out, he listened to the advice of smarter people. On the way, Domitian realized that the 5 saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty were not in the military camp, nor did they attack the West Wind, Purple Finch, and Maple Leaf Knights. They must have gone to attack Cronlaw Bull. Charlotte was leading troops to support them, and would inevitably collide with those people, so he hurriedly accelerated. Domitian was extremely fast, and quickly rushed to the camp of the Boar Knights, but there was no fighting here. Charlotte had just arrived and was still fighting with the Boar Knights, who did not allow Charlotte's people to enter. On the way, Charlotte saw the retreating Black Phoenix army, but he did not rush up to provoke, but took advantage of the night to avoid them. The Black Phoenix army was eager to return home, and did not fight with this small army that was obviously avoiding fighting, so the two sides missed each other. Domitian saw that Charlotte was fine, and hurriedly reported the military situation. Charlotte was horrified and worried that Krell and Abner might get into trouble, so he hurriedly asked him and the Golden Goat Rolf to go to help. Charlotte heard the information brought by Domitian, and then she knew that all 5 saints of the Black Phoenix dynasty had been dispatched. She thought, Cronlaw Bull may have been killed, or he was driven away, and he is definitely not in the barracks. He returned to the camp of the Bull Knights without hesitation. When he was blocked again, he kicked the person who blocked his way away. With his 12th level strength, although the saint level was not good enough, he crushed ordinary, supernormal. But it was not a problem. Charlotte challenged 8 extraordinary people from the Bull Knights in one breath, broke into the cabin, kicked open the door of the cabin, and saw a clerk holding a few papers and shaking. Charlotte snatched the document, took a closer look, and suddenly a surge of anger surged up. He didn't know whether Cronlaw Bull had really been killed, but he guessed that the other party must be not good. He broke into the military camp just to discuss this guy once, but saw that Cronlaw Bull had dictated more than half of the document, and looked at the crime on the document, and suddenly he became mad and ordered loudly, "Control the entire Bull Knights. Their leader is gone. I want to recruit the whole group." Charlotte thought viciously, "Cronlaw Bull, you better be killed, otherwise I will definitely kill you. If he succeeds in writing such a vicious letter to attack me, I'm afraid I will have to flee to Ingrima." Charlotte was furious and began to force the soldiers of the Bull Knights to surrender, regardless of whether they were friendly troops. The Bull Knights were the private knights of a great noble, and there were many generals of noble origin, so how could they obey? Whenever Charlotte encountered someone who refused to obey, she would pull him aside and send him to Cappadocia directly through the spiritual channel. No one knew that Charlotte was not a bloodthirsty, ruthless character, but a kind and gentle person in nature. Most people who saw this scene would think that he used some extraordinary means to make those who resisted evaporate from the world. Many soldiers of the Knights of Favonius did not know the truth. They had the same experience. Some kind-hearted soldiers even persuaded the soldiers of the Knights of Bull, "Don't be afraid, we have also experienced it. Those who don't obey will be killed, and those who obey will be fine." Some even said, "My neighbor is a stubborn guy. I've never seen him again. I wish him good luck." The soldiers of the Bull Knights had never seen such cruel means before, and their resistance was greatly weakened. By dawn, Charlotte had reorganized the Bull Knights, swallowed up all the supplies brought by Cronlaw Bull, and slowly retreated. Back at the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius, Charlotte made some arrangements. The Knights of Favonius, which had expanded again, knew that Cronlaw Bull had a team of carpenters who designed a wooden house that could be disassembled at any time and easily assembled. It was really not an extraordinary thing. Charlotte was amazed, and left this carpenter team to the quick-handed clerks to create a comfortable environment for them to rush to finish their manuscripts. Well, Charlotte's novel has not been dictated yet. At noon, Claire and Abner came to him, dusty and tired. When he saw Charlotte, Claire said, "The Golden Goat Rolf and the Saint are still confronting them, and they will retreat after a while. Last night, the battle was really exciting. The 5 saints on our side fought fiercely for a whole night." Abner also added a little, and both of them felt that this battle was a complete victory. After all, they had destroyed the Black Phoenix army's lair, occupied the enemy's military camp, and captured thousands of prisoners. The 3 of them had just chatted for a few words, and the old goat and Domitian also came back, and there was no fatigue on their faces. The Golden Goat Rolf was very powerful, and the old leopard man didn't do much. When Charlotte heard that Krell had captured the Black Phoenix army's camp, his face looked a little strange. He actually also captured a military camp, but it was not convenient to say it, even to Krell. When the 5 were discussing how to proceed, the Black Phoenix army sent an envoy. This envoy was an old acquaintance of Charlotte, Chloe. Chloe brought a wooden box, and said to Charlotte when she saw her, Please don't be sad, victory and defeat are common in the military. Charlotte thought, why should I be sad? Chloe opened the wooden box, and inside was half a body, the lower half. He whispered, Andreas accidentally smashed Kronlaw Bull's head, so he cut off the upper half to report his merit, and can only return the lower half to you. His sword was left by Andreas. Andreas said that if the Bull family is not convinced, they can send someone to Black Phoenix to find him after the war. As long as they win the duel, they can take back the family treasure. Charlotte, Claire, and Abner all had different expressions. Charlotte took a deep breath, and only one word was jumping around in his heart. Cool. The word cool was in his heart. He even patted Chloe and said, I will give you the bodies of the Black Phoenix soldiers who died in the battle yesterday. Chloe nodded. This is inevitable in war. Besides war, there are still human feelings. For example, sending back the bodies of enemy soldiers, or allowing their descendants to take away the relics of their ancestors through duels. Claire sighed and said, we lost. Abner also felt the same way. Although they captured the enemy's base camp, the battle was based on the Battle of the Saints. Fars lost a saint, which was an indisputable loss. The two sides exchanged some things in a friendly and tacit atmosphere. Chloe left behind half of Kronlaw Bull's body and took back hundreds of bodies. In terms of quantity, it was definitely a successful diplomacy. Claire only then remembered that he should notify the Bull Knights. If the Knights were defeated and dispersed, he should also gather soldiers for Kronlaw Bull. He said goodbye to Charlotte in a depressed mood, returned to his camp, and sent a messenger. In the evening, the messenger came back to report that the Bull Knights' camp had been razed to the ground, nothing was left, and there was no Bull Knights nearby. Claire Brittany was shocked when he heard the news, and a word came to his mind, annihilation. He believed that the Bull Knights had been completely wiped out from this world by the Black Phoenix army. Countless documents flew to Strasbourg in the past few days, including a document that Charlotte tampered with a date and disguised as one sent by the Bull Knights a few days ago. This battle alarmed all the nobles in Strasbourg. Even Emperor Julius Axel was alarmed. Chapter 314. Charlotte, Claire, Abner and the Black Phoenix army fought a fierce battle, each suffered losses. Fars lost a saint, and destroyed a knight order. The Black Phoenix army lost almost all of its troops, and the two sides did not start a second battle. The Black Phoenix army could not maintain the front line, because it had no ordinary soldiers, and could only retreat slowly. Charlotte originally wanted to separate from the Black Phoenix army and retreat to Behemoth, but Claire Brittany could not allow himself to retreat like this and insisted on pressing forward step by step. Charlotte finally had no choice but to compromise. After the three knight orders re-entered the South Seraph region, they found that the situation was much better and worse than they expected. The reason why they said it was good was that the Black Phoenix army had lost its lower-level soldiers and could no longer defend the cities they had captured in the early stage. Every time they retreated to a city, they took away the soldiers who had been stationed there and gave up the occupation. Charlotte and his men recaptured several cities without a single drop of blood. The reason why they said it was bad was that South Seraph began to run out of food. Charlotte evacuated a large number of South Seraph women and also withdrew countless supplies. After the Black Phoenix army entered the South Seraph region, it became more difficult to obtain supplies from the rear, and they could only collect military rations and other supplies on the spot. Of course, the South Seraph women were unwilling to sacrifice themselves, and they also wanted to live. The Black Phoenix army had no good feelings towards the South Seraph women and adopted the most brutal suppression. Charlotte felt sad every time she recaptured a city. There were dozens or hundreds of corpses hanging on the walls of almost every city. There were men and women, old people and children. They were all South Slavs who refused to give food. Many people were not unwilling to give, but they really had no food. Crying could be heard in every city day and night. Ever since the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand and the attack by Archduke Joseph, who inherited the Duke's throne, South Slavs have never stopped fighting, and survival has been difficult. During Charlotte's reign, because taxation was abandoned and commerce was vigorously developed, the people of South Seraph could barely maintain their lives. But Charlotte couldn't force himself to cook without rice. He was often not in South Seraph, fighting for his senior sister on St. Michael Island, so the bad situation in South Seraph was not reversed. This time, the Black Phoenix army came and completely collapsed the fragile economy and the life that was barely maintained in South Seraph. Charlotte had no choice. He couldn't transport food here, because if the war didn't stop, and he continued to fight with the army of the Black Phoenix dynasty, the situation would be worse. The food transported would only make the Black Phoenix people fatter, and these ordinary South Seraph people couldn't keep their food. He could only vigorously promote that those who were willing to withdraw to Behemoth with him would be provided with food and lodging by the Knights of Favonius, as well as the allocation of land and houses in other cities. Mrs. Nancila, who was unwilling to leave, was moved by Charlotte's promise. He had a good reputation in Nancila, and with the Black Phoenix army as a comparison, more and more Nancila were willing to leave their hometown. Charlotte tried to arrange for these people to go to Cappadocia. Cappadocia City is on Goling Island, which is the second largest island in the Angrima Empire, but the population is very small. Although there are many mountains, it is not impossible to live there. At least these South Serra ladies have a place to live, and there is a developed trade there, so it is easier to find a job. Soon, the battle line was pushed back to Sedona. However, this time it was the Black Phoenix dynasty's army that occupied the city, while Charlotte's West Wind Knights, Krell's Purple Arc Knights, and Abner's Maple Leaf Knights were outside the city. The Black Phoenix dynasty's army retreated to Sedona and never retreated again, because Sedona transported countless supplies and was their largest supply base, so they could not give up these supplies. Moreover, they gathered the soldiers who occupied South Seraph and became a powerful army again, so there was no need to retreat. The two sides had several tentative battles under the city of Sedona. Claire Brittany and Andreas had to duel every day. The duels between the two sides were as frequent as those between Charlotte and Chloe. Charlotte didn't really want to confront here. He didn't know when the reinforcements from the Black Phoenix dynasty would arrive, but he knew they would definitely arrive. However, it was not certain when the reinforcements from Fars would arrive, and they might not arrive later. But neither Krell nor Abner wanted to give up the city they had recaptured. They had both fought in South Seraph, and the last battle was even named the Brittany Offensive. Krell wanted to avenge his previous defeat and fight a decisive battle with the Black Phoenix army. Charlotte had no choice but to cooperate with him. All he could do was to quietly withdraw the ordinary soldiers and replace them with Maze Guards. The Maze Guards in his hands were part orc warriors and part pirates, and a large proportion of them were extraordinary, so their combat effectiveness was quite strong. Charlotte didn't even leave Dubin, Anastasia, and others behind, and asked them to withdraw to Behemoth. The battle line was deadlocked in Sedona. In a flash, more than 10 days passed. Charlotte was worried every day. Claire, on the other hand, was addicted to fighting with Andreas. He went into seclusion and thought hard when he returned to the barracks, trying to suppress Andreas the next day. On this day, Claire rose as usual. Andreas also took off. Just as the two were preparing to fight as usual, Charlotte saw a scene that she would never forget. Countless clouds suddenly floated in the sky in the direction of the Black Phoenix dynasty. These clouds were very strange and were actually alive. Although ordinary clouds also float slowly, they all seem to be still when viewed from the ground. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that the clouds are moving. But these clouds are changing in all directions and sweeping in, which is completely different from ordinary clouds. Charlotte looked at it for a while and couldn't help but said in surprise, "It's birds. So many birds form a huge cloud-like monster. What's going on?" Occasionally, huge flocks of birds will appear on the earth, but that is an extremely rare phenomenon. Charlotte doesn't believe that this thing will appear near the battlefield for no reason. The old leopard was experienced. He only took a glance and cried out, "That's not a bird, that's someone's fighting spirit, a sign of appearance." Charlotte was shocked and said, "Can this person's fighting spirit cover several miles of sky?" Domitian said, "There is only one person in the Black Phoenix dynasty who has such power." This time it was Charlotte's turn to cry out, "Is Viscount Constantine coming? How is it possible? Why is he here? This person's fighting spirit is so strong, aren't we doomed?" Charlotte was at least a peak intermediate level transcendent. How could she not know that if the countless birds were the manifestation of Constantine's fighting spirit, it could only mean one thing, that Krell, Abner, the old goat and Domitian combined would not be this person's opponent. Chapter 315. Claire turned around and left without hesitation. When he landed in the military camp, he found Charlotte and whispered, "We, the Saints, will definitely be targeted by Viscount Constantine, and we will definitely not be able to leave, but you are still a mid-level. If you leave now, you still have a chance to escape. Go back to Strasbourg and give my parents a message, just say. Claire Brittany will always love them." Abner Sume also looked depressed. She handed a cufflink to Charlotte and said, "Please give this to my family too." Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "We are friends, although I know that at this time, we shouldn't." Claire reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Everyone has their own responsibilities, Charlotte. We know what kind of person you are, and it's your turn to leave this time." Just as Charlotte was about to say a few more words, she heard an ordinary voice coming from a very far distance. Constantine, you have already cultivated your phoenix breathing method to the peak, and there is no way forward. You actually played tricks on the meditation method. What's the point of using it to scare young people? Claire and Abner both showed relief for surviving the disaster. They hugged Charlotte and cried with joy. Claire shouted, "It's my uncle, the Count of Brittany, who is here. We are safe." Abner also patted Charlotte's shoulder hard. This guy was a captain of 10,000 cavalry after all, and his hand was very strong. He almost made Charlotte vomit blood. Fortunately, Charlotte was still strong. Charlotte looked up at the sky and saw a black line, cutting through the atmosphere and splitting the sky. Wherever it passed, the whole sky seemed to be split in half. Although it doesn't look as magnificent as the birds in the sky, but in fact, the momentum is not inferior at all, and there is even a sense of pride. The two sides may be hundreds of kilometers apart, but the spirit, will, momentum and killing intent have been exchanged in the air, which is more exciting than any holy level battle Charlotte has ever seen. This is the peak battle of the holy level. The countless birds in the sky mountain suddenly stagnated, and then formed a majestic face. This face was unexpectedly young, and it looked only more than 30 years old. Viscount Constantine manipulated the face formed by the birds, hummed softly, shook the atmosphere, and sent the voice far away. "Brittany, haven't you made no progress in all these years? I heard that you have started looking for suitable weapons. Isn't it a joke that we still need to rely on external objects?" The black line passed straight over the sky of Sedona City, and a handsome and unrestrained middle-aged uncle appeared. He was wearing a simple suit of nobles, as if he was walking in his own garden. He was calm and composed, and there was no tension at all. The Count of Brittany smiled and said, "Why do you make yourself younger? You are already in your 40s. No matter how you pretend, you can't be truly young anymore." The face controlled by Viscount Constantine said, in a slightly low voice, "It's just some side effects of cultivation." The top masters of the two empires, although they argued with each other, had no intention of fighting. Both of them knew that their duel was by no means a simple matter. It might be related to the rise and fall of the two empires. Once someone died, at least the entire battle line would collapse, and it might even affect the overall situation. Well, the two of them are actually the overall situation. They both know each other well, and they know that even if everyone fights, the winner will not be determined in a short time. This kind of battle is meaningless, so it is better to save some energy. After Viscount Constantine finished speaking these words, the birds in the sky quietly dispersed as they appeared. Count Brittany also landed in the military camp under the city. Charlotte had a feeling that the next step should belong to his highlight moment. He was quite nervous. At this moment, Charlotte's attention was all on the Count of Brittany, but in her peripheral vision, she could still see that Krell and Abner both took a step back in tacit understanding, giving her the center position. These two had no good intentions. Well, let's not talk about friends at this moment. The old leopard man demissioned it consciously. The golden goat Rolf couldn't hide, so he could only stand behind Charlotte. If he had a choice, he would rather kneel down than stand upright. If he had the Queen Bee or St. Michael's Island in his hands, why would the golden goat Rolf fear a mere Count of Brittany? But now, the old goat was more than afraid. He was even afraid. What he feared most was that he didn't know when Charlotte Mecklin would say, "Go." He would have to pounce on her like a mad dog. But facing the Count of Brittany, only death awaited him, and it would not be a peaceful death. The Count of Brittany really ignored anyone, but just walked to Charlotte and asked casually, "Are you the Charlotte that, and often mentioned to me?" Charlotte wanted to answer, "No." But in this situation, he could only bite the bullet and say, "Charlotte Mecklin, now it is." The Earl of Brittany said lightly, "Don't tell me about your long list of political identities. There are too many words, and it is meaningless." Charlotte nodded hurriedly, racking her brains to come up with a sentence. "How is and recently?" The Earl of Brittany said lightly, "Very well, she often mentions you in front of me." Charlotte suddenly felt that she had asked a stupid question, and would definitely say something nice about him. But the more Anne said so, the more the old Earl's rebellious psychology might become. Charlotte wanted to make amends, and hurriedly said, "I miss and all the time." The eyes of the Earl of Brittany suddenly turned cold, and Charlotte felt that the whole world dimmed by a shade. This kind of pressure was really not much less than facing the evil god. After all, the evil god was just a breath, but the Earl of Brittany was right in front of him. Count Brittany said calmly, "Do you occasionally think about Minnie or Princess May? I heard that you generously gave each of them a ship." The sweat on Charlotte's forehead immediately flowed down, and he couldn't stop it. He squeezed out all the wisdom of 2 lives, and said something that could blow the Virgin Mary's dragon. I think those two ships are not worthy of Anne. Count Brittany looked at Charlotte deeply and said, there are not many young people who can brag so openly in front of me. Claire quietly took a half step back. He was the young man who didn't dare to brag openly in the Earl's words. Abner Sume also took a half step back, and he was also. Both of them could only pray silently for Charlotte. This bull is too big, they can't think of it, how can Charlotte make it up next? Chapter 316. Charlotte couldn't think of how to justify this boast. St. Michael's Island is good, but this thing is the territory of Ingramar. It's fine for him to occupy it, but giving it away would be a bit unreasonable. That divine creature? Whether it's appropriate to give it away privately is another matter, but it's definitely not appropriate to give it away publicly. Other things. Will it be a chance to summon the evil god for Anne? The Count of Brittany will definitely kill him alive. Maybe he was quick-witted, or maybe people can do anything when they are pushed to the limit. Charlotte said in a gentle tone, in this world, even heroes will grow old, even emperors will age. Even the most powerful will be lonely and embarrassed, even the most wealthy will leave their owners, and even the most precious treasures will be useless one day. But there is one thing that can last forever as long as humans are still around. That is civilization. Annie and I have written several novels together, and the quality of these novels is quite good. I believe that even after 100 years, or even 200 years, or even 500 years, there will still be people who read them and remember that these novels were written by a man named Charlotte Mecklin for his favorite girl. I don't know how long your reputation can be engraved in history, but I can assure you that Anne's name will be passed down longer than yours, and much longer. In no more than 100 years, maybe 50 years, someone will mention your name and say, oh, we know, it's Miss Anne's father. Claire and Abner quietly took another step back. They both knew that Charlotte wrote novels, and they also felt that Charlotte's words were too manly and too romantic. However, the last two sentences were too bold. Although they both silently felt that what Charlotte said might really become a reality, and the pen name in Macron would indeed be more popular than the Count of Brittany, they also felt that this statement was a bit too exciting. Anyway, they didn't dare to brag like Charlotte did. Besides their limited skills, they couldn't really brag. Courage was also a key factor. Claire even felt that when he faced Constantine, he might not have the courage that Charlotte had when she faced the Count of Brittany. It took more courage to say those words. Abner gave his friend a look, which probably meant, what should we do next? Claire didn't know what to do. Charlotte thought that she was a Chinese teacher in her previous life, not a math teacher. He made a final statement passionately. In my mind, no real treasure can match Anne. Only the cornerstone of civilization of a continent, and the glorious history can match Miss Anne of Brittany. The Earl of Brittany took a deep breath and said, Charlotte Mecklin, you are indeed the boldest young man I have ever seen. You can make a set of unreasonable words sound so wonderful. The most rare thing is that I can't refute it logically. Count Brittany patted Charlotte on the shoulder and said, do you know how many times I wanted to kill you myself? 168 times. The Firequell silver rhino in your hand. It was the tool I prepared to use to shoot you in the first 56 times. I thought that after killing you, this weapon would be useless. Charlotte couldn't help but touch his thigh. Of course, there was no silver rhino on his leg. It had been a long time since he replaced the silver rhino with a rattlesnake, but he still felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if he had survived a disaster. Count Breton withdrew his hand, looked towards the direction of Sedona, and said, go to Sedona and help me send a message to Viscount Constantine saying, if he doesn't do anything, I won't do anything either. Charlotte agreed and left in a hurry. She walked a long way, and cold sweat continued to come out of her body. Claire and Abner came over and greeted Count Breton. The two of them were very tacit, and never mentioned Charlotte again. Count Breton treated the two juniors much more gently. He rewarded them with a few words, chose a military carriage, and said that except for 3 meals a day, they didn't need to disturb him. Claire said with lingering fear, I thought Charlotte might die today. Abner Sume also whispered, Charlotte is really brave, but what he said is really powerful. The most important thing is that I think his words may really come true. His novels are really good. Claire nodded. He also read Charlotte's novels. Now on the front line of Ferlandon, and Mecklin's novels have become important strategic materials. Charlotte rushed out of the barracks, and then thought, should I take the old goat with me? But he immediately realized that if he was alone, he might not be in danger, but if he took the golden goat Rolf, the Black Phoenix Dynasty saints would definitely attack the old goat with all their strength. After all, there were not many opportunities to kill the enemy saints, and even Viscount Constantine might do it himself. Charlotte mustered up his courage. He actually didn't think it took much courage to deliver a message. After all, Facing the Count of Brittany was much more dangerous than delivering a letter. Charlotte could sense that the Count of Brittany had also intended to kill him. But why didn't he? It must be because of Anne. There was no other reason. When they arrived at the foot of Sedona, Charlotte shouted, "I'm here to bring a message for the Count of Brittany." As soon as he finished shouting, he saw Chloe's face. Chloe looked sympathetic and said on the top of the city, "Come into the city." Charlotte hurriedly said, "I'm just bringing a message and will leave immediately." "There's no need to go into the city." Chloe said, "Viscount Constantine wants to see you." Charlotte's cold sweat, which had just disappeared, came out again. He had already met Count Brittany, and didn't want to see Viscount Constantine again. This was not a world where signing in and punching in would get rewards. Count Brittany would not kill him for Anne's sake, but Viscount Constantine didn't need to look at anyone's face. What if he wanted to kill him? Charlotte refused repeatedly. He had just finished saying several fabricated reasons when he heard a serious voice coming from Sedona. The boy who brought a message to Brittany, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Chloe spread her hands and made a helpless expression. Charlotte was really helpless. He whispered, "Can I really not refuse?" Chloe said, "What do you think?" Chapter 317. Viscount Constantine was indeed very young, just like his face made of birds. He smiled at Charlotte and said, "Mr. Mecklin, I'm glad to see you. But it's not that I have anything to say, but another gentleman wants to see you." Charlotte was slightly surprised. The person who could get Viscount Constantine to come forward and help keep the guests must be of very high status. He then noticed that there were 7 or 8 people in the living room. In addition to the 5 saints, there was a man with a high nose and deep eyes, and his eyes were blue. He was very imposing in his every move, and it was obvious that he must have been in a high position for a long time. As for the others, they were obviously not in a good position, such as Chloe. Charlotte believed that the 5 Black Phoenix saints were definitely not people who could make Viscount Constantine show up, and there was no need for them to do so. She said to the man with a high nose and deep blue eyes, "I wonder what this gentleman wants to talk to me about." The man smiled slightly, stood up and saluted. Charlotte was slightly startled, because this was the etiquette of the Lionheart dynasty, which was different from the etiquette of Fars and Black Phoenix. The man really started to introduce himself. "I am Conroe of the Lionheart dynasty. I was originally ordered to go on a mission to the Black Phoenix, but I didn't expect to meet you here. However, my identity needs to be kept secret for the time being, so I can only ask Viscount Constantine to come forward and ask you to meet. Please allow me to represent the current Lionheart king, and extend my most sincere greetings to you." Charlotte always felt that people should not be always startled, but Mr. Conroe's words were too shocking. He hurriedly said, "How did His Majesty Baldwin Asa know me?" Kong Luo smiled and said, "Your Majesty has the honor of reading the book Charles the Lionheart. I am very pleased that someone has written a biography of Charlemagne with detailed text and respect for history. I have ordered 500,000 copies from the publisher and donated them to every library in every country in the Old World, so that no library will lack this classic work. There are also plans to donate this book to libraries in the New World in the future. My mission to Black Phoenix this time, like the other envoys, is for Mr. Mecklin." Kong Luo glanced at all the Black Phoenix nobles present and said, "His Majesty Baldwin Asa hopes that no matter what stage the war enters this time, if you encounter Lord Mecklin on the battlefield, please show mercy and don't hurt his life. We, the Lionheart dynasty, are willing to pay a large sum of money to redeem Lord Mecklin." Similarly, His Majesty Baldwin Asa also made the same request on behalf of Miss Anne of Brittany. "I have obtained the consent of His Majesty Giannis Hadrian, and I hope you can respect the friendship of the Lionheart dynasty." Charlotte really didn't expect that Mr. Conroe would bring her such a huge surprise. He also didn't expect that Princess May's advice to him to praise King Richard the Lionheart more in his new novel would actually yield such a reward. But this reward was too amazing. Charlotte hurriedly returned the courtesy and said, "His Majesty Baldwin Asa is so kind, Charlotte Mecklin doesn't know how to repay him." Conroe smiled and said, "As long as you write a good novel, it will be fine. There is one more thing. His Majesty Baldwin Asa deeply believes that Lord Mecklin's ancestors should also be people of the Lionheart dynasty. It was only because of some unspeakable reasons that they moved to Fars, so he also gave you the status of a formal citizen of the Lionheart dynasty again. I still have a document with me." The same document, the other envoys also brought a copy. His Majesty Baldwin Asa instructed that if he had the opportunity to meet you, he would hand it over in person. If he was not lucky enough to meet you, he must take this document back. Charlotte checked the document that Kong Luo handed over and found that there were 2 copies. Kong Luo blinked his eyes deliberately and showed a knowing smile. Charlotte thought to herself. It's just a formal citizenship, but it's not only very mysterious, but also very grand. He put the document in his arms, stayed for a while, relayed the words of the Count of Brittany, and then said goodbye. After all, this is the enemy's camp, and Charlotte didn't dare to stay for long. What's more, he had to face Viscount Constantine, the top master of the Black Phoenix dynasty, and the pressure was really great. After leaving Sedona, Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. He took out 2 documents and found that only one of them was for him, and the other was for Anne of Brittany. Charlotte did not open Anne's copy, but opened her own copy. Inside was not a formal citizen's document, but a letter of appointment signed by the current Lionheart King, Baldwin Asa. Sir Charlotte Mecklin, with outstanding achievements and excellent character, has made irreplaceable contributions to the Lionheart dynasty, and is hereby promoted to the 24th level of the Lionheart dynasty, appointed as the book commissioner of Lionheart Palace and literary advisor of Cold Spring Palace. Charlotte felt her hands trembling as she held the document. He was always stuck at the 25th level, 5th grade general affairs officer in the Fars Empire, but he was very successful in Engrima and the Lionheart dynasty. Although they were not important political positions, they were both key positions where they could often see the emperor, and could even have an impact on the political arena of the 2 empires. Charlotte thought to herself, should I also write something to the founding emperor of Fars? He thought hard but couldn't find a suitable target, so he had to give up for the time being. He did think that he could change the classic masterpiece of the father of the author of The Lady of the Camellias to please the Count of Brittany. Of course, some small details that were not suitable for Fars must be changed one by one to avoid angering the first master of the Fars Empire. Charlotte took a deep breath and went to see the Count of Brittany immediately after returning to the military camp. The Count did not embarrass Charlotte, nor did he refuse to see her, and let him get on the military carriage for a temporary rest. This military carriage was just an ordinary style that accompanied the army. The furnishings were ordinary and a bit old. Charlotte thought for a while, quietly put the dark luxury and the document on the small table in the military carriage, and told everything that happened on the way to Sedona. Count Brittany didn't say anything, just picked up the document, opened it and read it for a while, smiled slightly, and said, and hasn't graduated yet, but she has a good job. Charlotte wanted to ask what position the current Lionheart King Baldwin Asa gave Anne, and whether she had a political identity, but she heard Count Brittany said lightly, what happened to you in Seagull City before, it must not happen again. Chapter 318. Sweat immediately broke out on Charlotte's face. Of course, she knew everything he had done in Seagull City. Although it was all about his predecessor, he could not argue it out even if he had a lot of mouths. Charlotte suppressed her anger and asked, do you know everything? This suicidal impulse. She was also worried about whether the Count of Brittany knew about her sister's affairs. But he knew that the best outcome for him was to never know whether the Count of Brittany knew about it. The Count of Brittany took the document and said, go out. He got off the military carriage first, freeing himself from the dark luxury. Charlotte also got off the carriage. When he saw the Count boarding the carriage, he thought about it, gritted his teeth, and followed him into the carriage. The Count of Brittany repeatedly read the document, and was obviously very happy about Anne's new position. After all, which old father would not like to see his daughter have an outstanding future? Although he was in Fars, and could handle everything for Anne, he had no way to promote Anne to the 24th level in one go. After all, he was only a count, not an emperor, and still needed to endure for a few years before she could be promoted to an insurmountable class. Charlotte had a position and political status in Ingramar and the Lionheart dynasty, but she could not influence Fars. However, if this document fell into the hands of the Count of Brittany, he could let his daughter obtain a considerable status after graduation. This is power. After graduation, Anne of Brittany will be several years ahead of all young nobles, and get a head start in the political arena. Even for the Count of Brittany, this document is a very precious gift. The Count of Brittany glanced at Charlotte and thought, this guy is not bragging. This document alone is enough to make Anne a legend. He is already famous now. If he writes a few more novels, and accumulates more years, he can enter the upper class even without a political status. Of course, the identity of a novelist alone is definitely not enough, but in addition to being a novelist, he can also get along well in the 3 empires, so he has some skills. Although he didn't want to admit it, Count Brittany had to say in his heart, my daughter has a good eye. This kid is almost impeccable except for his character. As for his character? I still want to kill him. Although Count Brittany's murderous intention was not strong, it still made Charlotte tremble with fear for a long time. He didn't understand why the Count suddenly wanted to kill him again. He didn't do anything just now, Count Brittany read the document over and over again 7 or 8 times, and then carefully and contentedly put it away. After all, it was a handwritten document of the current Lionheart King. Even among the nobles, it was quite prestigious. Not to mention, this document was closely related to Anne's future. The Count of Brittany put away the document and said calmly, "Which country do you plan to settle in the future?" Charlotte didn't know why the Count asked about this matter. He said carefully, "This matter must depend on your opinion and Anne's opinion. It doesn't matter where I settle down." The Count of Brittany said, "You'd better go to Ingramar, Lionheart, or the New World." Charlotte didn't know what the Count meant. In theory, the Count shouldn't help break up the couple, and he mentioned you, which must include Anne. He thought about it for a while, and was shocked. He whispered, "It's all up to you." The Count of Brittany whispered, "Go out. Maybe you can settle in Fars in the future, who knows?" Charlotte didn't dare to say much, and quietly got out of the dark luxury, but she was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Although the Count of Brittany didn't say anything, and even implied that he agreed with her and Anne's relationship, the Count also hinted that they would be in danger if they stayed in Fars. Will Fars be defeated? Or will the Breton family be in danger? Charlotte thought for a while, but she couldn't figure it out, so she had to stop worrying about it. He issued an order to his subordinates to serve the Count comfortably, and without any mistakes. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he had left Dorothy and Belisa in Machupi, and Anastasia was also sent to Behemoth. Otherwise, seeing these beautiful girls in the Knights of Favonius would definitely have a bad impression on Count Brittany. With Count Brittany and Viscount Constantine in charge of the front line, the war not only did not subside, but became more intense. The Black Phoenix dynasty continued to reinforce, and the number of saints on the front line exceeded 10. The Fars Empire did not continue to support, but soon after the war began, a reinforcement came from Ingrima, which also made the number of saints on the Fars side exceed 10. The armies of both sides were constantly mobilized, and they fought repeatedly in the territory of the South Seraph region. When the army passed through, many areas of South Seraph became uninhabited areas, and several cities were completely destroyed in succession, and a large number of South Seraph women were displaced. Charlotte was ordered by the Earl of Brittany not to participate in the battle. He could only devote all his energy to rescuing the South Seraph women. He was constantly sent to the rear by the South Seraph women who lost their homes due to the war, and then sent to different cities. Middleman in Cappadocia City, because he had 2 cities, 3 extraordinary warships, 2 of which were captured Byron warships, and more than 200 warships, was in urgent need of a large number of people. Charlotte's continuous supply of Lady Nancila met her needs. Middleman was trying to persuade the 3 saints, who were originally detained on St. Michael Island to surrender, but he never achieved any results. After Charlotte signed a magic contract with the Golden Goat Rolf and seized St. Michael Island, she left St. Michael Island and did not stay in Cappadocia City. She went back to the front line of Sedona directly, so she did not intervene in this matter. Although these 3 saints had been imprisoned for a long time, Golden Goat Rolf had always wanted to subdue them, and had not tortured them too much. They were unwilling to serve Lao Shanai or Middleman. But Middleman did not want to let them go. Once these saints were free, they might become her enemies. Middleman did not want to have 3 more saints as enemies. She occasionally thought that Charlotte could easily organize soldiers from various sources, and use strategies, to gain the loyalty of Golden Goat Rolf. If this junior was here, he would definitely be able to solve this problem. However, she also knew that South Seraph was fighting a war, and it was another huge battle after Felendon. It was impossible for her to leave, so she could only sigh. Chapter 319. Charlotte got up in the morning, greeted the Count of Brittany, and then watched his men serve breakfast to the Count, and prepared the black tea that the Count liked, and then hurriedly got down to work. Although he could not buy many high-end luxury goods due to his status, he still did everything properly. The Count did not praise him during this period, but he basically did not show any murderous intent. During this period, Charlotte's Knights of Favonius became active again, and established camps in almost all areas of South Seraph. These camps basically do not participate in the battle, but mainly perform rescue work. Not only do they rescue Lady Nancila, but they also rescue the wounded soldiers of Fars, Ingrima, and even Black Phoenix. Many wounded soldiers of Black Phoenix were left behind on the battlefield by their own army, but were found by the Knights of Favonius and brought back to the camp to treat their injuries. They have become the Knights of the Field Hospital, and are well received not only in Fars, but also in Ingrima and Black Phoenix. Charlotte even gives novels to the wounded for free to help them pass the time. The Lionheart dynasty's envoy asked the major empires for Charlotte's death exemption. Charlotte couldn't be ungrateful, and just changed careers. Charlotte arrived at a nearby camp, which was strictly built according to the modern medical system. Although Charlotte was not a professional, most temporary medical treatment methods were common sense on Earth. Although they might not be known to everyone, there were few people who didn't know them at all. For example, try to use boiling water for disinfection and clean white cloth bandages. As for alcohol, there was really no cheap alcohol in the old world. Charlotte couldn't afford high-end champagne. Low-alcohol fruit wine and beer were definitely useless for disinfection, but they attracted bacteria to grow, so they couldn't be used. Despite this, many injured soldiers still greatly increased their chances of survival. Charlotte inspected the camp and sighed slightly. Although he tried his best to save people, the number of wounded soldiers admitted by the Knights of Favonius continued to increase. The battlefield in South Seraph was like a snowball. The war became more and more intense. The more troops both sides invested, the more soldiers they invested, and the scale of the battle continued to expand. This was a vicious circle. Charlotte was a little sad, but she also knew that she could not do more. She inspected the camp, gathered her mood, and went to another camp. He tried his best, but he could only inspect 2 or 3 camps in a day. That night, he could not return to his own camp, so he rested in a camp. In the middle of the night, Charlotte suddenly heard a commotion and hurriedly got up, only to see an army of Ingrima breaking into the camp. He took a breath and shouted loudly, "I am Charlotte Mecklin. Which friendly army are you?" An officer stood up and said politely. It turned out to be Mr. Mecklin, the Red Dragon Palace's book commissioner and the Nether Spring Palace's literary consultant. We are the Firefly Knights. We just fought a battle with a Black Phoenix unit. There are a lot of wounded soldiers. We can't take them away. Can you help us take care of these brothers? Charlotte's position in Ingrima is higher than Farz's. He is already a 3rd-level counselor of the 22nd rank. He has long crossed the insurmountable class. He is also the favorite of the 15th Emperor of the Ingrima Empire, His Majesty Alfred Guillaume, so the officer is quite polite. Charlotte hurriedly said, "Send everyone in quickly. Did you take all the people away on the battlefield? Is there anything missing? Whether there is or not, please tell me the location. We, the Knights of Favonius, will go to help clean up the battlefield." The officer was very happy and said, "I have heard that Mr. Mecklin is a kind person. Our battle site is in a forest 15 kilometers southwest. We won, and Black Phoenix retreated in a hurry, and didn't have time to rescue their people." Charlotte nodded and said, "I know, he asked people to welcome this night group in, take in all the wounded, and do an examination." Charlotte is an Earthling, and knows that some unethical armies will do shameless things, such as sneaking into such field hospitals, and then slaughtering doctors and nurses, so they must check the wounded to see if they are really wounded, and whether they are carrying weapons, and there are also strict requirements for the army that sends the wounded. After accepting this batch of wounded, Charlotte arranged the defense of the camp, and then led the people to set off in a hurry. Not long after, they found the battlefield. There were about 100 corpses on the battlefield, and dozens of Black Phoenix wounded. The officer of Ingrima was kind enough to remind them. Charlotte buried the bodies of the soldiers from both sides on the spot, marked them, and recorded them, so that the families of these soldiers could carry away the remains of their loved ones in the future, and then took the wounded back to the camp. Charlotte did not expect that when he was doing this, someone was staring at him from high in the sky. It was Andresia, the youngest saint of the Black Phoenix dynasty. She sighed and said to herself, "Charlotte Mecklin, you really should only write novels and be a doctor, not go to the battlefield. Since you saved the Black Phoenix soldiers, I let you go this time. You won't be so lucky next time. I definitely take you prisoner." Andresia also knew that as she came forward and brought the wounded back, it would increase the burden of the march. The battle was too intense, and it was too difficult to take care of the wounded. Charlotte's Knights of Favonius changed to the Field Hospital Knights, which were highly praised within the Black Phoenix army. Whenever they encountered the Knights of Favonius, most of the Black Phoenix army would choose to avoid them. Charlotte didn't know that he was almost captured. He took the injured soldiers of the Black Phoenix army back to the camp and organized people to treat them. After treating 2 groups of wounded soldiers, it was already dawn. Charlotte was about to take a nap when she heard a noisy sound. A night group surrounded the camp. Someone shouted loudly, "People inside, come out and surrender, otherwise we will launch an attack." Charlotte hadn't fought for a while, and was a little surprised to hear this. He took a group of maze guards out of the camp. Seeing that they were in the uniforms of the Knights of Fars, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I am Charlotte Mecklin, the 25th level and 5th level General Affairs Officer of the Empire, and the Patrol Army of the Lukavaro District." Before Charlotte finished reporting her first government identity, she heard someone shouting from the other side, "Shut up. We just heard that someone was protecting the Black Phoenix army, so we came to investigate. We have raided 3 camps and found a large number of Black Phoenix army wounded. Are you Charlotte Mecklin? We are looking for you." Charlotte was furious when she heard that 3 camps were thoroughly investigated, but she did not refute and just asked, "What department are you from?" The other party replied, "You are not worthy of knowing." Charlotte waved her hand and said, "Black Phoenix Army Sneak Attack, Charge." Chapter 320. Sheltering the Black Phoenix Army. If this crime is proven, there is a 70% to 80% chance of being hanged. Charlotte is a typical time traveler, and there is no option of surrendering and making compromises in his dictionary. For him, "You are unkind and I am unjust. If you use this method to deal with me, I will kill your whole family." Well, this is very Charlotte. It is also very time traveler. He now has positions in Ingrima and the Lionheart dynasty, and he is really not afraid of the suppression from the Far's officialdom. Charlotte now has 2 saints around him all year round, as well as a group of orcs and pirates who have been transformed into May's guards, including many extraordinary people. When he went out to rescue the wounded on the battlefield just now, the old leopard changed into an ordinary person and hid in a team. If Andreas took action, it would be really fun. With Charlotte's current private armed strength, it would be difficult to defeat him unless Viscount Constantine took action. This night group did not expect that Charlotte would not even make an argument and would take action as soon as he said. Suddenly, some people panicked and shouted, "We are the Military Law Enforcement Department of the General Office of the Central Government. You dare to attack our Knights of the Law Enforcement Department, and you will be punished even more severely." In this small situation, the Golden Goat Rolf and Domitian certainly would not take action, and even Charlotte had no intention of taking action. Big Bear Tyrant took the lead, swung the meteor hammer, and immediately beat more than a dozen Knights of the Law Enforcement Department into pieces. A leader like man was originally watching coldly with a murderous look on his face, but when he saw dozens of extraordinary people appear, he immediately realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Stop! Charlotte Mecklin, stop! I am..." A knight's lance shot out, and the one who shot it was a senior pirate, originally a deputy leader of the Golden Goat Pirates, nicknamed the Sea Snake King, a 13th level extraordinary person, with tricky and vicious pistol skills, knocking the man's words out of his stomach. The 2 sides exchanged a few moves, and the leader of the law enforcement department saw his subordinates being slaughtered piece by piece like cutting melons and vegetables. He was shocked and frightened, wondering how this mere 25th level 5th level general affairs director could have so many extraordinary people under his command. Charlotte didn't know why this guy came to trouble her, so she pointed and said, "Leave one alive." He didn't mean to kill all the remaining people. Charlotte was not that cruel, but this sentence sounded like a death sentence to the head of the law enforcement department. Charlotte killed the rest of them, so she definitely couldn't leave any alive. At most, she would force some confessions, and then kill them to silence them. He really didn't expect that a simple mission would hit such a big iron plate. He fought the Sea Snake King for more than 10 moves, and finally got a breath of fresh air. He shouted, "Charlotte Mecklin, you can't escape even if you kill us." Charlotte said coldly, "I will kill the witnesses more cleanly." He turned back and shouted loudly to the barracks, "Which brother of the Black Phoenix Army wants to take the credit for annihilating the Knights of the Law Enforcement Department?" Immediately someone shouted loudly, "We, the Knights of Queden, are willing to take the credit." The leader of the Law Enforcement Department secretly groaned. He didn't expect that Charlotte could do such a thing. You can just find a Black Phoenix Army to take the credit. He was no match for the Sea Serpent King. He was shot down by the veteran pirate when he was distracted for a moment. Immediately, more than a dozen soldiers of the Knights of Favonius rushed over and tied him up. The head of the Law Enforcement Department was dragged in front of Charlotte like a dead dog. Charlotte asked calmly, "Who ordered you to investigate me?" The head of the Law Enforcement Department was quite tough and said, "I want to investigate you." Charlotte nodded and said, "When I return to Strasbourg, I will kill your whole family. I promise that not even a single person will be left alive, including cats and dogs." The head of the Law Enforcement Department was furious and shouted, "Charlotte, you dare to do this? Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Anyway, your whole family is dead." The head of the Law Enforcement Department fell into boundless fear. He did not expect to meet someone like Charlotte, who was even more terrifying than Zimmerman back then. Zimmerman had never done anything so cruel. He only killed people in duels, and he would not kill the whole family at will. The head of the Law Enforcement Department whispered, "I am Yannick Orr, the 21st Class 4 Warrant Officer of the Military Law Enforcement Department. The Duchess of Meza sent me to investigate you." Charlotte was a little surprised. He knew the Duchess of Mezu and had been to her auction, but the two had nothing to do with each other. How could she be targeted by the Duchess of Mezu? He said nothing and looked coldly at the officer of the military law enforcement department. With their leader captured alive, the knights of the law enforcement department lost their fighting spirit and surrendered one after another. As the soldiers were captured and escorted to the camp, Yannick Orr, the 21st class 4th warrant officer of the military law enforcement department, could no longer bear the pressure and whispered, "It's because you won the heart of Miss Sophia Gallinade." So a junior of the Grand Duchess was very angry and wanted to teach you a lesson. Charlotte didn't expect that this matter could be so tortuous, and said lightly, "Who?" Yannick Orr said, "Alan's cook, general manager of the Central Government Office Logistics Department." Charlotte tilted her head and said, "I don't believe it. I give you one last chance." Grand Duchess Mezu is indeed powerful, but Charlotte really doesn't believe that she would kill him just for a junior. Although he is not from a noble family, and has roots in Fars, the Grand Duchess must have a reason for doing this. Alan's cook can only be a fuse, not a bomb. Yannick Orr's forehead was covered with sweat, and he whispered, "It's because of the fleet." Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly realized, and had said at the auction that the Duchess of Mezu was in charge of 1/6 of the Empire's navy. The Northern Fleet was the family army of the Duchess of Mezu, and never pledged allegiance to His Majesty the Emperor, but only to the Mezu family. If it weren't for Zimmerman Axel Robin bringing back the Pirate King's fleet, and the Duchess of Mezu losing part of her fleet while exploring the raging sea a few years ago, the size of the Northern Fleet at its peak would have been half of the Empire's navy. However, with the disappearance of Zimmerman, Duchess Mezu sold a large amount of property, and used it to build new warships. She began to become stronger and stronger. Although she has not yet recovered to her peak, she has become an important figure in the Imperial Navy. Unfortunately, all this was broken by Middleman. Middleman has 3 magic alchemy warships. St. Michael Island and Cappadocia are just ordinary seaside ports, which are not worth much, but they are already a new rising force in the Imperial Navy. Chapter 321. The Duchess of Mezu wants to restore her position in the Imperial Navy. Middleman is a new rising force in the Imperial Navy. The conflict between the two sides is on the verge of breaking out and may escalate at any time. In the early stage, Middleman even had to rely on robbing pirates and Charlotte's funding to gain a foothold, which shows how much this senior sister was excluded and suppressed in the Navy. This suppression is 100% from the Duchess of Mezu. Now the Duchess of Mezu can't do anything about Middleman. Perhaps she heard the news that Charlotte had helped her, so she turned to pinching a soft persimmon. As for the jealousy of the younger generation, it is just a side issue. Or maybe Duchess Mezu wanted to attack Middleman, but didn't know which target to choose for a while, so Mr. Allen's cook provided her with the target. Of course, Charlotte would not let Mr. Allen's cook go. "Damn, why did you suddenly conflict with Duchess Mezu?" Although Charlotte complained, she also understood that she was still a small figure in the Fars Empire system, and still could not cross the insurmountable class. Duchess Mezu roughly treated him as an ant on the roadside, and when she was about to crush him to death, she didn't bother to consider whether he had a backer. Anyway, even if there is a backer, it may not be able to resist the power of Duchess Mezu, and it is unlikely that they will choose to offend a powerful female archduchess for Charlotte. Although they are all archduchesses, the power of Duchess Mezu is not comparable to that of Ferdinand and Joseph. This pair of useless archduchesses may not be as powerful as several powerful earls in the empire. This is the most hateful. Charlotte pondered for a long time, thinking about how to solve the current dilemma. If Duchess Mezu fails to deal with him once, she may continue to attack him, or she may change her target, but the conflict between Duchess Mezu and senior sister Middleman is irreconcilable. After all, everyone wants to compete for power in the Navy, so Charlotte can avoid it once, but she will still offend Duchess Mezu in the future. Charlotte had never thought of asking the Count of Brittany for help. The political struggle within the empire was complicated and chaotic. The Count of Brittany would never fight to the death with the Duchess of Mezu for the sake of the Sume family. After all, the Count of Brittany must have enemies in the political arena. The Count could not be so naive as to invest in the future of his family for his daughter's boyfriend. Yannick Olay's heart was getting colder and colder. He actually didn't tell the truth. This matter was indeed related to the Duchess of Mezu, but the Archduchess didn't let him do so much and directly accuse Charlotte of harboring enemy soldiers. The result of this is that there is no room for both parties to change. A mature politician would not play such a low-level game. Of course, Duchess Mezu also knew that her intention would not be fully implemented, but she really didn't care. Charlotte was just a 25th level General Affairs Director. For a Duchess, she really had no sense of existence. Yannick or could no longer withstand the pressure and said loudly, "I can help you solve this problem. As long as you allow me to live, I can help you forge evidence." Charlotte interrupted him and said, "No need. I also have a position in Engrima. I am a third-level counselor of the 22nd grade of the Engrima Empire, a book commissioner of the Red Dragon Palace, and a literary consultant of the Yukon Palace, and a general affairs officer of Cappadocia City and St. Michael's City. At worst, I can live in another country." Charlotte's position in Engrima is already public, but her position in the Lionheart dynasty is still confidential. The Lionheart dynasty is very considerate and did not choose to make it public. Charlotte only talked about it with the Count of Brittany, after all, and also took a document. Charlotte didn't mean to show off, so she just mentioned the position in Engrima. Yannick Orr's forehead was sweating more. He had heard that Charlotte had a position in Engrima, but he didn't know that this guy's position in Engrima was so high. The point is that the Red Dragon Palace is the main residence of the emperors of Engrima, and the Yukon Palace is where the emperors of all dynasties spent their summers. If you can hold a government position in these two places, you can see His Majesty the Emperor at any time. You can be called a close minister, and have a bright future. He couldn't help but regret it secretly, thinking, if I had known, I would have investigated more. How could the Charlotte have such good luck? He only went on a diplomatic mission to Engrima once, and he was able to get such a high position. Yannick Orr couldn't help but beg, "Mr. Charlotte Mechlin, please let me go, I will definitely repent. I did something wrong in this matter, and I am willing to do everything I can to make up for it." Charlotte smiled and said, "It's really not necessary. But it's a pity to kill you." Yannick Orr was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, I'm very useful, I'm very useful." Of course, he didn't know what fate was waiting for him. Charlotte took the captured knights of the law enforcement department to Machupi and transformed them all into May's guards. Even though Charlotte sometimes felt sorry, and even had a bit of a saintly heart, she would never show mercy when it came to life and death. Once these people went back, they would definitely tell him about his fight with the knights of the law enforcement department. This kind of thing was absolutely not allowed in the system of the empire. The military law enforcement department of the central government office is an existence that cannot be resisted. Well, this department has great power. In order to avoid suspicion, Charlotte did not even touch this matter, but let the prisoners of the Black Phoenix army report to the Black Phoenix dynasty, and wiped out the knights of the Far's law enforcement department. This document was intentionally intercepted by a night group of Engrima, and transferred to friendly forces. After a series of operations that had nothing to do with Charlotte, it was confirmed that this knights of the law enforcement department had indeed disappeared from this world. The Bitterton Knights received an extra grand reward for this. This knights had just been beaten to pieces by Claire not long ago, and they never expected that a few injured soldiers left behind could actually bring back such a great credit. However, Charlotte did not take it lightly. He skipped the fact that the law enforcement knights were completely wiped out, and only said that he learned from a certain channel that someone wanted to investigate him, and asked the Count of Brittany about this matter. After listening to him, the Count of Brittany smiled faintly and said, "Mezu is still so domineering. I probably can't influence Mezu's will, but the knights of the law enforcement department should enforce the law impartially." The Earl said nothing, but Charlotte was clear in her mind. She went back and sent all the wounded soldiers of the Black Phoenix army to Machupi, waiting for the next investigation by the knights of the law enforcement department. This matter is definitely not over. Chapter 322. The military law enforcement department of the General Office of the Central Government will not stop investigating a matter just because the knights they sent out were all wiped out. They will only send out a second night group again. When the second investigation is launched, they will also investigate the details of the previous one's annihilation. After receiving the reminder from the Earl of Brittany, Charlotte was ready. A dozen days later, he welcomed the second investigation. This time, the law enforcement officer who led the knights was indeed very fair and impartial. After a round of investigation, he did not find that Charlotte had covered up. The wounded soldiers of the Black Phoenix army wrote a report truthfully, and submitted it to their superiors. After this group of knights from the law enforcement department left, Charlotte thought it was over and just breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't expect that there would be a third group of knights from the law enforcement department soon. This time they came to investigate the taxation of the South Seraph region. This matter is troublesome. Especially the leader of the team, who is actually called Aaron's Cook. This 26th level 4th level General Affairs Director of the Logistics Department of the Central Government Office is no more, no less, just one level lower than Charlotte. He was temporarily transferred to the Law Enforcement Department for a legitimate reason, because he is good at taxation. Alan's Cook did not approach Charlotte directly. He went around the South Saraf region and soon got a lot of first-hand evidence, which showed that Charlotte had never collected taxes, and he handed the investigation report directly to the Count of Brittany. Charlotte did not expect that this matter was not over yet. Yannickwar's method was too crude. This is the method of a serious noble. It will not force people to riot, but it will make people uncomfortable to the greatest extent. Charlotte had to go to the Count of Brittany to explain the tax to Alan's cook. Charlotte met this rival in her dark luxury. God has mercy on him. He has never done anything to Miss Sophia Gallinold, and he almost forgot about this Strasbourg rose. Well, in front of the Count of Brittany, he must forget all the other ladies. This is basic courtesy. Alan's cook is a very handsome and well-mannered man. Charlotte didn't expect that this guy has a dark heart, but he looks like a decent person. Aaron's cook took out a notebook and said calmly, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, there is solid evidence that you did not collect taxes in the South Saraf region, but I still want to hear your opinion." He bowed slightly to the Count of Brittany and said, "This is also the Count's intention." Charlotte thought, "Bullshit. How could the Count of Brittany care about such a trivial matter?" He suppressed his anger and said, "South Saraf is not my fiefdom. I have no obligation to collect taxes, nor do I have the power to collect taxes." Aaron's cook smiled and said, "But you are the General Affairs Officer of Arcadia Port, Sedona City, Solvang City, Carmel Town, and Interlaken City in the South Saraf region. In the absence of the nobles of the fiefdom, you have the obligation to collect taxes for the nobles and for the empire. It is indeed not your responsibility and obligation to collect taxes in the other regions. But what about the taxes of these 5 cities? And from the records, it seems that you were not in the South Saraf region for a while. Please explain this matter as well." The Count of Brittany only had a smile on his face, and he had no intention of interrupting. Charlotte didn't know what the old Count was thinking, so she could only patiently explain. "The war in the South Saraf region has continued, and the population has dropped sharply, so it is impossible to collect taxes. I can't even find residents to collect taxes in many cities. There are empty houses everywhere. No one knows where they have gone, or whether they have died in the war." Charlotte was a math teacher after all, and she was in charge of the business of migrating residents of the South Saraf region to other cities. She immediately cited the population of 5 cities, and said, "Sedona City currently has less than 1,000 people, and Interlaken City has only 3 residents. How can you ask me to collect taxes?" Alan's cook said mercilessly, "These cities have experienced war, but Arcadia Port has not been affected by the war. This port city has at least 60,000 residents, but they still haven't paid a penny of tax." Charlotte thought to herself, "I am familiar with accounting." He made up a bunch of data at the time and said, "Yes, Arcadia Port was not affected by the war and the economy remained good, but we fought at least 3 major battles in South Sarafia. The one with Duke Joseph drew at least tens of thousands of ecus worth of materials from Arcadia Port. The First Breton Offensive also drew a huge amount of supplies from Arcadia. In these 2 campaigns alone, the 2 sides launched more than 300 battles in total, and the number of casualties among FAR soldiers exceeded 60,000, causing a 45% loss of civilian population in the South Saraf region, and countless property losses, which could not be effectively counted. The supplies drawn from Arcadia were countless, and these were originally temporary taxes. According to the relevant laws of the country, Arcadia must be exempted from taxes for at least 15 years during the battle. As for the Second Breton Offensive, the First Breton Offensive was named after Claire Breton. This battle was named after the Count of Brittany, and was also called the Second Breton Offensive. Charlotte said with a sad face, "Not to mention the loss of ordinary soldiers and civilians, we even lost a saint." Well, only one saint fell. That was Cromwell Bowl. This guy was of a high rank. His death even shocked the royal family and countless nobles. Otherwise, the Count of Brittany would not have come to South Saraf. Veins popped up on Alan's cook's handsome face. He hadn't expected Charlotte to be so difficult to deal with. She could easily come up with all kinds of data and give examples. Charlotte Mecklin was a clerk in the general office of the central government. She was familiar with all kinds of rules, and was quite experienced in dealing with them. The 2 sides argued in front of the Count of Brittany for a whole day, but there was still no result. Although Charlotte was at the peak of the intermediate level, she still felt miserable. This kind of argument was too exhausting. Aaron's cook suddenly slapped the small table in the carriage with both hands and shouted, "Do you believe that I will go to Behemoth to investigate your tax problems?" Charlotte took a deep breath and had already thought of killing this guy. He had not been in charge of the South Saraf region for long, and nominally, he was only the General Affairs Officer of 5 cities, but Behemoth was his hometown. He had done too many things in Silver Pigeon Castle and Mostar Castle. Although Charlotte had prepared a backup plan, it was obviously unable to withstand this kind of investigation. The Count of Brittany had been silent, but now he smiled and said, "Why don't I make a suggestion?" Alan's cook said hurriedly, "Everything is up to the Count of Brittany." The Count of Brittany smiled and said, "It's just a suggestion, not an order. Charlotte, you pay 3,000 ECU as a fine, and the matter is over." Charlotte nodded without hesitation. Although this matter was a bit disgusting, he would never contradict the Count of Brittany. As for the 3,000 ECU, Charlotte must make sure that Alan's cook lives to get the money, but not to report back. Alan's cook smiled coldly and said, "Grand Duchess Meza means to let Mr. Charlotte Mecklin be demoted from the position of the 5th level General Secretary of the 25th grade to the 3rd level General Secretary of the 27th grade, and let him pay the taxes within a time limit. And he has to go back to Strasbourg to report on his work, and he can't lead the Knights of Favonius for the time being." The Count of Brittany said indifferently, "Then listen to what Grand Duchess Meza wants." Although he was humiliated, Count Breton was not angry at all, but the way he looked at Alan's cook was a bit like looking at a dead person. Count Breton had written a private letter to Grand Duchess Meza a long time ago, and reached a tacit understanding, so he proposed to solve the problem with 3,000 ECU. After all, Duchess Meza wanted to attack Millman in this matter. Now the situation of the Sume family is not good, and it is the time to add insult to injury. As for Count Breton, he is the target of Duchess Meza's wooing. This earl is not only the first master of the Fars Empire, but also a powerful earl. His private knights are extraordinary, and even His Majesty the Emperor is unwilling to offend him easily. But the opinions put forward by Alan's cook were obviously inconsistent with those of Duchess Metsu, and he was acting on his own accord. Alan's cook was not afraid either. He thought that he had the support of Duchess Metsu, so he was not afraid of the Count of Brittany, let alone Charlotte. Charlotte smiled slightly, followed the opinion of the Count of Brittany, and said, "I respect the Count's opinion in everything." Alan's cook felt that he had won a great victory, smiled slightly, and said, "That's it. I suggest that the investigation of Behemoth be put on hold for the time being. After all, we are still at war, and cannot always disrupt the front line." There was a hint of threat in his words. The investigation of Behemoth was only put on hold for the time being, not abandoned. Charlotte thought that the matter was over. Alan's cook said, "Even if the tax investigation case is closed, Mr. Mecklin, do you have an explanation for your long absence from South Seraph?" Charlotte said in a deep voice, "If I was not in South Seraph, would Chloe, the leader of the Black Phoenix army, not call me? Please use your brain." Alan's cook was choked and said angrily, "Don't force me to restart the tax investigation. Please tell me your whereabouts honestly." Charlotte replied disdainfully, "I am in South Seraph. Please don't mention this suspicion without evidence." Charlotte is very confident in the control of South Seraph. He doesn't believe that the other party can have any evidence. Alan's cook stared at Charlotte fiercely for a long time before saying, "I will continue to investigate this matter. There is one more thing I want to know. How did my good friend Yannick War die?" Charlotte laughed in anger and said, "You ask me about this? Why don't you ask the intelligence officer on the front line? He was ambushed by the Black Phoenix army, and was wiped out by the Knights of Suthun. How do I need to explain this? I'm on the front line, not a babysitter." Alan's cook pounded the table with both hands and shouted, "I absolutely don't believe Yannick or will die in battle. He is a high-level extraordinary. Do you know what a high-level extraordinary is? You are a bastard from a merchant family." Charlotte stood up, and was about to teach this guy a lesson. What is a bastard from a merchant family? Charlotte must let him know what it means to be able to fight, so don't talk nonsense. Before talking, beat this guy up. If it comes to fighting, Charlotte is not afraid of ordinary extraordinary people, but he is not a saint. Alan's cook was not to be outdone and shouted, "Do you really think that you are a powerful person just because you are lucky enough to fight a few battles? I want to let you know that a bastard from a merchant family is not qualified to sit with the nobles." The Count of Brittany shouted, "That's enough. Let's go out and duel." The two rushed out of the dark luxury immediately, without bothering to issue a challenge letter first. Alan's cook was going to meet the Count of Brittany, so he didn't bring any weapons. Charlotte didn't feel comfortable taking out the blood rose and the red and blue rattlesnake, so she also urged her fists and fought with the other party. It's true that Alan's cook is really good. If he didn't think he was extraordinary, how could he have the courage to pursue the Strasbourg rose? Sophia Gallinol can always be known for having too high a vision. Relying on her agility and fast boxing and kicking, Charlotte found a few flaws and slapped Alan's cook a few times. But this guy was so powerful that he was not hurt at all. Even the dark erosion could not invade him. His face turned red, and he was furious. He just felt that this was a great shame. Charlotte knew that he was not good at boxing and kicking. His sword skills were mainly honed by Xios, and his spear skills were mainly taught by Julian. No one taught him boxing and kicking skills, and he had never experienced actual combat, and there was not even any formal inheritance. But Alan's cook had worked hard on bare-handed martial arts before, so it would be very difficult to achieve a decent result if he continued to fight like this. The two fought fiercely, and Charlotte retreated half a step. Just as she was about to provoke the other party to use weapons, the Count of Brittany said, "That's enough." Charlotte stopped immediately. Alan's cook wanted to duel again, but after looking at the Count of Brittany, he could only give up and turned away. After returning to the camp of the Knights of the Law Enforcement Department, he immediately wrote a document and sent someone to send it back to Strasbourg. Charlotte thought that his punishment would come soon, but he didn't expect that he had to wait for half a month, and there were several battles on the front line, but they had nothing to do with him. He did not wait for his punishment, nor did he receive any news from Strasbourg. Even the originally mentioned fine of 3,000 ekus was not mentioned. Instead, he received the promotion document from Strasbourg. This time, he was finally promoted to the 24th level of political participation. Well, except for the promotion, his political status did not change. Charlotte knew very well that this was the trick of the Count of Brittany. However, the tricks of such a nobleman are like moistening things silently, and there will be no open struggle at all. Along with the promotion, Charlotte also learned another piece of news. Because the battles in Felenden and South Seraph had been deadlocked and had not made any progress, Fars planned to open up a third battlefield. This time, the battlefield was not on land, but on the sea. The main force of this battle was the northern fleet of Duchess Meze. And this time, Fars received the full support of Ingrima. The Ingrima Empire sent out 10 magic alchemy warships, a total of 300 warships, ready to fight a decisive battle with Byron on the sea. This time, in terms of strength, the coalition of Fars and Ingrima has an absolute advantage, mainly because Ingrima is an island country, and the navy has always been the focus of military development, and countless resources have been invested. In terms of naval strength, the Royal Navy of Ingrima is the first in the new and old continents. And it is absolutely undisputed first. The second was briefly the pirate coalition of Zimmerman, and now it is the navy of the Fars Empire. Because there are not many ports near the sea, the naval strength of Byron has always been weak. Although it has received naval support from the Black Phoenix dynasty, it is still far inferior to the Royal Navy combined fleet of Fars and Ingrima. This time, Emperor Julius Axel VI of Fars was determined to win this naval battle and personally named it the Victory Offensive, because the commanders of the two most powerful fleets of the Imperial Navy are both women. After Charlotte got this information, she was a little worried about senior sister Menelman, but he really couldn't leave now. The intensity of the battle between the two sides in the second Brittany offensive was far greater than the first one. It was difficult to find a city with residents in the entire South Seraph region. If we use an old saying from Sia country, it is, "Bone exposed in the wild, no rooster crows for 1,000 miles." The battle was so brutal that Charlotte wanted to convert to Buddhism every time she thought about it. Of course, there is no such religion in this world, only the 9 true gods. If South Seraph is a meat mill, then there is no living flesh and blood in the entire South Seraph region, which has been swallowed by this huge mill. The next day, Count Brittany called Charlotte over and said solemnly, "Our battle with the Black Phoenix dynasty has reached the point where both sides can no longer continue. Unless Constantine and I have a duel, this battle will never change. But we will definitely not take action, otherwise the direction of the war will be unpredictable. So the Empire plans to transfer some of them to join the Navy, and use the advantages of our joint navy with Ingrima to completely destroy the navy of Byron, thereby turning the whole situation around." Charlotte asked, "Are you going to let me go to the navy again?" Brittany laughed. "How is that possible? You belong to the local troops, and after you were transferred to the Knights, you were still in the army, so there was no way you could be transferred to the navy. What's more, you have no knowledge of navigation, and you can't command warships. If you go to the navy, you can only send warships. I mean, I'm leaving. Constantine will leave too. The new commander of the South Seraph War Zone is..." The Count of Brittany deliberately kept it a secret. Chapter 323. Charlotte had a bad omen, and sure enough, he soon heard his name from the mouth of the Count of Brittany. "The new commander of the South Seraph War Zone is you, Charlotte Mecklin." Charlotte couldn't help but say, "With so many holy ranks, how could it be my turn?" The Count of Brittany smiled slightly and said, "There will be no holy ranks here soon." Charlotte was a little surprised, but soon understood that South Seraph had been completely destroyed, and there were almost no people here, although most of them were moved away by him, not killed in the war. But for the Empire, a war zone that needs to constantly transport supplies, and cannot be resupplied locally is not worth continuing to invest in. Especially this direction is of no help to the war situation. Originally, this battle was launched temporarily. Both sides mistakenly thought that the other side was going to launch a major battle in the direction of South Seraph. No one thought it was just a misunderstanding. Now no one wants to invest in troops, so naturally they will throw it to an ordinary general. Charlotte is the best choice, no one else. After all, he is the general affairs officer of the 5 cities in the South Seraph region, and he has been here long enough. For the superiors, he is familiar with the situation and can stabilize the situation. Yeah, he is a natural tinkerer. Charlotte took a deep breath. He didn't want to take the blame, but he also knew that he was the best choice. If it were someone else, they would definitely not have any good feelings towards South Seraph. Just collecting supplies would make South Seraph worse. Only he could take care of the people here more. He whispered, "Is there no benefit?" The Count of Brittany was not surprised at all. He had investigated many things about Charlotte, and knew this young man better than Anne. He liked Charlotte's reckless and upward climbing spirit. This was also the fundamental reason why the Count of Brittany wanted to kill him countless times, but did not kill him in the end. The Count of Brittany looked at Charlotte and couldn't help thinking secretly, "I don't believe that there is such a thing as the power of love in the world, but this boy has completely changed since he met Anne." He not only worked hard, but also changed his previous decadent life. Even when facing the first rows of the Empire, he stopped at the senior and junior. Even when facing Princess Meguillaume, he never overstepped the line. Even when he met Sophia Galinold, he no longer had any private contact. Even I want to see if the so-called power of love really exists. Of course, if it will hurt, and I will definitely stop it decisively. Count Breton pondered for a long time before smiling faintly and saying, "Didn't I say that you will be the commander of the South Seraph War Zone?" At the beginning, Claire Breton's political identity was the temporary military governor of the Principality of Behemoth, which was the highest political official in the autonomous region. Claire also said that Charlotte's position was too low to be a military governor. But in the Fars Empire system, there is a temporary political division that is lower than the autonomous region, called the War Zone. Generally speaking, when a new land is found, it will be temporarily designated as a war zone. After the rule is stabilized, it will be determined whether it is an overseas territory or an overseas vassal state. If the South Seraph region is downgraded to a war zone, the commander who accepts the appointment will have no restrictions on his position. Charlotte has no doubt that if he is still alive after the war, South Seraph will be restored to a region, and the commander's position will be promoted to Archon. There may not even be prefixes such as temporary and military. Just like Krell's current temporary military governor of the Principality of Behemoth, he has never withdrawn. After the war, Krell will definitely remove the 2 prefixes of temporary and military and become the governor of the Behemoth region. Well, Behemoth will no longer have a new Grand Duke, and will no longer maintain the title of the Principality. Charlotte didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Next, as Count Breton said, Count Breton and Viscount Constantine withdrew one after another, and the holy orders of both sides also withdrew one by one, and even dozens of knights who had been deployed withdrew one by one from the South Seraph region. Then the South Seraph region was downgraded to a war zone, and Charlotte was appointed as the commander of the war zone. South Seraph was restored to the situation where only the Knights of Favonius and Chloe's knights were left, and the 2 old rivals were confronting each other. Charlotte didn't relax for long before she was recalled to Strasbourg, and the Military Law Enforcement Department of the Central Government Office launched the 4th investigation into him. The person who temporarily led the Knights of Favonius in his place was Dorothy Sume. Dorothy followed Charlotte Mechlin and experienced countless battles. The accumulated military merits were terrible. Unknowingly, she had been promoted to the 24th level of political participation, easily crossing the insurmountable class. Well, Charlotte's position is now as high as that of the deputy. Charlotte returned to Strasbourg and went to the Central Government Office several times in a row. He was told that the investigation team against him had not yet been established and could not start the investigation. He was asked to go home and wait patiently. This response was really weird. Charlotte had no choice but to date and every day to pass the time, and was about to graduate. Occasionally, when she had no classes, she would accompany Charlotte to the Central Government Office to ask about the graduation assignment. This time when she returned to Strasbourg, Charlotte felt that the war had also had an impact on the city. Many supplies began to be in short supply, and some goods and food were even prohibited by law. On the 4th day after Charlotte returned to Strasbourg, she even encountered the embarrassment of not being able to buy coffee. Several nearby stores stopped supplying coffee because it was said that coffee beans could not be transported. Many residents of Strasbourg began to secretly store food because there were rumors that Strasbourg would soon implement food control and daily rationing. Although Charlotte had some information channels, she was not sure whether such a thing would happen. Fortunately, he had already started to stockpile food a long time ago. At that time, it was to provide supplies for Mittelman. But now Mittelman has 3 magic alchemy warships, an island, and a port. He is no longer short of supplies. On the contrary, because he has a large fleet and controls the trade channels on the sea, he can continuously import resources into the inland. Charlotte not only did not have a shortage of supplies, but also made a lot of money through Louis Simi and Ross Bader, as well as the merchants who came to her successively. On the 5th day after Charlotte returned to Strasbourg, Sophia Gallinold suddenly visited her. Chapter 324. Sophia Gallinold did not come alone, she brought a team of servants with her. When she saw Charlotte, she thanked him again for saving her life last time and apologized for the investigation. Charlotte was a person who could distinguish right from wrong. She knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Strasbourg rose. She smiled and said, "This matter can only be attributed to your great charm, Sophia. It is not your fault. If Sophia is also at fault, then this Mittelman is guilty of a serious crime. Every beautiful lady in Strasbourg has a serious crime." Sophia Gallinold was particularly worried. Charlotte was angry because of this, and she didn't know why. She was always worried that Charlotte would alienate herself because of this. Seeing that he was still talking and laughing, and didn't forget to make a joke, she finally put her worries aside and said, "I have asked my father to help explain this to the Duchess of Mezu. She will definitely not embarrass you again." Charlotte thought to herself, "I was just recalled to Strasbourg to cooperate with the investigation of the Military Law Enforcement Department. How can I tell that this Duchess is going to let me go?" However, he would not complain to Sophia Gallinold about these things. After all, he did not think that the Minister of War would offend Duchess Mezu for him. Such complaints were meaningless except showing weakness. Although Charlotte could not do anything to the Duchess at present, he was a time traveler after all, and his mentality was different. He always believed that sooner or later, he would surpass the power of Duchess Mezu. As the saying goes, it is better to bully an old man than a poor young man. There will be a day when a dragon will wear a phoenix, but I don't believe that my pants will have holes in my life. Sophia Gallinold clapped her hands, and a servant brought up the whale-killing spear. She said, "I should have returned it to you earlier. But you have been on the battlefield all the time. I am relieved that I can finally return it to its original owner today. It is an honor to keep the early weapons of the Count of Victory Champagne, even if it is only for a short period of time." Charlotte smiled slightly, and did not refuse. He had no intention of giving this knight's lance to Sophia Gallinold. The whale-killing spear is a famous spear with a long history, and its reputation far exceeds its practical value. He asked Mrs. Nancy to take the spear to her bedroom first, and then smiled and said, "I wonder if I have the honor to invite Miss Sophia to lunch." Sophia Gallinold readily agreed, and Charlotte asked Mrs. Wumeisijiang to prepare a relatively rich lunch. There are all kinds of shops on Élysée Country Street. By the standards of ordinary people, this lunch is more rich than you can imagine, and Mrs. Wumeisijiang's cooking skills are also very good. But Charlotte has recently come into contact with many nobles, and knows about the lives of nobles. Of course, she also knows that according to the standards of nobles, this meal can be considered shabby, but Charlotte didn't care much. This was the unparalleled confidence possessed by time travelers and people who succeeded step by step in this world. This confidence made him not need to deliberately please anyone. At the dinner table, Sophia Gallinold invited Charlotte to a dance. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and decisively refused, saying, "I'm sorry, I really want to attend your dance, but you know that I come from an ordinary family. I may not be happy at this kind of dance, and it may also make others unhappy, so I decided not to go." Sophia sighed slightly. She certainly knew that something unpleasant might happen. This kind of invitation to a social dance party meant that Charlotte could enter her social circle, which was like a veiled declaration. She actually wanted to make this declaration: "Charlotte Mecklin and I are friends." Sophia could only whisper, "I was inconsiderate. I will invite you again when I have a small party." Sophia planned to strictly select and reminded in advance that the more reliable friends were, the better they would be before inviting Charlotte. Charlotte smiled slightly. Actually, she had other concerns, but it was not convenient to say it directly. After lunch, Sophia Gallinold sat for a while before getting up to say goodbye. She deliberately did not bring a gift when she came to visit today. She planned to come again next time with the excuse of forgetting to bring a gift. After Charlotte sent Sophia Gallinal away, she was actually sweating a little. She was always worried that Anne would suddenly come to visit at this time. Although this matter could be explained, it was obviously the best result if there was no explanation. This time when he came back, he did not invite any friends to the party. Of course, it was mainly because Dorothy, Anastasia, and Belisa did not come back, so he could only invite Vinnie Arsenault and Sylvie Martin. The former was a little distant, and the latter was a little awkward, so he simply did not invite them. Not long after Sophia Gallinal left, Miss and de Breton came to visit. Charlotte was very happy to see Anne, and Anne was also very happy when she followed him to the bedroom on the 3rd floor, and saw the whale killer. And didn't even try to hide it, saying, "I think 221B Baker Street in Val d'Oise lacks a few weapons as decorations. Can I take this whale killer and put it in the living room?" Charlotte thought for a moment and said, "It just so happens that I just got a Knight's Lance of the same model, so I take it and put it in 221B Baker Street," and smiled with curved eyebrows and bright eyes. She had been thinking about this for more than a day or two. She waited for a while happily, and then Charlotte wrapped the whale killer and the whale killer, fixed them on the roof of the dark and luxurious carriage, and accompanied Anne to the Val d'Oise. On the way, Charlotte asked Anne about her graduation assignment, and said with some distress, "According to reason, my job should have been assigned long ago, but every time I asked, the receptionist at the central government office said that they were going through the process. I can't even ask which process it's stuck in. This is too weird." Charlotte smiled and comforted. There must be a big surprise. Charlotte knew this very well. The Count of Brittany even told him not to tell, and that he wanted to give his daughter a big surprise. The Lionheart dynasty position, under the operation of the Count of Brittany, can allow Anne to obtain the same position in Fars. The process is indeed complicated, especially the Count wants to make every step perfect, which makes it even more complicated. The two arrived at the Val d'Oise area. Charlotte hadn't been here for a long time, and didn't notice that there were many items belonging to Anne here, especially a set of sterling silver tableware, which is very attractive. They are exquisitely crafted and have beautiful patterns. Charlotte felt a little strange after taking a look. The tableware of ordinary people was all made of cheap tin, and the tableware of rich people was mostly made of silver. But the tableware used by aristocratic ladies, like, and must be more expensive porcelain. He thought, and didn't use more luxurious items to save her face. Chapter 325. Charlotte unwrapped the package and took out the whale killer and the whale slayer. Annie's eyes were full of disbelief, and she asked in surprise, "Is this spear the legendary whale killer?" Charlotte said indifferently, "Yes, I got it from a pirate, and the quality is quite good." Annie said, "The whale killer and the whale slayer legend were made by an unknown holy alchemist. When used alone, they are just ordinary high-level extraordinary weapons and mid-level extraordinary weapons, but if they are combined, they will have a wonderful power. When someone holds one of the lances, there will be a shadow knight holding another knight's lance to help." Charlotte was shocked and said, "Annie, how did you know?" Annie said with a little pride, "I have done my homework." Charlotte murmured a little, and did not dare to ask any more questions. He did not know that the full version of Anne's sentence was, "I have done my homework on all your spoils." But the man's sixth sense made him wisely choose another topic, and bring up the novel they had co-authored. Speaking of novels, Anne's eyes lit up and she said, "Charlotte, you don't know how popular your novels are. Now they are sold not only in Fars, but also in Ingrima, Lionheart Dynasty, and even in Byron and Black Phoenix Dynasty. They are even more popular in other small countries." Charlotte smiled and said, "It's because you have worked hard enough, and that these novels are popular. I just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor." And knew that Charlotte was just saying nice things. These novels are popular because the original authors wrote them well. She still talked about the various difficulties encountered in publishing novels. For example, she couldn't find a suitable publisher, so she had to buy one herself. At first, some bookstores were unwilling to sell, so she had to spend a lot of money to buy several bookstores. Now, Anne is the owner of 3 transnational publishers and nearly 20 chain bookstores, but for the young lady of Brittany, this is not an achievement worth showing off. Of course, there are some things that Anne will not tell Charlotte, such as the extra story of Douai and Princeton. Charlotte didn't expect that before she started her business, and had already started the road to becoming a successful businesswoman. If there was an author on earth dating a wealthy woman who owned a large comic platform, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. The various merchants he organized were not actually doing business, but engaging in trade monopoly. When occupying land resources, caravans, fleets, and cargo resources, what was needed was not business acumen, but a strong background. Although the Knights of Favonius created by Charlotte was not very powerful, it was no less powerful than an ordinary imperial noble. And as a dream walker, was not good at physical combat in the extraordinary path, and she had never thought of taking the 2 knight lances for herself. She just wanted to hang them on the wall of 221B Baker Street in the Val d'Oise district, next to her magic oil painting, and then invite a few girlfriends to have afternoon tea. She always felt very happy when she was with Charlotte. Today was especially happy. Charlotte didn't quite understand these things, and she didn't know why and seemed so happy, even happier than when he just came back. He ordered a few cups of coffee and a barrel of beer, and chatted with Anne for a while. Suddenly, someone outside the door shouted loudly, "Is Miss Brittany home?" "I'm the postman." When Charlotte first traveled through time, she came back from Saintes, and sent her gifts to the Imperial Post for shipment. She also received a letter from her brother, but she rarely used the Imperial Post because it was too slow. He preferred to let his knights rush to Strasbourg to deliver the manuscript of the novel he recited. In other cases, he hardly ever uses the post. Anne's pretty face blushed slightly. She had marked her mailing address as 221B Baker Street, and she had always believed that this was the love nest of her and Charlotte, but when she was asked, "Is Miss Brittany home?" she still felt a little shy, especially when Charlotte was still around, but she also felt a little sweet. She sometimes thought that in a few years, the two might really get married. They would live at 221B Baker Street, and friends would often come to visit, and she would receive guests as Mrs. Mecklin. But she was still too shy. Charlotte was a little curious and said, "I go out with you," and was not so embarrassed at this point. They went out together. Sure enough, a man in the uniform of the Imperial Post handed over a piece of mail respectfully. Charlotte gave him a centime and said, "Thank you." The postman was so happy that he thanked the two of them repeatedly. Charlotte and Anne returned to number 221B, and opened the mail and found a document inside. She opened the document, and her face changed slightly. She was surprised and said, "How could this happen? I just graduated. How can I become a 24th class first-level politician? Is there something wrong?" Charlotte smiled and took the email. Sure enough, there was a document in it, which was the one he gave to the Count of Brittany. She said, "I know the inside story," and was a little surprised and asked, "What inside story?" Charlotte took out the document from the email, handed it to Anne, and said, "Originally, the Count asked me to keep it secret from you so that you can have a surprise, but the new job appointment documents have arrived, so there is no need to hide it." He told her everything about the Lionheart dynasty giving them positions. Annie immediately realized that it was her father who manipulated this matter. He used the position of the Lionheart dynasty to allow her to directly cross the insurmountable class in the Fars Empire and become a first-class politician of the 24th grade. "This is definitely the beginning of a legend." Annie put down the document and said affectionately, "This is all thanks to you, my Mr. Charlotte Mecklin." Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "Then I have to thank Ms. Black Moon. Well, there is also the Snake of Fate. It brought the love of my life to me in a wonderful way. If it weren't for the guidance of gods and fate, I would have missed a truly happy life. I can't even imagine where I would have met my end if there hadn't been a misunderstanding back then," and became more and more shy, her eyes full of affection, and whispered, "I promise I will never lose my temper again." Charlotte smiled and said, "I have never seen you lose your temper. You are such a gentle girl. How can you have a bad temper?" Charlotte asked curiously, "In addition to your position, don't you have a political identity?" and glanced at the document and said, "Yes." Chapter 326. And whispered, "It's the executive officer of the Military Law Enforcement Department of the General Office of the Central Government." Charlotte couldn't help but smile, thinking, in the future, the Law Enforcement Department will have a wife. And was born in the Breton family. Today, the Breton family is very powerful, not inferior to several dukes in the empire. The Count of Brittany is the strongest in the Fars Empire, and his private knights are the most powerful in the world. This Miss Brittany started as a 24th class first-level politician, and she also worked in the Military Law Enforcement Department of the General Office of the Central Government. She can be called the most dazzling political star in the empire. This is the power of a big family. Charlotte fought hard and made countless contributions, but she barely crossed the insurmountable class. Annie can easily cross it with just a piece of paper from the Lionheart dynasty. Of course, Charlotte will never be jealous of, and he is so happy about this. He whispered, "Annie, you finally have a job. I have prepared a gift for you." Annie looked surprised and happy, but she muttered in her heart, I wonder what the gift is? He won't give me a supernatural weapon, will he? Charlotte went upstairs, brought down a box, and whispered, "This is the floating world flowers. When I got it on the battlefield, I thought it was very suitable for Anne." Charlotte opened the box, and there was a flower crown in the box, with delicate flowers and colorful petals, very wild and not luxurious, just more beautiful than ordinary flower crowns. Anne was very happy. Although she was not a delicate girl, she still liked the supernatural and wonderful things, like the floating world flowers more. Charlotte introduced, "When you wear it on your head, colorful flowers will linger, slowly rise into the air, and you can fly on the flowers." And smiled slightly and thought, "I have already investigated this extraordinary object, but I didn't expect him to give it to me. This gift is probably the most romantic one he has ever given me." Charlotte personally put the flower crown on Anne's head. Anne, as the goddess of the West Wind of Gorgias University, is of course a first-class beauty. Wearing this extraordinary object at this time, she is even more beautiful, just like a goddess, who has walked out of history and descended to the mortal world. Although Charlotte had known Anne for a long time, she still couldn't help but be slightly dazed, thinking, is this the highest reward for a time traveler? Time travelers can rely on power, strength, or even systems, plug-ins, adventures, or even just being born with a girl, such as having a little maid, to win the favor of girls, but it is rare to win the favor of girls just by simply having an ordinary relationship. And noticed that Charlotte was in a daze, and couldn't help but smile, which made her even more charming. Charlotte couldn't help but sigh, "And is indeed my goddess," and whispered, "I am willing to be the Zephyr goddess of only Mr. Charlotte Mecklin." Charlotte's heart was greatly moved. Well, and still didn't stay to have dinner with him. This time, Charlotte personally sent, and back to number 58, 6th Avenue, Valdez. If it were before, Charlotte would definitely not dare, but now, he was very bold and waved goodbye to, and in front of this mansion representing the top nobles of the empire. When he got off the car and went home, Charlotte also saw Aunt Karen, who welcomed Miss Brittany home, and smiled at him and performed a lady's daily greeting. Charlotte's heart was surging, and his first dream since crossing over seemed to be within his reach. Get promoted, get rich, marry a beautiful and rich woman. In fact, it's not easy. Charlotte went through life and death, and went through countless battles to achieve the current results. Charlotte drove the dark luxury, and returned to number 58, Champs-Élysées. When he got home, he ordered, "Mrs. Plum Sauce, help me prepare a dinner. Any dish is fine, as long as you are good at it, I can eat it." Mrs. Nancy and Mrs. Plum Sauce knew Charlotte's habits. No matter how late he came back, he usually had dinner alone, because Anne would hardly eat dinner with him. Mrs. Nancy brought a barrel of beer and filled it for Charlotte, saying, "Mrs. Plum Sauce bought some beef today, which has been marinated. It will be roasted and sent to you soon." Charlotte smiled and said, "Very good." To these two middle-aged women, Charlotte was an excellent customer. She paid them a high salary, and paid them on time, never in arrears. She would always give them a fee when she asked them to do some personal things occasionally, and never used them for nothing. As Charlotte's position became higher and higher, the two ladies cherished this job even more. The golden goat Harolf strode over and sat opposite Charlotte, looking like he wanted to have dinner together. Charlotte was worried about her own safety, so she left a mission to Dorothy and brought the old goat back. These days, the golden goat Rolf also lived at number 58, Élysée Field Street. The old goat still never spoke, and even ignored Mrs. Nancy and Mrs. Wumizijiang. The two ladies did not dare to provoke this fierce-looking guy. They also didn't know why Charlotte brought back such an old guy who never spoke, had a stinky face, and looked like he had been cheated of all his property. Charlotte smiled and said, "If you are hungry, you can ask Mrs. Wumizijiang for something to eat." The old goat said nothing. He was hungry a long time ago, but in order to maintain his silent personality, he just waited until Charlotte came back. Charlotte said to Mrs. Nancy, "Ask Mrs. Wumizijiang to prepare an extra portion. He will be our housekeeper in the future. If I am not here, remember to prepare 3 meals for him every day." Mrs. Nancy didn't know why the master would get such a person as a housekeeper, but she was not a talkative person, so she went down to ask Mrs. Wumizijiang to make an extra dinner. Charlotte poured a glass of beer for the golden goat Rolf, and saw that the old goat didn't say a word, grabbed the glass and drank it all, so he simply lowered the whole barrel of beer to him. The old goat poured himself and drank, which was quite heroic. Charlotte looked at it for a while, smiled slightly, and took out 3 golden rings. He already knew these 3 golden rings. One was used to control St. Michael's Island, one was used to control the Queen Bee, and the other one was unknown. "What is it used for?" Of course, he could ask the golden goat Rolf, but he just thought it would be interesting to study it when he had nothing to do. If he couldn't figure it out, he could ask the old goat for the answer. When the golden goat Rolf saw the 3 rings, he choked and coughed after taking a sip of beer. These 3 rings are the eternal pain in the old goat's heart. Back then, he had these 3 golden rings, owned St. Michael Island, the Queen Bee, a magic alchemy warship, tens of thousands of pirates, and dozens of ships. How arrogant was he? Poor thing now. The old goat's heart was bleeding. He watched Charlotte fiddle with it for a while, put away the other 2 gold rings, leaving only one to study repeatedly, and took a few books recently borrowed from the Sheffield University Library, looking up information and studying with great interest. The heart of the golden goat Rolf was like being blocked by a big stone. How could Charlotte be studying the gold ring? This was trampling on his dignity, provoking his will, showing off his victory, and ruthlessly poking the heart of this saint-level strongman who was once ranked among the top 10 pirates and known as the king of the giant whale sea. Charlotte didn't even ask where the divine creature was. Nor did she ask where his life savings were hidden. Originally, the golden goat Rolf thought that if Charlotte forced him to ask, he would rather resist the suppression of the master-servant contract and keep these secrets, but Charlotte didn't ask at all, just studied it herself, which made him feel uncomfortable. Why the hell don't you come and beat me? The old goat did have a psychological problem. However, it shouldn't be depression. It's Stockholm Syndrome, commonly known as hostage identification syndrome. It's the kind of psychological disease that will actively provide help to the perpetrator. The old goat was struggling. Should he maintain his silent personality or tell Charlotte the secret of the 3rd gold ring? Charlotte suddenly shouted in surprise. I know. He put away the gold ring and closed the borrowed book. Mrs. Wumeizijang happened to bring dinner at this time. Charlotte didn't mention anything and ate dinner with relish. Mrs. Wumeizijang also prepared a portion for the golden goat Rolf, but the old goat ate it without any taste and kept asking himself, he knows it now. I didn't even tell him. How could he know? He must be lying to me so that I can't tell him this big secret. Hey, I write this secret down tomorrow. I want to see what his expression is. The old goat thought of a solution, which allowed him to remain silent and tell Charlotte the secret of the 3rd golden ring, and he immediately felt better. Mrs. Wumeizijang's cooking skills are indeed very good. The beef she bought is also of high quality. The roasted fat is smooth and tender. Charlotte ate very happily. He ate several kilograms of beef and felt satisfied. He drank a large glass of beer and thought to himself, it's time to practice. He has never stopped practicing since he crossed over. Daily practice has become his must-do homework. Charlotte looked at the golden goat Rolf, who was still trying to fight with the beef. She couldn't help but feel a little happy and thought to herself, I will also have a saint-level butler in the future. Although this former pirate leader is rude and not as educated as Sister Karen, he is still quite capable. As the son of a merchant, I am fine with a saint-level butler, and I can't be picky. Charlotte touched her chin and gave a fairly fair evaluation of the old goat. He was full and of course had no interest in accompanying the old goat. He left the butler and went upstairs to rest. Since Charlotte heard the whispers of the Serpent of Destiny, his cultivation speed has begun to advance by leaps and bounds. He practiced for several hours at his usual pace. When the blood energy in his body was transformed into bloody glory again, he suddenly felt a slight shock in his back, and another bloody vortex formed. Before Charlotte, 9 bloody vortexes had been opened, representing 9 different vampire clans. Among them, the bloody vortex of the Dwellian clan still had not condensed the bloody rune. The 10th bloody vortex was opened, but no bloody rune was condensed at the same time. This bloody vortex belonged to the Aristicles clan. Charlotte sensed it for a while, and felt very happy. He transformed the bloody glory into star battle energy. Sure enough, under the amplification of the 9 bloody vortexes, the star battle energy broke through the 13th level. This also means that Charlotte has officially stepped into the extraordinary high level. Charlotte opened her arms, watching the star battle energy flowing through her body, and couldn't help whispering, sooner or later, I will step onto the holy level and become a real big man in this world. He felt it for a while, then reversed the star battle energy, turning it back into bloody glory, and then went to sleep as usual. When Charlotte got up the next day, Annie came to find him. When she saw Charlotte, she couldn't help but smile and said, Today I got my graduation certificate in advance and I have to report to the Law Enforcement Department of the General Office of the Central Government. Can you go with me? Charlotte nodded and smiled, of course. This time, he did not use dark luxury, and asked Mrs. Nancy to prepare a carriage. Well, this is a little bit of Charlotte's bad taste. Although to Anne, This is just an ordinary second-hand carriage, but to many people this is showing off wealth. This is showing off, and it will also make many people guess Anne's identity and create awe. But if you ride in a second-hand carriage driven by Mrs. Nancy, many interesting things may happen. Although no one would dare to mess with the young lady of Brittany after and showed her employment documents, this little evil taste would not last long. But, well, this is very Charlotte, and did not care which carriage to ride. To her, Charlotte's two carriages were really similar. When the two arrived at the general office of the central government, Charlotte felt a little emotional about her old unit. Just as he was about to accompany Anne in, he saw his old leader Mrs. Aldegund. At that time, Charlotte Mecklin worked as a first-level clerk in the general office of the central government. Mrs. Aldegund was her direct supervisor. This old-fashioned and dignified senior government worker couldn't help but show surprise when she saw Charlotte. Charlotte had come here several times before, and had deliberately concealed her identity, but Mrs. Aldegund was the person in charge of various documents, and soon found out Charlotte's real position. And as the war progressed, many things could not be concealed. Rumors about Charlotte had already spread all over his original department. Mrs. Aldegund performed a routine greeting and said, "It's Lord Mecklin. You are here at the central government office today. Do you need my help to run an errand?" Charlotte was immediately disappointed and whispered, "Mrs. Aldegund, you already know my identity?" Mrs. Aldegund glanced at the second-hand carriage the two of them got out of, and said lightly, "Even your carriage is called Dark Luxury, and everyone among your old colleagues knows it." Chapter 327. Charlotte sighed, and smiled slightly. Lady Aldegund was still a little old-fashioned, but the dignity she had always maintained was gone. There was no way. Lady Aldegund could only maintain her dignity in front of her subordinates, such as Charlotte in the past. But now Charlotte Mecklin was not her subordinate, but a big shot who was much higher in position than her. Charlotte suddenly felt that everything was in vain. She shrugged and said, "And I can handle it ourselves. We don't need Lady Aldegund's help." This lady was his old boss, who had always taken good care of him at work. Later, when he returned to the general office of the Central Committee, he asked this old boss for help once or twice, and Mrs. Aldegund did not refuse. It was impossible for him to boss this old boss around. Mrs. Aldegund bowed slightly, and was about to leave. She actually had other things to do, but that thing was not urgent. She could help Charlotte with a small favor. Since the other party did not need it, she would not be particularly flattering. Mrs. Aldegund has been working in the central government office for 22 years, and has her own way of dealing with people. Charlotte thought for a moment and called the lady, saying in a low voice, "And will work in the central government office in the future. You are an old clerk here. Please take care of her." Mrs. Aldegund smiled slightly, nodded, and said, "I am indeed experienced, and can help Anne with her work." This, Charlotte immediately replied, "And to Brittany. She's going to the law enforcement department." "Well, Anne, what's your job?" And bowed lightly, thanked Mrs. Aldegund, and then whispered, "Executive Officer of the Military Law Enforcement Department of the Central Government Office." Mrs. Aldegund was slightly shocked when she heard that the lady's last name was Brittany. When she heard that the lady was actually the Executive Officer of the Military Law Enforcement Department of the Central Government Office, her feet suddenly became chaotic, and she stumbled. She asked in shock, "What's your job?" And replied, "A 24th class first-class counselor." Mrs. Aldegund was in a state of panic. She was only a 37th class 5th class clerk, far from even the chief clerk. She was a 24th class first-class counselor, and was a real big shot to her. How could she take care of this lady? Her boss's boss might have to bow his head, and be trained in front of, and not daring to have even the slightest rebellious look. This is an insurmountable class, and shook her head slightly. She knew that Charlotte could have a bit of bad taste sometimes. Although it was not as serious as her senior Dorothy Sume, it was still worse. This Lady Aldegund seemed to be a very nice person. Although Charlotte made a joke, her attitude was quite respectful. Obviously, when they were colleagues, their relationship was not bad, but rather quite harmonious. Charlotte asked Lady Aldegund to take care of her. In fact, she wanted Anne to help take care of this old superior. Anne was a smart girl. She had heard what her boyfriend meant, and planned to take care of this old and serious lady. Mrs. Aldegund said nervously, "Miss Brittany, I just said something wrong." Anne smiled and said, "I just graduated from college, and have almost no work experience. I really need your guidance in many areas. If you don't mind, how about I transfer you to the law enforcement department later?" Mrs. Aldegund was overjoyed. She never thought that she would be able to continue to be promoted one day. She thought she would stay in the position of a 37th grade, 5th level clerk until retirement. Charlotte and then said goodbye to the old-fashioned and serious lady. They went through several departments, stamped the appointment documents, and finally came to the law enforcement department. Coincidentally, they ran into Alan's cook. Alan's cook was originally a member of the logistics department, but was temporarily transferred to the law enforcement department because he was good at taxation. According to the unspeakable unspoken rules, he would be officially transferred to the law enforcement department after working for a period of time, and he could also be promoted to a higher level. Alan's cook also has a promising future. He is of noble birth and good-looking. He is quite popular among the young ladies in the law enforcement department. He was chatting with two ladies while walking out to have lunch together. When he saw Charlotte, his face darkened and he couldn't help but said, "Mr. Mecklin, are you here to talk about the tax issue again?" "Sorry, it's lunch break, so I won't be working for the time being." Annie hesitated slightly and looked at Charlotte. Charlotte smiled softly and ignored Alan's cook. Instead, she explained to him, "This Mr. Alan's cook, because he doesn't like me, he used his private power to investigate me several times and wanted to frame me for several crimes." And said, "What is his position?" Charlotte replied, "Still 26th grade." He turned around and asked, "Mr. Alan's cook, have you been promoted recently?" Unexpectedly, the young couple acted as if they were alone and said coldly, "Charlotte Mecklin, your arrogant days will only last a few days." He left angrily with the two ladies, not even bothering to answer this humiliating question. He vowed to start an investigation and give Charlotte a hard time. Last time, he got a hint from the Duchess of Mezu, asking him not to interfere in this matter. Alan's cook had originally intended to listen to this patron, but now he couldn't stand it anymore and must make Charlotte lose her reputation and even be expelled from the civil service. And didn't say anything, but accompanied by Charlotte, she went to meet the chief of the law enforcement department and confirmed her position and political identity. Charlotte wanted to invite her to lunch, but smiled and refused, saying, "It's my first day at work, I have to be more diligent, you come to pick me up in the afternoon, and we can have coffee together." Charlotte didn't understand why and suddenly became a workaholic, but she still said that she would come over in the afternoon, and then she left the law enforcement department of the central government office. Charlotte wanted to find a place to relax, but suddenly she remembered that many of her subordinates' positions were still in the same place, such as Dubin, who was still a poor 47th level 3rd level sergeant, and she should also be busy with this matter. Since she was already at the central government office, she would do these things by the way. Charlotte hurried to visit several relevant departments, but temporarily put aside her enemy, Alan's cook. Alan's cook had lunch, talked and laughed with two female colleagues, and returned to the law enforcement department. Just as he was about to take a lunch break, he would not work so hard, and someone sent him a document. Alan's cook said unhappily, "I want to take a lunch break and not work for the time being." The ordinary clerk of the law enforcement department said tremblingly, "It's not official business, you have been transferred." Alan's cook thought, "Why was I transferred?" He pulled out the document, and it said he was transferred, and it was not an internal transfer, but he was transferred to Fellenden, the biggest meat grinder in the empire. Alan's cook felt a chill all over his body. He couldn't understand why he just went to have lunch. How could it turn out like this? He took a look at the name signed under the document. This name was very unfamiliar, not any of his familiar colleagues. The handwriting was beautiful, it was, and Brittany. Alan's cook stood up and shouted, "Who is so blind? Transfer me. I am Alan's cook. What do you want to do? Who signed this document?" "And Brittany, don't you want to work in the central government office?" The roar of Alan's cook could be heard throughout the office. Many colleagues were shocked. I don't know why Alan's cook suddenly went crazy. When they heard that he was transferred, many people talked about it. Who dared to offend this young man? Hearing Alan's cook shouting Anne's name, many people looked at this beautiful new colleague with complicated expressions, and stood up silently and said, "I signed the transfer order." Alan's cook shouted angrily, "I told you to cancel this transfer order immediately. I'm not going to Fellenden. I see you don't want to do this anymore. Get out of the law enforcement department today." And smiled slightly. Many law enforcement officials thought that this girl was very beautiful, but they were worried that she would be kicked out. After all, Alan's cook's backing was too strong. A senior official came hurriedly and quickly found out what happened. He walked to Anne and said, "Although your last name is Brittany, you can't mess up your work. Quickly cancel this transfer." And said calmly, "No. Anyone in the Empire has the obligation to go to the front line. Mr. Alan's cook, there is no reason to stay in the rear and avoid the war. It's time for him to serve the Empire." The official sneered and said, "Ms. Brittany, if you are unwilling to cancel this transfer order, you probably need to change your job." And took out her inauguration document, turned to the signature page, and slapped the official in the face, saying lightly, "If you think you are more powerful than this signature, please find me another job." The official took down the document angrily, and saw that the signature on the document was Julius Axel. Anne's inauguration followed a special procedure, so her inauguration document was signed by His Majesty the Emperor himself, and it also had Julius Axel's personal seal and the seal of the Minister of Law Enforcement, which meant that it could not be forged, and glanced at the dumbfounded official, took back her inauguration document, and said calmly, "I am Anne de Bretagne, daughter of Count de Bretagne, and this inauguration document is signed by His Majesty Emperor Julius Axel. I say today, Mr. Alan's cook must go to the front line. Who wants to stop me?" The law enforcement department was silent for a while. Chapter 328. Brittany is a big family. There are at least hundreds of people with the surname Breton in Fars. Not every Breton has a strong background, but the daughter of the Count of Brittany is different. The West Wind goddess of Gorgias University is well known in the university, but after the university, she is just a beautiful girl. Especially and doesn't like socializing at all, and is not as famous as the Strasbourg Rose Sophia Gallinade. The senior official just now saw that, and was young and wanted to scold her and force her to admit her mistake, but the document, and showed him not only had the signature of His Majesty the Emperor, but also Anne's position is higher than his. The head of the enforcement department had just stamped the last seal on Anne's document. He had planned to announce to his colleagues in the afternoon that a beautiful lady had joined the company, but he didn't expect such a big incident to happen before lunch break. He walked out of the independent office, feeling a little embarrassed. The head of the enforcement department of the central government office was definitely a high-ranking official in the empire, and he was considered to be in a high position and had great power, but he definitely didn't want to get involved in the fight between the Duchess of Mezu and the Count of Brittany. Alan's cook was stunned. He never thought that this new girl had such a strong background. He suddenly reacted and shouted, "You are the girl with Charlotte," and said lightly, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklin has met my father." "Mr. Alan's cook, what else do you want to say?" Alan's cook realized belatedly that when he went to investigate Charlotte, the Earl of Brittany did not support him. At that time, he thought that the Earl disliked him for messing around on the front line. Now he knew that Charlotte was actually the Earl's own person. He also understood why Duchess Metze told him to let Charlotte pay a fine of 3,000 Egyptian francs, and then forbade him to continue investigating. Alan's cook leaned on Duchess Metze, and thought he was different, and could do whatever he wanted. But now, he finally realized that Duchess Metze could do whatever she wanted, but that didn't mean he could do the same. Alan's cook suddenly realized that he was still a small figure. Count Brittany would fully support his daughter. The Duchess of Mezu would definitely not fully support him. He was just the junior of the Duchess of Mezu, not her biological son. Alan's cook said in a low voice with a sad face, "I can apologize," and smiled faintly and said, "If the apology is useful, who are you going to frame next time?" And then continue to apologize? "I repeat, Mr. Alan's cook must go to the front line." The head of the law enforcement department took a deep breath. He had made a decision and stood up and said, "Men of the Fars Empire should go to the front line for the Empire. Mr. Alan's cook must go to the front. You should leave today." Charlotte had just finished her subordinate's promotion and walked out of the central government office when she saw Alan's cook walking out in a daze. She casually said, not very friendly, "Why do you look like a lost dog?" Alan's cook gritted his teeth and said, "You won. But don't think you will always win. I will definitely find a way to start the investigation on you again." Charlotte smiled brightly and said, "It doesn't have to be that troublesome. Why don't we duel? Sign the formal duel document and find a witness each. If there is any grudge, let's find it on the rapier. Why bother with conspiracy?" Charlotte didn't know that, and had already hit Mr. Alan's cook hard. He thought this guy would cause trouble for him again. He was a little impatient, and wanted to solve this problem simply. He had just been promoted to a high-ranking position, and he also wanted to find someone to try his hand. Although both of them were unarmed in the last fight, and Charlotte did not take advantage of him, but just slapped the other party a few times. But in a duel, weapons can be used, and Charlotte believes that this guy is not her opponent. Alan's cook turned around and left in anger. He was not afraid of dueling, but he was not in the mood. He was about to be transferred to the front line of Fellenden, so how could he still have the heart to duel? Seeing this guy leave, Charlotte was also a little impressed, thinking, this guy is flexible and is also a character. I have to be more careful next time. He went to a nearby coffee shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and patiently waited for Anne to get off work. Many supplies in Strasbourg were in short supply, but this shortage was different. For example, he often couldn't buy coffee on the Champs-Élysées, but the coffee shops in the Val d'Oise district, which was also in the upper 7th district, had sufficient supply. There was no way. This was the royal palace, the residences of ministers, the central government, and the 4 universities. On the Champs-Élysées, even a person like Charlotte would be short of coffee, and sometimes she couldn't buy it, and had to find other ways to stock up. But in the Val d'Oise district, even a small clerk could have coffee freely. Outside the upper 7th district, even food supply has begun to become problematic. Charlotte actually rarely goes to the outer 15th district. This time, he has not returned to number 1 Falcon Street. His understanding of Strasbourg is still biased towards the good side. He waited for a short time, drank 2 cups of coffee, and was about to order another snack when a beautiful figure walked into the coffee shop and asked for a cup of coffee. The other party found a place to sit down casually, and then saw Charlotte. The moment their eyes met, both of them showed surprise on their faces. Charlotte exclaimed, "Frederica, why are you back in Strasbourg?" The leopard girl was also surprised and asked, "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the front?" Charlotte spread her hands and said, "I was investigated for tax issues, so I returned to Strasbourg." Frederica was surprised. "You still owe taxes? It's impossible. Your weekly salary is not low, and the imperial civil servants have tax exemptions, which are much lower than the tax rate of ordinary businessmen. You don't pay taxes?" Charlotte knew that the leopard girl had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, "It's not a matter of my personal tax payment." Frederica immediately thought of the fact that he was often tax-free when he was in Silver Pigeon Castle, and said, Oh, you were investigated for tax exemption in Silver Pigeon Castle. It's not a big deal, you just need to pay the tax again." Charlotte felt that there was no way to explain it. He had too many free places, and there was no way to pay the tax. First, he pushed his reputation too high, and second, those who could pay taxes had been taken overseas by him, and there was no population left in the local area. Charlotte did not explain these. He knew that the leopard girl was not interested in these, and asked, "Or tell me, why are you in Strasbourg? The Empire's recent policy towards orcs is not very good." Chapter 329. Frederica said helplessly, "Our orc tribe alliance collapsed. Even the orc assassin alliance collapsed. Each of the 7 leaders took a group of people away. I didn't follow anyone, and had to go back to Strasbourg. You know, I went to college here. Except for the southern part of the continent, I am most familiar with this place." Charlotte was shocked and almost blurted out, "Isn't that a leopard who lost his home?" But his IQ and EQ were online today, and he said, "Why not go back to the Knights of Favonius?" Frederica said without any hesitation or shyness, "Okay." But after agreeing, Frederica hesitated. Charlotte asked curiously, "Do you have any other questions?" Frederica turned the coffee cup and said, "Can I bring a group of people?" Charlotte replied, "No problem." Frederica's voice became a little lower, and she said, "There are a lot of people." Charlotte asked curiously, "How many people are there?" Frederica didn't dare to look up, and said, "All the leopards." "Less than 5. Charlotte smiled brightly and said, 50, 500, or 5,000. Frederica said, "A little more, less than 500,000. Charlotte was immediately shocked and asked, "Did you say all the leopard tribe?" At first, he thought it was a small tribe of leopards, with at most a few hundred people, but now, he realized that it was not a small tribe, but the entire leopard tribe. There must be more than 500,000 people, right? Frederica didn't even dare to look up, muttering to herself, "I don't want to take over such a big hot potato." But all the elders of the leopard people died in the battle, and all the stronger warriors were taken away by Domitian. Now 186 leopard tribes, with a population of nearly 500,000 are on my shoulders. I am worried now. I need 5 cups of coffee every day to suppress my headache. What's annoying is that except for the Val d'Oise area, coffee is not available in other areas. I have to run out every day. Frederica didn't think Charlotte could solve the problem. She kept mumbling in a low voice. It can be seen that the leopard girl is under great pressure. Charlotte hesitated for a long time and said, "I can take in these leopards, but there are 3 conditions." Frederica was surprised and asked, "How can you take in so many leopards? How did you do it? Don't tell me that you will sell them as slaves, I will be angry." Charlotte said calmly, "I now control almost 13 cities, and there are 2 cities in Ingrima. If we disperse these leopards and send them to various cities, we should be able to digest them." Frederica was very surprised and asked, "Are you so powerful now?" She didn't doubt Charlotte's words. After all, the two had worked together before, and the leopard girl had witnessed the first half of Charlotte's rise. Although it was a bit exaggerated for the other party to control 13 cities, it shouldn't be particularly impossible. Frederica asked back, which 3 conditions? Charlotte raised a finger and said, must learn Farsi or Ingrima. Frederica nodded and said, okay, they want to live among humans. This is a necessary skill. In fact, most orcs know a little Farsi, so don't underestimate the learning ability of orcs. Charlotte stretched out her second finger and said, every leopard must learn the beast god transformation technique and master the ability to transform into a human. I know that it is impossible for everyone to become a superhuman, so as long as there is a little bit of achievement, it will be fine. Frederica was a little surprised and asked, how do you know the beast god transformation technique? This is the secret of the Orc Assassin League. Charlotte shrugged and said, can you tell me first? Frederica hesitated for a long time and said, although this condition is strange, I can do my best. Charlotte stretched out her third finger and said, I can't control the past, but the orcs I take in must be non-cannibals. Frederica looked at Charlotte for a while and asked, do you know that humans occasionally eat orcs? Charlotte replied, I will fully implement the doctrine of non-cannibals, and orcs cannot be eaten. Frederica was silent for a while and asked, have you met Septimius? Charlotte smiled brightly and said, no, but I have seen Domitian. Frederica was furious when she heard about Domitian and shouted, this guy is unworthy of being the leopard god, but he actually abandoned all the leopards and ran away. If I had the opportunity to enter the holy level, I must teach him a lesson. Charlotte smiled and said, you will see him soon. Frederica was surprised and said, you are together? This word is a bit fierce, Charlotte hurriedly explained. He went to seek refuge with Milliman. Frederica said oh, but she was not surprised, and said lightly, Domitian was originally Zimmerman's subordinate, and it is not surprising that he now goes to his fiancée. Charlotte smiled and said, do you want to see him? Frederica said, no. Charlotte did not continue the topic, and said, tonight, go to number 58, Champs-Élysées, and we will talk in detail. I have something private to do now. Frederica put down the coffee and said, okay. Charlotte was a little curious and asked the last question. You didn't bring all these leopards to Strasbourg, did you? Frederica said, how is that possible? Charlotte hurried to pick up and said, let's talk later. He paid for the coffee for 2 people and left in a hurry. Frederica watched Charlotte leave and felt that the pressure on her body seemed to be a little less. When Charlotte met, and the new law enforcement officer was processing documents, and was very happy to see Charlotte. She threw away the documents and ran out. The 2 of them left with laughter, and had established her prestige in the law enforcement department today. She took over the job very smoothly, and no one made things difficult for the newcomer. Alan's cook was waiting anxiously at the gate of Sheffield University. He didn't have a pass and couldn't enter the university. Suddenly, he was happy and ran over in a hurry, shouting, Sophia, I'm Alan's cook. Sophia Gallinold had a slight impression of him, but she didn't understand why this man suddenly came to the university to find her. She asked coldly, what's the matter, sir? Alan's cook whispered, I was framed and forced to leave Strasbourg for the front. Before I leave, I want to expose a despicable villain to you. Charlotte Mecklin is actually secretly dating the Lady of Brittany. He must have deceived you and tried to play both sides. Sophia Gallinold's expression suddenly became very beautiful. Chapter 330. Alan's cook chattered on. Miss Brittany even admitted that Charlotte Mecklin has met the Earl. This man is trying hard to curry favor with the Earl, and his heart is mean. Sophia Gallinold was no longer listening to his next few words. She suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart and thought to herself, is it time to meet the parents? I have to work harder. Go visit Mr. Mecklin tonight. An excuse? Well, an excuse? She suddenly saw Alan's cook, who was still trying to discredit Charlotte, and was overjoyed. She secretly exclaimed, isn't this a ready-made excuse? Sophia Gallinold didn't remember this young man at all. She had asked her father to ask Duchess Mezu for mercy, but she didn't expect to pay attention to a small figure like Alan's cook. Well, Sophia Gallinold is also the daughter of an earl. Her father is the Minister of War of the Fars Empire. Power, prestige, and military power are all top in the Fars Empire. Sophia Gallinold remembered that Alan's cook had just said that he was going to the front line, so she asked, which front line are you going to? Alan's cook said bitterly, Fellenden. I was framed by Charlotte because I investigated his tax problem, and he ordered someone to frame me and transferred me to Fellenden. Sophia Gallinold said softly, that's a good place to make achievements. When you go to Ferlanden, you can go to my father. I will write to him to recommend you." Alan's cook was overjoyed and was about to say a few more words to Sophia, but Sophia Garanit had lost her patience and hurriedly got on the carriage and headed straight for number 58, Champs-Élysées. In the carriage, Sophia actually wrote a letter to her father, Count Garanit. The main content of the letter is that I miss my father, but at the end, I mentioned that I have been troubled recently. A man named Alan's cook publicly insulted my reputation. I heard that he went to Ferlandon. Just such a short sentence. Sophia passed by a branch of the Imperial Post Office and asked the coachman to deliver the letter. She planned to write another letter in the evening and asked the servants at home to deliver it to the front line to ensure safety. Charlotte accompanied and for a while, looked at the scenery for a while, had some coffee, and spent the time until the evening. And said she wanted to go home, and Charlotte sent, and back to number 58, 6th Avenue, Val d'Oise for the second time. Charlotte met Aunt Karen again. The aunt still silently took her daughter home and bowed to her, and said goodbye. Charlotte was reluctant to leave, but there was nothing she could do. The Count of Brittany was obviously not a father who could be easily fooled. He was still quite afraid of the strongest man in Fars. Charlotte returned to number 58, Élysée Field Street, and saw the two ladies. He was not surprised to see Frederica, but he was really surprised to see Sophia Galinold. He asked, "Did you make an appointment?" Frederica knew Sophia Galinold. After all, the latter was much more famous, but Sophia Galinold did not know Frederica. The leopard girl had graduated for many years, and even at Gorgias University, few people knew the charm of the former forest goddess, not to mention that Sophia Galinold was studying at the University of Sheffield. Sophia Galinold felt more urgent when she saw Frederica. She smiled and said, "I have something else to do. Recently, someone has slandered my reputation and yours. I am very troubled, but I have no good solution, so I came to ask Mr. Mecklin for advice." Sophia Galinold is a 7th level Dark Moon Warlock. In terms of extraordinary talent, only Ben Lamorak, Julian, and a few others of the same age can compare. Usually, she looks like a leader in front of all her classmates. Even the older senior classmates are willing to be driven by her. But at this time, she looks hesitant, timid, shy, and afraid. Any man who sees her will probably feel pity. Charlotte was also a serious man, and he knew that this lady had an extraordinary background. In particular, Sophia Galinold's appearance and temperament always reminded him of Catherine the Great played by Marina Alexandrova, who was full of aura and confidence. He really didn't expect that the other party would play some tricks. He asked casually, "Who is it?" Sophia Galinold whispered, "Alan's cook." Charlotte was furious when she heard the name of her enemy. He really didn't know that this poor Mr. Alan's cook had been exiled to the Flanders front by Anne. And didn't mention this matter at all, so as not to let Charlotte know. She would occasionally lose her temper. After all, the image of a lady is very important. He also didn't know that Mr. Alan's cook had been accused by Miss Sophia Galinold in a letter to his father, the Minister of War of the Fars Empire, and his future was doomed to be bleak. "I thought this guy had turned hatred from love and had also killed Sophia Galinold," and said bitterly, "This guy is insidious and cunning, with far-reaching plans, and he can still endure humiliation. He is really a difficult guy to deal with. I wanted to duel with him and put an end to this matter, but he would rather lose his reputation than refuse. Don't worry, Miss Sophia Galinold, I will handle this matter." Charlotte secretly said in her heart, "Let the old goat do a big deal later." And Sophia still used political means. The two girls had different family educations, but they were almost all proficient in this skill. After all, they were not ordinary. Charlotte was simple and rough, without much technical content. Alan's cook had never expected that this rival would be so shameless as to send out the Holy Order to assassinate him. Well, Alan's cook's fate. Even if he offended the Serpent of Fate, it would be nothing more than this. Sophia Galinold was secretly delighted. To her, Alan's cook was a simple tool, just an excuse for her to visit him. As for what happened to Alan's cook, Miss Galinold didn't care. She whispered softly, "I heard that his background is very powerful. He is the Duchess of Mezu." Yeah, they are not close. Sophia Galinold really didn't know what kind of relationship Aaron's cook had with Duchess Metsu, so she could only be vague about it, but she also expressed her attitude. She was very worried about Charlotte. Charlotte didn't feel anything. He had lived 2 lives, and had never met a girl with such a high rank. Well, in fact, Anne's rank was not low either. Frederica, who had been silent, felt that this Miss Galinold was probably trying to capture Charlotte, which immediately cheered up the leopard girl. Chapter 331. Charlotte knew that she could not compete with Duchess Mezu, but she was not afraid of the Grand Duchess. Charlotte said calmly, "There is an old saying in the New World, It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Although Duchess Mezu is powerful and has a large family, she may not be able to suppress Charlotte in 10 years. This sentence was spoken with great force, and Sophia Galinold's pretty face flushed. Since she was saved by Charlotte, the various heroes she had imagined since childhood overlapped with Charlotte's image. This ancient saying from Earth is sonorous and penetrating, not to mention in this world, even on Earth. Sophia Galinold said in her heart, no wonder he can write such a good novel. It turns out that he is the protagonist in that kind of novel. He has the best character, the most resolute character, the broadest chest. It's a pity that Anna Brittany got there first. She is a senior at Gorgias University. Why did she come to snatch our senior at Sheffield University? What is intolerable? Yes, this sentence is also from Mr. Mecklen's novel. It is so philosophical and interesting. Compared with Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, all the men in Strasbourg are like chickens and dogs. Yes, these words, they are all from Charlotte's novel. His novels are unique in terms of words and precise in description. A new writing trend has emerged, which is called the Mecklin School. Many new writers are imitating those works from the earth. Frederica couldn't help but say, Charlotte, what level are you now? Charlotte shrugged and said, yesterday. Or the day before yesterday, I just got promoted to a high level. A high level, low level extraordinary of the 13th level. The leopard girl wanted to remind him not to act too much, but she was stunned by Charlotte's progress. She couldn't help but say, when I assassinated you, you were only a low level. No, you seem to be only the 2nd level, or the 3rd level. Charlotte replied calmly, who hasn't made some progress? Frederica couldn't help but shout, it's less than a year. Well, maybe more than a year, but that's still too scary. Don't you have any bottlenecks in your practice? Even if there is no bottleneck, the speed is too fast. Have you ever faced the evil god? No, the evil god is not that strong. You must have faced the 9 righteous gods head-on. Charlotte smiled awkwardly and said, don't joke. Summoning evil gods is a crime that will result in death by burning. Frederica spread her hands and said, there is no other possibility, which can perfectly explain all this. Charlotte was very upset and said, I just hid my incompetence in college. Frederica said, hiding my incompetence in college? Aren't you sick? Charlotte said, you are asking me to do something? This is your attitude? Frederica immediately stopped talking, but gave Sophia Galinold a look, conveying the meaning, I can help you. Sophia Galinold was very surprised, and then she was ecstatic. It was really surprising that Frederica was not a competitor, but a friendly. Frederica and Anne were not friends. She was a little familiar with Dorothy, but Dorothy was a divine covenanter, and would never get married, so Frederica didn't care who Charlotte dated. She was just under too much pressure recently, and wanted to have some fun. If Charlotte couldn't resist the temptation and her harem was ruined, it would have nothing to do with her. But if Charlotte could withstand the test, well, she could at least gain the friendship of Sophia Galinold. In short, the leopard girl learned bad things from Dorothy. Charlotte was still thinking about how to deal with Aaron's cook. He overestimated the strength of this gentleman. But it was not Charlotte's fault. The first time he fought Aaron's cook, although he was barehanded, he could only slap him a few times, but could not break his protective fighting spirit. He might have overestimated him. The second time he sent out a duel invitation, this guy actually held back, preferring to damage his reputation rather than impulsively duel, which made Charlotte look at him with even higher regard. Not only is this guy in such a key department as the law enforcement department, he can also spread rumors and slander Sophia Galinold, and he behaves in a way that is free to advance and retreat, which is a bit like a midterm small boss. Alan's cook is not a big deal in terms of combat power. I have the blood rose in my hand, or I can use other weapons, so I believe I can deal with him. He is just too cunning. He was arrogant at first, brought 2 girls, and arrogantly provoked me and but he could hold back and act after careful planning. His personality is fickle, and his mind is unpredictable. He is a capable opponent. Charlotte really didn't know that the reason why Aaron's cook changed so much in a lunch break was that he was emotionally hit by his lovely Miss Anna Brittany. As for what he thought, this man dared to provoke Sophia Galinold. He didn't even take the beloved daughter of the Minister of War seriously. As expected, he is so bold. In fact, it is a very beautiful misunderstanding. Where does this guy get the courage to slander Sophia Galinold? This lady's methods are very powerful. Strasbourg Rose is one of the most powerful people in the entire old continent under the age of 20. Sophia Galinold exchanged a few glances with Frederica, confirmed the other party's purpose, and couldn't help asking, Frederica, you are busy talking about my business. You must have something important to do when you come to Charlotte. I'd better not take up too much of Mr. Mecklen's time, otherwise it will delay your business. Frederica did not hide anything and told the story of the leopard tribe. She was not worried that Sophia Gallinal would leak the news, as the leopard tribe would naturally have ways to protect themselves. Sophia Gallinal also felt that it was difficult to deal with the situation. The Fars Empire had always had a bad impression of the orcs. With the orcs besieging Strasbourg, everyone from top to bottom no longer had a good impression of the orcs. As soon as the war was over, the Fars Empire would definitely send troops to sweep the orc tribes in the south of the continent. She whispered, "This is a very difficult matter." Charlotte said, "This is not a difficult thing. Orcs are also human beings. They are different from humans, but if they can be made indistinguishable, they can be integrated into humans. Millions of years ago, perhaps humans were just a group of monkeys." Sophia Gallinal and Frederica both thought he was joking, and Charlotte did not intend to explain. He was confident that he could handle these two things. But after coming back for so long, Charlotte had to fulfill her responsibilities as a host, and hurriedly asked Mrs. Nancy to prepare some desserts and tea. Chapter 332. Despite being able to date and every day, Charlotte was actually quite depressed during the days when she was ordered to stay in Strasbourg. The worsening supply of materials, the gradually depressed atmosphere in society, and the patrol soldiers who arbitrarily checked pedestrians on the street were not very pleasant. If he had a choice, he would rather stay in South Seraph, or Behemoth, with his Knights of Favonius, because it would be more free to control a piece of territory alone. He also didn't know how long the investigation against him would last. While chatting with Frederica and Sophia Gallinal, Charlotte suddenly found a note on the table. He picked it up casually. There were 3 lines of words on it. The first line was, "The golden ring was used to control the unfinished Holy Light God Kingdom." The second line was, "The Holy Light God Kingdom was created using the body and soul of another divine creature." And the third line was, "Don't even think about controlling the Holy Light God Kingdom." Charlotte immediately understood that this was a note written by the golden goat Rolf to him. He didn't understand why the old goat told him this big secret. Charlotte calmly crushed the note and threw it into the trash can next to him. Charlotte is an earthling, and some habits are hard to change, such as not being used to throwing things around, so he built dozens of trash cans and placed them everywhere at number 58, Élysée Country Street. Frederica did see the note, but she didn't see the content. She saw Sophia Gallinal's eyes flickering slightly, and knew that the other party had probably seen something. She was about to ask later when she heard Charlotte say, "Has anyone heard of the name of the Holy Light God Kingdom?" Frederica didn't expect that Charlotte would reveal this secret. In fact, Charlotte didn't think that this matter could be considered a secret. The Holy Spirit of Michaela was just that. He just thought that. One person's plan is short, and many people's plan is long. There is no need to hide such things, but it may miss the information that is within reach. Frederica shook her head. She really hadn't heard of the Holy Light Kingdom. Sophia Gallinal was slightly surprised and said, "Isn't this one of the 12 legendary warships?" There are 12 legendary warships on the 7 seas. These 12 legendary warships are all recorded in university textbooks. Charlotte has never heard of the Holy Light Kingdom, and her face showed a little doubt. Sophia Gallinal smiled slightly and said, "There have been 3 major versions of the 12 legendary warships on the 7 seas. The Holy Light Kingdom is the first major version of the legendary warship. In the second version, 3 legendary warships were replaced, and without exception, they all disappeared." Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, "Why haven't I heard of this?" Sophia Gallinal whispered, "Because the royal families of various countries have issued orders to ban these news, and major schools have also cooperated to delete and modify the publicly released textbooks. I just learned about this because I have relevant books hidden at home. If you are interested in the name of the Holy Light God Kingdom, Charlotte, I can take a few related books, and you can return them at any time." Charlotte hurriedly said, "Thank you, Sophia." He was indeed quite interested in the Kingdom of Holy Light, and wanted to know what was going on with it. The old goat's mysterious words aroused his interest even more. Sophia Gallinal agreed immediately and said, "I haven't read those books much, but I have a general impression that the Kingdom of St. Michael somehow gained a guardian creature and an ancient magic worship overnight. That ancient magic worship is the Kingdom of Holy Light. Later, that ship disappeared, but the Kingdom of St. Michael gained a Queen Bee. Many relevant records believe that the Holy Light Kingdom is the Queen Bee, it just changed its name. Some people also believe that they are 2 different ancient magic warships. I don't remember the specific information, I just remember that there is a saying that the Holy Light Kingdom is very huge, more than 10 times larger than the Queen Bee." Charlotte had eaten it. The Queen Bee was already a giant ship. Even when he traveled to Earth, He rarely saw such a giant ship. A ship that was 10 times larger than the Queen Bee could not be built by Earth's technology. If he didn't have the old goat's note, he would be more inclined to believe that the Holy Light God Kingdom was the Queen Bee, but with the old goat's note, and the fact that he did have 3 golden rings, it was more likely that these were 2 ancient magic warships. Charlotte pondered for a long time, and couldn't figure it out. He suddenly wanted to go back to St. Michael Island to see the other divine creature, and see if there was a Holy Light God Kingdom on St. Michael Island. Anyway, he would have to send a group of leopard people to Cappadocia and St. Michael Island in a while, so he might as well go there. Charlotte asked Sophia Gellenold several questions, but still couldn't get to the point. It was late, and Sophia Gellenold said goodbye and left. However, Frederica stayed at 58 Champs-Élysées Avenue, because it was inconvenient for her to leave. Charlotte prepared a guest room for her. The next morning, the leopard girl left without saying goodbye. Charlotte didn't see her when she got up, and didn't think about it. She still had breakfast as usual, practiced at home for a whole morning, and went to have lunch with Anne at noon. In the afternoon, she stayed at 221B Baker Street, Val d'Oise. After Anne got off work, she took the initiative to come to 221B Baker Street. The two of them spent some time together. After Charlotte sent Anne home, she appeared on St. Michael's Island with the help of the Mirror Door. Today's St. Michael's Island is much more prosperous than when the Golden Goat fleet occupied it. Middleman's wrist is much stronger than the old goat. Although she didn't get the 3 golden rings and couldn't control the Holy Spirit Michael, with 3 magic alchemy warships and hundreds of ships, St. Michael's Island is still an impregnable naval base. Charlotte did not alarm anyone, and quietly used the infinite mirror world to shuttle around the island for a while, and finally found the entrance to the underground maze. Although Middleman also found the underground maze, he just closed it, and did not explore it. After all, she was too busy, and did not think it was necessary to explore this underground maze. So this underground maze was empty, and there was no guard. Charlotte came here twice, because the old goat brought down a mirror to lure him to appear. Charlotte soon found the place where the golden goat Rolf had lured him last time, but he found nothing. Charlotte turned around and around, and the power of the maze he mastered also played a role. He actually found the entrance to at least 3 levels below in one go, going deeper and deeper. According to the coordinates, he was almost below the sea level. Chapter 333. Charlotte lit a blood flame in her palm, illuminating the road ahead. St. Michael's City was built by transforming the entire hill. Not only was there a 7-story city built on the hill, but also 7 layers of mazes were built inside St. Michael Mountain. Charlotte had searched 3 layers, and now he had found the entrance to the 4th maze, which was blocked by a black stone door. On the stone door, it was written in ancient words, "No one other than the descendants of Michael may enter this gate." Of course, Charlotte is not a descendant of Michael, but he cannot abide by this sentence. Charlotte exerted his strength, and pushed slightly, and the door burst into black flames, turning into 7 fire snakes coiling up. Fortunately, Charlotte withdrew his hand quickly, otherwise he would have been burned. He raised his left hand with 3 gold rings, and the 7 fire snakes coiled for a while, and as expected, they gradually retracted into the stone door. He pushed the black stone door again, and it opened easily. Charlotte shrugged his shoulders and thought, "It seems that there is no genetic verification in this world. As long as you have a token, you can pretend to be a descendant of Michael." Behind the black stone door was a huge hall filled with coffins. Each coffin was placed on a stone platform alone, and there was something like a tombstone in front of it, full of words. These coffins were all built magnificently, and even inlaid with jewels, like works of art, but they still exuded a gloomy aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Charlotte was not very courageous. She was frightened when she suddenly saw such coffins. She reached out and patted the stone door behind her, using the power of the Palace of Mirrors to create a magic mirror. The Mirror Door and the Mirror Palace are essentially the same, both of which are used to create magic mirrors. The former can return to the mirror world, while the latter can create more magic mirrors and create a small maze. The Mirror Door is the ability to escape, while the Mirror Palace is a fighting skill. Charlotte first created a magic mirror to facilitate escape at any time. This place full of coffins made him a little scared. Charlotte walked to a coffin, identified it a little, and found that he could read the words on the stone tablet. It was probably an epitaph, describing the life of the person lying in the coffin. This coffin was for the 3rd king of the kingdom of St. Michael. The achievements he boasted about in his life, in Charlotte's opinion, could be summed up in one sentence: living a peaceful life until death. He changed the coffin and read the words on the stone tablet in front of the coffin. In this coffin was a queen, and the words on the stone tablet praised her beauty. Well, her life was unremarkable. Charlotte walked around and silently compared the history of St. Michael Island. When he returned to Strasbourg, he went to the library several times to read materials. The history of the kingdom of St. Michael was not a secret, nor had it been buried. He found that only the bodies of 3 kings were missing. One of them was the first king of the kingdom of St. Michael, the one who summoned divine creatures and turned himself into a holy spirit. The last king of the kingdom of St. Michael was killed by someone who colluded with pirates. It is said that his body was set on fire and burned to ashes. It is reasonable that he is no longer alive, but there is another king of the kingdom of St. Michael whose body is missing. He is the 6th king. This king is quite mysterious. There is no record of him in all the information Charlotte found. However, he reigned for a long time, for more than 50 years. Charlotte did not try to open the coffin. Although he guessed that there might be a lot of financial reports and even extraordinary weapons inside, even the pirates of previous generations did not take them away, or had already taken them away, and just closed the coffin again. Of course, he chose to follow the crowd. After passing through countless coffins, Charlotte soon came to another hall. This hall was full of classics collected by the kingdom of St. Michael, various historical books, documents, secret methods, and even some novels and poems. Charlotte was slightly moved when she saw this place that looked like a library, thinking, the kings of the kingdom of St. Michael loved reading. He passed through countless bookshelves, and there was no road ahead. Charlotte felt something was wrong. This was only the 4th level of the maze, so there should be at least 3 more levels, and on the black stone door, there were threatening words that said that only descendants of Michael could enter this door. There must be something in it. Although he failed to find the divine creature, and did not see the holy light kingdom, Charlotte was not discouraged. He pondered for a long time and planned to call the golden goat Rolf over. After all, the old goat has ruled here for a long time, and should know almost all the secrets. Charlotte has never asked the old goat about the other divine creature because of his little awkwardness. After all, Charlotte has faced the evil god several times, and even heard the whispers of the serpent of fate. He is not very interested in the mere divine creature, and he always feels that seeing this thing will bring bad luck to himself. This time, it was the old goat who left a note saying that there was another extraordinary warship on St. Michael Island, so he came to take a look. Just as Charlotte was about to turn around and leave, the 3 golden rings on her hand lit up together, and her eyes went dark, and she was transferred to another space. The space here is very large, but unlike the 4 floors above, there is no flat ground, and no traces of excavation. It is just a natural cave. In the center of the cave, the Holy Spirit Michael floats. Charlotte didn't look at this divine creature carefully before. After all, this thing has a great momentum as soon as it appears, and there is a huge sacred force field. Even several saints can hardly move freely. Charlotte didn't dare to get close at all. At this time, the appearance of this Holy Spirit is actually very handsome. He is like sleeping, with his eyes closed, motionless, and the sacred force field around him shrinks and turns into a light cocoon, wrapping himself in it. Although he had the golden ring in his hand, Charlotte did not want to alarm him. However, he was slightly happy when he found out that the 5th level of the maze cave on St. Michael Island required the help of the golden ring to enter. This is the secret of exploration, which is much more interesting than forcing it out of the old goat. Charlotte looked at the Holy Spirit for a while, and was about to find the 6th level maze cave, when he saw a pile of dry bones in the corner of this natural cave. He was curious, and walked over to take a look. This pile of bones must have been moved many times, and had been torn into pieces, with nothing valuable left. Charlotte guessed that it might be the first King Michael, who occupied the body of a divine creature, and left his mortal body here. The golden goat Rolf must have been here, and other people must have come in before, taking away all the valuable things from the old king, leaving only worthless bones. Although the country where Charlotte lived in his previous life would definitely be burned to ashes after death, the concept of being buried in peace was still deeply rooted in his mind. He pulled out the blood rose, dug a hole in the ground, and buried the pile of bones shallowly. Suddenly, Charlotte heard a faint laugh, and there was an indescribable joy in the laughter. Chapter 334. Charlotte was almost scared out of her wits. It took him more than 10 seconds to realize that it was not the old king who was laughing, but it seemed even more frightening, because this chuckle was very familiar. It was the voice of a young man. Charlotte was startled and prayed silently in her heart, "You who travel in the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and rule the court of fate, why are you alarmed? Did I do something to disturb you?" A voice sounded in Charlotte's ears. "Are you willing to sacrifice the Holy Spirit Michael to me?" Charlotte said without hesitation, I am willing. How can I sacrifice him to you? One of the 9 righteous gods, the Serpent of Destiny, asked for a sacrifice, which was a great thing. The righteous gods never take things from mortals for free. Even if they do, it is a good thing. As long as it can make the righteous gods not miss themselves. Why would Charlotte be stingy with the Holy Spirit? The voice of the young man came faintly. Throw the ring that controls Michael to him. Charlotte immediately took off the golden ring and prayed silently. You who travel through the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and rule the court of fate, I follow your instructions, offer you a satisfactory sacrifice, and look forward to your pleasure. He threw the golden ring to the Holy Spirit Michael with all his strength. The golden ring flashed and disappeared into Michael's body. Charlotte heard a melodious laugh, and a young man's voice said softly, I once incarnated as a mortal, played in the world, and was friends with Michael for a while. The whole body of the Holy Spirit Michael trembled, but his eyes never opened. Soon, a faint stream of light left his body and rushed into the mysterious and unpredictable river of fate. After the faint stream of light left, the Holy Spirit calmed down again, but his body collapsed, and the sacred force field shrank further, and finally only a golden ring was left. Charlotte stretched out her hand, and a flaming hand flew out and took the golden ring back. He knew that this was the reward from the Serpent of Fate. What this righteous God needs is just Michael, not the Holy Spirit. The body of this divine creature is unknown to what means the snake of fate has used. No one can drive it anymore. It has completely merged into this golden ring. This golden ring is completely different from the original shape. It has become a golden snake entwined. The golden snake is vivid and full of vitality. It seems to be surrounded by a mysterious and unpredictable fate. Charlotte put it on her hand carefully. She seemed to hear the whisper of fate in her ears. The feeling was really wonderful. Charlotte waited patiently for a while, but did not receive any hints or hear any sounds in his ears. Then he started to explore the next level of the maze again. This time he found the entrance quickly. When Charlotte passed a certain place, the ground lit up with the light of a magic circle. He stepped in and fell to the next level. Half of the 6th level of the maze was sea water, or the underground lake in the cave. A huge warship was docked on the water. Its size was so huge that it was like a floating palace built on the sea. It was magnificent and luxurious. Charlotte was overjoyed, knowing that this must be the legendary Holy Light Kingdom. He raised the golden ring that controlled the legendary warship, but the Holy Light Kingdom did not move. Instead, another golden ring seemed to be blown by the wind and whispered. These whispers were completely inaudible, but Charlotte jumped into the lake as if guided by his mind, and swam to the bottom of the Holy Light Kingdom. The bottom of this huge legendary warship, with countless sharp nails, nailed a huge woman who was no less than Saint Michael to the bottom of the ship. In other words, the Holy Light Kingdom was built with this divine creature as its keel. Its facial features, limbs, and torso were all nailed tightly with huge nails, so that it couldn't even groan, and could only tremble slightly and groan in pain. He was still alive. Despite being tortured and nailed to the bottom of the ship, it was still alive, without its soul shattered or dead. Although Charlotte knew that this thing was not a human, she was still shocked and couldn't help wanting to save it. The ring in the shape of a golden snake suddenly murmured again, which made him alert. Charlotte soon discovered that he was completely different from the Holy Spirit Michael. The body of the Holy Spirit Michael was full of sacred meaning and exuded a surging sacred force field. But this divine creature had 6 huge wings of clear light, and was wrapped with an indescribable force field. What surprised Charlotte the most was that each of the nails that nailed him had a golden feather melted into it. It was obvious that these feathers must have been plucked from the Holy Spirit Michael. Charlotte was slightly surprised and thought, it turns out that he is not Michael's companion, but his enemy. They should be fighting, and the old king summoned them by some incredible means. One was made into a Holy Spirit, and the other was made into the Holy Light Kingdom. But I can't understand why he is still alive. The golden goat Rolf didn't tell the truth. He can't occupy the body unless someone is willing to live in the form of a ship and endure such torture all the time. Charlotte reached out and gently touched the forehead of this divine creature, and a thought came out. The fangs of the sea serpent Basuji, the tears of the giant whale king, the branches of the ancient Madra tree, the evil power of the god of the labyrinth, the breath of the blood ancestor, the favor of one of the 9 gods, the jealousy of the beloved, the fate of the divine creature, the blood of the peak holy rank, the grace of the red dragon emperor, the reward of the lionheart king, and the indifference of serving the monarch, the one who collected all these. I will serve you as my master, and am willing to carry you anywhere to explore all the treasures of the 7 seas. Charlotte was frightened and quickly retracted his finger, but after a while, he couldn't help but touch the forehead of this divine creature again, and the thought came out again. The fangs of the sea snake Basuji, the tears of the king of giant whales. The person who collects all of this, I will serve you as my master, and I am willing to carry you anywhere to explore all the treasures of the seven seas. Next, this thought was to repeat these words over and over again, tirelessly, but there was nothing new. Charlotte thought carefully for a while, and said, "What if I can meet some of your requirements?" He tried to pass on his consciousness, but did not get any feedback. Instead, the thought became stronger and stronger, shaking his mind endlessly, and he could hear it even if he retracted his finger. Chapter 335. Charlotte took out her diary without hesitation and slapped it on the forehead of the divine creature. The murmur in her mind stopped abruptly, and then a piercing scream rang out. Agmaras, Agmaras, Karnstein, Agmaras, Karnstein. The voice repeatedly screamed the names of the two evil gods. Charlotte almost thought that the divine creature would summon the two evil gods, but fortunately, such a terrible thing did not happen. About half an hour later, the voice returned to its original state, and the thought came out again. The fangs of the sea serpent Basuji, the tears of the giant whale king. The one who collected all of this, I will serve you as my master, and I am willing to carry you anywhere to explore all the treasures of the seven seas. But after listening carefully, there was no evil power of the god of Labyrinth, and the breath of the blood ancestor, only 10 items were left. Charlotte took back the diary and found that it had an extra side. Every time she turned it over, sometimes it would be the Labyrinth of Agmaras, sometimes it would be Vampire Scroll 28, and sometimes it would be the log of the Holy Light Kingdom. When he opened the Saint Light Kingdom voyage log, it recorded everything that happened to this legendary warship from its construction to its first voyage to all the voyages in the seven seas. The first few hundred pages of the Saint Light Kingdom voyage log recorded how this legendary warship was built, and even how to ask for the help of the Serpent of Fate, thus severing an unimaginable friendship. Later on, it recorded where the old king had been on it, how it became one of the 12 legendary warships on the seven seas, how the Queen Bee was captured, and how it encountered the deep-sea monster Akras in the raging sea. Although it repelled this unimaginably huge sea monster, it also lost its most precious parts, so that when returning, it encountered the labyrinth evil god Agmaras in the Agras Sea, so that this legendary warship barely returned to St. Michael Island and could no longer sail, and no one could drive it again. Charlotte really didn't expect that this legendary warship had encountered so many adventures. He didn't understand why the old king would rather have this legendary warship and give up unimaginable friendship. Charlotte could guess that this unimaginable friendship was 100% from the Serpent of Fate. Although the Holy Light Kingdom was extremely precious and even more valuable than the Queen Bee, it was not worth giving up the friendship of one of the 9 great gods. I can only say, well, I'm getting old and confused. Charlotte's diary has the function of Saint Light Kingdom navigation log. He can already sense the situation of this legendary warship. It is indeed seriously damaged, especially the divine creature. It looks fine, but it was actually injured by the deep-sea monster Akras. It is no longer enough to support the legendary warship's voyage. Charlotte did not stay in the lake any longer. He swam back to the surface. His diary was blessed by the power of 2 evil gods and recognized by a divine creature. The sea water could not wet it. He took it back into his arms and boarded this legendary warship for the first time. A powerful force swept over, but Charlotte was unharmed. Charlotte knew that if he had not been reminded by the golden snake ring, and had not dived into the lake and explored the bottom of the ship, he would have been blasted out by the defense field of the Holy Light Kingdom, even if he held the golden ring that controlled this legendary warship. Charlotte fumbled for a while, and secretly felt a little lucky for the 3 golden rings on his left hand. After boarding the Holy Light Kingdom, the golden ring on Charlotte's hand began to exert its power, allowing him to move freely on this legendary warship. Charlotte soon found a magic circle at the bow. It was obvious that the entrance to the 7th level maze was on this Holy Light Kingdom. The golden snake ring on Charlotte's hand kept murmured, reminding him to stay away. The closer he got to the magic circle on the bow, the more anxious the murmur became. He hesitated for a while, turned around and left, and did not continue to explore the 7th floor of the maze. For him, being able to explore here was enough. Charlotte returned to St. Michael's City layer by layer. He did not go to see anyone. Through the infinite mirror world, he once again returned to Strasbourg, number 58, Élysée Field Street. Charlotte knew that he could probably meet most of the needs of the Holy Light Kingdom. Although there were still a few things missing, he could go find them. However, he still wanted to plan things out before he acted on matters related to God. He first looked for information, and asked the Golden Goat Rolf to avoid any mistakes. When Mrs. Nancy saw him, she mentioned Frederica and Miss Sophia Gallinold. They came to visit him in the evening, but when they learned that he was not there, they returned disappointed and promised to come again tomorrow morning. Charlotte said that he understood and asked Mrs. Wu Meizijiang to help prepare dinner. He had been busy for a long time on St. Michael's Island and had not eaten anything yet. When dinner came, Charlotte carefully looked at the newly transformed golden snake ring. He had roughly understood what this thing was. It could use whispers to remind himself to make the most favorable choice and avoid danger. After leaving St. Michael's Island, it did not make any movement. Obviously, in Strasbourg, Charlotte was stable and safe, and would not encounter anything particularly good or particularly bad. After dinner, Charlotte returned to his room and practiced as usual. This time, he felt that his practice was progressing rapidly. The whisper of the Serpent of Fate was indeed much better than looking directly at the two evil gods, and it was quite safe. However, if there was a choice, Charlotte would rather work harder and spend more time practicing than encounter any gods again. The next day, early in the morning, before Charlotte got up, he heard Mrs. Nancy ringing the bell downstairs to remind him that there were guests. Charlotte got up, washed her face, changed her clothes, and hurried downstairs. As expected, she saw Frederica and Sophia Gallinaud. The two ladies seemed to be good friends, and were very affectionate. When Frederica saw Charlotte, she asked, "I am going to let the first batch of leopards come over. How are you going to arrange it?" Charlotte was surprised and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Frederica said with a somewhat ugly face, "The leopard tribe has no food. If no one helps, a great famine will occur immediately. I don't have time to delay. I hope Charlotte can arrange them as soon as possible, or go to a city, or go to sea. No matter what, more leopards can survive." Charlotte thought for a while and said, "No need to come to Strasbourg, let them go directly to Machupi." Chapter 336. Charlotte plans to transport all of these orcs to Cappadocia. The Goling Island, where Cappadocia is located, is vast, but the population is too small, and there are many undeveloped areas, which are enough to accommodate these leopard people. Charlotte hopes to bridge the gap between humans and orcs as much as possible through these leopard people. He lets humans practice the beast-god transformation technique, and also lets leopard people practice the beast-god transformation technique. If both sides can practice this technique successfully, how can they tell who is human and who is orc? Charlotte hopes to create a new nation based on this, regardless of behemoths, Salsera, leopards, or other races and nations that can be integrated in the future, but she doesn't know what it will look like in the end. Charlotte knows that in this world, beautiful ideas often do not necessarily lead to beautiful results, but he feels that he is not an omnipotent god, so he should try to do more. Frederica knows Machupi, has been to Machupi, and knows where Dorothy often works. Charlotte's arrangement is very considerate of her, and she is immediately overjoyed and said, "With your words, I feel relieved. I will notify them to go to Machupi." Sophia Gallinold waited quietly for Frederica to finish her work, then pointed to a pile of books and said, "This is all the information I found about the Holy Light Kingdom. If you still need it, Mr. Mikrin, I will continue to help." Charlotte smiled and said, "This is not easy. I actually have something else to ask you." Charlotte pondered for a moment and said, "I borrowed a batch of books, but due to time constraints, I can't read them all, and these books are very precious. I wonder if you have time to help me find some valuable information." When Charlotte saw the book Sophia Gallinold brought, he immediately thought of the library in the underground maze he saw on St. Michael's Island. He didn't know what was in those books, but he couldn't finish reading them in a short time by his own strength. However, these books were very precious, and there were many inherited secrets in them. He definitely couldn't just find a bunch of quick documents to read them, so he wanted to ask the two ladies for help. Frederica looked embarrassed. Of course she could read books, after all, Miss Leopard also graduated from college, but she really didn't like reading. Sophia Gallinold was delighted and said, "I can help." Frederica was helpless and replied, "I can help too." Charlotte then remembered that she had a manor, which was also given by the Queen, but he had not been there for a long time, or simply put, he had never been there. Although number 58, Champs-Élysées, was not small in size, it was obviously not enough to hold so many books. Number 221B, Baker Street, Val d'Oise was even smaller, and only that manor, which she had never been to, was suitable for transporting the batch of books from St. Michael's Island. He first asked Mrs. Nancy to go to the central government office to inform, and that he could not have lunch with her today, and then took Frederica and Sophia Gallinaud, took the dark luxury, and headed straight to the manor outside the city. The original name of this manor had been cancelled by Anne, and changed to a new name, Mechlin Manor. This manor mainly grows fruits, half of which are supplied to Strasbourg and the other half are used for winemaking. Several fruit wines produced by the manor have good sales in Strasbourg and are supplied to several restaurants, mainly targeting middle-class consumers. In addition to planting and winemaking, Mechlin Manor also has a fairly large residence, a 5-story building with nearly 100 rooms. On weekdays, there are 50 or 60 farmers and more than 20 servants working in Mechlin Manor. Anne took over here and also equipped the manor with 5 knights, taking up some of Charlotte's knight quota. These 5 knights are all from the knights of the Brittany family. Although they are old or injured and cannot go to the battlefield, they are powerful and experienced, and it is enough to protect a private manor in the area. Last time the orcs surrounded the manor, Mechlin Manor was not hit by the war because of its remote location. Occasionally, a few orc soldiers came over, but they were chased away by the knights, farmers and servants who were guarding the manor. Charlotte brought the 2 ladies to Mechlin Manor. After a brief inspection of the house, he began to move the books. Frederica and Sophia Gallinold helped to classify them, and check whether there were any records related to the name of the Holy Light God. This kind of search is not reading, but it can be quite fast. For example, just by looking at the category of the book, you can roughly determine whether it is related to the information you want to check. For some books, you can determine the scope of the content by just flipping through the catalog. The 3 of them were busy all day. Charlotte calculated the time and found that it was almost time for Anne to get off work. He couldn't accompany Anne at noon, and he couldn't miss her after get off work. He made an excuse and asked the 2 ladies to continue to check. He went back to Strasbourg with the help of the infinite mirror world. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pick out a mirror spirit and leave a coordinate for himself at Mechlin Manor, and was quite disappointed when she learned that Charlotte couldn't come at noon. When she got off work, she saw Charlotte rushing over and was overjoyed. She said, "Have you finished your work?" Charlotte smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Aren't you running a bookstore and publishing business? I just bought a batch of books. You can pick out which ones are more valuable and choose to publish some of them, so that your publishing house won't have enough books to print and the bookstore won't have enough books to sell." And was very happy. Although she didn't care about these things, and her publishing house and bookstore mainly sold novels of Anne Macron, Miss, and of Brittany still enjoyed Charlotte's thoughts very much. She and Charlotte hurriedly left the central government office. Charlotte was about to ask where to go for a while when she heard Anne whisper, "Today is my aunt's birthday. I want to visit her once. Can you accompany me?" Charlotte was about to ask which aunt, but then her face became embarrassed because Anne added, "Aunt Sophie." Charlotte's face was stiff, but she tried to force a smile and said, "We should go and see it. I will definitely accompany you. It's a pity that your aunt, Miss Sophie, will never see you and me together again." And was also a little sad, and said, "If it wasn't a misunderstanding, I wouldn't have known Mr. Mechlin. If I hadn't known Mr. Mechlin, I couldn't imagine how I would live in the future. In addition to wanting to express my grief, I also want to thank Aunt Sophie for touching our fate and giving us the opportunity to meet." Charlotte said decisively, "We should thank Aunt Sophie." Chapter 337. The temples of the 9 gods also run cemeteries, which is the main business of the gods. What surprised Charlotte was that the cemetery of the Breton family was in the Temple of the Serpent of Fate, which was located in the Lucavaro district. It had a very long history, and was built during the Sherlock dynasty. It has been 6 years so far. As the commander-in-chief of the patrol army in the Lucavaro district and the director of the Political Affairs Bureau, Charlotte has not been back for a long time. Since the patrol army was transformed into a night order, not to mention Charlotte, even the patrol army has been empty all year round, which is similar to the situation when they were idle. The biggest force in Le Cavallo district is the Bader Chamber of Commerce. The Bader Chamber of Commerce is not a gang organization in the conventional sense. It is a group of 17 shops that have formed a security group with gang colors. It rarely conflicts with other gangs and only protects the business safety of 17 shops. The leader of the Chamber of Commerce, Ross Bader, made 2 mistakes, but soon realized it and chose to join Charlotte and move into Machupi, doing his best to help him develop business. Charlotte has too many soldiers and does not need so many people to fight. Now Machupi is well staffed. The Bader Chamber of Commerce has recruited many employees, and its scale has expanded more than 10 times. There are far more than 17 shops. Not counting the newly built shops in Machupi, there are more than 50 shops in Le Cavallo district alone. Well, 2 of them are Anne's bookstores. Most of the gangs in Lucavaro were fooled by Charlotte to join the Knights of Favonius, and their power declined greatly. This is Charlotte's territory, so the expansion of the Bad Chamber of Commerce in Lucavaro has almost no resistance. As soon as Charlotte returned to Lucavaro and showed up, someone rushed to inform the head of the Bad Chamber of Commerce that Ross Bad was out and not in Strasbourg. The current head is his son, Little Bad. Little Bud was also over 30 years old. He immediately led a group of people and waited for Charlotte halfway. He approached Dark Luxury with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Mecklin, you have finally returned to the loyal Lucavaro district. If you have any instructions, please call us at any time. We are all proud to serve you." Charlotte took a look at the people outside. It was the first time for him to be received so grandly, but he really didn't like these ceremonies. He said, "You should do your own thing. I don't need these. I remember you are Bard's son, right? Work hard. Our West Wind will get better and better." Little Bard smiled and bowed respectfully to Anne. The relationship between Charlotte and Miss and Breton was well known in the Knights of West Wind. After all, this lady was the West Wind goddess of Gorgias University, and their Knights of West Wind were called the Knights of West Wind. Is there any need to make this relationship clear? When Little Bard heard that and wanted to get involved in the bookstore business, he personally went to her house and gave her 2 shops. Although Anne still paid, at least this loyalty made a deep impression on Anne. Little Bard was busy running around in the operation of these 2 bookstores, and he cared more about it than his own business. Even Charlotte herself didn't know that there was already a network of relationships around him, although it was still too weak, but it was quite flexible. Little Bud knew Charlotte's temper, but since he was traveling with Anne, it was obviously inappropriate for him to continue following, so after the visit, he took the people away, leaving only more than 10 teenagers to listen to Charlotte's orders. Charlotte didn't care at first, but occasionally looked out of the car and saw more than 10 teenagers following the carriage, speeding all the way. His eyes tightened slightly, and he actually saw an acquaintance. Well, in fact, there is more than one acquaintance, but the rest are not so familiar. He saw Yang Milian from Seagull City. The young men who followed him were also from Seagull City. Charlotte had not left her hometown yet, and she often saw them on the street. Charlotte thought to herself, why did they come to Strasbourg? He did not show up to say hello, and planned to find a chance to ask later. Dark Luxury soon arrived at the Temple of the Serpent of Fate. Charlotte accompanied Anne out of the carriage and took Dark Luxury as a ring. The teenagers following behind all showed envious looks, and one of them whispered, "When can we have such a magical treasure?" Yen Milian whispered, "Don't dream. He has been in Strasbourg for a while, and after being tempered by society, he has become more alert, but also more able to recognize reality." Yen Milian didn't feel anything in Seagull City, but when he arrived in Strasbourg, he quickly found a way to make a living because he had a group of teenagers under him, running errands for the people in the city. Although life was hard and difficult, at least he didn't starve. He soon found out that Charlotte was working in Lucavaro district, so he brought people here, thinking that he would see Charlotte soon, but he didn't expect that Charlotte almost never showed up, but there were traces of Charlotte everywhere in Lucavaro district. The patrol army belonged to Charlotte Mecklin, the government bureau belonged to Charlotte Mecklin, many commodities on the street belonged to Charlotte Mecklin, and even the newly opened bookstores were said to belong to Charlotte Mecklin. When the residents of Lucavaro district heard that something was owned by the Knights of Favonius, they would assume that it was of high quality and low price, and they would feel more assured when buying. Yang Milian also gradually lost the thought of looking for Charlotte. He felt that he and Charlotte were no longer from the same world. He could also understand why Charlotte didn't go to see him at the beginning. Well, I misunderstood. This was Charlotte's first time to the Temple of the Serpent of Fate. Although it was the Black Moon era, and Lady Black Moon was in charge of everything, the faith and worship of the other 8 gods were never affected. The Temple of the Serpent of Fate still had many believers. Charlotte and Anne walked quietly through several buildings and arrived at the cemetery behind the temple. There were also many people mourning their relatives here, and everyone was very quiet. And found Sophie Breton's grave. Because she was killed by her husband, she was not buried in the Young Mills family cemetery after her death, but in the Brittany family cemetery. And placed a bunch of white daisies she brought with her in front of her aunt's tombstone, crossed her fingers, held her hands at her forehead, and prayed silently. Charlotte felt ashamed and prayed silently for a few words, saying, "Miss Sophie, everything is the fault of the former Charlotte Mecklin. I am Huang Haisheng, and I am no longer that person. If you have returned to the embrace of the 9 gods, please don't think about me anymore. I have also killed your enemies for you." Young Mills did die in Charlotte's hands. Just as Charlotte finished praying and looked around at the scenery, a young priest came and said with a smile, "The patron of the Serpent of Fate. The High Priest wants to see you." Chapter 338. Charlotte was startled and asked, "Respected priest, did you recognize the wrong person?" The young priest smiled and said, "The person who holds the whisper of fate is tied to the snake of fate. How could I recognize the wrong person? Besides, even if I am wrong, the high priest will not recognize the wrong person." Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, "Whisper of fate?" The young priest nodded and said, "It is the golden snake ring you hold." Only then did Charlotte know that the ring that was changed by the snake of fate was named Whisper of Fate. Annie had already opened her eyes. She was also very curious and said, "Let's go see the high priest." Charlotte agreed, and took Anne's hand and followed the young priest. They soon arrived at a secluded place. There were no buildings here, only a forest. A tall old priest stood there. He was like a giant tree, towering into the clouds. Charlotte felt a little bit of intimacy, and gave an imperial salute, and asked, "The high priest asked me to come over. Do you have any advice?" The high priest smiled and said to Anne, "When you were a child, you often came here with the count. I didn't expect that you have grown up so fast." And did come here with her father when she was a child, but the Count of Brittany was getting busier and busier, so he rarely came with his daughter. And also hurriedly performed a daily greeting and said, "This is the high priest of Tromsø, who is also a good friend of my father. This is Charlotte Mecklin." The high priest of Tromsø smiled and said, "There is no need to introduce Mr. Mecklin. He holds the whisper of fate, and is a favored person of the serpent of fate. I asked Mr. Mecklin to come here, because I hope you can join the temple. The favored people are different from the covenanted people. They don't need to abide by those rules, nor do they need to work in the temple. They enjoy all freedom." Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, "Can I still join the temple?" Generally speaking, only the covenanted people can become clergy. Of course, the covenanted people can also not become clergy, but the reverse is not true. Non-covenanted people cannot join the temple. Of course, the divine covenants of other gods cannot join the temples they do not believe in. The Tromsø high priest whispered, "Of course, the gods always show special favor to those they like," and was also quite surprised. She asked, "What is the whisper of fate?" Charlotte usually does not wear some small things on her hands. He took out the golden snake ring from his arms and asked curiously, "I didn't show it to anyone. How did you know that I have it?" The Tromsø high priest pointed his finger, and Charlotte's whole body was filled with clear light. The light was retracted as soon as it was emitted. He said, "In the eyes of the loyal servants of the gods, the glory of fate on the gods' favored ones is as clear as a torch in the dark night." And the Tromsø high priest smiled and said, "I can predict fate a little bit." Charlotte suddenly realized and said, "You can tell fortunes." The Tromsø high priest smiled and said, "Although I can't tell fortunes, it's okay to understand it this way. There are very few extraordinary people who follow the prophecy system in this world. Charlotte has only met one and killed him easily. Even if he is a priest of the serpent of fate, not everyone can touch fate. The Tromsø high priest is obviously different." He said to the young priest, "Give the priest's documents, robes, and the revelation of the snake of fate to Mr. Mecklin." The young priest had already prepared, and handed Charlotte a document, a priest's robe, and a thick manuscript. The high priest of Tromsø said, "From today on, you are the official priest of the temple of the snake of fate. No matter where you go in the old and new continents, as long as there is a temple of the snake of fate, you can get help. Where there is no temple of the serpent of fate, you have the power and the responsibility to build a new temple to welcome the glory of the serpent of fate." Charlotte took these things as if in a dream. When he saw the thick manuscript, he couldn't help but muttered, "Is this a revelation from God? Why is it so thick? Is the serpent of fate so long-winded?" He immediately killed this disrespectful thought. In the temple of the serpent of fate, in front of the chief priest, he secretly criticized one of the 9 gods, who was the one who could read people's hearts the most. He simply didn't want to live. The high priest of Tromsø smiled and said, "You have another privilege. You can come to the temple to learn the art of fate. Although the extraordinary path you are on has nothing to do with fate, under the care of the serpent of fate, it will be very easy for you to learn the art of fate." Charlotte nodded. Whether to learn the art of fate or not can be discussed later. He chatted with the high priest of Tromsø for a few words, and confirmed that the high priest had nothing else to do, and then left the temple with Anne. Charlotte didn't even look at Yang Milian, and got into the carriage with Anne. In the carriage, Charlotte handed the documents and robes to Anne, saying, "Please put them away for me," and was overjoyed and said, "I will put these things away." Charlotte kept all the documents of her duties by herself, and this was the first document she gave to Anne, which was of great significance to Anne. Charlotte felt that these things were in the way, So she handed the documents and robes to Anne and opened the divine revelation. After just one look, his face changed drastically, and he whispered, "Is it so perverted?" As soon as he said this, he knew he had said something wrong, and hurriedly covered his mouth. But the expression on his face was still horrified. Annie asked curiously, "What's wrong with this divine revelation?" Charlotte handed over the thick manuscript in her hand. Anne took a look and couldn't help but exclaim, but her pretty face was slightly excited, and she whispered, "Charlotte, this is a good material for a new novel. You really don't want to start a new book?" Charlotte's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, "As an author, it is my greatest duty to write every novel to the end and wholeheartedly present a complete and good story to readers. I still have several novels that have not been completed. How can I start a new book? This is irresponsible to readers." Charlotte took back the thick divine revelation. He was now very sure that the Serpent of Destiny was a serious god of fun, and the divine revelation given to him was purely to have more fun. This divine revelation has a total of 128 items, with both decimals and integers, and there is no suspicion of making up a large number. The righteous God instructs believers on how to please themselves. This righteous God is really serious. Chapter 339. 1. Invent a custom related to the Snake of Fate and pass it down to provide a stable number of believers for the Snake of Fate. Reward: a portion of the Joy of Fate. 2. Kill several important believers of the evil god, such as Morgan Eladin, who lives in Picardy. He believes in the God of Joy, such as Huang Neil and Garan, who also believes in the God of Joy, and Turuin Marty, Ozans, Lakis, and Mason, who live in Rosie and Marvin Sato, who also believe in the God of Joy. This is an evil god who steals the joy of the world and makes people unhappy. He wants to make the God of Joy unhappy. Depending on the degree of unhappiness of the God of Joy, he will be rewarded with 1 to 3 destiny joys. 3. Secretly draw a few destiny snake patterns in the hidden corners of the Gate of Glory, and don't let anyone notice. The longer the pattern remains, the more destiny joys you will receive. If it remains for more than 1 year, 1 destiny joy will be rewarded. If it remains for more than 3 years, 1 more destiny joy will be rewarded. If it remains for more than 5 years, I advise you to erase it in advance. 3 years is the limit of his tolerance. When the Lord of Glory was angry, I was also a little scared. 4. Find a high priest of the Lord of Glory, and give him a hard kick in the ass or crotch. The higher the status of the high priest of the Lord of Glory, the deeper the cultivation, the harder the kick, and the more joy of destiny the reward. There is no reward below the high level. Kick the high priest to the point of peeing, and reward 1 joy of destiny. Kick the holy priest to the point of howling, and reward 3 joys of destiny. 5. Write a novel about Black Moon. You can control the scale yourself. Try to make Black Moon show her love for me without angering her. If something goes wrong, don't say it was my instigation. But don't worry, Black Moon has a bad temper, and when he takes action, he probably won't give you a chance to quibble. If the novel sells more than 10,000 copies, you will be rewarded with 1 joy of destiny. If it sells more than 30,000 copies, you will be rewarded with 1 more joy of destiny. If it sells more than 100,000 copies, you will be rewarded with a 3rd joy of destiny. For every additional 100,000 copies sold, you will be rewarded with 1 joy of destiny, and there is no upper limit. 6. When Charlotte saw this thick revelation from God, her heart trembled. Many of the revelations from God were just to encourage him to commit suicide, to commit a great suicide. The more he did it, the happier the Fate Serpent was, and this god of fun had no intention of bearing the consequences. When Charlotte wanted to kick the butt or crotch of the Lord of Glory, the first person she thought of was the Grand Priest Augustin. However, this Grand Priest was a genuine saint, protected by the power of glory. It was impossible for a mere high-level extraordinary person to kick him and make him scream. Even if he did, how would he survive? The Grand Priest Augustin was not a saint who would not get angry. He was just a saint. Even for the sake of Jean Aju, the Grand Priest Augustin could not allow him to be so presumptuous. As for playing tricks on the Snake of Fate, this is even more suicidal than the 128 divine revelations. Charlotte sighed, put away the thick revelations, and said, "These tasks are not easy to do," and whispered, "Actually, the first one is easy. We can publish a special edition of the Snake of Fate novels, add a new character to each novel, and let him always mention a custom about the Snake of Fate in the novel. When this set of novels spreads, maybe we can create a new custom." Charlotte immediately felt that Anne's words made sense. Listening to the special edition novel of the Serpent of Destiny could please this righteous god. He could also add Lady Black Moon to the novel, and let the two righteous gods have an ambiguous relationship. Well, how could they have an ambiguous relationship again? How could they not anger Lady Black Moon? He pondered for a while, but still couldn't think of a solution, so he said a few words to Anne. And smiled and said, "Leave it to me. I have a solution." Charlotte was overjoyed and said, "Annie, you are really both intelligent and beautiful. What is the method?" And smiled playfully and said, "Write the two gods as the same sex." Charlotte was shocked, but after a while, she thought this method was feasible. He really didn't know that a certain gunman lady was doing a big job again, and was already an old driver who was familiar with this kind of thing. The two went back to 221B Baker Street in Valdez and stayed for a while. Charlotte sent Anne back to 58 6th Avenue, then bought 3 meals and returned to Mechlin Manor with the help of the infinite mirror world. He said seriously, "Frederica, Sophia, I brought you some delicious food." The two ladies were so busy flipping through books that they didn't know that Charlotte had time to go on a date. Seeing that Charlotte even brought food, they secretly praised his attentiveness. Well, the attentiveness of a scumbag. Charlotte accompanied the two ladies for dinner, then sent them back and invited them to come again tomorrow. She also instructed the servants of the Mechlin Manor that no matter when, as long as the two ladies came, they must be welcomed with the greatest courtesy, regardless of whether she was there or not, and there was no need to notify them. Frederica always felt something was wrong. Sophia Gallinal clenched her fists, feeling that she had taken a solid step forward. She could freely enter and leave Mechlin Manor, which was a great trust. Charlotte learned about a big event from the newspaper the next day. The joint fleet of Fars and Engrima encountered the fleet of Byron in the Giant Whale Sea, and the largest naval battle in history took place. Both sides deployed more than 20 magic alchemy warships, more than 700 ordinary warships, and more than 200,000 troops. This battle, Engrima lost nearly 100 warships and 2 magic alchemy warships, and Fars suffered even greater losses. Not only were more than 100 ordinary warships sunk, but 5 magic alchemy warships also sank permanently to the bottom of the sea. By comparison, Byron was much better, losing less than 150 warships and sinking 4 magic alchemy warships. Middleman's fleet was not part of the official Royal Navy sequence, so it was not summoned to participate in the war. The Duchess of Mez's Northern Fleet carried out a feint attack mission in this battle. The main combat goal was to blockade several major military ports in Byron, and it also escaped by luck. However, Middleman learned about the naval battle and rushed to the battlefield. Just as 2 of Byron's magic alchemy warships were withdrawing from the battle, he was hit by the first rows of Fars. With his powerful strength, he captured the 2 Byron's magic alchemy warships after losing 6 or 7 ordinary warships. The loss of Byron's magic alchemy warships suddenly soared to 6, which was almost the same as the loss of the combined navy of Engrima and Fars. With the addition of these 2 Byron's magic alchemy warships, Middleman was in great glory on the battlefield, and the Imperial Rose Fleet was proud of the Giant Whale Sea. Even Duchess Meza had to say after the war, "When the rose of Sumay's family bloomed, even I was eclipsed." Chapter 340. Charlotte was shocked when she got the news from the newspaper. The high officials, nobles, and even the Emperor, who got the news from the war report, were more than 10 times more shocked. The loss of the Fars Royal Navy made every class from top to bottom feel extremely distressed. Fars had accumulated these assets for hundreds of years, and it was not a one-day effort. At the same time, the Empire completed all the procedures at an unprecedented speed. After receiving the war report, within 4 hours, a document was sent from Strasbourg to the Imperial Rose Fleet. Middleman was promoted from the 17th class Imperial Captain to the 13th class Imperial Colonel, and his political status was as many as 22 items. It was the kind of thing that would be criticized by readers for being too wordy, if it was written into a novel. The favor of the Fars Empire to Middleman increased countless times in an instant. Although Charlotte had made countless contributions, they were mainly in remote battlefields. South Seraph was not the main area where the Empire invested its troops. There were other commanders in the 2 Brittany offensives. Secondly, his contributions were indeed not as great as Middleman's. Thirdly, he truly felt the indifference of serving the monarch. Charlotte was having breakfast when Sophia Gallinal came to visit. Frederica didn't come. She asked Sophia Gallinal to bring a message, saying that she would go to Machupi today to settle the first group of leopards. Charlotte invited the Strasbourg Rose to have breakfast together. Sophia did not refuse, but she ate very politely, only eating half a piece of bread and drinking a cup of coffee. During breakfast, Charlotte casually mentioned the sea battle. Sophia Gallinal's face was a little solemn, and she whispered, "I came here today to tell Mr. Mechlin something." I am also a subject of Fars. At this time when the country is in danger, I cannot indulge in personal," she said in a barely audible voice, "emotions." Then she said a little louder, "I have applied for a leave of absence and will go with the army soon. I can't accompany you anymore." Sophia Gallinold felt heartbroken for a moment. She never believed that she would lose to Anna Brittany as long as she competed fairly. But as the daughter of the Gallinold family, she could not hide behind and indulge in personal love when the Empire needed her. Even if she was reluctant, she was going to give up this relationship and serve the country. Sophia Gallinold didn't know if she could come back. She felt a lot of pain in her heart and had an inexplicable resentment towards Anne. She looked at Charlotte and just wanted to see her one more time, because she didn't know if she could come back alive from the battlefield. Fate was cruel and ruthless, and the battlefield was as cold as iron. Even if you have the most noble birth, the most remarkable surname, and high rank, even if you are a saint-level extraordinary person, you can't guarantee that you will come back alive. Sophia Gallinold didn't expect that she would face a disastrous defeat and have to retreat before she had tried her best to win over a boy for the first time. Although Sophia had countless ways to stay in Strasbourg, she didn't want to disgrace the Gallinold name. She even felt that she would look down on herself if she stayed in the capital of the Empire for love instead of going out to fight for the country. Charlotte was speechless and whispered, "I wish you good luck in military affairs." "Sophia, which battlefield are you going to?" Sophia Gallinold replied, "I will join the Navy." At this moment, Charlotte even thought about whether to give the whale slaughter and whale killing to Sophia Gallinold. These 2 knight lances are of great benefit in fighting on the sea. But when he thought of and happily hanging these 2 knight lances on the wall of 221B Baker Street, next to her magic oil painting, he knew that this was a big deal that could please the Snake of Fate. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and decided to change to a smaller one. He was so stupid that he took out a gold ring and handed it to Sophia Gallinold, saying, "I have a friend who has a great warship, but she probably won't go to the battlefield. You have someone send this gold ring to 699 South Riverside Street, Severn Ties. Yes, please ask someone to send it there, don't go there in person, and ask her if you can borrow the ship. As a friend, I'm sorry, very sorry that I can't give you more help when you go to the battlefield. Please don't refuse it." Sophia Gallinold took the gold ring. She didn't know what Charlotte had lent her. After all, Count Gallinold was now at the Fellenden front. He couldn't be as idle as Count Brittany. He didn't know his daughter's thoughts, and he didn't have the urge to investigate Charlotte thoroughly. So what anew, Sophia didn't know. Seeing Charlotte was so cautious, she whispered, "I will keep this gift well." Charlotte Mecklen's breakfast tasted very bland. Although he had been to the battlefield, it was because of this that he knew how dangerous the battlefield was. He did not have any special feelings for Sophia Gallinold. As an ordinary friend, he did not want to see tragedy. Just like when he took Dorothy to the battlefield, he almost always placed this deputy in a safe place. Most of the time, Dorothy was in Machupi, the ancient orc fortress, which could be called Charlotte's base camp, and the safest one among all the cities he controlled. Charlotte was the same with other friends and subordinates. He almost never used human lives to fill the battle line. In many cases, he would rather lose the battle than to protect the safety of his subordinates. Charlotte was never a qualified commander. He should never be a qualified commander. After saying goodbye to Charlotte, Sophia Gallinold finally put down a huge stone in her heart. She was a famous figure in all major empires. In Fars, there was not even a young man under the age of 20 who could compare with her, including men of the same age. Sophia Gallinold's dream was never to fall in love, but to become a hero who could turn the tide and command thousands of troops. She stood up and said goodbye to Charlotte. When she was about to leave number 58, Champs-Élysées, Sophia drew her sword from her waist, cut off a strand of hair, handed it to Charlotte, and said, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklen, are you willing to keep it for me?" Charlotte sighed, took the strand of hair, clipped it into her diary, and whispered, "I am willing to pay 10 times the joy of fate, as long as they can bring you back safely." Sophia Gallinold smiled slightly, and this time, she left without looking back. The roses in Strasbourg will also bloom. Chapter 341. After Sophia Gallinold left, Charlotte couldn't calm down for a long time. He went to Mecklen Manor alone for a while, and went to pick up and for lunch at noon, and was in the general office of the central government, and she was in a key department like the law enforcement department, so she heard a lot of inside information. While the two were having dinner, and said, "Because of the naval battle in the Sea of Giant Whales, we suffered too much loss. I heard that we need to withdraw a group of army troops to supplement the navy." Charlotte asked in surprise, It has come to the point where we need to withdraw the army troops? And took a small bite of bread and said, the Empire is going to launch a bigger naval war to completely block the Byron Navy in the port and not allow them to escort the trade lines at sea. The war has been going on for almost a year, and everyone is short of supplies. The trade lines at sea have become more important than before. I heard that some families in Strasbourg have begun to run out of food. Charlotte knew that this was inevitable in war. War is fought for resources. Population, wealth, minerals, food, weapons, everything is a resource, and will be ruthlessly consumed in war. Charlotte didn't really want to talk about the war. He listened to, and talking about work, occasionally interrupting to lighten the mood. When lunch was almost over, and whispered, I took over your investigation. Originally they wanted to keep you in Strasbourg for half a year. After I took over, I helped you extend it to a year and a half. You probably won't go to the battlefield until the end of the war. Charlotte was very moved, but also very curious, and asked, Who are they? Why don't you want me to go to the battlefield? And hesitated for a moment and said, Some of them are my father's political enemies, and some probably want to intervene in the post-war South Seraph and Behemoth, and some are just trying to take advantage of the situation. If you go to the battlefield again, such a large region and a principality will be in your pocket. On the contrary, that thing is just a clown, not an important reason. Aaron's cook had just arrived at the front line and was sent to the stormtroopers. When he was in the law enforcement department, he could easily mobilize various resources to embarrass Charlotte, and seemed to be able to manipulate Charlotte's fate at will, but in a blink of an eye, he also became a plaything of fate, was roughly stuffed into the front line, and became the most advanced stormtrooper. Charlotte still remembered Alan's cook. He had originally wanted to send the Golden Goat Haralth to kill this somewhat difficult enemy, but who would have thought that this guy actually predicted the danger, leaving the old goat empty-handed. Charlotte had a feeling that this guy would be his destined enemy, and the two might have a chance to fight. After lunch, Charlotte sent and back to the general office of the central government. He was a little bored, so he decided to find something to do, clear up the faith of the God of Joy, and gain some joy from fate. Charlotte didn't know what these joys of fate could do, but since they were rewards from the Snake of Fate, they should be of some use. The most important thing is that Charlotte promised to pay 10 joys of fate to protect Sophia Gallinald's safe return, but he didn't even have one joy of fate. The Snake of Fate couldn't agree to borrow. Fate is a fair thing. When someone is happy, someone else will inevitably be unlucky. Charlotte felt that she shouldn't be unlucky, and Sophia Gallinald shouldn't have bad luck, so she would ask the God of Joy to be unlucky. As a God of Joy, he actually steals the joy of the world instead of granting joy to his believers. This evil god deserves bad luck. Whether it is the old world or the new world, there are countless evil gods, and not every evil god is very powerful. Because many creatures failed to maintain their integrity when they ascended to the god level. For example, the two divine creatures on St. Michael Island had obvious defects, which is why they were calculated by the old king. One became the Holy Spirit, and now became the Whisper of Fate, and the other became the Holy Light God's kingdom, and now it has become half disabled and unable to sail. Charlotte first went to the library to check the information about the God of Joy. There was quite a lot of information about this evil god. He was originally a high priest of the Lord of Glory. He was highly respected and had superb cultivation. He somehow comprehended a kind of evil secret method that could steal the faith that originally belonged to the Lord of Glory. When his life came to an end, this high priest who had a flawless faith in his life could not help but have evil thoughts and used this secret method, and then he was gone. According to the records, this so-called evil god can only exist in legends and cannot appear in the real world at all. It is the more miserable kind of incomplete. As long as the deeds of this evil god are constantly spread, a wonderful supernatural power will be granted to make others unhappy. Charlotte originally thought that making people unhappy was not a valuable supernatural power, but then she thought, if I have this kind of strange supernatural power, and keep using it on the people I hate, making them unhappy no matter what they do, isn't this the god of depression? This evil god is something. It must be my unshirkable responsibility to destroy the God of Joy. Let the world no longer be depressed. How great a merit would this be? Charlotte originally wanted to find trouble with these believers of the God of Joy, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly thought, this evil god can only exist in legends. If the legend is gone, he cannot exist. What if the legend changes? Will he change too? And he once proposed to publish a special edition of novels about the Snake of Fate, adding a new character to each novel, and let this character always mention a custom about the Snake of Fate in the novel. This idea gave Charlotte an inspiration, and he took out a book, Charlotte's Biography, and thought about making a special edition of the God of Joy, Charlotte's Biography. He erased the identity of the God of Joy as the high priest of the Lord of Glory, and turned him into the pet of the Snake of Fate, loyal to his master, the Snake of Fate, and was particularly committed to promoting a custom, playing snake cards. Well, it's Guangdong Mahjong. Charlotte's biography, the special edition of the God of Joy, included all the legends about the God of Joy, which almost doubled the number of words in this special edition. Charlotte sent someone to send the new version of Charlotte's biography to Nt's publishing house, and he no longer cared about it. In the following days, the Fars Empire really started a new round of conscription, and sent a large number of land forces to the navy, and planned to build 5 more magic alchemy warships. The world in Strasbourg became more and more difficult, and even the shops on the Élysée Pastoral Street began to close. Charlotte could no longer buy coffee, beer, fruit wine and other supplies anywhere, and could only rely on her own merchant group for transportation. In Grima, Fars, Byron, and even the fleets of the Black Phoenix fought dozens of small naval battles on the Sea of Giant Whales. Both sides had their own wins and losses, and they were all accumulating advantages in the war. The war was about to start. Chapter 342. Just as Charlotte was about to go out, she saw a thin young man waiting outside the door. He was a little embarrassed, but his eyes were firm. Yang Milian, an old acquaintance of Seagull City. Charlotte greeted him calmly. "Yang, what can I do for you?" The tone was as calm as asking an old acquaintance about the weather. Yang Milian whispered, "I joined the army, but we didn't get any weapons. You know, this is not okay, so I want to borrow some weapons from you." Charlotte raised her eyebrows and said, "Join the army? Which unit?" Yang Milian whispered, "It's the Dragon Knights." Charlotte said, "I've never heard of it." Yang Milian whispered, "They were newly established not long ago. They used to be a local security group. The leader is a serious knight." Charlotte had mixed emotions, and finally said lightly, "I will transfer you away. Don't stay in that knight group. They are pure cannon fodder. You will die if you go there." Charlotte has fought many battles, and is familiar with the military system of the Empire. The combat effectiveness of this kind of knights, who were temporarily transferred from local troops, is very low. They can only be used to fill the front line. The purpose of the soldiers is to die for the friendly forces, and use their lives to achieve some insignificant strategic goals. Yang Milian lowered his head and said, "We have already agreed. It is not easy to regret, not to mention. It is already difficult to find a job in Strasbourg. Without food, we will soon starve to death. At least joining the army will give us a chance to survive." Charlotte became a little anxious and said, "You have all been transferred to the Knights of Favonius. The procedures will be completed later. As for the dragon, I will go and tell them. Now you must report to number 1 Falcon Street immediately." Yang Milian wanted to say something, but Charlotte said angrily, "Don't offend me. Even your damn dragon knights dare not offend me. Listen to my orders, and report to number 1 Falcon Street immediately." Yang Milian bowed his head, saluted, turned around and ran away. Charlotte's originally good mood was completely ruined. Since he crossed over, he has been constantly cleaning up the mess for Charlotte Mecklin. He is always walking on thin ice, fearing that his true identity will be exposed one day. Yang Milian is the past he least wants to touch, but he must not watch the boy die. Charlotte sighed and asked Mrs. Nancy to inform, and that he had something urgent to do, so he went to Falcon Street. Charlotte did not go to the patrol army, but went to the Government Affairs Bureau to deal with Yang Milian's affairs first. With his power, it was easy for him to mobilize a group of people from a newly established knightly order. A mere dragon knights could not defy his will. In addition to the matter of Yang Milian, what made Charlotte uneasy was the current situation in Strasbourg. The Empire had issued a wartime order, and all civil servants' weekly salaries were halved. In other words, not to mention ordinary civilians, even the civil servants of the Empire had begun to be swept by the aftermath of the war. Mrs. Nancy didn't even buy food yesterday, so Charlotte had to ask someone to send some over. But he can maintain his own life. How can he save the people of Strasbourg? Charlotte really hopes that the war can end as soon as possible. Except for the Lionheart dynasty that has been keeping its troops inactive. The 4 empires have opened up at least 6 or 7 battlefields, and a large number of troops have been deployed in each battlefield. Most of the bad news is no longer allowed to appear in the newspapers. Fortunately, and can access the war report, otherwise Charlotte would not know how bad the front line is. Now people die every day on the front line, and the number is shocking. Soon, Yang Milian and his friends were taken to the Political Affairs Bureau to work for the patrol army. There were basically no people there, only some disabled veterans. Charlotte was still paid and looked after the house. When the boy saw Charlotte, He was no longer as rebellious as before. Obviously, the double blow of life and society made him more aware of reality. Charlotte didn't comfort him much and said, "I will gather 50 people for you. You will lead a combat team and temporarily take charge of the security of the Lukavaro district." Yang couldn't help but say, "There is no public security in Lukavaro district. It is in chaos everywhere. Everyone is short of food and the most basic living supplies. Without enough food, public security cannot be good." Charlotte looked at him deeply and asked lightly, "Can you solve this problem?" Yang Milian shook her head hurriedly. Charlotte said, "Don't worry about things you can't worry about." Yang Milian whispered, "But you should be able to. I know the Bad Chamber of Commerce is very rich." Charlotte asked, "So should I distribute the money of the Bad Chamber of Commerce to everyone?" Yang Milian mustered up the courage to say, "Why not?" Charlotte thought for a moment, asked someone to get a bag of centimes, handed it to Yang Milian, and said, "Go to the street and distribute this bag of centimes to everyone. Each person can only get one. When you come back, I will tell you the reason." Although Yang Milian could not understand Charlotte's words, she still went there in a hurry. She did not come back for the whole afternoon. Charlotte still went to pick up and from get off work. The two of them could no longer eat out. Although the Val d'Oise district was not like the Champs-Élysées where all the shops had started to close, most restaurants did not have complete supplies, and the food they cooked was not very delicious. Charlotte had special channels, and was not short of supplies, and transferred a cook from home. The cook's cooking skills were classic Far style. Although her table manners were far better than Mrs. Plum's sauces, Charlotte still preferred the food made by Mrs. Plum's sauce. It was not a matter of cooking skills, but just a difference in taste. The next day, Charlotte opened the door and saw Yang Milian. The young man was very embarrassed and whispered, "Those people are terrible. I told everyone to have a share, but they didn't listen at all. They rushed over to rob me with vicious eyes, as if they wanted to eat me alive. I threw away my purse and scattered the centimes on the ground, but they still rushed over to search for other things from me. Mr. Mecklin, why is this happening?" Charlotte said lightly, "I don't know why this happened. I just know it must be like this. The Bad Chamber of Commerce can only protect itself, but cannot save Strasbourg. Only His Majesty the Emperor can save the people of Strasbourg. This is the responsibility of His Majesty the Emperor, not the responsibility of us ordinary people." There was another sentence that Charlotte did not say, because he knew that Yang Milian would not understand. If the Bad Chamber of Commerce rescued people, it would be like saying that they had a huge amount of supplies. How could the Emperor and the nobles not grab them? Yang Milian asked angrily, "Can we really do nothing?" Charlotte smiled slightly and replied, "You can try to rebel." Chapter 343. Sophia Galinold stood at the port, quietly looking into the distance. There was a gold ring in Sophia's palm. She sent it to 699, South Riverside Street. Secretaries agreed, but it was quickly returned without saying anything. Sophia Galinold thought that this was a failure in borrowing a ship, but she did not resent Charlotte, but was deeply grateful. Charlotte must have made a great determination to ask for help, but it was natural that others would not lend such a precious thing as a warship. After all, she was going to the battlefield, not borrowing the boat for fun, and the probability of damage was very high. She came to receive another warship today. How could Count Garanord let his daughter suffer when Sophia went to the battlefield? So he funded a ship, let his daughter be the captain, and sent a group of family members for her to command. Alman, the butler of Count Garanord's mansion, accompanied Sophia. This middle-aged gentleman was dressed simply, had a dignified appearance, had no decorations on his body, and had a smile on his face. The Garanet family has a huge influence in the army, but not in the navy. Earl Garanet actually didn't want his daughter to join the navy, but Sophia insisted on sailing the sea, and the old earl was helpless. He couldn't let his daughter start as an orderly, so he could only make all preparations. A small black dot suddenly appeared on the horizon. Sophia was slightly excited. She thought it was her new ship, but the old butler Alman next to her changed his face and shouted, "Miss, let's go quickly, that's not the earl's ship." Sophia Galinold did not insist. She trusted the old housekeeper very much. When the two of them were about to leave the port, a figure rose into the air and made a voice that could suppress the waves. "I am the Admiral of the Angrima Navy. I have been ordered to send a ship to Miss Sophia Galinold." Alman half believed and half doubted, floated in the air, and flew towards the ship. Half an hour later, an ancient magic warship of the same appearance as before approached the port. Alman's face was full of disbelief. After getting off the warship, he said, "Miss, who is so generous as to lend you a queen bee? This is a legendary battleship." What is a legendary battleship? There are only 12 of them in the entire 7 seas. The Far's Empire currently has only one, which is the Fontainebleau, the vehicle of His Majesty Julius Axel. Even with Galen Nord's power, he can't get a legendary battleship for his daughter. Well, the Earl's sphere of influence is all in the army, and he can't even mobilize an ordinary magic alchemy battleship, even if he is the Minister of War. The Far's navy has its own mountain. Sophia Galinold was shocked and stiff. She knew that Charlotte had borrowed a boat. Charlotte's expression at the time showed that the boat was very important, but Miss Galinold didn't think much about it. After all, it was just a boat. Even when the gold ring was returned, she thought that the borrowing of the boat failed and didn't take it to heart. After all, it was just a boat, but Sophia Galinold never thought that it was really a boat. Ah, a queen bee, a ship with a reputation that cannot be surpassed. She simply couldn't believe it, but such a large ancient magic warship was quietly parked there. She couldn't help but not believe it. How much face does Mr. Charlotte Mecklen have to borrow such an ancient magic warship? It's not just an ordinary ancient magic warship, it's a legendary warship. He actually did it for me. Miss Sophia Galinold burst into tears. She suddenly turned around and looked at Strasbourg. She had an impulse to fight with, and snatch back the love of her life. When she saw the queen bee, she knew that she would definitely win the war. Well, this was a beautiful misunderstanding. The old butler, Alman, continued to chatter. The ship is fully staffed with sailors, and they are all the most experienced sailors. Although the people said by the Earl to the young lady are undoubtedly loyal, they are not very proficient in sailing. I was worried at first, but now I don't have to worry. I suspect that some of them should be retired from the Inglamar Royal Navy, and another group. Miss, aren't you listening? How could Sophia Galinold have the heart to listen to the old housekeeper's nagging? She took a few deep breaths of the salty ocean breeze, and then said, "Let's get on board." As soon as they approached the queen bee, the golden ring in Sophia Galinold's hand hummed, and the entire queen bee seemed to welcome its owner. Sophia Galinold was very surprised. She tried to wear the golden ring on her hand, and sure enough, the whole ship responded with joy. Alman showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "I heard that this queen bee is the ship of the pirates of St. Michael Island. Not long ago." Miss, aren't you listening? Sophia Galinold has already boarded the ship proudly. This is the ship that Charlotte lent her, when your sweetheart comes to pick you up on a colorful cloud. Who the hell cares where the colorful cloud comes from? The old housekeeper doesn't understand this. A few hours later, Sophia has become familiar with the queen bee. After all, there are people on the ship who explain to her how to operate the ship, how to open the magic circle, and how to sail. There was another ship sailing on the sea. This ship was painted with the family logo of Galanon. It was a newly built warship. Although it was not a magic alchemy warship, it was already a top-notch one among ordinary warships. The sailors on the ship were also hired by the old Earl with a lot of money. He worked hard for his daughter. Alman had to report to Sophia Galinold again and asked, "The old Earl sent you a ship. Do you want to take it?" Sophia Galinold stroked the captain's room of the queen bee and said lightly, "Let it be a supply ship. We set off now. As the daughter of the Galen Nord family, it's time for me to serve the Empire." After the 2 warships were restocked with supplies, they left the port and went deep into the sea. When the 2 ships were surrounded by the vast sea, the queen bee suddenly lit up with a dim light, once, twice, 3 times. 10 times, the light shone 10 times. No one knew what happened. Even the old butler Alman, who was a saint, didn't notice it, but at that moment, it seemed that everyone felt that the queen bee was a little different. Charlotte, who was far away in Strasbourg, suddenly felt as if he had a large debt, but he carefully counted his wealth, and found that he had no debt at all. Even the house payment for 58 Champs-Élysées had been paid off long ago. Where did this feeling of suddenly owing a lot of money come from? Charlotte was puzzled. Chapter 344. Charlotte had nothing to do in Strasbourg, and she was really restless, so she mobilized several gang members in the Lucavaro district. Well, his Knights of Favonius were everywhere, in Behemoth, South Seraphia, Cappadocia, St. Michael's Island, and Machupi, but there were almost none in Strasbourg, so he could only borrow gang members. In order to recruit these people, he also swept through the gangs in the Lucavaro district, leaving only the Knights of Favonius in the district under his rule, without any second underground force. After mobilizing these gang members, he arrested all the followers of the God of Joy according to the list on the revelation of the Serpent of Fate. The revelation of the Serpent of Fate to Charlotte was very complete, and Charlotte swept away all the followers of the God of Joy in Strasbourg. He originally thought that these followers of the evil god should be more or less capable, but what Charlotte did not expect was that most of them were ordinary people, and there was not even a single extraordinary person. The special edition of Charlotte's biography in The God of Joy has been published. In the special edition of The God of Joy, Charlotte's story, the God of Joy is the pet of the Snake of Fate, loyal to his master, and is particularly committed to promoting a custom, playing snake cards. Note: the relevant content of Chapter 340 has been modified. Yes, it is Guangdong Mahjong. The new version of Charlotte's story is slightly more than 10 times more expensive than the ordinary version, because he not only describes in detail in the novel the various rules of playing snake cards, such as the ranking and the method of who, but also relies on explaining the playing method of Guangdong Mahjong, cramming more than 30,000 words, and each book also comes with a set of snake cards. Charlotte did not make it difficult for these believers of the God of Joy. She just gave each of them a new version of Charlotte, and asked them to memorize it. Those who memorized it could go home as long as they paid a fine. This was not because Charlotte was greedy for money, but mainly to break even the cost of the new version of Charlotte's biography. After all, a deck of snake cards was quite expensive. Those who could not memorize it had one meal a day, and each meal was no more than half a fist-sized vegetable ball. Such a cruel learning environment made these believers of the God of Joy memorize very quickly. In just a few days, some people could memorize 1/3 of the chapters, and even the slowest person could memorize 10 or 8 pages. But the fastest learner, it must be the snake card. More than half of this group of unlucky believers of the God of Joy have mastered the snake card, and the rest can also read the anime and know how to win. Charlotte did not expect that the special edition of the God of Joy, which he thought was too expensive and filled with countless nonsense, would have very poor sales. As a result, as soon as this new book was put on the shelves, it entered a hot sales mode. It was not only popular in Strasbourg, but also merchants from all over Fars came to buy it, and some merchants were not even book dealers. What Charlotte didn't know was that even the Red Dragon Emperor and the Lionheart Emperor had a new version of Charlotte's biography on their bedside tables. Because of the appearance of this new version of the book, the Lionheart Emperor's harem became more harmonious, and the Lionheart Emperor's dozen concubines formed several fixed snake-playing pairs. When the custom of playing snake cards spread in Strasbourg, the second naval battle between the four countries also slowly kicked off. This time, the war was instigated by the navy of Byron, who ambushed the northern fleet of Duchess Mezu. Middleman got the news and led his Imperial Rose fleet to join the battle. Soon, the fleets of Black Phoenix and Ingrima also arrived at the battlefield. However, the most legendary person in this naval battle was not any of the above-mentioned people, but the newly joined Strasbourg Rose, Miss Sophia Galinold. With the speed of the Queen Bee, this lady sank 3 magic alchemy warships of Byron in succession, creating a gap for the northern fleet of Duchess Mezu. The Duchess, who escaped from the predicament, was calm and commanded the fleet to counterattack. The two sides fought fiercely on the vast sea for 12 days and nights. The first to collapse was the Black Phoenix fleet, and even the flagship was captured by Middleman. At the same time, another magic alchemy warship was also captured, and a large number of ordinary warships were also captured by the Imperial Rose. Although Middleman rushed to help Charlotte with a saint rank, he had 3 more saint ranks in his hands, including herself, reaching 5. The 3 newcomers were not the 3 imprisoned in St. Michael Island. 2 of them were pirates, and the other was Septimius, the non-cannibal of the Orc Assassin League. It was precisely because there were enough saint ranks that Middleman could achieve such a brilliant victory. The Black Phoenix fleet collapsed, and the Byron fleet could not stand alone. In order to preserve the seeds of the navy, it had to withdraw from the battle. The Northern Fleet, the Imperial Rose Fleet, and the Queen Bee chased all the way until they forced Baron's fleet back to the port, and then they set sail to return. In this battle, the losses of both sides were similar. Fars and Ingrima also suffered heavy losses. The Northern Fleet was surrounded first, and even lost 3 magic alchemy warships, but the Black Phoenix fleet was defeated and Baron's fleet was forced back to the port. Strategically, it was a great victory for Fars and Ingrima. Middleman was originally far inferior to Duchess Mezu in strength, but after this battle, her 5 magic alchemy warships were intact, and she also captured 2 of Black Phoenix's magic alchemy warships, and her strength suddenly became enough to rival the Northern Fleet. Although Duchess Mezu won a great victory and achieved great results, she lost 3 magic alchemy warships and only captured 1 in the battle, which was seriously damaged and needed to be repaired before it could be put into battle. The strength of the Northern Fleet declined greatly. Sophia Galinold became famous because of this battle. As the Minister of War, Earl Galinold had no involvement in the navy before, but this time he took the opportunity to build a fleet for his daughter, making himself the new head of the Imperial Navy. Just when everyone thought that Sophia Gallinal would name the new fleet the Rose Fleet, or the Gallinal Fleet, but this lady named the fleet East Wind, no one knew that Sophia Gallinal meant, isn't, and the goddess of the West Wind, aren't your knights the Knights of Favonius? I want to see whether the West Wind prevails over the East Wind, or the East Wind prevails over the West Wind. Whether the knights are outstanding in martial arts, or the fleet is prosperous in military fortune. This naval battle not only changed the offensive and defensive postures of the navies of several countries, but also fundamentally changed the naval structure of the Fars Empire. No one knows that this is a sign of a new era. The wind has gradually blown. After 2 naval battles, Byron felt that he could not compete with the combined fleet of Ingrima and Fars on the ocean, so he shifted the focus of the war back to Felindon. Within more than 10 days, he launched 7 or 8 large-scale battles in succession. Both sides once again shed countless blood on this land, and lost 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers. Charlotte's good days in Strasbourg are over. Chapter 345. Even though, and was in a key position, Charlotte Mechlin had to go to the front again. But this time, he was not able to return to the Principality of Behemoth or the South Seraph War Zone, and of course, he would not be thrown into a meat grinder like Ferlandon, but was sent to open up a new battlefield. This offensive was called the Southern Offensive. The Empire has deployed a total of 5 Knight Orders, including 3 Holy Orders, well, not including the Golden Goat Rolf and the Leopard God Domitian of the Knights of Favonius, because neither of them is in the Empire's battle sequence. The Old Continent is divided into 2 parts, separated by a very long strait, which is also called the Red Dragon Sea. It is about 5,000 kilometers long, with the widest part being several hundred kilometers, and the narrowest part being only 20 to 30 kilometers. It is extremely deep. The northern shore of the strait is full of mountains, and the southern shore is mostly plains, which is a unique landform that has never existed on the Earth. The 5 great empires are all in the northern continent. Originally, the ancient Orc dynasty was also in the northern continent, but after the Orc dynasty was destroyed, it was driven out of the northern continent by the Sherlock dynasty and forced to enter the southern continent, and formed countless tribes of various sizes. Due to geographical reasons, after the old people of the Orc dynasty entered the southern continent, although they multiplied and thrived, they no longer had any power to counterattack. Last time, the Orc tribe alliance used extraordinary power to sneak into the vicinity of Strasbourg, but was defeated in one fell swoop. The Orc elites were destroyed, but a small part of them escaped back to the vicinity of the Red Dragon Strait. Fars was busy on various battlefields, and had no time to take care of this group of Orcs. Under the leadership of several Orc saints, they occupied a bridgehead in the northern continent. Over the past 6 months, the Orcs have gradually expanded their occupied areas and continuously recruited Orcs from the southern continent. Now, they have formed a camp with hundreds of thousands of Orcs. The Fars Empire naturally has no ability to invade the southern continent. Although this offensive is called the Southern Offensive, its purpose is to drive the Orcs back across the Red Dragon Strait. In the south of the continent, the Orc tribe, it is the eternal headache of the Fars Empire. Because of the 5 empires, Fars is in the southernmost part, and only Fars needs to face the Orc tribe of the southern continent. Charlotte had to say goodbye to and left Strasbourg to gather the scattered Knights of Favonius. However, he did not call back all the members of the Knights of Favonius. He still left Dorothy in Machupi. Belisa was originally Dorothy's deputy, and would stay in Machupi, but Charlotte did not have many talents, so he could only let Belisa take charge of the Principality of Behemoth. Doberman and Yellow Bear were sent to guard the South Seraph War Zone. Charlotte only brought Anastasia, all the Maze Guards and more than 5,000 people, as well as the Golden Goat Rolf, and the Leopard God Domitian, and set off to the southernmost part of the Fars Empire. After marching for more than 10 days, there were almost no lively cities. After passing a small town called Positano, there was no living person in every village and town on the road. Wherever the Orcs passed, no grass was left, and everyone was eaten. Although Charlotte had a few Orc friends, and knew that some Orcs did not eat people, she was still excited and wanted to kill more Orcs. After more than a month of marching, the Knights of Favonius finally arrived at the Red Dragon Strait. Originally, there were more than 10 cities on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait, which were strictly guarded against Orcs, but now these cities are empty, most of the residents have fled, and even the army has withdrawn. Those who did not come and left have become food for the Orcs. Charlotte arrived at the Red Dragon Strait, only to find out only the Knights of Favonius came. The defeated Orc tribe alliance had at least 5 saints, and now they had recruited hundreds of thousands of Orcs. How could the Knights of Favonius win the battle? He wanted to retreat temporarily at that time. He would not come back until the rest of the knights arrived, and the friendly forces came up. As Charlotte was reorganizing the army, the messenger from Strasbourg arrived, delivering not only the latest orders, but also the latest intelligence. Strasbourg sent 5 knights this time, led by 3 saints, but the battle line of Felenden suddenly became urgent, so 4 of them had to be withdrawn. Only Charlotte's knights received orders to wait for assistance on the spot, and if they were attacked by orcs, they should try to repel them. Charlotte received the battle report. Her face was livid. How could he not know that someone was plotting against him? Moreover, the person who used this strategy was quite insidious and vicious, avoiding all possible accidents. Count Gallinod had been in Felenden all the time, and it was impossible for him to pay attention to the new battlefield in the south. Middleman's fleet was on the sea, and the intelligence was usually delayed. Even if Count Brittany wanted to take action, it would be too late, because he was also transferred to support Felenden. After the messenger from Strasbourg delivered the order and information, he planned to leave. Charlotte did not hesitate at all, and casually pulled out a knight's lance, threw it with all her might, and nailed the messenger from the imperial capital to the ground. As long as the messenger was killed, he could shirk his responsibility by saying that he had not received the order from the empire, and there would be more room for maneuver. Although the messenger might be innocent, Charlotte could not care less. Leaving the messenger alive would be irresponsible for the lives of all the soldiers of the Knights of Favonius. After killing the messenger, Charlotte ordered, "Attack Dubrovnik." The camp occupied by the orcs is in the middle of the Red Dragon Strait, while Dubrovnik is the easternmost part of the Red Dragon Strait, and is also a port. Ships departing from here can reach Zermatt, a city on the island of Goling, after sailing a few hundred kilometers at most. Charlotte did not want to travel a long distance back in the conventional way, so she planned to make Dubrovnik a maze, and then use the maze passage to return to Machupi. After he withdrew the Knights of Favonius, he would find out who framed him. He could even create a strange scene where 5 knights set out, only 1 arrived, and the other 4 were recalled. Once this person is found, Charlotte will definitely kill him by any means. The old goat still maintained his aloof personality, but Domitian couldn't help but say, "If you only come here, isn't it like sending you to death?" Charlotte said lightly, "It's not that easy for me to die." He didn't say something in his heart. At worst, summon the evil god, open a big one. Domitian sighed and said, "Do you want me to help you lobby? Although I'm not very familiar with these old guys, I have some friendship." Charlotte shook her head and said, "This is a war. This is a battlefield. Personal connections are useless. Even your connections can be used by others to set traps for us." Charlotte is not a qualified commander, nor a qualified keyboard strategist, but he has seen countless keyboard strategists and knows that at this time, he must not contact the enemy. Chapter 346. As an assassin, Domitian was unrivaled and had even assassinated saints. But as a military commander and leader, he made many stupid moves, and he could not understand why what he did was wrong, and what was the right way. That was why Middleman sent him to help Charlotte. Charlotte needed saints, and the battle on the sea needed a commander, especially since Middleman only had 1 magic alchemy warship at that time. The orcs occupied all the cities in the Red Dragon Sea, but most of them gathered in the camp in the middle of the Red Dragon Sea, and there were very few orcs in Dubrovnik. Charlotte personally led the team, and led the maze guards to attack Dubrovnik. The thousands of orcs left here only resisted for half an hour before they completely collapsed. After hundreds of orcs were killed, the rest chose to surrender. Charlotte did not waste time, and immediately mazed Dubrovnik. What surprised him was that the condition for maze Dubrovnik was to obtain 18 warships, which was the same as the condition for maze Cappadocia. As a port city, Dubrovnik originally had many ships. After the city was occupied by the orcs, these ships were not destroyed. The orcs were not good at sailing, and did not transform them into warships. These ships were used to transport the orcs across the Red Dragon Strait. Now all the ships in Dubrovnik are across the strait, and Charlotte can only wait for them to come back. However, Charlotte did not just wait quietly. He also sent a messenger to Cappadocia to ask for a batch of warships from senior sister Middleman. Dubrovnik is a very beautiful city. It is not a small city like Cappadocia with a very small population. Before the orcs came, Dubrovnik had a population of more than 50,000, with developed trade and fisheries, and the scenery was not even inferior to the famous seaside resort city of Sanis in the empire. However, the opposite side of Dubrovnik is the southern continent, and the orcs often threaten the residents here, resulting in no one coming here for tourism and vacation. After all, the biggest advantage of a tourist area must be safety, not scenery. More than 1,000 maze guards, and 5,000 knights of Favonius, after taking over the city, could not fill this beautiful seaside city. Charlotte just wanted to withdraw to Strasbourg as soon as possible, and had no interest in running the city. Less than 2 days after the Knights of Favonius occupied Dubrovnik, a group of orc militia came from the camp. Charlotte asked the golden goat Rolf and the leopard god Domitian to fly over from the air and cut off the retreat of the orc militia. Under the siege of the powerful enemy, the orc militia chose to surrender obediently. Charlotte interrogated them once and found out that the orc camp had been divided for a long time because of the struggle for power. So he hardly saw any orc scouts along the way. The orcs were short of food, especially since they occupied a piece of land in the north of the strait. There was almost no output here, and they had to feed hundreds of thousands of orcs. Food could only be transported from the southern continent, but the orcs in the southern continent were also short of food. This contradiction was simply unsolvable. Moreover, this group of orcs had eaten up all the edible things nearby. Even if they wanted to plunder, they couldn't. Because the orc camp was falling apart, several saints each brought a group of supporters, and they kept fighting among themselves, so they didn't even notice that a human army had occupied Dubrovnik. This orc militia came to ask for food. Dubrovnik is close to the giant whale sea, where you can fish and the food is a little more abundant. Charlotte detained these orc militias, and within a day, another orc militia came. After Charlotte surrounded the second orc militia and forced them to surrender, he began to feel a little annoyed. Now he had more orc captives than the Knights of Favonius. These orc soldiers are not cannibals, so he can't send them to Cappadocia city to middlemen. There is no need to surrender cannibalistic orcs. Charlotte doesn't have that much food to feed the orc captives. Originally, he planned to turn them into maze guards after Dubrovnik became a maze, which would increase the combat power. However, the fleet of Dubrovnik has not returned yet, and more orcs are coming to ask for food, which is really difficult to deal with. Charlotte is hesitating whether to kill a group of captives first. He can't let these captives go. Once he provokes the orc army, it will be the end of him. At this time, the fleet from Dubrovnik city returned. Charlotte was overjoyed and selected the orcs from the maze guards and boarded the port. There were more than 50 ships in this fleet, including ships from other orc tribes, transporting a total of more than 10,000 orcs. These orcs saw that the people coming and going in the port were still the same kind, so they were not vigilant. Most of the orcs boarded the port, and Charlotte gave an order, and the entire army of the Knights of Favonius launched an attack. With 2 saints and more than 20 extraordinary labyrinth guards, Charlotte quickly controlled the situation. The orcs surrendered quickly. Charlotte not only captured more than 10,000 orcs, but also successfully captured more than 50 ships. Without any surprise, Dubrovnik quickly completed 3 labyrinths and opened a passage to other labyrinths. Charlotte did not rush to retreat, but selected more than 10,000 captured orcs. In the end, only less than 500 non-cannibals were selected. He sent these orcs who believed in non-cannibalism to Cappadocia, and turned the remaining nearly 20,000 orcs into labyrinth guards. At this point, Charlotte's maze guards had exceeded 20,000. Domitian witnessed everything Charlotte did, and finally could only sigh. He knew that humans would never tolerate orcs who had eaten humans. Even people like Charlotte, who had no prejudice or hatred towards orcs, and even had orc friends, could not tolerate orcs who had eaten humans. However, after witnessing nearly 20,000 orcs being transformed into maze guards, the old leopard man was still in a bad mood. However, the old leopard man was relatively open-minded, thinking that although the maze guards were evil, they were not dead. After all, the largest evil group in the old world is vampires, and vampires live quite comfortably. So Domitian could barely accept this result. After Charlotte had 20,000 maze guards, she had a way out, so she was not in a hurry to leave. Dubrovnik is geographically very important. If he could take the city in the Red Dragon Sea, he could allow his caravan to go to more places. Charlotte alone, of course, could not do anything about the orc camp with more than 5 holy ranks, but he could find reinforcements. Charlotte quickly wrote another letter, and sent someone to ask for help from middlemen, hoping that this senior sister could come to help her. Chapter 347. On the 10th day after Charlotte occupied Dubrovnik, a serious orc army appeared outside the city. The leader was an elephant man, who roared very irritably. Most of his team were elephant men, and there were some other orcs. But strangely, these were not aggressive orcs. They looked trembling and ragged. The elephant man stood under the city and roared loudly, "I am Agon, the overlord of the elephant men, give me food, we want to go back to the southern continent." Charlotte looked at these orcs, and felt very strange. She shouted loudly, "Are you non-cannibals?" Agon roared and shouted, "I am a non-cannibal. I am tired of war. I want to go back to the southern continent." Charlotte waved her hand and shouted, "Go into the city." The elephant man Agon led his men into the city. His orc army had 6,000 to 7,000 people. After everyone entered the city, Charlotte gave an order, and 2 saints slowly floated into the air. 20,000 maze guards and 5,000 soldiers of the Knights of Favonius occupied the advantageous terrain, set up their rifles, and pointed the black muzzles at the orcs. Agon was already in a bad mood, and now he was even more angry. He shouted, "Despicable! Are you from Amisfida, Black Dragon, or Chiodeluo?" Charlotte said, "We are humans and orcs who believe in non-cannibalism." Agon suppressed his temper and shouted, "We are also non-cannibalism. Let us go and give us food. We don't want to fight." Charlotte shook her head and said, "Non-cannibalism must unite. You can either fight and die to the last man, or join us and build the best life together." Agon's face was filled with anger, and he shouted, "Bullshit, you are just an ambitious person." Charlotte answered flatly, "Yes, I am an ambitious person. I have a dream that orcs are also human beings, no different from humans, and can live in the sun, rely on farming, breeding, fishing, hunting, trade, and all normal means to live, without having to fight each other, without having to pick up swords and guns for life, and without having to worry about tomorrow." Agon was still angry at first, but soon he listened and couldn't help saying, "But humans will not be willing to accept orcs, and what you said is useless." Charlotte pointed and said, "I have already obtained a large piece of land on Goling Island, and also gained the support of a group of humans and orcs who have accepted the concept of non-cannibalism. I need more people, please join us." The Elephant Man Agon was silent for a long time, and said, "I agree with your concept, but I will not join. I will take them back to the southern continent." Charlotte pointed to the sky and said, "Either join or die." The Elephant Man Agon looked at the sky and said, "If I can defeat them, can we leave now?" Charlotte was slightly surprised, and glanced at the Golden Goat Rolf and the old Leopard Man Domitian, thinking, "Defeat them? What kind of joke is this Elephant Man playing on Ingrima?" Charlotte saw it immediately, and almost popped her eyes out. The Elephant Man Agon slowly flew into the air, roaring in a low voice, "I don't want to fight, and I don't want to join you. Don't hurt the innocent. I will fight them to decide whether to stay or go." Domitian shouted in a low voice, "Charlotte, Agon is the first genius of the orcs. He is also the youngest saint among our orcs. I am no match for him alone." Charlotte finally understood why the Elephant Man Agon wanted to challenge the old goat and Domitian at the same time. It turned out that this guy was really confident and not arrogant. He couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you say it just now?" Domitian looked helpless and said, "I didn't expect you to fight to the death." Charlotte thought, "Don't I want to swallow this group of orcs?" Of the more than 10,000 orcs coming from the southern continent, only more than 500 non-cannibals can be picked out. The orcs who have been in the northern continent for a long time should not be able to jump out even 5 non-cannibals. So when Charlotte heard the Elephant Man Agon say that he was a non-cannibal, he wanted to swallow these orcs. He thought that using tough means could solve the problem as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to meet the Elephant Man Agon, the first orc genius. Charlotte took a deep breath and shouted, "Agon, if you lose, stay and help me." The Elephant Man Agon shook his huge head and said, "No, I won't lose. Even if I lose, I can get away. I won't stay. I must go back to the southern continent." Charlotte had to admit that if Agon really wanted to leave, Golden Goat Rolf and the old Leopard Man might not be able to keep this guy. The Elephant Man was the toughest among the orcs. The old goat no longer had a weapon. The killer whale was given to Annie by him, and it might not be able to break this guy's defense. Not to mention the old Leopard Man, he was tall, fast, and strong. Charlotte hesitated for a moment and shouted, "Let you go, and leave these orcs behind." Agon growled and shouted, "I must take them back to the southern continent." Charlotte was furious and said, "Domitian, give your sword to the old goat." Domitian was reluctant to leave, so he took out the Dowhai and threw it to the Golden Goat Rolf. He then withdrew from the battlefield and landed beside Charlotte, whispering, "Agon is not only the first genius of the orcs, but also holds one of the 10 great weapons of the orcs, the Dragon Hammer. Although the Golden Goat Rolf is an old-fashioned saint, he may not be Agon's opponent." Charlotte couldn't help asking, "Why does this guy have to go back to the southern continent?" Domitian whispered, "The elephant people pay special attention to their ancestral land." Charlotte was slightly enlightened and said, "The elephant people's ancestral land is in the southern continent?" Domitian replied, "The earliest ancestral land is in Machupi." Charlotte's eyes lit up immediately, and she thought, "Machupi is my territory." Charlotte didn't listen carefully to Domitian's words. He looked up at the sky. Agon and the Golden Goat Rolf had already started fighting. Both of them were at the peak of the holy level. As soon as they made a move, the clouds in the sky were cut by the fighting spirit and turned into strands of cloud silk. With the sea-walking skill in hand, the old goat's confidence increased greatly. Each sword was blessed with the power of boundless sea water, and each sword had the power of a landslide and tsunami. The Elephant Man Adon did not use any weapons, but just punched out with ordinary punches, but each punch was as powerful as the old goat using the sea-walking skill. The Elephant Man's strength can also be ranked in the top 3 among orcs. If it is limited to land orcs, it is the undisputed first. It was the first time for Charlotte to see such a pure strength-based holy level battle. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, the old goat is really not good. Chapter 348. Golden Goat Rolf is certainly not bad. The old goat is actually quite good. After all, he is a veteran saint who has been in the sea of giant whales for many years. Although Adon is the first genius of the orcs, he is young after all. He is 30 years less skilled than the old goat, so it is not so easy to catch up. Even Middleman couldn't beat the old goat in a one-on-one fight. Golden Goat Rolf has a lot of ocean-related fighting spirit and ocean-related spells. His means of fighting against the enemy are ever-changing. With the sea walking in his hand, he evened the gap in strength between humans and elephants. The Elephant Man Adon originally wanted to fight 2 people at once. He knew the strength of Domitian, and thought that the Golden Goat Rolf was about the same as the old Leopard Man, so he was quite confident. However, he did not expect that the old goat's strength was far greater than that of Domitian. The 2 saints fought for 3 or 4 hours, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart, like pieces of lint. Although Adon and the old goat deliberately gathered their strength, and did not affect the people below, the momentum was still fierce enough to shock people. During these 3 or 4 hours, Charlotte was not idle. He watched the battle for a while, and then commanded the maze guards to cut off the orc army. Anyone who resisted would be beaten by several extraordinary orcs, and beaten into submission. Most of this orc army are elephant people, and a small number are other docile orcs. The elephant people are very strong in combat. If they fight normally, they can resist for a long time, but they can't stand up to Charlotte's maze guards, who are too extraordinary. Charlotte forced this group of orcs to surrender, and after identifying whether they are non-cannibals, she sent them to Cappadocia one by one. The battle in the sky has not ended yet, and the orcs who broke into Dubrovnik have been sent away by Charlotte, without even a hair left. When the war between Adon and the enemy began, he had never expected that the orcs he brought would be robbed by Charlotte. Domitian watched Charlotte do her job skillfully, and sent away all the orcs led by Adon, and thought to himself, Mr. Mechlin is really a good troublemaker. Let's see how he will face Adon's anger next. Adon howled to the sky, and the fighting spirit on his body condensed into the form of 3 giant elephants. This is a unique sign of the elephant tribe practicing bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Each giant elephant with fighting spirit can increase Adon's own strength. 3 giant elephants can allow Adon to use 4 times his own strength. The Golden Goat Haralf also used all his strength, pointed the sword in his hand at the sea, and shouted, "Waves!" The endless sea water turned into a waterspout, rushed into the sky, and turned into a surging wave. The 2 men had strong cultivation, and could still be energetic after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, but Charlotte didn't want them to fight anymore. So she shouted loudly, Adon! Your army suddenly rushed out of the city, and I couldn't stop them. The elephant Adon was pushing his fighting spirit higher and higher, and his fighting spirit was getting higher and higher. Suddenly he heard Charlotte shouting, and hurriedly looked down. He was so focused on the battle just now that he didn't notice that his army really disappeared. Adon left the Golden Goat Rolf behind, and fell to the ground. He looked around, and found that none of his men were left. He couldn't help but pull the old leopard man and shouted, "Where are my men?" Domitian said, "They really left on their own." "If you don't believe me, ask Charlotte." Adon left the old leopard man, and looked for Charlotte. Charlotte hid deep in the maze without hesitation, and chatted with the holy elephant man. It was too dangerous. Charlotte's voice echoed throughout Dubrovnik. He shouted, "Your men have indeed left, and we dare not stop them." Adon yelled, "Do you think I'm stupid? You must have done something wrong." He smashed a house with 1 punch and shouted, "Come out, let me kill you." Charlotte answered loudly, "Do you think I'm stupid?" Adon was furious, and smashed more than 10 houses with his fists. Charlotte shouted, "If you want, we can withdraw from Dubrovnik. How about you spend a few more days to slowly demolish the city?" Adon knew that it would be useless to demolish the houses, so he stopped angrily and shouted, "It must be you who took my people away. Hand over the person, I won't kill you." The Golden Goat Rolf also landed. The old goat still tried very hard to maintain his aloof personality, and said nothing, but the ocean-type fighting spirit on his body became more and more turbulent. The elephant man Agon knew that this old man was very powerful, and was definitely not inferior to himself. He could only gather his strength and guard against the old goat's sudden attack. As the first genius of the orcs, he not only made rapid progress in cultivation, but also had considerable combat experience. With the protection of the old goat, Charlotte felt much more at ease and shouted, "Aren't you just making specious arguments, forcing people to do things they can't, forcing a confession, forcing? Is this what a hero does? You are just bullying me. I don't have as much time to practice as you. If I advance to the saint level, do you dare to duel with me?" Charlotte was helpless against a man like Agon. Agon had made up his mind about a certain truth. No matter what others said, it would not work. He would not change his mind. He would keep the matter of Machupi as a trump card, and would not release it easily. Agon shouted and cursed loudly. The two of them exchanged sharp words. At the end, Agon felt that he could not win the argument with Charlotte. He shouted loudly, pressed his fists, and hit the ground hard. The ground suddenly collapsed, and countless cracks spread around, breaking the road surface of a street in Dubrovnik. Charlotte couldn't help but feel a little frightened by such a powerful and heroic punch, and thought to herself, "Bloody Glory is not good at hard work. Even if I am promoted to the saint level, I will not be his opponent in a head-on battle. I must win by surprise." Charlotte saw that the time was ripe, so she released her killer weapon and shouted, "It's really not a trick." They heard that Machupi was now in the hands of the leopard people, so they left in a hurry. Agon was slightly stunned. Although he still thought Charlotte was talking nonsense, Machupi was the ancestral land of the elephant people. Since the fall of the Orc dynasty, all the orcs were driven out of the northern continent. Being able to return to Machupi has been the dream of all the elephant people. But even the most stubborn elephant man knew that it was impossible to take back Machupi, unless the human empire was conquered and the Orc dynasty was revived. Agon gasped, and a voice in his heart shouted, "This guy is a liar. This kind of thing is impossible." But there was also a glimmer of hope. Hoping that this was true, he shouted loudly, "How could the leopard people occupy Machupi, that is near the capital of the Fars Empire, and those powerful humans will not allow the orcs to live there?" Charlotte spread her hands and said, "I've helped the leopard people get citizenship of the Fars Empire. They are no longer orcs, but humans. How can it be impossible for them to live in Strasbourg?" Chapter 349. Orcs are also human. But only those who do not eat humans are human. Charlotte's voice sounded like a devil's persuasion to the elephant man Agon. He knew that the future Charlotte talked about might be the best future for the orcs. Agon also knew that whether they returned to the southern continent or stayed on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait, the orcs would never have a future. The southern continent was prone to disasters. There was a drought season every year, and a rainstorm season every year. Various monsters, strange, evil, and ferocious giant monsters often attacked the orcs. Many orc tribes were still prosperous last year, but the whole tribe was gone the next year. But there is no way to survive if they stay on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait. There is almost no food here, and the orcs cannot transport enough food from the southern continent. Even the food in the southern continent is not enough, and they have eaten all the nearby humans. Unless they attack the Fars Empire again, but they were fooled by Byron to attack Strasbourg, but lost countless elite orcs in this city, and no one wants to fight for Byron anymore. This is also one of the important reasons why this orc camp is not moving. The orcs no longer wanted to fight. The elephant man Agon shook his head, which had been confused by Charlotte, and said loudly, "I know. You took my people away. No matter what you say, you can't change this fact. Hand over all the people, or I will kill you." Agon suddenly made a move, and his huge palm slapped the air, and beat more than a dozen maze guards into a pulp. He shouted loudly, "I really know how to kill people. Your two holy ranks can't protect these ordinary warriors." Charlotte was silent for a moment. Just when Agon was about to kill again to establish his authority, he issued an attack order. The maze guards were fearless, and launched an attack on the first orc genius. The golden goat Rolf, and the leopard god Domitian also joined the battle. Agon killed more than 100 maze guards, but saw that these soldiers were still rushing forward and fearless. No one retreated. He was also shocked and shouted, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Charlotte's voice became cold and said, "It's you who want to kill and fight. I don't know the whereabouts of those orcs. They did leave on their own, but since you insist on fighting, I will fight for you. I promise, if you kill my people, I will kill as many elephant people as well. Just kill as hard as you can." Agon hesitated for a moment before being swept by the old goat's sword, breaking his protective fighting spirit and killing a giant elephant condensed by his fighting spirit. Although he immediately urged his fighting spirit to condense another one, his momentum had already slightly declined. Agon let out a long howl and flew into the air again, not choosing to continue attacking the guards of the maze. The golden goat Rolf and the leopard god Domitian followed him closely and rushed into the sky. The situation was different this time. Although the old leopard man was slightly weaker, he was a holy assassin after all, and was best at finding flaws. With his assistance, Agon had a very hard time fighting. Every time he tried his best to fight the old goat, Domitian would attack and point directly at the node where his fighting spirit was running, forcing him to stop. After fighting for less than half an hour, Agon was already at a disadvantage. He fought with the golden goat Rolf and Domitian for 70 or 80 moves, and suddenly roared and turned away. The golden goat Rolf chased him head-on, but Domitian relied on his faster speed to go around to the front to intercept. Agon was indeed worthy of being the first genius of the orcs. With the joint efforts of the two saints, he still escaped more than 10 kilometers in one breath. Charlotte sighed slightly in her heart, knowing that the golden goat Rolf and Domitian could not kill the elephant man. Even if they could really kill Agon, they would have to pay at least one life. He did not want the golden goat Rolf to get into trouble, nor did he want Domitian to die, so he could only give the order to retreat. Golden goat Rolf and Domitian gave up the pursuit, supported each other, and slowly retreated together. Agon did not turn around to pursue, but fled away in one breath and disappeared into the horizon. Charlotte tried her best, but she could not keep this first talent of the orcs, and she felt very sorry. Agon's temperament is very difficult to change once he has made up his mind. Charlotte tried all kinds of words, but could not shake his rock-hard will, and could only sigh in despair. Charlotte reappeared, and the old leopard man fell beside him, and said, Agon did not use the dragon hammer. If he used the dragon hammer, his strength would have changed dramatically. Even if the golden goat Rolf and I join forces, we might not be able to stop him. You better be prepared early. You've seen his temper. If he decides on something, no one can change it. The next time he appears, he will be like a storm and thunder, and he will never show any mercy. Charlotte's eyes lit up and asked, He actually showed mercy? Domitian replied, He didn't even use the dragon hammer, so of course he showed some mercy. The old leopard man suddenly fell into deep thought and said, It seems that he is indeed different from usual. Charlotte was overjoyed and slapped her thighs, shouting, Next time he comes, I guarantee that he will never come back and will never leave again. The old leopard man looked suspicious, obviously not believing Charlotte's judgment. The golden goat Rolf remained silent, but thought in his heart, When the elephant man comes back, he will definitely kill Charlotte, the bastard, with one punch. Why would he come back? Listen to his bragging and fart. Charlotte rubbed her hands excitedly. He was not proficient in psychology, but he caught a clue from the old leopard man's words and said to himself, I have broken his defense, as long as I work harder. Before Charlotte finished speaking, a voice rang out from underground, shouting in a muffled voice, Boast. A big hand broke through the ground, grabbed Charlotte's ankle, and then flew into the sky. The golden goat Rolf and Domitian rushed to save Charlotte, but it was too late. The two of them were afraid to use any grand gestures. Seeing the elephant Agon carrying Charlotte all the way, the two of them could only follow closely. The three of them were all saints, flying quickly, and crossed the red dragon strait in a blink of an eye. Charlotte was in midair when he suddenly realized, this elephant man is so cunning. He pretended to run away, but he actually sneaked up from a distance and caught me off guard. He took a deep breath, knowing that only his eloquence could protect him now, and whispered, Brother Agon. Do you want to know why the Blood Clan wants to harm you? Charlotte didn't know why the Blood Clan wanted to frame the orcs, but he had to use a very shocking topic to attract Agon's attention, so that he could have a chance of survival. Chapter 350. Agon's voice was very dull and a little sad. The Blood Clan did not deceive us, they did send a blood ancestor. Charlotte failed to shock the elephant man Agon, but was shocked herself. She was shocked and asked, Why did the blood ancestor come but didn't show up? Agon did not answer, but his face was extremely sad. He flew over the red dragon strait and landed. The golden goat Rolf and Domitian also landed on the ground. Both of them were in a difficult position. Agon seemed not to see them. He put Charlotte down and said lightly, You act very bad, but I can feel that you are actually a good person. I have been very depressed recently. To relax, I took a short trip nearby. I went to your Cappadocia and St. Michael's Island. Charlotte was shocked and shouted, You have also been to Cappadocia. Agon said, Do you know why I didn't kill you? Charlotte thought, This elephant man is moody. How do I know you won't kill me? He said righteously, because I represent the future of the orcs. If you kill me, you will personally strangle the future of the orcs. The face of the elephant man Adon became sadder than before, and after a long while he said, according to your method, orcs have a future, but there will be no orcs in the future. There is only one kind of people, they can become orcs, and they can also become humans. They are willing to admit that they are humans, and no one can identify them as orcs. They are willing to identify themselves as orcs, and no one can tell whether they were originally human or not. I also practiced Domitian's beast god transformation technique out of curiosity. I just thought it was a useless secret method that could change appearance, but I didn't expect you could use it to merge humans and orcs. Charlotte, you are a genius. I can't understand it. A very different genius. At this time, the elephant man Adon was no longer as easily irritated as before, nor did he have the temperament that made Charlotte always think he would be easy to deceive. His attitude of talking freely, and having some philosopher's demeanor. Charlotte smiled and said, what do you think the future is? Is the future to remain unchanged and stay in the same place? Only better and better days are the future. Orcs need better days, not sticking to the old traditions, hurting each other, living in hardship, and often facing various crises that even you saints can't solve. Agon was silent for a long time and said, when I was a child, I always thought that I would work hard to practice, and when I became stronger, I could help my people out of trouble. But I have practiced to the saint level, and I still can't make my people live a better life. I can do a lot of things, but I did these things, and in the end, I didn't make my people better. Charlotte said, to change the world, you need wisdom. Even if you have weaker power, as long as you have enough wisdom, you can still slowly get better. Power must be assisted by wisdom to be used in the most appropriate place. Agon shook his head and said, if you don't need power, you won't try to deceive me. Where did you send my people? Charlotte shrugged his shoulders. There was no need to lie now. He replied, I sent them to Cappadocia. You have been there, and you should know that in that small city, orcs and humans live very well. I didn't lie. Machupi is in my hands. Domitian said that Machupi is the ancestral land of your elephant tribe. I can return it to the elephant people, and let them return to their ancestral land. Agon was silent for a long time before he said, I will live in Cappadocia for a while to see if what you said is true. Charlotte was overjoyed. The strength of this elephant man was so strong that even the golden goat Rolf and Domitian could not gain the upper hand. This was when he fought with his bare hands. If Agon used the dragon hammer, one of the 10 great artifacts of the orcs, who knows how powerful he would be? If such a fierce general could be recruited, it would be like Liu Bei getting Zhang Fei, and Cao Cao getting Dian Wei. Agon stood up, his bones crackling, and in a moment, he turned into a strong man. Although he was still very tall, he looked like an ordinary tall human being, and it was no longer possible to tell that he was an elephant man. Charlotte realized that Agon's so-called living in Cappadocia for a while probably meant hiding his name, hiding his identity, and observing secretly. He was slightly moved. Agon, who had turned into a human, might not be able to beat him. But Charlotte immediately gave up this idea. Maybe Agon might not agree with his ideas in the future, and they would become enemies in the end, but he felt that he should take this risk. After all, the rewards after success were too great. Domitian is not his subordinate. The golden goat Rolf signed a master-servant contract. If Agon surrenders, he will be his first holy subordinate. Agon growled, somewhat dissatisfied with his body. He said, I have transformed into a human and have no power. Can you teach me a secret method of human beings? Charlotte asked without any hesitation. I am good at bloody glory. Agon refused. I don't want to be involved with those vampires. Charlotte thought for a while, and said, how about the dark breathing technique? Charlotte didn't know many secret techniques except bloody glory. He had just obtained a book from St. Michael's Island, which contained many ancient secret techniques, but he had only read a part of it, and had never learned or memorized it, so he couldn't teach anyone. In addition to the dark breathing technique, he only knew the Lamia breathing technique taught at the Behemoth National Academy. Agon said, is it the authentic and direct descendant of Lady Black Moon? Charlotte nodded and said, yes, no matter which god you believed in before, please don't betray the goddess in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely punish you on behalf of the goddess. Charlotte said righteously, but in fact, he just wanted to highlight his personality. Agon looked at Charlotte strangely and asked, do you have the confidence to catch up with me in the future? Charlotte replied, what's so strange about this? Agon said lightly, but I'm only 21 years old, younger than you. This sentence is very heartbreaking. When Charlotte Mecklingen was 21 years old, she was nothing, Charlotte Mecklen-Huang-Haishan could only make rapid progress by looking directly at the evil god and being favored by the righteous god. After a long while, Charlotte whispered, "I can call a lot of helpers." This time it was Agon's turn to be upset. As a non-cannibal, he was an outlier among the orcs. He was a peace-loving person, and did not like the killers of the Orc Assassin League. He had almost no friends. Chapter 351. After learning the dark breathing technique and the black moon meditation technique, Agon left alone. Charlotte watched the lonely elephant man disappear beyond the horizon. He suggested sending him a ship, but Agon refused. He wanted to go to Cappadocia in his own way. Charlotte knew many orcs, such as Frederica, the leopard man Domitian, the assassins who wanted to kill him, and the overwhelming orc army, but there had never been any orc like Agon. He was brave and kind-hearted, not afraid of any battle, and wanted to save his people, but these characteristics destined the elephant man Agon to be very lonely. Charlotte could understand the loneliness of the first genius of the orcs, but people like Domitian might not understand it at all. Perhaps Septimius, the leader of the Orc Assassin League who proposed the doctrine of non-cannibalism, could understand this young elephant man. The golden goat Rolf watched Agon leave, feeling angry and thinking, "Useless Agon, why didn't you kill Charlotte? As long as you kill Charlotte, I will be free from suffering." Orcs are useless. Domitian couldn't understand the communication between Charlotte and Agon at all. He felt that Charlotte was a little weird and always did some incredible things, but the results were always unexpected. Domitian thought to himself, if he can convince Agon, maybe following him will give the orcs a better future. Charlotte had a simple exchange with Agon just now, and she also knew why the elephant people brought some orcs to Dubrovnik, because the orc camp was completely out of food. After a quarrel, the camp decided to slaughter a batch of orcs. Agon was not satisfied with this decision, but he could not change anything. He angrily led a group of followers to leave the orc camp and planned to take this group of people back to the south of the continent by boat from Dubrovnik. Charlotte also learned from Agon that there are now 3 holy orders in the orc camp: Lion Amisphida, Lizardman Black Dragon, Silverback Ape Chio Deluo. Another holy order has left with his followers. The holy order who left is another holy order leader of the Orc Assassin League, Bull Demon Samson. Bull Demon Samson is the leader with the most followers in the Orc Assassin League. The other 4 leaders, who are not yet holy, are willing to follow him. The followers of Domitian and Septimius combined are not half of the followers of Bull Demon Samson. Among the orcs, those who do not eat man are not mainstream, but only a small number of outliers. It is said that Bull Demon Samson can eat 10 people alive in one meal, and he also loves men and women, which is more delicious. This news is very important to Charlotte. There are hundreds of thousands of orcs in the orc camp, and their strength is far stronger than his. After all, even if Charlotte converts a group of orcs, there are only 20,000 maze guards, plus 5,000 knights of Favonius, and the number of soldiers is at a great disadvantage. But now there are only 3 holy ranks in the orc camp, and Charlotte also has the golden goats Rolf and Domitian, so she is not at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. Charlotte turned around and said to the old leopard man, "In a one-on-one fight, which one of the lion man Amisphida, the lizard man Black Dragon, and the silverback ape man Chio Deluo can you beat?" Domitian's face was sweating immediately, and he whispered, "My speed is the fastest in the world. In a one-on-one fight, none of them can kill me. But I can't beat anyone either." Charlotte's face was dark, and her eyes were full of disgust. Domitian immediately reflected that he should think more about whether he should switch to Charlotte. This guy. In fact, he is quite a piece of shit in many cases. Just like the old goat beside him, doesn't he look miserable? It's really miserable. When Domitian turned his head to look at the old goat, he noticed his walking on the sea, and hurriedly reached out to grab it, and put it away carefully. It's okay to lend it to the golden goat Rolf, but he definitely can't give it back to the old goat. This is a high-level extraordinary weapon that he bought from Charlotte at a great price. How can he give it back to the old goat? The golden goat Rolf looked at his walking into the sea, and his heart was bleeding. He even imagined that if everything could be done again, he would definitely kill Charlotte first regardless of everything. The old goat cursed in his stomach. This man is nothing. Bah! Charlotte is worthy of being called a human? Pirates are not as vicious as him. He is an evil god. Evil gods are more upright than him. Charlotte didn't know that the golden goat Rolf had given her extremely high evaluation. He continued to ask, "Can you and the old goat kill one of them together?" Domitian wiped his sweat and said, "I am also an orc. I don't want to kill orcs." Charlotte hurriedly explained, "I just asked to judge the strength of these 3 holy orders. The old leopard man and Charlotte have known each other for a long time, so he would not believe his nonsense. Charlotte said that she was just asking, and she must have thought about how to design an ambush on these three holy orders. Domitian knew that Charlotte had asked Middleman for help. If Middleman came and joined forces with the Golden Goat Rolf, he really didn't need to take action. The old leopard man didn't want to see the orcs' holy orders fall. He was just a non-cannibal, but his philosophy was different from that of ordinary orcs. He was really not a traitor of the orcs. Well, this word cannot be abbreviated. It cannot pass the Fars Empire's publication review. Domitian pondered for a long time before saying, if we are talking purely in terms of strength, the bull demon Samson, who took everyone away, is the strongest. He is stronger than Septimius and I. Even if the two of us join forces, we can't resist his brutal collision. Charlotte immediately lowered her evaluation of the non-cannibal Septimius by 5 or 6 points. Domitian didn't know that he had accidentally sold out his teammates, and continued, the strength of the bull demon Samson should not be inferior to your Brittany Count of Fars. Charlotte thought about it. The momentum of the confrontation between Count Breton and Viscount Constantine raised the evaluation of Septimius, the non-man-eater, by 3 points, and lowered the evaluation of the old leopard man by 1 point. Domitian said, the next is the lion man Amisphida. His strength is not much different from that of the bull demon Samson. He is also a level that the old goat and I cannot defeat together. Charlotte was slightly surprised. He did not expect that the strength of these orc saints was so strong, but after thinking about it carefully, he could understand it. After all, the orc saints with insufficient strength should have fallen in Strasbourg. The old leopard man was really a little ashamed and said, the lizard man Black Dragon and the silverback gorilla Chio Delu are not far behind in strength, and are similar to Agon, but they have been practicing for decades longer than Agon, have more combat experience, and are more ruthless. Chapter 352. Charlotte immediately gave up the idea of confronting the orc camp. Although the bull demon Samson had left, the remaining 3 saints were all very powerful. The strength of the lion man Amisphida was not far from that of the bull demon Samson, that is, it was almost at the level of the Count of Brittany. Maybe there might be a little difference between this lion man and the Count of Brittany when fighting, but to kill Charlotte, the old goat, and Domitian, it was estimated that it was about the same as the Count of Brittany, and the difference was at most the moves. But is there any difference between being killed by 10 moves or 20 moves? No difference. The lizardman Black Dragon and the silverback gorilla Chio Delu are of similar strength to Agon. In Charlotte's mind, they are automatically transformed into the level of senior sister Middleman. If she waits for Middleman to come to support and find someone alone, she can really kill them by force, but she is afraid of angering the lion man. Charlotte thought for a long time and said, let's go back to Dubrovnik first. After he said this, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Charlotte was struck by the aura and turned into a clay sculpture, which made the Golden Goat Rolf secretly happy. He thought that Charlotte was being punished by God. Anyway, Domitian was shocked. What happened to him? Charlotte said in a trembling voice, Domitian, the orc camp didn't know we were coming, right? Domitian nodded and said, they probably don't know yet, but this matter cannot be concealed. They will soon know that Dubrovnik has been occupied by us. Charlotte asked again, you are an orc, right? Do you know the lion man Amisphida, the lizard man Black Dragon, and the silverback gorilla Chio Delu? Domitian said in surprise, of course, I am also an orc saint after all. Although we don't know each other very well, we all know each other. Charlotte clapped her hands excitedly and said, we now have 20,000 orc warriors, and Domitian, the leader of the Orc Assassin League, we are the orc army. Why did the orc camp attack us? Reminded by Charlotte, Domitian's brain was like being struck by lightning, and he also reacted. The orc camp didn't know that the Fars Empire sent the knights here. In the past, most of the knights of Favonius were human, and as long as they were detected by the orc camp, they would definitely launch an attack, but now it is different. Dubrovnik has Domitian, the real leopard god, and 20,000 maze guards, more than 90% of whom are orcs. As long as Charlotte doesn't show up, and hides the 5,000 knights of Favonius, Dubrovnik will be a city occupied by orcs. The orc camp will not attack them at all, and at most they will just send people to ask for food. Well, these orcs will definitely come back. Orcs beating Charlotte is like a meat bun beating a dog. Charlotte laughed wildly. He had been wavering between retreating quickly and summoning his senior sister, but now he didn't hesitate. With the orc army and the leopard god Domitian, he can definitely rest assured and drink honey water. Charlotte glanced at the Red Dragon Strait. This side is already the sea outlet, so of course it seems to be called the sea inlet. After all, the Red Dragon Strait is not a river, and Charlotte doesn't know what to call this landform. He is a math teacher, and is not very proficient in geography. This is one of the widest places in the Red Dragon Strait. He could have used the light agility technique to fly over there, but Charlotte didn't want to go through so much trouble. He picked one in his mind. Although neither Domitian nor the Golden Goat Rolf was as classy as Senior Sister Miniman and Princess May, or even Sabastini, after all, flying and flying are completely different things, but there was no choice at this time. He said to Domitian, "Master, please take me back to Dubrovnik." The old leopard man had no choice but to grab Charlotte and fly into the air. Halfway through the flight, Charlotte saw a fleet entering the Red Dragon Strait. Standing on a magic alchemy warship was the female pirate Shabastini. Charlotte hurriedly said, "Put me on the bow of Shabastini." Domitian and the Golden Goat Rolf landed on the magic alchemy warship one after another. Shabastini was also very happy to see Charlotte and said, "Middleman is entangled with a fleet of Byron and cannot come for the time being. Let me come to support first. Don't worry, with this magic alchemy warship, I will definitely protect you." The old goat took a look and felt very upset. This magic alchemy warship was his. Middleman captured the flagship of the Black Phoenix Dynasty fleet and replaced it with a better magic alchemy warship. This magic alchemy warship, which was originally from the Northern Fleet, was handed over to Shabastini. The old goat couldn't help thinking, how could it not be a heavenly punishment just now? His whole body was stiff. Shouldn't he fall to the ground and die without any breath? The righteous gods are unfair, and the evil gods are weak. Charlotte is such a disaster. Why hasn't she died yet? My ship, it was passed around by these damn women. The old goat didn't know that his queen bee was also passed from one woman to another. Princess May lent the queen bee to Sophia Galinold, otherwise she would be even more upset. Charlotte hurriedly told Shabastini all the information she heard from Domitian, saying, "Although we also have 3 saints, it is difficult to compete with the orc camp, but I have surrendered 20,000 orcs, and we have a traitor like Domitian, who is enough to pretend to be an orc army, so there is no need to worry too much. Shabastini, do you want to practice the beast transformation technique?" Shabastini smiled and rejected Charlotte's request. Charlotte's eyes were clear, and she seemed to have no evil thoughts, but the female pirate would inexplicably associate it with Charlotte. She looked at her with tears in her eyes, and begged in an irresistible tone, "Sister Shabastini, please change into a catwoman for me today. Sister Shabastini, let's try something new today, and change into a bunny girl. Sister Shabastini, I heard that centaur girls are very cute. Can you change into me?" Sabastini suddenly patted Charlotte on the head and said, "Don't think about it." Charlotte was confused. He hadn't thought about anything just now, so how could he think about it? But he didn't know that because Anne McLean's novels were so popular, many authors imitated her style and published at least dozens of imitations. One of them was called The True Story of Charlotte McLean. The protagonist was also named Charlotte McLean. There was a little maid who grew up with her, and was good at transformation. In this imitation, Charlotte especially liked to let the little maid transform into various beautiful beast girls. The author of The True Story of Charlotte McLean probably worried that someone would come to his door, so he used a weird pen name. Well, Sabastini happened to read this imitation recently. Chapter 353. This book is called The True Biography of Charlotte McLean, and the author's pen name is Snake Me. Well, this novel is currently being serialized, and the story has just progressed to the point where Charlotte turns the little maid into a centaur, and the subsequent exciting story has not yet unfolded. Sabastini actually enjoyed reading it quite a lot. After all, there was no such novel in the Old World before. Well, there was no such novel in the New World either. Was Charlotte beaten unjustly? Well, it doesn't matter whether he was wronged or not. He suddenly had 3 saints and a magic alchemy warship. Although 2 of the saints were not his subordinates, but were temporarily borrowed by middlemen, and the magic alchemy warship did not belong to Charlotte yet, it was also borrowed, but it still made him feel inflated. If there is a chance, this strength is enough to ambush the lizardman Black Dragon and the silverback gorilla Chiodelio. However, it will definitely not be able to resist the anger of the lion man Amisfida afterwards. It's a bit difficult, so let's adapt to the situation. Sabastini commanded the fleet and sailed into Dubrovnik. Charlotte immediately gave all the ships in Dubrovnik to Sabastini, which immediately expanded the fleet of this female pirate to hundreds of ships, almost doubling its size. Charlotte also arranged for Sabastini to live in the best house in Dubrovnik, where she could overlook the mouth of the Red Dragon Strait from the room, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. If there were no threat from the orcs, the scenery of Dubrovnik would never be inferior to that of Sanis, and it was very close to the 3 islands of Ingrima, and could even attract tourists from the Ingrima Empire. Charlotte was also very sorry that he could not occupy this place for a long time. After he settled Sabastini, he went to deal with the affairs of the city. Sabastini brought a fleet here. Although Charlotte no longer needed this fleet to improve the maze of Dubrovnik, it was still very important for the city to incorporate this fleet into the system of Dubrovnik. Charlotte had just solved the problem of several collapsed places and asked the maze guards to repair them, when he heard someone shouting loudly, "There is an enemy!" Charlotte quickly climbed up to the top of the city wall and saw a small black dot dodging left and right, and another small black dot chasing behind. He quickly switched to Hawkeye, and when he saw the small black dot running for his life in front of him, his heart almost tightened. This small black dot was not one person, but two people. He knew both of them. Both of them were women. One was Aunt Karen, the other was Enda Brittany, whom he had been thinking about. Charlotte screamed wildly, "Rolf, Domitian, Sabastine, go and save them!" He himself jumped off the wall without caring about anything, and ran away with the light speed technique. Although Charlotte knew that he could not be a match for any saint, how could he hold back when Annie was in danger? There was only one thought in Charlotte's mind. If Annie is in trouble, I will risk my life to summon two evil gods to destroy the orc camp. The old leopard man's speed advantage was fully demonstrated at this time. He led the way and quickly caught up with them, but did not attack. He just stopped the saint, who was chasing Madame Karen and Annie. A moment later, the golden goat Rolf and Sabastini also arrived at the battlefield. 3 holy orders appeared, and Sister Karen did not run away, but came down and stopped Charlotte. And jumped down, hugged Charlotte, and said with tears in her eyes, "You are not dead, so good. My Mr. Charlotte Mecklin is fine, so good." And was so excited that she spoke incoherently, and soon burst into tears. She hugged Charlotte, and dared not let go. Aunt Karen shrugged her shoulders slightly and whispered, "Annie knew that the other 4 armies were recalled, so she immediately asked me to bring her to save you. I didn't expect that I would meet an orc saint just now. I didn't dare to fight him to protect Annie. And this kind of battle is not the specialty of dream walkers." Charlotte was deeply moved. How could he not be moved when his beloved girl heard that he was in danger and risked her life to save him? Love is like a moth to a flame, and what burns is often the last brilliance of life. Aunt Karen looked up at the sky again with curiosity and said, "When did you get 3 saints to help you?" Charlotte hurriedly said, "The golden goat Rolf accidentally signed a master-servant contract with me. I mentioned it to Anne." Annie knew that Charlotte had an extra butler, but she didn't know that this old goat was so powerful. Charlotte explained again, deliberately blurring out the origins of the other 2 saints, but Anne still heard that they were Middleman's men, and was deeply grateful to Middleman at this moment. She thought that if it weren't for Domitian and Sabathini, Charlotte would have been doomed this time. Well, this matter was a little misunderstanding. If Charlotte really wanted to escape, she wouldn't be killed so easily. Annie cried so much that Charlotte's clothes were wet. Maybe she was too tired on the way. She snored slightly in Charlotte's arms and fell asleep. Charlotte hugged Anne, forgot about the battle in the sky, and said to Aunt Karen, "I will take Anne back to Dubrovnik first. Aunt Karen, please help me to raid the battlefield. Don't let this orc saint escape, otherwise we will be in big trouble. Dubrovnik has old lepers and 20,000 orcs, but there is no way to explain why there are 3 human saints here. The only reasonable explanation is that Domitian defected to humans and became a traitor to the orcs. Well, it must not be abbreviated. So Charlotte had to keep this orc saint, but he couldn't help in the battle of the saints. He asked Aunt Karen for help, and then he took Annie back to Dubrovnik. Charlotte took Annie back to her place. Although she was anxious and wanted to know the result of this battle of the saints, but in the end, he stayed with Annie and practiced bloody glory silently for a while to calm his restless emotions. He missed the Elephant Man Agon again at this moment, and thought secretly, if I can subdue him, the 5 saints will join forces to make that orc saint come back without return. Looking at his strength, he is definitely not the Lion Man Amisfida. I just don't know if it is the Lizard Man Black Dragon or the Silverback Gorilla Chio de Luo. It would be great if we could kill the saint. It would be better to capture him alive. I still have a magic contract document in my hand. Although it is a bit wasteful to use it on a saint, but at this time, why waste? The most important thing is to quickly improve our strength. He will run away. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Charlotte was very worried about gains and losses. Chapter 354. Annie slept for 3 hours before waking up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Charlotte and was delighted. She hugged him again. After they hugged for a while, Charlotte smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You take a rest first. I'm going to interrogate a prisoner." Annie asked in confusion, "Prisoner?" Charlotte replied, "It's the orc saint who is chasing you and Aunt Karen." Annie was immediately frightened and said, "Did you capture the saint alive?" Charlotte smiled and said, "At least 4 saints have joined forces. The golden goat Rolf is as strong as the lizard man Black Dragon in terms of pure strength. The old leopard man is the fastest in the world. Sabastini is a saint-level shooter who is best at long-range attacks. Aunt Karen is a dream walker. Once the dreamland appears, she is an excellent assistant." Although Charlotte didn't know how the battle went, she still felt that this result was normal. Although Anne was a little reluctant, she also knew that Charlotte had to do her business, so she let Charlotte go reluctantly. She suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, "I have something for you," and took out a small and exquisite makeup box, opened it impatiently, and then turned it over. From this makeup box, which was not much bigger than a palm, a bunch of weapons fell out, at least 20 or 30 pieces. What made Charlotte a little frightened was that these 20 or 30 weapons were all extraordinary. Each of them was of extraordinary quality, and at least 5 or 6 of them were high-level extraordinary weapons. And said in a low voice, a little embarrassed, "Because I was in a hurry, I only took these from my father's study. You can use them for now." Charlotte always felt that the Count of Brittany should be cleaning his gun again. "But I don't know which gun the Count is cleaning now." He touched Anne's pretty face and said gently, "Keep the things first. I will discuss this matter after I come back." Charlotte was very troubled. Although Anne did have good intentions, he knew that this was a great malice towards the Count of Brittany. The old Count would probably have bad intentions towards him. "Well, this is not Charlotte." Charlotte comforted Anne for a few words and left in a hurry. To his surprise, he did not see the tied-up lizard man Black Dragon, but saw a middle-aged man who was chatting and laughing with the golden goat Rolf, the leopard god Domitian, Sabastini, and Aunt Karen. This orc saint had obviously worked hard on the beast god transformation technique. The transformed human man was elegant and graceful, just like an old noble. There was no roughness or rudeness in his body. When he saw Charlotte, the orc saint looked at her with a little scrutiny, but then he made a subtle adjustment without showing it, and said in the tone of an old acquaintance, "Mr. Charlotte Mecklin, this is our first meeting, but we should be familiar with each other. I have read your novels, and also wrote fan fiction about your first novel. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person." Charlotte was too embarrassed to show any face, so she smiled and said, "It is an honor for our Knights of Favonius to have Mr. Black Dragon join us. No matter what you ask for, you can ask for it, and I will do my best to fulfill it." Black Dragon was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Can I have a high-level extraordinary weapon?" Charlotte said politely, "Please wait." He turned and left, and soon came back with 5 high-level extraordinary weapons, saying, "Charlotte doesn't know what martial arts Mr. Black Dragon is good at, and what kind of weapons he needs to match, so I brought a few. Please choose Mr. Black Dragon. If you are still not satisfied, I can go and look for more." Black Dragon smiled and shook his head, saying to Domitian, "I believe you now. Mr. Charlotte Mecklin can indeed lead the orcs out of trouble." He picked up a rapier and handed it to Charlotte. Charlotte was still a little late before she reacted. She held the rapier upside down and put the hilt on Black Dragon's shoulder, saying, "Mr. Black Dragon, you will be a guest of honor in the Mecklin family for generations. As long as the Mecklin family survives, Mr. Black Dragon will be worshipped forever until countless eras of the gods." Black Dragon took the rapier with a smile, held it across his chest, and said, "Mr. Mecklin, I, Black Dragon, will protect your family for generations, and the bloodline and friendship will not end." These 2 sentences are not literal, but the standard oath when a noble recruits servants. Charlotte didn't know why Black Dragon chose to surrender so readily, but he would definitely not refuse a saint, and a saint as powerful as the old goat. He also didn't know that Black Dragon changed his mind in an instant and made a huge bet on him. This orc holy order was besieged by the 4 holy orders, and was extremely horrified, especially when he saw Domitian. He knew that this old leopard man was the leader of the Orc Assassin League, and thought that someone was offering a large sum of money to buy his life. Domitian was also an orc, and did not want the Black Dragon to be killed, so he spoke a few words to persuade him to surrender. The Black Dragon had been forced into a desperate situation at that time. The golden goat Rolf was as strong as him. Sabastini and Sister Karen were both excellent assistants. Even if the old leopard man did not fight with all his strength, he could only support a day or 2 of hard fighting at most. Black Dragon knew that once he fell into the dream environment, he would have to passively take the beating. He could only gather his fighting spirit and constantly shake off the dream environment. But if he was distracted to deal with the dream environment of Mother Karen, how could he still resist the old goat? So when Domitian persuaded him to surrender, he immediately changed his mind. If it were someone else, Black Dragon would not trust the enemy. However, Domitian and Septimius, the non-cannibal, had an extremely good reputation among the orcs. Black Dragon believed that Domitian would not deceive him. This was the reputation that the old leopard had accumulated over the years. The two sides fought fiercely for half an hour. Seeing that there was really no chance, Black Dragon chose to surrender, and was taken to Dubrovnik. Domitian did recruit Black Dragon for Charlotte, but Black Dragon neither agreed nor refused. He did not agree because he was unwilling to help someone who was not yet a saint. He did not refuse because the 4 saints were watching him. Shouldn't he be more sensible? When Charlotte appeared, he thought Black Dragon had surrendered. It was no wonder that he had such a misunderstanding. After all, Charlotte was a time traveler. When Charlotte shook his body, the natives bowed down and said, "Brother who?" There was always a kind of mysterious confidence. In Charlotte's opinion, even if there was a misunderstanding, it would only be embarrassing. What's the big deal? Is it Charlotte Mecklin who is not thick-skinned? Or is the math teacher's defense not high? When the Black Dragon proposed a high-level extraordinary weapon, he wanted to give Charlotte a way out. After all, high-priced extraordinary weapons are extremely rare. It's not that there are always any. Among the 4 saints who besieged him, only the old leopard Domitian had a sea-walking weapon. The golden goat Rolf really didn't have one. Shabastini actually had one, but she didn't think she needed to use it in the battle just now. Charlotte didn't know whether Aunt Karen had one or not. Moreover, even if Charlotte had a high-level extraordinary weapon, how could she give it to an orc she just met? Not long ago, the two sides were still hostile. Black Dragon thought to himself, he was also hunting down someone's lover. How much hatred was there? Even if Charlotte was broad-minded and didn't care about this matter, she couldn't give away a high-level extraordinary weapon. He really didn't know that as a time traveler, Charlotte's thinking was really different from that of people in this world. In fact, the time traveler in his own world would not have such a thinking mode. Charlotte thought that if she won, she would make a big profit by using a high-level extraordinary weapon to bet on the surrender of a saint. If she lost, she would think about how to explain to the Count of Brittany. Well, this is very Charlotte. Black Dragon treasured the rapier, shook his head, suddenly smiled bitterly, and said, "I didn't expect that I would surrender to humans one day." Domitian was shocked. He just persuaded Black Dragon to join the gang, but he didn't expect this guy to surrender so easily, and to the Mecklin family. No one mentioned this just now. Golden Goat Rolf looked dazed, and he hadn't figured out the relationship in his mind. That's not right. Although Charlotte still has a magic contract document, she hasn't used it? Why did the Black Dragon surrender? Is he such a coward? He is a veteran orc after all. Don't you have any face? Bah, why is this old lizard higher than me? Shabastini and Aunt Karen were even more emotional. Shabastini was better. When she met Charlotte, Charlotte had already gained momentum, especially when she helped Menelman seize the magic alchemy warship and St. Michael Island. Menelman and her, even Domitian, would not look down on him because he was not yet a holy rank, but treated him as a person of equal status. Charlotte relied on her own ability to impress the top leaders of the Imperial Rose Fleet. Aunt Karen was 5 or 6 times more shocked than Savastini. When she met Charlotte, this young man was still a low-level extraordinary person. It was only because of Aunt's preference that the old nanny took extra care of him. Although Charlotte pleased Aunt Karen very much, she also hoped that Aunt could have a good emotional destination and planned to support the young couple, but actually, Aunt Karen was not optimistic about them. After all, the status of the two is very different. Charlotte's family background is not good enough, and her status is not high enough. Although she is a supernormal person, she is only a low-level one. At that time, Charlotte was just a first-level supernormal person who had just been promoted. Aunt Karen always thought that even if the two could be together, they would have to endure countless hardships. But now Charlotte has an old housekeeper of the saint level, a Black Dragon who has just been taken in as the guardian of the family, and followers such as Domitian and Savastini. Although they are not Charlotte's subordinates in name, Aunt Karen has many years of experience in managing the Brittany family, and has met countless people. It can be seen that the two saints have respect for Charlotte, which is terrible. Well, as for the high-level supernormal weapons that Charlotte took just now, which were placed in the Earl's study a few days ago, the old nanny even thinks that this is natural. Chapter 355. Charlotte didn't care. Everyone was in a complicated mood. She said loudly, "Let's hold a banquet to celebrate the joining of Lord Black Dragon." Black Dragon quickly got into the role and said, "Xiao de Lu is not inferior to me in strength, so he is not too difficult to deal with, but Amisvita is too strong. He is a 23rd level Lionheart Berserker. Even in the 5 major human empires, there are only 2 or 3 people in each empire who can match him." Even if the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid we are no match for Amisvita. His nickname is the King of 10,000 Lions. He also has the ability to command a war group, and can command hundreds of thousands of orcs at will. If he were not so bloodthirsty and cruel, suppressing all orc races except the Lion clan, he would be almost a perfect commander. It's a pity that the eternal and illusionary dragon only gave us a powerful commander, but not a perfect leader. Master Mikrin, it's not time to celebrate yet. Only then did Charlotte realize that Black Dragon positioned himself not as a powerful saint-level fighter, but as a wise man who planned and strategized, like military advisors such as Zhang Liang, Shuge Liang, and Liu Bowen. He was very surprised, but he also felt that Black Dragon's self-positioning was quite interesting, and Black Dragon's suggestions were very correct and should be adopted. Charlotte immediately followed suit and said, Mr. Black Dragon is right. But our previous plan was, we have Domitian and 20,000 orcs. Even if we are discovered by the orc camp, they will not think we are a human army. The Fars Empire ordered me to drive the orcs across the Red Dragon Strait, but my Knights of Favonius can't do that. The 4 knights who set out with us withdrew halfway, so I don't plan to follow the Fars Empire's orders, but I want to take away the orcs who don't eat humans. The Black Dragon had just heard Domitian talk about Charlotte's ideas. At this time, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked casually, what do you think about humans eating orcs and eating wild beasts? Charlotte didn't notice that Black Dragon didn't use the Mikrin family master's words that he had just used, but used the very impolite you. But he still said without hesitation, what distinguishes humans from beasts is wisdom and civilization. Humans should not hurt orcs, let alone eat orcs, just as orcs should not eat humans. This is not natural, this is the morality that intelligent races must have when they develop to a high level of civilization. Orcs are also humans, but beasts are not humans. They have no wisdom and no civilization. I advocate treating animals, plants, and even some lives well, but I never think that knowledge and ignorance should be equal, nor do I think civilization and barbarism can be peaceful. Lord Black Dragon, there is no perfection in this world, only order that makes the world work. We just try to make this order less painful. What God can't do, we can't do either. As long as we can be better than now, we will be worthy of what we have learned in our life. This is not Charlotte's wisdom. This is the gathering of Earth civilization. Black Dragon was deeply moved by what he heard, and quietly changed his name back, saying, Master Mikrin, I am willing to risk all my abilities for you. Since we don't want to go to war, things will be easy. Actually, Agon has taken away most of the non-cannibals, and I can be responsible for leading out the remaining non-cannibals. Black Dragon told Charlotte a plan, which made Charlotte very amazed. Non-cannibals are different from orcs. Black Dragon plans to propose to Amisvita that since the orc camp is short of food, it is better to kill all these non-cannibals, and use them as military rations. He will also take the initiative to take these non-cannibal orcs out of the camp, but of course, he will not kill these orcs, but will hand them over to Charlotte. Amisvita will definitely be furious. Levels 1 to 6 are low level, levels 7 to 12 are middle level, and levels 13 to 18 are high level. Based on the same classification criteria, levels 19 to 24 are holy level, so the strength difference among holy levels is also huge. Amisvita is a level 23 Lionheart Berserker, only one step away from the peak of the holy level. Even if the Golden Goat Rolf, Domitian, the Black Dragon, Shabastini and Mother Karen join forces, they will not be its opponent. Although Amisvita, the King of 10,000 Lions, is powerful, he is not invincible, and even his opponents among the orcs. Black Dragon was going to direct the trouble to the bull demon Samson, pretending that it was this orc saint, who was even stronger than Amisvita, who stole the batch of food. This plan was relatively simple, but every step was full of details. If anyone else were to carry it out, there might be many loopholes, but in the hands of Black Dragon, it would be a piece of cake. Charlotte agreed to this plan, and the entire Favonius Knights immediately started to operate. Unknowingly, this Knight's Order with a transfer to the patrol army had become a truly powerful Knight's Order, and could even be ranked in the top 10 among the Knight's Orders of the Fars Empire. There are powerful saints, dozens of extraordinary people, a large number of warriors, and a stable rear base, and there is more than one. They are also supported by the residents of the Behemoth Principality and the South Seraph War Zone, and can even get support from the Navy at any time. As long as it is not a big battle like the one in Felindon, the Knights of Favonius can even stand alone in some less important battlefields. Charlotte has also thought about whether the Black Dragon will pretend to surrender and go back to tell Amisvita, so he also made preparations. If something went wrong, he would use the passage in Dubrovnik to escape and destroy the maze. After the Black Dragon left, He brought back thousands of orcs in about 3 or 4 days. He did not stay in Dubrovnik, saying that he had to go back to appease a misfita, otherwise he would disappear, which would inevitably arouse suspicion. Although Charlotte was reluctant to let go of such a good guardian of the St. Order family, she had no choice but to let the Black Dragon leave. Charlotte rarely screened out the thousands of orcs, and sent them all to Cappadocia. Orcs in the south of the continent are extremely rare. How could there be so many non-cannibals in the orc camp on the south coast of the continent after Adon took a group of people away? However, when Charlotte saw that at least half of the team were lizard men, she made a decision. Since she had recruited the family guardians of the Holy Order, she had to accept the troubles that came with it. If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If the person is too careful, there will be no followers. What Charlotte needs is the future. As soon as Charlotte sent these orcs away, she received a message that the Empire finally sent the second night group over. Chapter 356. Charlotte has the habit of sending out scouts. Every day, more than 10 combat teams will cruise around Dubrovnik, and even explore as far as 300 or 400 kilometers away, so they can discover this human night group. Originally, Dubin was in charge of the reconnaissance mission of the Knights of Favonius, but now Dubin has been left in the rear. The area near the Red Dragon Strait is controlled by orcs, so Charlotte changed the orc team. Each orc team will also include several warriors of the Knights of Favonius. The main strategy is that when they encounter orcs, they will say that they are the orc army, and when they encounter human armies, they can transform into the Knights of Favonius. Speaking of which, this incident made Charlotte feel ashamed. The reconnaissance team that encountered the Fars Knights was wiped out in one encounter. The Knights from the Empire found that there were humans in the reconnaissance team, and thought they were food captured by the orcs, so they rescued them. After being rescued, the soldiers of the Knights of Favonius rushed back to report this important news. Charlotte asked the reconnaissance soldiers who came back, and she felt a little strange. This night group had very few people, probably only a few dozen, and everyone rode horses. They were extremely rare cavalry in the old world, and their combat effectiveness was extremely strong. The soldiers who escaped back all said that they saw someone from the other side take action, and then all the orc warriors on their side died. They didn't see how the action was done. Charlotte asked about the dress and appearance of these knights, but the soldiers who came back couldn't explain clearly, because everyone seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, with an unreal and blurred feeling. Charlotte was puzzled and felt that it was a bit strange. He asked Sabastini and Sister Karen to stay in Dubrovnik, and he took the Golden Goat Rolf and Domitian to find out what was going on. Charlotte followed the soldiers' description, and tracked them all the way. Although he was a burden, they soon caught up with this strange cavalry. Charlotte lay on the old leopard's back and looked down. She saw that all the knights in this team were wearing armor, riding magic horses, and wearing extremely good equipment. Almost half of them had extraordinary weapons. The leader was a knight in his 30s, with a resolute face, and a face that looked a bit like the Count of Brittany. Charlotte suddenly realized that the last time Sophia Galinold was in danger outside the city, it was because the incident happened in a hurry, and Count Galinold was on the front line of Ferlandon, so he did not send people to rescue her in time, and ran away from home. So how could the Brittany family not make any move? When Charlotte saw this small group of knights, the leading knight also saw him. The other party first saw the old leopard man, and felt a little daunted. A man of the same age next to him said, "Antonio, I said not to let those humans go. They must have defected to the orcs, and betrayed our whereabouts. They actually sent out 2 saints. They really think highly of us. This time, don't let anyone live." Facing the 2 saints, this knight group was not afraid at all, and even had the mood to tease. The knight called Antonio nodded, took off a knight's lance, and circulated his fighting spirit all over his body, ready to attack. Charlotte shouted from the sky, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Antonio, the eldest son of the Brittany family and Anne's brother?" The knight who was about to attack focused slightly, stopped circulating his fighting spirit, and said lightly, "Yes, I am Antonio." Charlotte had never expected that the one chasing, and was the eldest son of the Count of Brittany, Anne's brother, Antonio Breton, when he was with, and although he never asked about her, he had heard and talked about her brother, and was always proud of her brother, but every time she talked about Antonio, and would feel embarrassed, so Charlotte didn't ask much. Charlotte let Domitian land on the ground, walked towards Antonio, and said, "Mr. Breton, I am Charlotte." As soon as the name came out, Charlotte immediately felt dozens of murderous auras locked onto her. Charlotte knew that this was what she deserved. He straightened up and said, "Annie is in Dubrovnik, she is safe now, and so is Aunt Karen." Antonio swept the knight's lance in his hand, and a wave of sound came before the lance wind, piercing the air with a sharp whistle. Charlotte used the light agility technique X10 to the limit, and rolled back to escape Antonio's lance. The knight's lance swept a deep mark on the ground, and Charlotte's face changed slightly. He was definitely not able to resist the shot. The Golden Goat Rolf and Domitian attacked together, but they were both a step slower. When the two saints stood in front of Charlotte, even Antonio couldn't help but sigh in surprise. He looked at Charlotte and said, "They?" Charlotte said without hesitation, "My men." The knights behind Antonio gasped. Charlotte was only a high-level beginner. Although she was quite strong, she was able to escape from Antonio's spear. But they all knew that Antonio couldn't hurt Charlotte. He just wanted to scare the kid, so he was very measured. But it was really shocking that Charlotte could command two saints. The old leopard was very embarrassed. He was not actually Charlotte's subordinate, but he suddenly thought of a problem. Compared with the Golden Goat Rolf, his strength was slightly inferior, and the statement was meaningless, which made Domitian very upset. Antonio hung the knight's lance back on the demon horse and said lightly, "If Annie is fine, I will forgive you. If Annie is in trouble, I will definitely not let you go." Charlotte didn't want to offend Anne's brother, and Antonio came to save his sister. This knight group might be the trump card of the Breton family. Everyone might be a big shot in the Breton family. There was no need for him to argue with the other party. He smiled and said, "The moment I saw Anne, my heart almost stopped beating. At that moment, I was willing to use everything I had in exchange for her safety. If everything I have is not enough, I am willing to borrow from the gods, even the evil gods." Antonio stared at Charlotte. He had heard about this young man many times from Anne. He didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that Charlotte was not worthy of his sister. Later, Charlotte stepped forward step by step, and even Antonio was surprised at the speed of growth. After all, Charlotte was born a commoner, just the son of a merchant, and did not have as many resources as the nobles. If Anne hadn't run away from home this time, Antonio would actually have a slight liking for Charlotte. After all, Charlotte got a script that defied the heavens. For the girl she loved, she changed from a notorious person in her hometown to a person of noble character. From an unknown little clerk, she entered an insurmountable class by relying on the most difficult military merits. Especially the most recent time, Charlotte actually won the favor of the Lionheart King and earned a job for Anne, which was something that even the Earl of Brittany could not do. Antonio was angry just now and wanted to teach him a lesson, but Charlotte reacted very quickly and escaped calmly under his gun and made two saints stand up, which made the eldest son of Brittany look at him with new eyes. Charlotte's words just now were very powerful. If it were someone else, Antonio would definitely sneer and think that this guy was bragging, but Charlotte has created too many miracles recently. Even Antonio would hesitate slightly and think, maybe this guy can really do it. Several people were talking when suddenly there was a roar in the sky. This roar was like a huge dome cover that fell from the sky, covering an unknown area, but it must have covered Antonio and Charlotte. Charlotte felt her heart twitch, and she gathered her bloody glory to resist. He was horrified and shouted, "Who is this?" But the sound could not come out of his throat. The person who roared must have suppressed all the sounds. The old leopard man Domitian's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "It's Amispheta." He caught Charlotte, and was about to rush into the sky to escape. Even the old goat, who had always been proud, couldn't help but vent his ocean-type fighting spirit, and resisted the roar. Charlotte had only seen two people in her life who were so powerful. One was the Count of Brittany, and the other was Viscount Constantine. This guy was the third person she had seen in her life. Charlotte couldn't make a sound, but she couldn't help but praise him in her heart. "You are indeed worthy of being the king of all lions." He was just about to get rid of the predicament of being suppressed, and try to mobilize all his current strength to fight with Amispheta. It was definitely too late to escape now. Antonio snorted coldly. This cold voice was not as loud as Amispheta's roar, but it was like a stone thrown into the water, breaking the tranquility of the water. Charlotte felt relaxed and regained control of her body. He shouted, "Listen to Antonio and cooperate with Anne's brother with all your strength." Antonio couldn't help but glance at Charlotte, but then he retracted his gaze, drew his knight's lance, and slowly flew into the air. Domitian originally wanted to take Charlotte away, but when he saw the knights of the Brittany family motionless, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you go to help?" A knight who was about the same age as Antonio said proudly, "Isn't it the lion?" "Do you know what Antonio's strongest record is?" Charlotte couldn't help asking, and rarely mentions her brother. "I haven't heard of Antonio's record. Can you tell me about it?" The knight who was about the same age as Antonio even had an expression of admiration on his face, saying, "That battle was fought by Antonio and the other 5 saints. The old leopard couldn't help but interject. Since when victory by joining forces with others can be considered a record? The golden goat Rolf occasionally complained recently, but at this moment, he felt that this complaint was not worth complaining about, and just snorted lightly, expressing his disdain for such a record of joint efforts. The knight of the Breton family waited until the three of them finished their performances before saying calmly, Antonio teamed up with the other 5 saints to kill Zimmerman. This time it was the turn of the golden goat Rolf and Domitian to perform. If the saints had ranks, then Zimmerman would be the second only to God. After his death, the 5 empires each had their top masters. Although the king of 10,000 lions, Amispheda, was terrifying, even the weakest Domitian thought he could take on 8 or 10 of his moves. But compared to Zimmerman, Amispheda is just a long-haired cat. Being able to participate in the siege of Zimmerman is indeed a record worth bragging about. Those who participated in the siege were able to join forces to kill Zimmerman. The strength of each of them must be no less than the top saints of the 5 empires. Charlotte certainly knew that Zimmerman was not dead, but this did not affect Antonio's record. The 6 top saints joined forces to kill and seriously injure Zimmerman alive, which can be regarded as a battle of the same level. He looked up at the sky, and the whole sky suddenly trembled, and then a roar sounded. But this roar no longer had the power it had just now, and it no longer exerted the same pressure on the people below. It was obvious that the king of lions, Amispheda, no longer had the energy to take care of Charlotte and the others, and was fighting Antonio with all his strength. Charlotte originally thought that this knight group must be very powerful, otherwise they would not have come to the Red Dragon Strait to rescue people, but he now realized that he had misjudged his brother-in-law. Antonio can actually compete with Amispheda in strength. The eldest son of the Brittany family is so powerful that even if he is not as good as the Count of Brittany, he is not far behind. Unlike the previous saint-level battles, Charlotte did not see Amispheda from beginning to end. After Antonio rose to the sky, he disappeared. In an instant, the whole sky was filled with something like fog. But Charlotte knew that it was definitely not fog, but a strange phenomenon caused by the 2 saint-level strongmen standing in the front row with their tyrannical fighting spirit. The sky was silent, but suddenly there would be a roar like the collapse of the sky. Sometimes you could hear the roar of the King of Lions, but his roar would suddenly stop, as if someone had cut off the sound source. About half an hour later, the sky suddenly cleared up. Charlotte still did not see Amispheda, but only saw a figure standing proudly in the sky. He threw down his spear casually, and one of the knights of the Brittany family jumped high, grabbed the spear, and put it away for Antonio. After a while, Antonio slowly put down the single sheet and said lightly, "That old lion was quite fierce, and I got a little hurt." Charlotte was shocked and asked, "Is it serious? Let's go to Dubrovnik quickly to find someone to treat it." Antonio smiled and said, "No, I just used my fighting spirit to heal my wounds, and I'm almost recovered. But the lion was too arrogant and took my shot. It won't be able to show off its power for at least 7 or 8 days." Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was bullied, she was still her brother-in-law, so she didn't feel bad. But Antonio followed Charlotte back to Dubrovnik. He didn't come to duel with the orcs, nor to start a war. He came to pick up his sister. After returning to Dubrovnik, Antonio saw his sister, and the worry on his face finally disappeared. He whispered, "Come back to Strasbourg with me." Although Anne was a little reluctant, she also knew that Charlotte was not in danger now, and staying would only cause trouble. She whispered, "I go back with you." Antonio was worried that his sister would be obsessed, and refused to go back. Seeing that, and agreed to go back with him, he was relieved and said to Charlotte, "Father said that you can keep the things and brought out temporarily, but you must return them all when you return to Strasbourg." Charlotte laughed and said, "Can we make a deal and take all the things back? But there is a magic rapier. Give it to Anne." Antonio had never seen such a shameless person. Although he had read a lot of information about Charlotte and knew that this guy was not a good thing, he was a vagrant and had a bad character when he was young. He changed a lot after meeting Anne, but he didn't expect that this guy could be so shameless. "What should I give to Anne? Isn't it obvious that Charlotte wants it for nothing?" Charlotte sighed and said, "I used that rapier to recruit Mr. Black Dragon, and I really can't give it back. If you think it's not okay, Antonio, can you give me some time, and I will find another high-level extraordinary item to make up for it?" Antonio snorted coldly and said, "We in the Brittany family are not that stingy. I give it to you, you don't have to return it." Seeing that Antonio seemed to want to take it away today, Charlotte couldn't help but say, "I actually have another request. You can fight against Amispheda on equal terms. Can you help me completely eliminate the orc camp?" Now in the orc camp, the bull demon Samson has left, The elephant Ogon has also left, Mr. Black Dragon has surrendered to me, and only 2 saints are left. If we can completely eliminate the orc camp, the Fars Empire can also reduce a future trouble. At this point in the war, every hidden future trouble may suddenly erupt. Now the Fars Empire still has the spare capacity to deal with these minor troubles, but if the war continues for a few more years, the Empire may no longer be able to spare the strength to deal with the orc camp. Antonio was silent for a long time, and said calmly, I can promise you. But you have to give half of the military merit to in this time. Charlotte was overjoyed and said, Give it all to in, I don't want anything. Antonio said calmly, No, you need it. You need a lot of military merit and a higher status. I wanted to persuade Anne at first, but Anne insisted on betting with me, saying that you can do it. We bet 17 times, and my sister won every time. Antonio glanced at Charlotte calmly and said, Your performance this time has been recognized by me. But you are not allowed to have an illegitimate child before marriage. Charlotte was just ecstatic, but now she was embarrassed. She didn't know how to ensure that Antonio Brittany would believe that she would not have an illegitimate child before marriage. I wonder if swearing to the snake of fate will work. Chapter 357. Anne was worried at first, fearing that her brother would teach Charlotte a lesson, but when she heard Antonio's request, although her face turned red and she felt a little shy, she was overjoyed and thought to herself, My brother Antonio is the best. Antonio really didn't know what Charlotte and Anne were thinking. He didn't have so many hidden intentions. Although the customs in Fars were not conservative, having children before marriage was still a dishonorable act and would be laughed at by the nobles. He just wanted to protect his sister. After all, Anne had come to Dubrovnik, and it was easy for her to get into trouble. The rules of the Brittany family were strict, and Anne was not allowed to have dinner outside, so how could such a thing be allowed? Charlotte had something to hide, and Anne was worried that Charlotte would really be with Princess May, senior sister Middleman, and the Strasbourg Rose. The next plot was not something a lady should think about. Charlotte arranged accommodation for Antonio's nights, and chose a courtyard with a martial arts arena. This was originally the home of a wealthy merchant, but now no one knew where their family had gone. He deliberately tried to get close to these knights of the Breton family. After finding out the identities of these knights, Charlotte was secretly amazed. This time, the Breton family really spent a lot of money to save Anne. Almost all the members of the team were extraordinary, including 5 saints. Except for Antonio, the strength of the other 4 saints was no less than that of Domitian. Charlotte never thought that she could mobilize 10 saints to fight a war. This card is so luxurious that it is almost comparable to the early days of Felindon. Although 6 of the 10 holy orders were from the Brittany family, in addition to the 5 knights, there were also Mother Karen, 2 from Senior Middleman, Sabastini and Domitian, and only the Black Dragon and the Golden Goat Rolf were his subordinates, but Charlotte was still full of ambition. Even the Emperor rarely had the opportunity to command 10 holy orders. After all, the holy orders were the most important weapon of the country. Charlotte was still very serious when doing serious things, and he really wanted to take advantage of such a good opportunity to solve the problem of the orcs. History is a general education in most countries on Earth. Almost every child will receive some historical knowledge. The country where Charlotte lives has a long history, and there is a lot of history to learn. The war between Fars and Byron has been going on for nearly a year. It is obvious that Fars' economy is about to collapse. As the war continues, Fars' situation will become even more difficult. If the orc camp on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait is left, it will sooner or later become a major concern for Fars. Although Charlotte is a time traveler, his feelings towards Fars are very subtle. Most of his relatives, friends and acquaintances are in Fars, and he does not want to see Fars in a desperate situation. So since there is an opportunity to help Fars solve the problem, Charlotte really does not have much selfishness to make achievements. He is not a person who is keen on fame and fortune. Charlotte gathered the 9 saints together and held a war meeting for 7 or 8 days in a row. Antonio has experienced many battles, and the 4 saints under his command are also elites in the army. The old leopard man Domitian is familiar with orcs, and has traveled to the new and old continents, so he is knowledgeable. Sabastini was born as a great pirate. She was once one of the top 10 pirates, like the Golden Goat Rolf. She can fight in close combat, attack from a distance, command, and lead the navy. She has almost no special shortcomings. Aunt Karen and the old goat did not participate in the speech. Aunt Karen was gentle, and did not like fighting. The Golden Goat Rolf pretended to be quiet in order to maintain his personality, but no one dared to ignore their existence. Although Charlotte did not know much about military affairs, she had many wonderful ideas. After several speeches, She gradually gained the trust of the Brittany Knights, and got some command power. They quickly developed a plan, and the main provider of this plan was Charlotte. His plan was to use the Black Dragon, who was an insider in the orc camp, to find ways to trick the silverback gorilla Chiodelio out, and then let the old leopard use the beast god transformation to disguise himself as Chiodelio, and cooperate with the Black Dragon to find an opportunity to cast a curse. There is no poison science in the old world. Although there are several natural poisons, there are few that can do anything to the extraordinary, and those that can poison the holy level are extremely rare. At least they don't have it, and the Brittany family doesn't have it in their collection. But the curse science in the old world is quite developed. Although cursed items that can harm the saint level are also very rare, it is very coincidental that among the extraordinary items brought by Annie, there is a very powerful cursed item called the Eye of Destiny. It looks like an amber in the shape of an eye. Once it comes into contact with life, it will grow countless tentacles, pierce into the body of life, absorb vitality, and transfer the consciousness hidden in the Eye of Destiny to the host. Because this thing is too evil, it is usually packed in a box made of gold, and it will not be given the opportunity to come into contact with life. The Eye of Destiny is very rare. Almost all minerals have it. However, only a few dozen have been found in the past thousands of years. Most of them have been destroyed. Only a few are left, which have been circulated in the hands of some nobles as a dangerous collection. No one knows the origin of the Eye of Destiny. Although many people speculate that it is the remains of an ancient evil god, no one has ever confirmed this. After the plan was made, the mission set off. The old leopard man was the key to this plan. After all, he was proficient in the beast god transformation technique and the art of lurking and assassination. He was the only person who could come and go freely in the orc camp. After the old leopard left, Charlotte also took the other 8 saints and set off. They needed to lurk near the orcs' land, meet the Black Dragon and Domitian, and ambush the silverback ape Chiodelio, and was very worried about Charlotte, but she also knew that she couldn't stop him. She could only tearfully ask her brother to take care of her Mr. Mechalon, which made Antonio very upset. Although all of them except Charlotte were saints in this operation, saints would not fly often to travel, because when encountering a battle, they needed to keep their physical strength at the peak. The Brittany family came to rescue, and this time, and brought dozens of magic horses. Although Charlotte could summon a magic flame horse, she still obediently borrowed a magic horse, and did not intend to show off in front of a group of saints. Several people quickly rushed from Dubrovnik to the orc camp. There was a city here, but the orc army destroyed it. Hundreds of thousands of orcs lived here, and the fishy smell coming from the wind could be smelled dozens of miles away. Charlotte soon saw the piles of bones on the roadside, feeling sad. He swore silently in his heart, "I must eliminate the slave trade and the eating of living people in Fars. I want the flowers of civilization to bloom and the barbaric soil to disappear. Please bless me to fulfill this wish." The Snake of Fate. Chapter 358. Charlotte actually wanted to pray that peace would always come to the old world, but this was obviously impossible. Even the 9 gods working together could not do it, and there are still wars on Earth. Well, praying for peace from the gods is also a wrong option. No matter which world it is, the most common cause of war is the gods themselves. The 8 saints plus Charlotte had to wait for the Black Dragon and Domitian to lead the silverback gorilla Chiodelio out of the orc camp. Originally, everyone was not prepared, and Antonio even planned to find a forest. In order to please her brother-in-law as much as possible, Charlotte volunteered to take out a piece of felt cloth prepared in advance, cut a few thick branches, fixed the felt cloth, and made a rough and simple tent. He also put a circle of tree branches around the tent, covered it with a layer of mud, and threw some flowers and plants on it. From a distance, it looked like a small mound full of plants, but it was quite spacious inside, with felt cloth to protect against wind and rain and sunlight. Antonio saw this scene and thought about it. He called Charlotte over and asked her in detail why he thought of making this thing. In front of Anne's brother, Charlotte deliberately showed off the skills of how to set up a tent. Most of them were what he saw in the short videos of outdoor camping in his previous life. Antonio was a real soldier and immediately realized the use of this thing. It can quickly set up a tent at any time and can be dismantled and transported away. It is simply the best tool for outdoor marches, and it can also allow the army to be stationed at any time. The technical route of the old world is different from that of the Earth, and the technology of tents has not been developed. However, this technology is not complicated. As long as you think about it a little, most people can figure out the structure. Antonio remembered the tent in his heart and prepared to go back to Strasbourg to find a skilled craftsman to make a batch. If it was very useful, he would apply it to the knights of the Brittany family and told Charlotte not to spread this technology. The group waited for less than 2 days before they heard a strange bird-like cry in the sky. Charlotte rushed out of the tent and saw Domitian circling in the sky. Domitian did not expect that they were hiding so secretly. Charlotte also threw some flowers and plants on the felt cloth, and the old leopard man did not see that there was someone inside. Domitian landed on the ground and took a special look at the thing Charlotte made. He was slightly amazed in his heart and said hurriedly, Cadero was persuaded by the black dragon and decided to take his people and separate from Amisphida. Now they are about to pass by here. Although Cadero was going to separate from Amisphida, he did not plan to go back to the south of the continent. Instead, he planned to occupy a city and build a second orc camp. Therefore, he brought more orcs, a total of 30,000 people. Charlotte thought, Mr. Black Dragon really has some of the style of Beast Juga, and he actually fooled the 2 orc saints into going their separate ways. Don't orcs understand that unity is strength, and each of them is a king? Are they all little kings? Antonio frowned slightly and said, although we are not afraid of tens of thousands of orcs, we can't kill all of them. What if someone goes to report to the lion? Domitian said, Xiao de Luo chose Red Cliff City. Charlotte thought, does he want me to turn Red Cliff City into a maze? However, maze requires some conditions. I am afraid that I may not be able to meet them as soon as possible. Antonio said, there is only one way out of Red Cliff City. As long as we block Red Cliff City, the people inside can't escape. Charlotte suddenly realized that she had misunderstood. Black Dragon did not know Charlotte's mastery of the power of the maze, so naturally he would not give any suggestions for maze. There are more than 10 cities on the north bank of the Red Dragon Sea. Red Cliff City is the most peculiar one. It is a city that goes down. If you come from the north, you can only see a short mountain and a huge stone gate, and you can't see the city at all. But after entering Hongya City, you will find a different world. Hongya City is built on cliffs layer by layer. Each layer can overlook the most beautiful scenery of the Red Dragon Strait. The lowest layer is a port built next to the Red Dragon Strait. Such a peculiar landform has made Hongya City known as a city carved on the wall. However, such a landform also means that when facing the attack of the orc army, Hongya City has no way to escape except for a few people jumping into the Red Dragon Strait to escape. Now it was Charlotte's turn. With the advantage of many holy ranks, as long as they blocked the entrance to Red Cliff City, the orcs would have difficulty escaping. In order to ensure that the orc army would not escape as much as possible, Charlotte asked Shabastini to transfer the fleet and build a line of defense on the sea. When Charlotte set out, she ordered the magic alchemy warship and part of the fleet to pass through the Red Dragon Strait and head towards the orc camp. They should be waiting nearby now. After Domitian delivered the message, he flew away again, intending to lurk back to the orc camp. This old leopard man has the beast god transformation skill, which allows him to change into many forms. It is just a piece of cake for him to sneak into the orc camp. Even if Amisphida knows that he is hiding in the camp, he may not be able to find him, not to mention that the king of 10,000 lions does not know at all. In the following days, the old leopard man ran back and forth to pass on the news, and several knights of the Brittany family also scouted everywhere and confirmed that the silverback ape man Chio Deluo did lead tens of thousands of troops to march towards Hongya City. The orc army led by this holy ape man not only has his own tribe, but also orcs from other tribes who have surrendered. After he left the orc camp, he kept thinking of what the Black Dragon said to him. If you stay, you and my people will be eaten by Amisphida sooner or later. Only by leaving this lion can the whole tribe be saved. Xiao de Luo sighed. He really didn't understand why the Orc Alliance had such a big move this time, but ended up like this, especially with so many orc saints dead. That was the foundation of the orcs. It would take hundreds of years for them to recover. But would humans give the orcs hundreds of years to recover? Xiao de Luo didn't believe that humans would be so kind. If the Fars Empire hadn't been busy with the war with Bion, it would have sent troops to attack the orcs long ago. If Bion won, it would not let the orcs go easily. The lower-level orcs may not know why the Byrons betrayed their loyalty. But orc saints like Xiao Delio have known it for a long time. Agon knows it, so there is no reason why he doesn't know it. It's just the reason. Xiao Delio just wants to roar to the sky. Because, just like orcs eat people, these vampires also regard countless orcs as food. Food to feed a certain blood ancestor. This makes this orc saint more defensive than if the blood ancestor did not appear. The vampire's viciousness, cunningness, viciousness and ruthlessness are beyond the imagination of these stubborn orcs. Chapter 359. The Elephant Man Agung didn't want to tell Charlotte why the blood ancestor came, but didn't show up, because this matter was a shame for the orcs, and the vampires completely treated the orcs as fools and played tricks on them. Chio Delu also knew the inside story, but he didn't want to mention it to anyone, and he also felt that this matter was really embarrassing. At that time, there were people who opposed the Orcs alliance. For example, Domitian was also very opposed to the Orcs intervening in the war between the two empires, but it was useless. The Old Leopard was not a big figure in the Orcs alliance. Among the three holy ranks of the Orcs alliance, Bull Demon Samson is the strongest and has the highest status in the Orcs alliance. He fully supports the Orcs alliance to send troops. This is why, after retreating to the Red Dragon Strait and setting up an Orc camp, he handed the camp to a misfita and only took his own people away, because he felt guilty. Chio Delu was thinking about what kind of future the Orcs should have. Then he heard someone report, "Captain, the Red Cliff City is ahead." Chio Delu chose Hongya City because it has the largest port among the more than 10 cities on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait. If something happens, it will be easier to retreat to the southern continent. However, he has no ships now, and this problem needs to be solved. Chio Delu remembered that Black Dragon promised him that he would transfer a batch of ships to him, and he felt a little relieved. Since Black Dragon suggested that all the non-cannibals be executed secretly last time, and personally led the lizards to do this, he met the Bull Demon Samson. The batch of food was gone, and even the lizards were gone. He became very strange and often came up with various ingenious ideas. In the past, Black Dragon kept a low profile. Although everyone knew that he was one of the few smart orcs, he rarely participated in the affairs of the tribal alliance. He neither agreed nor opposed the dispatch of troops, and remained calm and silent. Later, when he withdrew to the Red Dragon Strait, he never interfered in other matters except his own tribe. Chio Delu thought about it now, and could probably understand that Black Dragon probably had no tribe left, and all his minds were invested in other orc tribes. He issued an order, and the orc army of more than 30,000 people entered Hongya City. Hongya City is a city built on a cliff. Most of the buildings are the original cliffs. Although it has been destroyed by the orc army, the damage is not serious. More than 90% of the houses can still be lived in. When the orc army entered Hongya City, Chio Delu was the last one to enter the city. When he looked at the Red Dragon Strait from Hongya City, he suddenly showed joy, because he saw a fleet sailing towards Hongya City. But he immediately shouted, "No!" because this fleet did not come from the orc camp, but from the opposite direction. He thought to himself, could it be the fleet of Dubrovnik? Originally, there should be an orc tribe of more than 10,000 people coming there, but there has been no news for a long time. Could it be that they planned to rush to the orc camp from the Red Dragon Strait? Kudero quickly overturned his guess and his face turned pale, because the orcs did not have magic alchemy warships. The flagship of this fleet was a magic alchemy warship. It could only be a human fleet, either Far's or Ingrima's warship. Chio Delu didn't believe it. Even if the magic alchemy warship was powerful, could it attack a city on land? But he was still a little confused and wanted to know why this fleet appeared here. He didn't think that the several major human empires had the spare energy to attack the orcs. He couldn't figure it out for a while. He hadn't figured out why there was a human fleet outside Hongya City. He heard a more shocking news. His orangutans hurriedly reported, someone blocked the gate of Hongya City. Chio Delu looked a little dignified and asked, how many people? The subordinate answered honestly, 9. Chio Delu couldn't help but laugh and asked back, only 9 people? Why are you panicking? His subordinate was a tongue-tied orc, and he stammered and couldn't explain clearly for a while, and was sweating profusely. Chio Delu was a little surprised to see his subordinate's behavior, and said, don't panic, I go and see it myself. The ape strode to the city gate, and saw 9 soldiers blocking the gate. He growled and pulled out a dark iron rod from his ear. He didn't want to say anything and started fighting. When Charlotte saw this silverback ape man, she liked him a little. There was no way, as long as you are a Xia countryman, you will like monkeys. When Chio Delu pulled out a dark iron rod from his ear, his love for him tripled. If he was not Chow Chow, he would definitely say, don't shoot cold arrows, who will help me catch this monkey alive? Unfortunately, Charlotte also knew that relying on the golden goat Haralf alone would definitely not be able to take down this silverbacked ape man. As for other holy ranks, he had to be polite, and could not give orders, but at the critical moment of life and death, asking people to show mercy was a lack of appreciation. Charlotte would never say such a brainless thing, and he could only regretfully say in his heart, if I can really capture this monkey alive, I can use a magic contract document. But Antonio will kill this monkey in just a few moves. When the old leopard saw Chio Delu take out the dark iron rod from his ear, his face changed drastically, and he shouted in a low voice, "Everyone be careful, this is one of the 10 great weapons of our orcs, the dragon-beating rod." Antonio had also noticed the dark iron rod that Chio Deluo took out of his ear. He was surprised when he heard it, and shouted, "The treasure that the eternal and illusionary dragon said to teach his descendants?" Domitian shouted, "That's right. Above the saint rank is the god rank. Above the saint rank extraordinary objects, there are naturally peerless divine weapons. But in fact, it is impossible for humans to own divine weapons. The 10 great divine weapons of the orcs are not real divine objects. They are just stained with the breath of gods, or even just saint rank extraordinary weapons with legendary relationships with gods. The problem is that most of the saint rank in this world are already good enough to have a high-level extraordinary weapon. Only a very small number of people have saint rank extraordinary weapons. Since Charlotte traveled through time, she has only heard of one extraordinary saint-level artifact, which is the Jade Scroll made by Master Mani that destroyed Zimmerman's memory. She has only heard of 2 extraordinary saint-level artifacts. One is a saint-level extraordinary pistol in the hands of the Count of Brittany. The other is a dragon hammer in the hands of the Elephant Man Agon, but Charlotte has never seen it, and she doesn't know whether this Elephant Man really has this saint-level war hammer. Well, okay, he actually has a blood spiritual resonance. Charlotte almost put this bracelet forgotten. Antonio growled, more cautious than when he fought with the king of 10,000 lions, a misfita. He shook the knight's spear in his hand, and mist surged from his body, and he killed alone. Chio Delu didn't know who Antonio was, but he was still not afraid. With the dragon-beating stick in his hand, he was not afraid of a misfita. He pointed the dark iron stick in his hand, and the stick emitted the roar of thousands of giant beasts. The 2 saints fought fiercely. The 2 fought for just one move, and the whole Red Cliff city shook, and a large area of houses collapsed. Charlotte shouted from the side, "What rules are we talking about with the orcs? We must fight quickly and decisively, and we can't let Antonio get hurt in the battle. Let's go together." The Knight of Brittany rushed forward without saying a word, and under Charlotte's order, the Golden Goat Haralf also joined the battle, and Sister Karen smiled and unfolded the Dreamland, and the old leopard also rushed forward, relying on his speed to distract some of Chio Delu's attention. Although Antonio was confident that he could defeat Chio Delu alone, he was not a person who insisted on a one-on-one fight, just like he did not refuse to join others in the siege of Zimmerman. Chio Delu originally thought that with the dragon-beating stick in hand, even if he was not invincible, he was almost there. But he never thought that he would be besieged by 8 saints one day, especially the young knight in the lead, whose strength was not inferior to the Lion King Amisfida. Even if he had the dragon-beating stick, he might not be his opponent, not to mention that this guy had helpers. He quickly recognized the old leopard man Domitian, and gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Domitian, you are unworthy of being called the leopard god, and you actually defected to humans and besieged your fellow orcs." Domitian felt guilty and hurriedly shouted, "Black Dragon, and I did not surrender to humans, but to the future of the orcs. I advise you to surrender quickly, so that we can join forces." Kadero was shocked and shouted, "Black Dragon surrendered too? No wonder he tricked me into coming to Red Cliff City. Black Dragon is an orc, but his words and deeds are different from those of orcs. Instead, he has similar ideas to the 2 leaders of the Orc Assassin League, Domitian and Septimius, the non-cannibal. So when he saw that the situation was not good, he chose to surrender immediately. Anyway, if Charlotte was not doing well, he could leave when he had time. The saints can come and go freely. Who can trap them? Chio Delu is different. He is a serious orc who believes in the law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest. He believes that whether it is humans or orcs, they are just passers-by in life. No one can hold life forever. Since they will die sooner or later, there is no need to care about many things. For example, now he has decided to fight to the death with 8 terrible enemies, and will never admit defeat and surrender. Soon, all 9 of them took off and fought in the sky. Charlotte wanted to watch the battle, but she didn't expect a large number of orcs to swarm out. Then she remembered that she had to block the exit of Red Cliff City. Originally 9 saints were enough to seal off Red Cliff City, but Savastini was commanding the fleet, and the other 8 were fighting with Chio Deluo, leaving Charlotte alone. For a moment, he almost mistakenly thought that he had the buff of being abandoned by friendly forces. Charlotte did bring a knight's lance, but he stuck the lance into the ground, took out the withered rose, and kept shooting. This extraordinary weapon is not powerful enough against mid and high-level extraordinary, but it is a very suitable weapon against ordinary orcs, especially the more enemies it kills, the more blood energy bullets it generates, and there is no need to worry about running out of ammunition. After being promoted to a high level, Charlotte had not fought much. At this time, he tried his hand. With his insight and superb shooting skills, he was in an absolute advantage. He actually guarded the exit of Red Cliff City steadily. Occasionally, orcs broke through the blockade of bullets, and Charlotte also had the spearmanship of Skywing. Guns were used for long-range attacks and close combat. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Charlotte didn't know how many orcs he had killed. He was in a difficult battle, and suddenly heard a chuckle, and a magic feather arrow fell, shooting and killing a charging orc, which made Charlotte breathe a sigh of relief and shouted, "Thank you, Sabastini. Please help me recruit as many orcs as possible, and send them back to Dubrovnik." Charlotte left Strasbourg with only a group of labyrinth guards, and 5,000 knights of Favonius. The fighting force was not sufficient. There were no cannibals among these orcs. If they were all sent to Dubrovnik and transformed into labyrinth guards, the force would be enough to fight a battle. Sabastini shook her head and said, "These orcs are fearless, and don't seem to want to surrender." Charlotte was helpless. He had just called for surrender, but the orcs under Chio Delio were brave and fearless, and had no intention of surrendering. Charlotte shouted, "Send a group of soldiers to block the gate of Red Cliff City with me, and then use the magic alchemy warship to attack." Sabastini shouted, "Okay." She was originally worried that Charlotte could not hold on, but seeing that Charlotte was very efficient in fighting, and looked very comfortable, she felt relieved and returned to the fleet. She first sent a group of people to Charlotte, and then began to command the magic alchemy warship to attack Red Cliff City. This battle made Charlotte unable to think. In his previous battles, he almost fought while thinking about how to use various strategies, but such a fierce fight made him almost forget everything, turning into a killing machine, only thinking about how to kill the enemy with the most cruel and efficient means, and had no time to think about anything else. I don't know how long it took, but the star battle energy in Charlotte's body suddenly accelerated and jumped to a higher level, from the 13th level to the 14th level. The improvement in strength relieved Charlotte's pressure a little. He looked at the orcs who were still nowhere to be seen, sighed, and thought, "Why do people like war so much? Many wars are obviously not necessary. Orcs need to survive, as long as we establish a good enough system and develop agriculture and breeding. Why must there be a war?" Charlotte suppressed his physical and mental fatigue and continued to kill with the highest efficiency. He did not even realize that his previous gun skills, archery, and occasionally sword skills had faded away from their immaturity, revealing the cruel and cold side of the Asilo's secret method. When Charlotte casually killed an orc transcendent who broke through the withered rose bullet with a sword, collected the blood rose, fired 6 shots in a row, and killed 6 orcs, he realized that all the soldiers sent by Sabastini had died in the battle. What Sabastini sent up were her own soldiers, not Charlotte's maze guards. There were no extraordinary people, just ordinary elite soldiers. How could they withstand such a massacre? Charlotte sighed, and was about to continue fighting when she heard a shout from the sky. It was Antonio's voice. "Cadero is here. If you don't surrender, you will all die today." He was holding the silverback gorilla Cadero in his hand. The orc holy rank that was so majestic just now was now stiff. It was unknown whether he was killed or seriously injured. Anyway, he was motionless, like a rag bag. Charlotte felt the pressure eased. The orcs who had just charged forward without hesitation no longer charged forward. Almost all the orc warriors had sadness on their faces. This time, the orc alliance went out in a big way, but the result was one tragedy after another. They had lost their fighting spirit. A great leader like Chio Delio was defeated, or even killed. The remaining orcs had no fighting spirit. When Charlotte shouted again, asking the orcs to surrender, the orcs who had just fought hard seemed to be defeated in an instant. They dropped their weapons one after another, and even many orc warriors cried bitterly. They knew that they had fallen into the hands of humans, and could never return to their hometown. Antonio fell to the ground, threw Cadero to Charlotte, and said, "He still has a breath. Do you want to kill him to establish your authority?" Charlotte was overjoyed and said, "It would be a pity to kill him." A holy knight of the Brittany family said, "This guy is powerful and tenacious. It is impossible for him to surrender. If you want to subdue him, it will probably be a bit difficult. He is not an orc like Domitian or Black Dragon." When the knight of the Brittany family mentioned Cadero, he was quite impressed. After all, this silverback ape man was just besieged by 8 holy ranks, and there was a top strongman like Antonio, but he actually held on until now. It was really amazingly tenacious. If they were to fight alone, even without the dragon stick, no one except Antonio would be a match for this orc saint. Charlotte quickly said, it's okay, I have a special way to persuade him to surrender." He picked up Chio do Luo, kicked open a house at random, took out the magic contract document that had been signed long ago, grabbed Chio de Luo's hand, stained it with some blood on his body, and signed the name of this orc saint. Charlotte waited for a while with joy, but there was no movement. He was very disappointed and thought to himself, is it that the program I used is wrong? Or has this magic contract document expired? Or maybe the old goat deceived me, and there is a problem with this magic contract document that I haven't found? Just when he thought of this, he heard a young man's laughter, and the magic contract document in his hand turned into a stream of light, and was thrown into the unknown void. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief and activated Bloody Glory. This thing has no healing function, but it is not difficult to stimulate this orc saint and wake him up. Chio de Luo was stimulated by the Bloody Glory, and the fighting spirit in his body spontaneously activated, knocking Charlotte away. Fortunately, he had the light agility technique X10. He turned in the air, stretched his feet on the wall, and regained his balance, standing steadily on the ground. Charlotte looked at the orc saint, who opened his eyes and asked, "Mr. Chio de Luo, are you feeling better?" Chio de Luo only felt that there was always a group of runes in his mind that regulated his activities. He was a saint after all. How could he not know that he was secretly plotted against and signed a magic contract document? It was still the most humiliating master-servant contract. He roared in anger, but halfway through the roar, his whole body was in great pain. At least 70 or 80 bones in his body were broken by Antonio. Despicable. Shit, if you break the contract, I will kill you. I will kill you in 10,000 ways. Asshole, let me go free. Orcs will never be slaves. Charlotte said with a smile. Silverback gorillas are an exception. Chio de Luo fought hard with a group of saints led by Antonio. He never thought that defeat and death were a big deal. He just wanted to fight happily. After death, whether he returned to the embrace of the dragon god or turned into a pile of stinking mud, it was a trivial matter that he didn't need to care about. But the orc saint never thought that he was seriously injured, and these despicable humans actually took the opportunity to sign a magic contract with him. He roared again and again, but there was no way to change the facts. Antonio was worried about Charlotte rushing into the room. Seeing that Chio de Luo had no intention of taking action, he was a little strange in his heart. He didn't know why this orc saint didn't fight to the death. Chio de Luo saw the old leopard Domitian, who came in later, and couldn't help but burst into tears. He whispered, I blamed you wrongly. I didn't understand the hint you gave me. Domitian, I really didn't know that you were also signed into a master-servant contract. The old leopard man looked strange. He really didn't sign any magic contract documents. Kadero suddenly thought of Black Dragon, and couldn't help crying again. It turns out that Black Dragon was also captured by this group of despicable humans, bullied, and signed a magic contract document. I thought he betrayed the orcs. Charlotte thought, Black Dragon surrendered to me for justice. Besides, where did I get so many magic contract documents? The golden goat Haralf also followed in. When he heard Chio de Luo's accusation and confession, he almost cried. Among these saints, he was the one who was deceived by Charlotte and signed the magic contract document. And he provided the magic contract document himself. Seeing Chio de Luo's inexplicable grief, the old goat hesitated for a while, and actually had the thought, I am finally not the only one who signed the wrong name. He even felt inexplicably relieved. After all, the magic contract document signed by Chio de Luo was also from his arm. Antonio then realized that Charlotte had this special persuasion method. He couldn't help but shook his head slightly and said, in the future, the Mikran family will have a saint-level steward. The golden goat Rolf's eyes suddenly changed, thinking, what? Even the job of steward, the newcomer wants to compete with me. It's okay that my status is not as good as the Black Dragon. How can I be worse than this ape? He also signed a master-servant magic contract document. Now that he doesn't have that iron rod, he may not be much stronger than me in terms of pure strength. Well, can two saints who have signed a master-servant magic contract with the same person duel in private? Golden Goat Haralf had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and when he looked at the ape Chio de Luo, he already had a sense of competition. Well, when he thought about the ancient magic worship, magic alchemy worship, St. Michael Island, magic sword piercing the sea, spear killing whales. But this monkey was also robbed of the saint's dragon beating stick. He felt that he would not lose in terms of strength or the misery of fate. Chapter 360. When Charlotte reappeared in front of everyone, there was a monkey behind her. Well, a silverback. Chidera was full of anger, but he had no idea what to do. When he saw Antonio, he burst into anger and yelled, "Give me back my stick." Charlotte hurriedly stopped him and said, "What stick? That is the treasure of the Brittany family, and has never had anything to do with you." Charlotte herself felt that her words were a bit flattering, but there was nothing she could do. This was Anne's brother, and he had just recognized his relationship with Anne, so she had to flatter him a little. After all, being a math teacher was not an upright profession. Antonio really intended to return the dragon-beating stick. The eldest son of the Brittany family was quite upright, but under Charlotte's strong persuasion, he accepted this holy weapon with some trepidation. Almost all the knights of the Brittany family had a surge in favor of Charlotte at this moment. Antonio was destined to be the next head of the Brittany family. These holy knights would be Antonio's future team. They were loyal to this young master and hoped that he would become stronger and stronger, rival the old earl, and even become the strongest man in the next generation of Fars. The Count of Brittany has a holy level pistol, but in holy level battles, the power of guns is far inferior to cold weapons. This is because the battle mode is different, which is quite different from the battles of ordinary people. But holy level extraordinary objects are not something that can be obtained at will. Even the Count of Brittany cannot obtain it easily. He can only get what he gets. He cannot customize it, and he cannot find a weapon that suits his needs. Although Antonio learned the proper knight spearmanship, it is not a big problem to change to a stick. The spear and stick skills have been universal since ancient times. As long as Antonio is a little familiar with it, he can fully exert the power of this holy weapon. With a holy weapon in hand, the eldest son of the Brittany family may really be able to match his father. The Brittany knights had some complaints before they set off, because Anne's departure disrupted many of the arrangements of the Count of Brittany. Of course, they would not blame their own lady, and they all focused their anger on Charlotte. After meeting, Charlotte performed well, and barely made these Brittany knights recognize her. Until this moment, they really regarded Charlotte as one of their own. No one blamed Charlotte anymore for letting miss and run away from home and go to the most dangerous front. After all, being able to obtain a saint-level extraordinary artifact is enough to offset everything. In this world, strength is respected. Every point of Antonio Breton's strength improvement is the greatest benefit of the Breton family. Although Chio Delu was severely injured all over his body, he was a saint after all, and his recovery ability was amazing. In such a short time, he was able to walk freely. If he wanted to fight, he had to rest for 7 or 8 days, but it was not a problem for him to come forward to surrender his subordinates and gather the orc army. Chio Delu is different from Domitian, Black Dragon, and Agon. He is a qualified commander. This orc saint was very successful in recruiting his subordinates, but he was also very worried, so he secretly went to the old leopard and asked, "I heard that the head of the Mikran family only wants non-cannibals, and the rest must be converted into maize guards. It's not unacceptable to convert them into maize guards, but evil spirits cannot give birth to offspring, and the silverback apes will become extinct." Domitian said meaningfully, "You can let your subordinates say that they are non-cannibals, have never eaten people, and will never eat people in the future." Chio Delu was surprised and asked, "Is Charlotte so easy to deceive?" Domitian said calmly, "She is not easy to deceive. He is giving the orcs the last chance." Chio Delu was slightly dignified. He knew what to do. Later, when Charlotte was identifying the non-cannibals, there were indeed some orcs who were not very smart. They still let it slip that these orcs would be transported to Dubrovnik and transformed into maize guards. Those orcs who insisted that they had been non-cannibals since childhood would be sent to Cappadocia. After training in the beast god transformation technique in Farsi and in Grima languages, they would be integrated into the local life. While Charlotte was digesting the results of the battle, Black Dragon also took some time to come to Red Cliff City from the orc camp. When he learned that Chio Delu had been surrendered by Charlotte and had swallowed up 30,000 orcs, he was very shocked. This required more leadership than the 9 saints who joined forces to kill Chio Delu and slaughtered 30,000 orcs. The former only required strong strength and ruthless killing, but the latter required profound wisdom, personality charm, and excellent vision and insight. The old lizard firmly believed that the orcs had no future if they relied on strength and killing alone. What the orcs needed was not a strong warrior or military commander, but a perfect leader. Only a leader who could overcome all difficulties could open up a future for the orcs. Charlotte perfectly met the Black Dragon's expectations, especially Charlotte's handling of the 30,000 troops, which also made the Black Dragon more at ease. He originally thought that Charlotte would slaughter all the orcs. Although he could accept it, he would also feel uncomfortable. With the arrival of the Black Dragon, Charlotte held a short meeting and unanimously agreed to let Chio Delu continue to be Chio Delu, and the old leopard man also lurked back to the orc camp. Antonio originally wanted to propose to simply force the siege of Amisfida. He was not afraid of this Lion King, but considering that he had just obtained the dragon stick, It would take some time to skillfully use this orc magic weapon. The family motto of the Brittany family is never to take unnecessary risks. Unless it is necessary, everything must be done in a safe way. He also wants to wait until he can control the dragon stick freely and his strength is truly improved before challenging the king of 10,000 lions. Although Charlotte also thought of letting Antonio take action, he quickly rejected this idea. Now he is different from a few days ago. He already has powerful followers. He can't let his followers think that they can only rely on Antonio. Moreover, the success rate of this plan itself is not low. If Amistad can be weakened a little more, the battle will be more certain. With the departure of the 3 orc saints, Charlotte originally wanted to give up Red Cliff City, but after thinking for a long time, she chose to turn Red Cliff City into a maze. This is a very important port, larger than the port of Dubrovnik City, which can dock more ships and provide support for Sabastini's fleet. Amistad looked at Ciodelu, who was lying on the ground and crying bitterly, with a gloomy face. Not long ago, the Black Dragon wanted to get rid of the non-cannibals, but the bull demon Samson took away all the food, even the lizards were taken away. The Black Dragon's personality changed drastically since then. Now it was Ciodelu's turn. Although Amistad was very dissatisfied with Ciodelu's departure, the bull demon Samson took away so many orcs, which was obviously against him. Amistad did not doubt the words of the 2 saints at all. If one person can lie, can 2 people also lie? Chapter 361. Amos Fides kept calculating. Bull demon Samson supported the tribal alliance in sending troops, which led to the defeat of the orcs. Soon after arriving at the camp, he took his people away and handed over the tribal alliance to me. I also suspected that Bull demon Samson would not give up and might have other plans. Now it is certain that Bull demon Samson has other plans. My guess is correct. He looked at Ciodelu, who was crying on the ground, and then looked at the gloomy Black Dragon. Suddenly, he felt a little relieved and thought to himself, if their tribe was still there, they would never be loyal to me. Fortunately, Bull demon Samson killed all their tribes, so they had to surrender. In that case, it's actually a great thing for me. How to deal with the bull demon Samson? Amos Fides pondered for a long time, but still had no idea. At the saint level, the difficulty of each level increase is no less than that of going from a low level to a middle level, or from a middle level to a high level. The gap between each level is also unimaginable below the saint level. Princess May can easily kill a saint level of Byron in a 1-on-2 fight and dig out the blood core. The golden goat Haralf can even face the siege of several low-level saint levels at the same time. Zimmerman even needed 6 top saints to join forces to fight the enemy. Although Amos Fides was known as the king of 10,000 lions, and was only 1 step away from the peak of the saint rank, he knew that he was no match for the bull demon Samson. This matter made Amos Fides very distressed. He knew that Black Dragon was very wise, so he asked, how should we deal with the provocation of the bull demon Samson? The Black Dragon said concisely, only by gaining stronger power can we fight against the bull demon Samson. Amos Fides sighed and said, it's just 1 level difference, but I don't know when I can break through. The Black Dragon said lightly, the Lion King can't break through, why not look for external objects? My orcs have 10 great magic weapons, all of which are holy level extraordinary objects. As long as we can get one, the Lion King will no longer be afraid of the bull demon. Amos Fides pondered for a long time and said, the 10 great magic weapons are all treasures of each tribe. How can you lend them to me? Our lion tribe is divided into 5 major tribes. The magic weapons of the tribe are in the Snow Lion tribe. My crazy lion tribe has no right to use them. Amos Fides was being euphemistic. In fact, the Snow Lion tribe was the strongest among the 5 tribes of the Lion clan. The Snow Lion tribe's Lion King was the recognized Lion King of the 5 tribes. They occupied the most fertile land in the southern continent, and were one of the few large tribes among the orcs that lived a rich and comfortable life. The Black Dragon did not expose him. He smiled and said, if the magic weapons of the Lion clan cannot be used, then can't the magic weapons of other tribes be used? For example, the dragon-beating stick of the Orangutan clan is in Ciodelu's hands. Why can't the Lion King borrow it temporarily? Ciodelu cursed in his heart, Black Dragon, you and I are both people who signed the magic contract document. Why do you have to use such cruel means? He cried even louder and shouted, the dragon-beating stick has been taken by the bull demon Samson. Where do I have it? If the dragon-beating stick is still there, I would rather lend it to the Lion King to avenge my descendants. Amos Fides felt a great pain in her heart and thought to herself, I am no match for Samson in the first place. If he also steals the dragon-beating stick of the ape tribe, I will be even less of a match. What should I do? Seeing that he was frowning, the black dragon said, the Lion King is so sad, why not drink a lot to relieve it for a while? Amisphidus nodded and said, bring the wine up. Kudero got up from the ground without the black dragon's signal. He was even more unhappy than Amisphidus. When the orc guards brought the wine they had snatched, he was the first to drink it. Soon, several lion warriors dragged a few humans who had been stored for a long time over, slaughtered them on the spot, and grilled them for the three saints. Black Dragon promised Charlotte that he would not eat humans. Chio Deluo was born in the Silverback Ape clan, and they were all upright people. They did not want to break the rules. The two of them just drank but did not eat. Amos Fidus did not notice anything wrong. He drank a barrel of beer and ate half a person. He wanted to change his taste, and changed to eating raw with salad sauce. The three orc saints had different concerns. They drank until midnight. Black Dragon left first. Chio Deluo had something on his mind, and did not dare to be alone with Amos Fidus. He also said he wanted to go back to sleep. It was boring for Amisphidus to drink alone, so she forced Chio Deluo to stay. Chio Deluo had no choice but to accompany her. When the Black Dragon left Amisphidus' place, he saw someone among the people who prepared food for them winked at him. The Black Dragon remained calm and walked away. Sure enough, a lion warrior followed him. When he passed by him, he whispered, "It's done." The Black Dragon didn't need to guess that Domitian had transformed into a lion man, and took the opportunity to make a human barbecue for Amisphidus to stuff the Eye of Destiny into the barbecue. Black Dragon shook his head and thought, if you offend this old leopard man, you really have to be careful. He is extremely fast and can change into 1,000 forms. Who can guard against him forever? Fortunately, we are in the same camp, otherwise, I will have to be careful about what I eat in the future. After the old leopard man succeeded, he quietly sneaked out of the orc camp and headed straight for Red Cliff City. Charlotte was practicing behind closed doors. When he heard someone report, it was already late at night. He hurriedly got up and saw the old leopard man's happy face and asked, "Did you succeed?" Domitian replied, "It has been done." He also described in detail how he plotted against Amisphidus. Charlotte also felt that the old leopard's methods were incredible. He could change in 1,000 ways. Who could be on guard against the people around him? But this is also a talent, and others will never learn it. For example, after Charlotte came into contact with a red bear warrior, he could also transform into a young bear warrior, but if he was asked to designate a bear warrior to transform into the other's appearance, he would definitely not be able to do it. He was already considered to have talent. It would be doubly difficult if someone else were to replace him. For example, the cat mask popular in the Orc Assassin League was created by Septimius the Non-Eater. Even the old leopard man Domitian, who created the beast god transformation technique, could not make this small item. Just like on Earth, in fact, in many novels, there are mythological characters who are proficient in 72 transformations, but the only one who became famous for this is the monkey. Charlotte took a deep breath and said, "Go and inform others. We will find a way to sneak into the orc camp, and when Amos Fidus is eroded by the Eye of Destiny, and the curse takes effect, we will kill the lion." Charlotte brought the Knights of Favonius here. When she heard that the other 4 knights had all withdrawn, she just wanted to turn back quickly. Who would have thought that there would be a scene like this? Just kill this lion. I will go back to Strasbourg and ask for justice. Chapter 362. Charlotte is very sure that the Breton family will support him. He is also very sure that senior sister Melman will support him. He also has a friendship with Count Gallinod. As the Minister of War, the influence of this count cannot be underestimated. He also has 3 saint-level subordinates, dozens of extraordinary followers, and tens of thousands of troops. The Knights of Favonius are already an extremely powerful force. Charlotte believes that as long as there is no rebellion, there should be no great nobles in the Fars Empire willing to fight to the death with him. Charlotte was quite diligent in promoting the beast god transformation technique, and all the people dispatched this time were holy level. Except for him, learning this little magic hardly took much effort. Antonio and his 4 holy level knights all transformed into silverback apes. After all, there were only a lot of these orcs in Red Cliff City, and it was easy to explore the mysteries of the body. Aunt Karen transformed into a catwoman, and it was unknown how this aunt became familiar with the catman's body. The golden goat Rolf deliberately transformed into a leopard man. He obviously spent too much time with Domitian. Savastini made the same choice, and she had never met other orcs. Charlotte still transformed into a red bear warrior, a young bear man. As long as the Lion King Amisphidus can be killed, hundreds of thousands of orcs will collapse, so only the holy ranks will be dispatched this time, and there are no other ordinary warriors. Well, Charlotte is just a filler. The team left Red Cliff City and walked all the way to the orc camp. Because they turned into orcs, everyone's original strength could not be used. Instead, Charlotte took care of everyone along the way, because he had awakened the bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and the transformation into a young bear man was also extraordinary. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit of the orcs is no secret. Antonio was unwilling to be so weak along the way. He practiced hard for half a day and successfully awakened his bloodthirsty fighting spirit, becoming the second supernatural in this orc team. With the stimulation of Charlotte and Antonio, the golden goat Haralf was not to be outdone, but he was not the third supernatural orc in the team. He was preempted by a knight named Saloner under Antonio for more than an hour. After that, the team went all the way to the outside of the orc camp, and no fifth person broke through. Obviously, even though they are both saints, they have different talents and understandings. Antonio's other three saints, Sabastini and Sister Karen, were always inferior to him, and could not comprehend the bloodthirsty fighting spirit in such a short time. The human cultivation system comes from various sources, some from the 9 righteous gods, some from the great philosophers of the human race, some from evil gods, or various inexplicable sources. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit of the orcs all comes from the dragon god. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit cultivated by the orcs of each tribe comes from the same source, but the results of different orcs practicing bloodthirsty fighting spirit are very different. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit of lion people and bear people is completely different, and the fighting spirit of leopard people and elephant people is also nothing alike. Charlotte was curious on the way and asked Antonio for advice on bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and she had quite a lot of experience. When they arrived outside the orc camp, Charlotte took everyone to hide temporarily, waiting for the Black Dragon, Domitian and Chio Deluo to pick them up. He took out the dry food, made a pot of thick soup, and gave everyone a small bowl. After everyone had eaten, he packed up the things himself. Charlotte was the only one in the team who was not a saint. He did not deliberately order the golden goat Rolf. Instead, he did many things himself along the way to polish his impetuousness. After packing up, Charlotte wandered around alone for a while. It was time for his daily practice. Charlotte hesitated for a moment, and did not restore his human body. He just tried to practice bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Antonio had told him in the past few days that the bloodthirsty fighting spirit of orcs was completely different from that of humans. It not only tempered the body, but also focused on the spirit. It was more like practicing fighting spirit, and the more ancient fighting spirit at the same time. However, the fighting spirit of humans focused on spiritual sublimation, while the bloodthirsty fighting spirit of orcs took the violent route. After Antonio's analysis, Charlotte had a lot of insights. When practicing at this time, she kept thinking about the wars she had experienced during this period, and the various tragic things she had seen. A violent breath arose in her heart. The bloodthirsty fighting spirit in her body suddenly felt like an explosion. Her red hair exploded all over her body, and a black rune appeared on her back. After this bloodthirsty rune was born, Charlotte immediately broke through the second stage of bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and a surge of power appeared in his body. He asked his overback red bear warriors, and the old leopard man, and learned about the supernatural powers that some bear people can produce by practicing bloodthirsty fighting spirit. All the signs of this bloodthirsty rune showed that it must be bear power. Whether it is an overback red bear warrior, or a Mozon yellow bear warrior, they can practice this supernatural power. Bear power can make a bear warrior have an extra bear. The bear warriors who can cultivate bear power are all outstanding bear warriors, with great strength and fierce fighting power. Charlotte moved his body, and felt that the power in his body was endless, and he was also slightly happy. He knew that his main training was still Bloody Glory, and Bloody Glory had been cultivated to the 14th level. He had already entered the high-level extraordinary, and would not change his training method. However, the breakthrough of bloodthirsty fighting spirit still made him feel very refreshed. Charlotte thought secretly, bloodthirsty fighting spirit is really suitable for fighting, but the fighting spirit of orcs is a bit crude in other aspects except fighting. Suddenly, he had an idea. Orcs are more like natural warriors. The Black Dragon also said, the dragon god is only willing to give the orcs an invincible commander, but not a leader with outstanding vision. Could it be that the eternal and illusionary dragon wants the orcs to fight in the other world? Charlotte followed this line of thought and thought about it. Soon, he shuddered and dared not think about it anymore. Charlotte was not a native of this world, and had no respect for the gods. Even if it was the 9 gods, he was only respectful because of their infinite power, not because he believed in any god from the bottom of his heart. If there is an opportunity, and if he has the strength, Charlotte will kill the god without hesitation, and then sit on that seat himself. He didn't dare to think too much at this moment, because he was really afraid that some god would notice him and discover that he was an alien who slandered the gods. Charlotte kept muttering, I am a loyal believer of Lady Black Moon. I am the god of the Serpent of Fate. Am I not a traitor? Wait, let me think about it again. How did I get to this point without knowing it? Charlotte heard an object passing by at high speed in the sky, and hurriedly looked up, and a figure came into view, but it was not Domitian, Black Dragon, or one of the 3 orc saints, Chio Deluo. He was shocked. Chapter 363. A lady of about 27 or 28 years old fell from the sky. Her appearance had no obvious Fars features, nor any features of any country in the old world. Of course, she was not an orc. She had a slightly indescribable feeling. Although she was also a very outstanding beauty, she had a temperament from afar. Her clothes were also quite strange. They were not in the style of any country in the old world, but they were quite practical. Their functions were very similar to the hunting clothes popular in Fars, but they also had the characteristics of long-distance travel, such as many cloth belts to tie up some small tools. The lady was quite friendly and said, I'm just passing by. Can I ask why there are no people in the cities near the Red Dragon Strait? Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, Didn't you see the orc camp nearby? The lady frowned slightly and said, Of course I saw it, which is also something that surprises me. Can you tell me the reason? Charlotte replied, Because the orcs attacked Fars in a big way. Although they suffered a great defeat outside Strasbourg, they did not return to the southern continent, but retreated to the Red Dragon Strait. They captured all the cities in Fars, and abandoned most of them. The lady was shocked, but then she angrily asked, You lied? How could the orcs attack Fars? Charlotte shrugged and said, Believe it or not, it's none of my business. The lady's magic light flashed, but then she retracted it. Obviously, she decided not to take action. She changed her tone and asked calmly, Can you tell me the whole story of this matter? Also, you don't look like a resident nearby. Charlotte was also very curious about the origin of this female saint, and said, Farth and Byron went to war. Byron contacted the Orc Tribe Alliance, and the orcs went out in large numbers to besiege Strasbourg. The mysterious female saint showed a little realization and said, It is the Void Crown, one of the 10 great weapons of the orcs. Only the Void Crown can move so many people. Charlotte really didn't know that the orcs had such a magic weapon. However, he immediately thought of one thing, that is, Frederica could transport the leopard people to Machupi, and couldn't help but think, could this orc magic weapon be on Frederica? The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. The two exchanged a few words, and the other saints, who had been alerted, came one after another. The female saint was slightly puzzled when she saw that there were so many people on Charlotte's side. She was about to ask about Charlotte's origins when she heard a familiar voice. The golden goat Harald said very rarely, Red Eagle, how did you come back from the New World? The female saint was also surprised to see the golden goat Harald, and asked back, Old goat, why did you leave St. Michael's Island, and on land, and why did you disguise yourself as an orc? Speaking of this, the old goat felt depressed. He snorted coldly, and had no interest in answering. Red Eagle was even more surprised. She knew the identity of the golden goat Harald. She knew that this old goat was the biggest pirate in the sea of giant whales, and a tough guy who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. But among this group of people, the golden goat Harald was obviously not the leader. This showed one thing, the golden goat Harald was not the strongest among these people. Red Eagle was slightly alert. She didn't expect that she would meet several saints just to ask for directions. Charlotte waved her hand and said, It turns out to be Ms. Red Eagle, one of the 10 pirates. I have heard of you for a long time. I am Charlotte Macklin. You can get answers to any questions you have. We have to avoid the reconnaissance of the orcs. We can't be so ostentatious here. Let me entertain you in our hiding place. Although Red Eagle was curious, she was not afraid as a rare female saint. Even if there were people here who were more powerful than the old goat, she could just run away. She didn't believe that there were many people in the world who could keep her. Charlotte did not introduce the others. When he heard the old goat mention the other person's nickname, he knew that Shabastini must know this lady. After all, they were both one of the 10 pirates. Even if the two had never met, they must have heard of each other. After inviting Red Eagle to the tent where he was hiding, Red Eagle was also slightly surprised by the simple and practical equipment. In fact, whether in Fars or other countries, when traveling long distances, the nobles prefer to live in carriages, so the carriages in this world are particularly spacious. As for ordinary people, they simply cannot afford to buy travel equipment. Charlotte briefly recounted what had happened in the old world recently. Red Eagle then realized that a war had broken out in the old world. She anxiously asked, "Have all the people in the cities near the Red Dragon Strait been eaten by the orcs?" Seeing her so anxious, Charlotte guessed that she must have relatives living in a certain city, so she sighed sadly and said, "That's right." Red Eagle's eyes were full of anger. She closed her eyes for a while, then opened them again and said, "Since you are Farza's army and are going to attack the orcs, I am willing to join temporarily." Savastini really wanted to remind Red Eagle that many people in the cities along the Red Dragon Strait had fled, and they might not have been eaten up by the orcs, but she also knew that Charlotte probably wanted Red Eagle to join. This female saint was quite powerful, and was indeed a good helper. She couldn't possibly undermine Charlotte, so she couldn't help but not say anything. But she was very curious about why Red Eagle came back. This fellow pirate had organized a fleet a long time ago and planned to open up a business in the New World, but now he appeared alone in the Red Dragon Strait, and it was obvious that his business in the New World had failed. Savastini changed her voice and said, "Ms. Red Eagle, why did you come back from the New World?" Red Eagle looked very bad, and after a while he said, "For some unknown reason, the 36 great evil gods in the New World suddenly broke out in a war, and many cities were destroyed. My fleet was also destroyed by the evil god Tulatang, and I was the only one who escaped. The New World is now a hell on earth, and countless people die every day under the destruction of the evil gods. I don't know how many cities were destroyed by the war between evil gods. Even the saints can hardly save their lives. Not only me, it shouldn't be long before someone will return to the old world. But I didn't expect that there would be a war in the old world." Charlotte didn't expect to hear such explosive news. I don't know what the 36 evil gods in the New World have gone crazy for. They actually started a war of gods? He couldn't help thinking, the old world is better. After all, the 9 righteous gods have reached a tacit understanding that there will be no war of gods, and they will not allow the evil gods to do such a thing. Chapter 364. When Red Eagle left the old world, he placed a group of his men and his biological brother in Red Cliff City. When Charlotte heard this, she could only comfort the female saint. She really didn't know whether Red Eagle's men and brother survived, but Red Cliff City was the city with the most deaths among the dozen cities on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait, because the terrain was too difficult to escape. In addition to being full of grief and indignation, Red Eagle was also very curious about this team. She had left the old world for a long time, and had never heard of the beast god transformation technique, but she could guess that these orcs, they are all human disguises. But she couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. How could the Golden Goat Haralf be in this team? And it seemed that he was not the mastermind. She quickly determined that Antonio and Charlotte had the highest status, but one of them was a first-level extraordinary, and the other was a second-level extraordinary. Neither of them was very strong. Red Eagle even speculated that the Golden Goat Haralf might have defected to the Fars Empire, and was now working for the Emperor. She didn't take the initiative to ask out of caution. The Golden Goat Haralf didn't want to talk much, and Charlotte didn't need to tell a stranger about her military operations, which made Red Eagle confused all the time. With one more holy rank, Charlotte had more confidence in the upcoming lion-slaying battle. He didn't wait long before he heard the sound of flying in the sky again, and hurriedly jumped out of his hiding place. This time it was finally Domitian who came down. When Domitian saw Charlotte and the others, he said, "I take you to the orc camp right now." When he saw Red Eagle, he was slightly stunned. Red Eagle was also surprised to see Domitian. Domitian had been to the New World, and had seen the only 2 women among the 10 pirates of that year. Red Eagle couldn't help but shout, "You are an orc, why did you join Fars?" Red Eagle knew that Domitian was a non-cannibal and a human-friendly orc, so he still had some distrust. Domitian smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't join Fars, I joined Mr. Charlotte Mechlin. He promised to give orcs a future. Not only me, but also Black Dragon and Chio Delio joined him. Well, the Golden Goat Rolf, who is as famous as you, and Savastini also joined him." Savastini did not refute. In her opinion, Middleman and Charlotte had an ambiguous relationship, and they would be in the same group sooner or later. Red Eagle was shocked, and could not speak. She looked at Charlotte repeatedly and asked in a low voice, "Is he the Emperor's illegitimate child?" Domitian said hurriedly, "No, Charlotte Mechlin is talented and virtuous. You will know it after getting to know her for a long time. There is no need to say more at this time." Red Eagle did not believe the old leopard man's words at all. She could not understand why Charlotte could have so many holy subordinates. If he is not the Emperor's illegitimate child, then he is the illegitimate child of the evil god, or even the illegitimate child of a righteous god. Otherwise, it is totally unexplainable. The old leopard man knew that Hong Yang could not transform into the beast god, so he handed her a cat mask and said, "If you want to sneak into the orc camp and act with them, use this little thing." Hong Ying took the cat mask, and was surprised again. She felt more and more that she had been away from the old continent for so long, and this world had become completely different, and everything was weird. If she hadn't met two acquaintances, she would have thought she had gone to the wrong continent. Charlotte led the group and followed the mission to sneak into the orc camp. With his insight, he soon discovered that there were tens of thousands of humans imprisoned in the orc camp, and they were obviously used as food reserves by the orcs. Charlotte was furious, but she suppressed her anger. At this time, a small loss of patience would ruin a big plan. Killing the king of 10,000 lions, Amisvitas, was the most important thing, and she had to be patient with the rest of the things. Amisvitas, the king of all lions, had eaten the Eye of Destiny for a few days. He always felt uncomfortable in his stomach. He activated his fighting spirit, but could not feel anything. Anyway, the orcs were thick-skinned and tough, so he did not care much. He thought about it again and again, but could not find a way to deal with the bull demon Sanson, so he gave up. Although Amisvitas was not a leader with great talent and strategy, he was definitely the most qualified military commander. It was he who overcame all objections, and occupied the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait. After all, this terrain blocked the development of the orcs. Having the opportunity to occupy this place was very important to the future of the orcs. After he occupied the city, he found that he had no way to solve the food problem. Recently, more and more orcs have flocked here, and the orc camp is becoming more and more overwhelmed. Amisvitas has made a decision to launch an attack, so that he can plunder some humans for food. Before, he did not take action because the orc camp was always in turmoil. Now that the bull demon Sanson is gone, the rest of the orc saints have either left or completely surrendered to him. Amisvitas is no longer constrained. The target he chose is the richest area in the Fars Empire. This lion even has more ambitions. Amisvitas called his men together and held a military meeting. Suddenly, he felt very hungry. He asked his men to bring over two humans, a man and a woman, and put a bunch of strange orc sauces on them. He roared, bit off the heads of the two humans, and started eating them. Charlotte and others, who had been lurking near him for the past few days, could not help but feel angry when they saw this scene. Charlotte knew that she could not be impulsive at this moment. The Eye of Destiny in Amisvitas had not yet taken effect. He was about to turn around and leave, not wanting to watch this kind of thing, when he heard Red Eagle's low cry. Several lions escorted another boy up, and at the same time, a woman in her 30s was escorted up, brushing sauce on the two men. Red Eagle could no longer hold back, and whispered, "That's my brother, I have to take action." Charlotte didn't stop him, and she knew she shouldn't stop him. Who would have thought that it would be so mean? She actually saw Red Eagle's brother, and this boy was being brushed with sauce, and was about to be eaten by Amisvitas for lunch. He could only make a gesture to all the Far Saints. Antonio was the first to react. He shook his body slightly, and returned to his human form. He pulled out the dragon-beating stick, one of the 10 great weapons of the orcs, from his ears and shouted, "Amisvitas, die!" When the king of 10,000 lions Amisvitas saw Antonio, his face looked as if he had seen a ghost. He had fought with the eldest son of the Brittany family once, and suffered a great loss. But he couldn't figure out why this guy appeared in the orc camp, and why did this guy hold Chio de Luo's dragon-beating stick in his hand? Chapter 365. Antonio is a 23rd level Misty Knight. Like Charlotte, he graduated from the University of Sheffield. However, unlike Charlotte, he follows the authentic path of Lady Black Moon. He not only practices dark breathing and Black Moon meditation, but also practices Dark Moon Warlock. After being promoted to the Saint level, the two major inheritances of Lady Black Moon are combined into one, and he will advance to Misty Knight. Only layers of mist can conceal Lady Black Moon's true identity. Antonio's spearmanship also comes from Lady Black Moon's inheritance. He has been familiar with the dragon stick during this period. From the dark spearmanship, he has comprehended a stick method. Although it was hastily created, it is already quite powerful. After all, Antonio is a practical person. He doesn't want to create a unique martial art. He just transforms spear skills into stick skills to adapt to weapons. Therefore, most of his moves are similar to dark spear skills, but some stick skills are added. He faced the king of 10,000 lions, Amisvitas, a 23rd level Lionheart Berserker. He was extremely cautious. He smashed with a stick, and his momentum was as heavy as a mountain. The roars of thousands of beasts came from the stick, which frightened Amisvitas. He hurriedly pulled out a giant machete from his back, and faced the dragon-beating stick. Charlotte's eyes lit up as she watched from the side, and she shouted, "High-level extraordinary weapon." When the sticks and swords collided, Antonio did not hold back at all. With just a crisp sound, Amisfidas's giant machete was shattered into dozens of pieces. Amisfidas did not expect that Antonio could manipulate this holy weapon freely and fully exert its power just a few days after getting the dragon stick. The giant machete in his hand was shattered, and the lion was extremely distressed. After all, the orcs were poor, and extraordinary weapons were not that easy to find. He hastily pulled out a knight's lance from his back. This was the weapon he had snatched from a human saint. He no longer fought Antonio head-on. He actually used a set of dense and exquisite spear skills to resist Antonio's dragon-beating stick. The dragon-beating stick contains the power of all beasts and can dissolve all energy. When fighting against an enemy holding a dragon-beating stick, you often have to use 20% of your strength in each move, so that you can barely compete with the enemy after the dragon-beating stick dissolves some of its energy. In other words, Antonio can reasonably distribute his fighting spirit in each move, but Amisfidas has to do his best in each move. If he slows down his fighting spirit a little, he will be pushed back by a terrible superpower, which will erode his body in every way. After Antonio took action, the other saints also took action, and soon formed a siege posture. Red Eagle saved her brother, and was stunned when she saw this scene. She did think that there must be other saints in this group of people, but she didn't expect that they were all saints. Well, Red Eagle looked at Charlotte and found that he didn't rush up to fight, and asked, "Why don't you go up?" Charlotte smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just an ordinary extraordinary." Red Eagle was a man of great importance. He threw his brother into Charlotte's arms and said, "I'm going too." Amisfidas tried her best to get out of the siege. She saw Black Dragon and Chio de Luo rushing up. She was overjoyed and shouted, "Let's join forces to fight the enemy." The two orc saints agreed and rushed towards Antonio and others. At the moment when the two sides crossed each other, two weapons flew out together and stabbed into the left and right ribs of the king of 10,000 lions. Amisfidas was indeed a 23rd level lion-hearted knight. Although she didn't expect Black Dragon and Chio de Luo to be betrayed, she had the most correct reaction in the shortest time. She waved her arms and swung the two weapons away. Just as he swung aside the weapons of Black Dragon and Chio de Luo, a sword light pointed diagonally at the inside of his thigh. Amisfidas watched the sword with her own eyes, but it was too late to dodge. A magic rapier stabbed and cut a long gash on Amisfidas' thigh, and blood spurted out immediately. The old orc was indeed a top assassin. Although he was not good at frontal attacks, this kind of sneak attack was top-notch. Although the three orc saints had never joined forces to fight against the enemy, they cooperated perfectly. Domitian succeeded in one move, and immediately used his body skills to retreat. Amisfidas's furious counterattack immediately shook off the Black Dragon and Chio de Luo, but Antonio immediately raised his stick and stopped the king of 10,000 lions. Amisfidas wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to break out, but he was also secretly attacked by Domitian, causing an injury to the inner thigh. Although he activated his bloodthirsty fighting spirit to seal the wound on his thigh, his combat effectiveness was inevitably reduced by a large margin. With the addition of Red Eagle, Charlotte's side had a total of 11 saints. Such a luxurious card. Especially Antonio's strength was not inferior to the king of 10,000 lions. Amisfidas immediately put the lion into a difficult battle. The two sides fought fiercely for dozens of rounds. Amisfidas could still hold on, but Charlotte couldn't. There was no other way. This was the orc camp with hundreds of thousands of orcs. He brought a burden with him, and he didn't have the geographical advantage of Red Cliff City. How could he resist the endless stream of orc warriors who bravely advanced? Charlotte was already very powerful because she could fight alone in the orc camp for so long. Charlotte didn't expect that none of the 11 saints would stay to help him. Although he could summon the golden goats Rolf and Chio de Luo, this kind of showing off. It was like telling Amisfidas to come down and kill him. He was an important person. Charlotte didn't dare to continue to show off. She took out a mirror, waved it casually, and put Red Eagle's brother into it. Since he practiced the infinite mirror realm, he would often carry a mirror with him, just to make it convenient to store items sometimes. Without this burden, Charlotte rushed into the group of orcs, first snatched a leather armor, then snatched a pair of trousers from the second person, and snatched a helmet from the third orc's head. At the same time, he performed the beast god transformation technique and transformed into a silverback ape man. He rolled on the ground and mixed into the orc army, shouting with the orcs around him. In such a chaotic battle, most of the orcs' vision was blocked, and only a few could see Charlotte. Charlotte changed her clothes and killed a few of them, hiding herself calmly. He used this trick to deceive the world. He had seen the villain Chu Xiangyu use it when he watched Wen Rian's martial arts novels. Now he followed suit and the effect was not bad. The orcs found that there was no enemy suddenly, and they searched everywhere in a mess. Charlotte also followed the orcs to search. He looked up at the sky from time to time, but could only see a fog in the sky, and didn't know what the battle situation was. Charlotte thought to herself, last time I severely injured Chio de Luo, it took a long time to fight. This time, I'm going to fight the stronger and more powerful Amos Fightas. I'm afraid the battle will last for a day or two. He slightly used the bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and was surprised to find that the bloodthirsty fighting spirit could still be used without any hindrance, but the attributes had changed. It was no longer a bloodthirsty warrior. The originally condensed superpower bear power also disappeared, but as the bloodthirsty fighting spirit flowed, another bloodthirsty rune was faintly condensed. Charlotte noticed this, and was suddenly shocked. She thought to herself, it turns out that when an orc turns into a human, the power in his body will be sealed. When a human turns into an orc, the power in his body will also be sealed. But when an orc turns into an orc of another tribe, the bloodthirsty fighting spirit will not be sealed, but will only be converted into the attributes of other tribes. He looked up at the sky and suddenly felt, the old leopard man is hiding very deeply. As the initiator, Domitian naturally knew what he could perceive. In other words, when the old leopard man turns into other orcs, he can easily convert the bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Although he cannot increase the upper limit of the bloodthirsty fighting spirit, he can arbitrarily convert the attributes of the power, making the means of fighting ever-changing. This is certainly not because Domitian has foresight, but because of the secret buried by the eternal and illusionary dragon. All orcs practice bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Orc transformation cannot break the barriers of the extraordinary, but the power of the same source can be used freely. Charlotte felt for the first time that this orc god has put a lot of effort into orcs. I am afraid there is some great plot that humans cannot imagine, Charlotte thought secretly. Domitian thought that he moved the eternal fish and the illusionary dragon, but judging from the connection between bloodthirsty fighting spirit and orc transformation, even if he was not there, the dragon god would probably pass down this secret method and promote it among the orcs. I know too little to guess what the dragon god wants to do. But things that can make the gods calculate are by no means that simple. Charlotte only felt a slight itch on her back, and the new bloodthirsty rune finally condensed into shape. This bloodthirsty rune is King Kong. It can make the whole body of the ape man as tough as steel and greatly increase his strength. The power of the ape man is certainly not as good as that of the bear man, and the power increased by King Kong is not as good as that of the bear man, but King Kong has a stronger body, and in actual combat, the effect is not inferior to that of the bear force. Charlotte shook his body. His bloodthirsty fighting spirit was still only at the second level. His fighting power was not much different from when he transformed into a red bear warrior. Only the way of fighting changed slightly. In terms of strength attributes, apes and bears are both races that rely on brute force to fight, but apes are more flexible. Charlotte pretended to search for a while, then broke away from the orc warriors, who were frantically searching for the enemy, and ran around in the orc camp. He was not the main force in this lion-slaying operation, but no one thought it was wrong for him to participate in it. This is Charlotte's current status. Even among the saints, he can sit on an equal footing, but he is not willing to rely on this kind of face to maintain his status. He cannot do nothing and must do something. Otherwise, as he becomes less and less effective, his status will still decline. Charlotte tries to go to remote places. Whenever he encounters a small group of orcs, such as a dozen or dozens, he will knock them all out, and then use the mental channel to send them to Red Cliff City. He walked around and sent away hundreds of orcs. Although these hundreds of orcs were insignificant in a camp with hundreds of thousands of orcs, they were also achievements. Charlotte wandered around for a while, and suddenly saw a small camp that was different from other places. There were orcs from every tribe, but most of them had some disabilities, and the atmosphere of the whole small camp was very sad, and the orcs looked more depressed than those in other places. Charlotte looked around and saw that this place was still a little lonely and far away from other camps, so she had bad intentions and restored her human appearance. Blood Rose attacked, and her body was as fast as the wind. In an instant, she killed 6 or 7 people. These orcs immediately panicked and shouted loudly, but at this time, the orc camp was full of shouting. After all, the saints in the sky were still fighting fiercely, and the camp was also searching for spies. The shouting of the orcs in this camp did not attract the attention of other orcs. Charlotte's swordsmanship was the true teaching of a Silo. He had experienced countless battles, and his swordsmanship had long been honed to be sharp and crisp, without any unnecessary changes. Although there were a few masters among the orcs here, they were disabled and their fighting power was mostly gone, so they could not resist Charlotte at all. Charlotte, relying on his agility x10, went around the camp and killed all the orcs he met. Then he noticed that there was a thatched hut built with branches in the small camp, with 7 or 8 corpses parked inside. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Orcs never restrain their diet. Their dead compatriots would also be used as food when they were short of food. How could they leave these 7 or 8 corpses? This was contrary to the customs of the orcs. Charlotte walked out of the thatched hut and took a look at the corpses on the ground. Although these orcs had died long ago, each of them was tall and strong, with a majestic, strange, deep, or brutal aura. He understood in just a moment that the corpses parked here were not ordinary orc corpses, but the corpses of the holy orders who died in the siege of Strasbourg. The most powerful orcs have cultivated their bloodthirsty fighting spirit and have trained their bodies to be extremely hard. Even if they die in battle, they will not rot. I just don't know what Amos Fides wants to do with these holy bodies. Charlotte is considering whether to move away, although he doesn't know what to do with these holy bodies of orcs. Suddenly, the bloody vortex on his right hand shook slightly, and a blood-colored bracelet emerged. It was the blood spirit. Julius Axel rewarded Charlotte with a barren blood core and allowed him to use the Star Workshop to create an extraordinary weapon. All materials and expenses were borne by the royal family. Charlotte took a trick and replaced the Baron's blood core with the holy blood core of the Dwellian clan given by Princess May, and asked the Star Workshop to make a holy weapon for him. However, his level was too low, and he could never use this holy blood rhinoceros. Charlotte didn't know what this holy blood rhinoceros was for. The blood rhinoceros was like a winding little snake, drilling into the body of a holy corpse. Not long after, this holy orc corpse that seemed to never decay turned into a pile of rotten black blocks. The blood spirit rhino came out and drilled into the body of another orc saint. After a while, the second orc saint also turned into a rotten black block, like the most fertile humus in the forest. Charlotte was surprised, watching the blood spirit rhino drill around, drilling all the orc saint bodies, and then turned into a blood light again and sank into his right arm. He could clearly feel that the blood spirit rhino had changed, but he couldn't tell what the change was. This holy level extraordinary weapon was originally captured by Count Garin Nord after he killed a blood race holy level extraordinary weapon. However, Count Garin Nord was too strong. While killing his opponent, he also destroyed the opponent's weapon. He originally entrusted it to Chuanqing for repair, but Chuanqing Workshop was unable to repair it, so the Count sold it to the workshop. Chuanqing Workshop used the holy level blood core of Dwellian family on the basis of this holy level extraordinary weapon to recreate the blood spirit rhino. Charlotte has always been despised by the blood spirit rhino. No matter how much blood energy he injected, he could not activate this holy level extraordinary wonder. He never thought that this holy level extraordinary wonder would be so spiritual and could forage on its own. Of course, he didn't feel sorry for the bodies of the orcs. He didn't know what these things could do. There was nothing wrong with feeding them to the blood spirit rhino. After all, this holy level extraordinary item was his. Even if he couldn't activate it now, he would be able to use it sooner or later, as long as he was promoted to the holy level. Well, Charlotte tried a few more times. The 14th level high level extraordinary item still couldn't move the blood spirit rhino. Charlotte walked around the camp and didn't find anything valuable. The bodies of the orcs' holy levels didn't reveal any treasures. Obviously, people respected his holy rank very much, so they had already cleaned them up, leaving nothing for Charlotte. Charlotte left the small camp and ran around in the orc camp again. Suddenly, a man fell from the sky. He was worried that it was one of his own, so he hurried over. It was indeed Domitian who fell down. The old leopard man was in a very miserable state, with several bones broken in his chest. He was surrounded by the orc army, bleeding and preparing for battle. Charlotte had to rush up, sweeping away more than a dozen orc warriors, grabbing the old leopard man, and then used the same trick again, hiding the old leopard man in the mirror in his hand, changing his clothes again, and transforming into a werewolf. Charlotte had quite a few werewolves, and werewolves were also a large tribe among the orcs. The wolf population was extremely large. After he turned into a werewolf, the orc warriors who heard the news could not find him. Charlotte found a secluded place, took out the mirror in her hand, and saw that Red Eagle's brother was trying to help Tumitin stop bleeding. This old leopard man was worthy of being a saint. In just a short while, he put the bones together, but it was also in great pain and was gasping for breath. Charlotte asked through the mirror, "How is the fight up there? How did you get knocked down?" Domitian panted twice and laughed. "I created an opportunity for Antonio, and he hit Amos hard. The old lion can't hold on for long." Charlotte shook her head and said, "Even if it was to create an opportunity for Antonio, You don't have to fight so hard." The old leopard looked embarrassed and said, "I was too confident in my speed, so I ran a little slower and was counterattacked by Amisphetidas, who hit me in the chest with a punch. I didn't expect that this lion actually had hidden strength and cultivated the most mysterious ability of the lion clan, which is to turn the enemies it devoured into part of its strength. However, even if he still has hidden strength, he can't hold on for too long. The Eye of Destiny has begun to take effect." After saying a few words, Domitian began to pan again. It was obvious that the old leopard man was seriously injured by Amisphetidas. Charlotte was actually a little worried. Domitian was shot down, but no other saints came down to save him. It can only mean one thing, that the battle in the sky is more intense than expected, and the others can't split up to save people. Of course. Actually, there is also a possibility that the old leopard man concealed his strength, left the battle first, and had other plans. Well, maybe the old leopard man didn't have so many twists and turns, but the eternal and illusory dragon might not be simple. Charlotte didn't have such faith in any god. At this time, the battle in the sky was so fierce that it couldn't be more intense. Charlotte's guess was right. The 10 saints had already fought with all their strength, and no one dared to withdraw. It wasn't that the king of 10,000 lions was too strong, but that Amisphetidas fought for his life. He was covered with layers of phantoms, all of which were saint-level opponents he had killed in his life. If Charlotte was there, she would definitely exclaim and guess why Amisphetidas left the bodies of those orc saint levels. Because this lion clan's secret method can turn the swallowed enemies into part of the power. If Amisphetidas had not had some concerns, and did not swallow all the bodies of these orc saint levels, his strength would not have stopped at this time. This king of 10,000 lions will be even more powerful. Antonio had repelled Amisphetidas last time, testing the bottom line of this lion. The two were equally strong. This top-level holy beastman used such a secret method, and he was confident that he could kill it. After all, he had just obtained the dragon-beating stick of the orcs. However, he would not be able to determine the winner without fighting for several days and nights. However, holy beasts can fly and escape, so it is not difficult to defeat holy beasts of the same level. When the enemy is determined to escape, it is more than twice as difficult to kill him. Antonio must rely on his companions to trip Amisphetidas to prevent the old lion from escaping. Antonio seized the opportunity that the old leopard had given him just now, and stabbed Amisphetidas in the lower abdomen with a stick. However, this lion was really tough and still shouted and fought recklessly. When Amisphetidas was surrounded by 11 holy orders, this king of 10,000 lions realized his fate. Today is the day of his death. Amisphetidas took a deep breath and regretted that he did not eat the bodies of those orc holy orders while they were fresh. If he had eaten the bodies of those orc holy orders, even if he would die in the end, at least he could have killed more than 3 enemies. The knight's lance in his hand had long been broken. Amisphetidas took out 7 or 8 weapons in succession, but they were all destroyed by Antonio's dragon-beating stick. However, each broken weapon gave the old lion a glimmer of hope. Although he had no weapons at this time, he still fought fiercely in the sky with his fists, without losing his prestige. Aunt Karen used all her strength to activate the fantasy dreamland, again and again, to cover Amisphetidas, but was also destroyed by the ferocious Lion King again and again. Every time the dream environment was destroyed, the old lady would be attacked back. Although the backlash of the dream environment was not too strong and the old lady could still suppress it, she was a little overwhelmed at this moment. She was a real housekeeper, not a temporary job transfer like the Golden Goat Haralf. Although Aunt Karen was a saint, her main task was to coax the children of the Brittany family to sleep and prevent them from being naughty. Although she had experienced some battles, she was not a professional warrior. The old lady had never seen this kind of battle to siege the top saints, let alone personally participate in it. Aunt Karen couldn't help thinking, Annie really found me a great job. After she gets married, I will definitely not let her babysit. In addition to Aunt Karen, the one who suffered the most was Shabastini. This female pirate was a long-range shooter, and her magic feather arrows could not hit effectively at all. Every magic feather arrow would be deflected by Amisphetidas' bloodthirsty fighting spirit, and all magic effects would be offset by the Lion King's powerful fighting spirit. In the battle, she was not as effective as Aunt Karen. Of course, the several holy knights of the Brittany family were not much better than Sabastini. They didn't even dare to take the angry blow of the Lion King alone. They could only fight Sabastini together to share the pressure for Antonio. On the contrary, the 3 holy orcs, Black Dragon, Golden Goat Rolf, and Chio Deluo, performed exceptionally well. They were all strong and experienced among the holy knights. If they fought alone, each of them would be a big man in charge of a place. It would not be easy for Amisphetidas to kill them alone. Red Eagle, a female pirate of the Saint rank, was actually a magician. Like Shabastini, she continuously released long-range attack magic and hardly dared to fight Amisvitas in close combat. She was quite fragile. Red Eagle had thought before that these Fars people were so mysterious and were probably trying to do something big, but she never expected that the Fars people could gather 10 Saint rank people, and even some Orc Saint rank people, to kill Amisvitas, the king of 10,000 lions. Amisvitas was a top Saint rank person. Under normal circumstances, Red Eagle would never dare to provoke this Lion King. Savastini shot dozens of magic feather arrows in succession, and couldn't help wanting to go down and take a look at the old leopard man. She and Domitian were nominally subordinates of Middleman and had the closest relationship, but seeing Amisvitas continue to show her power, smashing Sister Karen's dreamland with one punch, and sweeping the black dragon away for several kilometers, she could only grit her teeth and continue fighting, hoping that Charlotte could take good care of this colleague. After Amisvitas' continuous outbursts forced the black dragon back, Antonio also repelled the golden goat Rolf and Chiodelu. The moment his breath turned, he suddenly attacked, and the dragon-beating stick made a whimpering beast roar and broke through the air. Amisvitas tried his best to shake off several powerful enemies. If it weren't for Antonio, he would have escaped long ago. But now, he had to face this powerful enemy, who was not inferior to him in strength, had rich combat experience, and was surprisingly cunning in combat wisdom. He could also muster up all his bloodthirsty fighting spirit and reach out to grab the dragon-beating stick. Antonio's hands trembled slightly, and the dragon-beating stick changed in 1,000 ways, creating layers of mist. As a descendant of the Black Moon Goddess, a top-level saint who practiced both martial arts and martial arts, the only difference between him and his father, the Count of Brittany, was the tempering of time. The newly created stick method was mature and sophisticated, and the changes were exquisite. He actually found a flaw in Amisvitas, penetrated the big hand that the Lion King grabbed from the air, and tapped his shoulder. Although Amisvitas was protected by bloodthirsty fighting spirit, he still couldn't resist Antonio's stick, and half of his shoulder was broken by the dragon-beating stick. Amisvitas was hit hard by Antonio twice, and his aura suddenly weakened by 3 points, but this Lion King was indeed worthy of being the most outstanding military commander of the Orcs. In an instant, he roared wildly, and a force surged from the Orc camp and merged into Amisvitas' body, forcing him to restore his combat power to the peak. Antonio was also slightly stunned when he saw this. The Holy Knights of the human race are divided into two paths, the leader of 10,000 knights and the Night King. The former condenses the King's certificate, which can gather the power of the knights under his command, and improve their own combat power. It was the first time he knew that the Orcs also had a similar method. Amisvitas had never used this hidden skill, and wanted to turn the situation around. At this time, he was severely injured twice, and had to use this ability. Although he recovered his combat power, his hope of escaping was reduced. Charlotte wanted to go up to the sky to see the battle, but he was not a saint, and could not fly. He had given the floating world flowers to Annie a long time ago. In fact, even if he hadn't given it away, Charlotte would not be willing to use it. The floating world flowers were too fragile. Once it was swept by the saint battle in the sky, this high-level extraordinary item would be destroyed immediately. Charlotte thought to herself, "It's a pity. I don't know when I can be promoted to the saint level. I am now a high-level extraordinary of the 14th level, but I am still a long way from the peak of the high level. I am afraid it will take 3 to 5 years to reach the saint level." Domitian rested for a while and shouted, "Charlotte, let me out. I want to fight again." Charlotte let the old leopard out. Red Eagle's brother also shouted, "Charlotte, let me out too. I can help." Charlotte asked, "Are you a saint?" Red Eagle's brother said, "Of course I'm not a saint, but you're not a saint either." Charlotte was not interested in coaxing the little brat anymore. How could he intervene in such a battle? If the little guy died, Red Eagle might turn against him. There was no need to take this risk. He put away the mirror and saw that the old leopard man was still a little exhausted. He said, "You are in such a state that you will not be able to play any role if you go up. Why not take me up to watch the battle?" Domitian hesitated for a moment. He knew that his condition was indeed not good. He was afraid that if he joined the battle reluctantly, it would not help the situation. So he agreed and took Charlotte to the sky. Although the injury was still quite serious, it did not affect the old leopard man's flight, and even the speed did not slow down much. Charlotte lay on the old leopard man's back and rushed to the sky. He used the eagle eye technique to barely see the battle clearly. With the joint efforts of the 10 saints, Amisvitas was like a trapped beast, charging left and right, roaring continuously. Charlotte looked for a while and said, "Mr. Domitian, You said that the curse of the Eye of Destiny has taken effect? Why can't I see it? The old leopard man replied, Look at his back. Amisphidus was moving as fast as lightning, so how could he be seen clearly? Charlotte looked carefully for a long time before he caught a glimmer of hope. He saw the back of the Lion King. The soft and thick armor was broken in 7 or 8 places, and a face appeared faintly on the back. This face was 7 or 8 points similar to Amisphidus, but how could a person have a face on his back? Charlotte was slightly startled, remembering a similar situation in a certain science fiction work, but the Eye of Destiny obviously couldn't be that thing. He thought to himself, what exactly is the so-called Eye of Destiny? Although it is called the Eye of Destiny, I am 100% sure that it has nothing to do with the Snake of Destiny. Charlotte couldn't tell why he was so sure, but he could feel the temperament of this righteous god in the only 2 contacts with him. Anyway, it was definitely not the same as the Eye of Destiny. Apart from the Snake of Fate, is there another god who controls fate? Or, did the Snake of Fate become one of the 9 righteous gods by killing a certain evil god who controls fate? Charlotte is a time traveler, her thoughts diverge greatly, and she has no respect for gods, so she soon has a lot of messy ideas. Amisphidus suddenly screamed, and he was hit by Antonio's stick again. One of his legs was broken, and he fell from the sky. Charlotte's eyes lit up slightly, and she said, Domitian, let's go pick up that lion's leg. Although Domitian felt that this was not a good thing, he still flew down obediently, relying on his status as the fastest man in the world, and grabbed the lion's leg. In order to try to condense the blood core, Charlotte had not used the blood-sucking ability to improve her strength for a long time, but the body of the saint was definitely worth a taste. Just as he was about to take the lion's leg, the blood spirit came out from his right arm and wrapped around Amisphidus's lion's leg. In just a moment, it sucked the essence of blood and flesh and vitality cleanly, leaving tasteless. The dregs were directly discarded. The blood rhinoceros swallowed a saint-level lion leg, quite satisfied, and retracted Charlotte's right arm, hiding in the bloody vortex, lazily, as before. Charlotte was so happy for nothing that she was a little dazed. He looked at Amisphidus, who was struggling and in a dilemma, and thought to himself, there should be a chance. Sure enough, not long after, Aunt Karen used all her strength to activate the dream realm, creating another opportunity for Antonio. Antonio seized this opportunity, and sent out a stick, which transformed into thousands of things and swept Amisphidus's ribs. I don't know how many bones of the Lion King were broken. Even Charlotte, who was watching the battle from a distance, heard a dull sound. Amisphidus flew several kilometers before drawing an arc and falling to the ground. Charlotte urged, Go! Domitian urged his body skills, and just rushed over. He saw countless soils exploded on the ground. Obviously, a battle broke out on the ground again. Amisphidus probably didn't want to waste his fighting spirit anymore. He flew into the air and rushed left and right on the ground like a madman. Except for Antonio, the other saints didn't dare to take advantage of him. They were all worried that this orc saint would fight back and take them away. At this point in the battle, victory is in sight, and no one wants to take any more risks, so everyone plays it safe. Charlotte lay on the old leopard man's back and couldn't help saying, This lion is really fierce. Domitian sighed, If it wasn't so fierce, how could it be called the King of Lions? He is probably the most likely person to unify the orc tribes. But no one expected that he would agree to join the war of the human empire, and was fooled by the group of vampires in Byron, ruining the future of the orcs. How many holy ranks, how many hopes for the future, how many seeds of the strong, the orcs have all perished outside the city of Strasbourg. Domitian sighed, feeling very depressed. There are many cruel and tyrannical orcs, but there are also many who are compassionate, and want to lead the orcs out of their predicament. They even believe in the doctrine of not eating people, and try hard to learn human culture, and send the best young people in the tribe to Fars or other empires to go to school, but all these efforts were ruined because of the orcs' participation in the war. Regardless of whether the coalition of Fars and Engrima wins this time, or Baron and Black Phoenix win, they will not show mercy to the orcs. Too many saints have died, and the orcs have no power to fight back against future human revenge. Charlotte guessed Domitian's thoughts and comforted the old leopard man, saying, It's not that the orcs have no future without Amisphidus, but I am still here. I will help the orcs get out of trouble and integrate with humans, and be indistinguishable from humans. Domitian's face was solemn. He believed in Charlotte, but he also knew that Charlotte's approach was unprecedented, and no one knew what the result would be. Both of them heard a muffled sound at the same time. They saw Antonio gave up the dragon stick and punched Amisphidus. The eldest son of the Brittany family spit out blood and retreated dozens of steps, but Amisphidus did not retreat a single step and stood firmly. The rest of the saints did not continue to attack. They surrounded Amisvitas. Amisvitas roared in a low voice, and suddenly blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and then her legs broke into 7 or 8 pieces, and her entire upper body fell down. From the height, it was as if she had knelt down. Amisvitas struggled hard and wanted to stand up, but blood kept pouring out of her body, staining the ground red. She grabbed with her hands a few times and died. Domitian also fell to the ground. Charlotte jumped off his back and walked over. She saw that his body was severely injured in many places. His majestic body was twisted, and there was almost no intact bone. This lion was so seriously injured, but he still insisted on fighting. This fighting was really tenacious. Even though it was an enemy, Charlotte couldn't help but say, "This lion is so fierce." Antonio took a breath and said, "If it weren't for the war, I would definitely fight him alone." The eldest son of the Brittany family put the dragon-beating stick into his ears, and said, "We are going back to Strasbourg. And will go back with me. There should be nothing else on the Red Dragon Strait. I will try my best to get you back as soon as possible." Everyone experienced a great battle, and killed the king of all lions, Amisvitas. Everyone was excited, and no one noticed that the face behind Amisvitas suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 366. After just going through a big battle, everyone was exhausted and could not move. They all sat on the ground without caring about their image, practicing their own secret methods to recover as soon as possible. On the contrary, Domitian, who was seriously injured and did not participate in the second half of the battle, still maintained a little fighting power, and stood aside to guard everyone. Charlotte's right arm shook slightly. Of course, he knew what was going on. He walked to the body of Amisvitas with a swagger, and a chain came out of his arm, and pierced into the body of the Lion King. Almost everyone knew that Charlotte was practicing bloody glory, and no one cared that he came to grab the trophy. The dead lion was no longer useful. The face on the back of Amisvitas suddenly showed a look of horror, and struggled hard, but it only had one face, and it had not yet been able to control Amisvitas's body. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. It kept showing a painful look and wailing silently. It had not yet gained a throat, so it could not make a sound at all. After more than half an hour, Charlotte felt a little strange and thought to herself, "This lion is quite chewy. How come the blood rhinoceros has been devouring for so long, but there is still no movement?" He reached out and pressed slightly, and the blood rhinoceros drilled out a section of chain and pierced Charlotte's right arm, and then a will poured into his mind. This will was very strange, constantly asking all kinds of incredible questions. Charlotte answered a few at the beginning, but soon he found that there were no answers to these questions. Some questions were purely word games, some questions he did not have enough knowledge, and some questions involved philosophy. Charlotte had no idea what was going on. He felt dizzy and inexplicably felt that this was a huge crisis. He immediately sent back a few math problems. At first, it was simple mixed operations of 4 arithmetic operations, and then he played some high school math, geometry and algebra, and then added college math. Charlotte was a math teacher, and he was good at making test papers. Every time he sent a test paper, the will would subside. He was in a good mood and kept making test papers. Anyway, he didn't have to consider whether the student's mentality would collapse. The difficulty was as high as possible, and he couldn't answer many questions himself. When Charlotte handed out more than 100 test papers, he could sense the collapse of that consciousness. Following this consciousness, he entered a strange space, where a group of strange creatures composed of countless human faces were roaring in anger. Charlotte had an idea. If he was stumped by the questions asked by the strange creatures composed of countless human faces, he would be wiped out, but if he could stump the other party, he would gain great benefits. With this idea, he was no longer polite, and turned into a ruthless question-setting machine, answering math questions one after another. Every math question that could not be answered would annihilate a human face. Later, Charlotte even used a big move, and threw all kinds of famous mathematical conjectures at it. This strange creature composed of countless human faces was not able to put up any effective resistance. One human face after another collapsed, and the core consciousness was instantly destroyed. The moment this consciousness was destroyed, Amisvitas's body instantly decayed, and a sense of intimacy was born between Blood Spirit and Charlotte. Charlotte was sweating all over. He only realized how dangerous it was just now, and screamed in his heart, "It's not Amisvitas, nor is it Blood Spirit, it's the Eye of Destiny. It was the Eye of Destiny that was trying to invade my soul just now. This thing is so weird. Fortunately it doesn't understand math, and fortunately I was a math teacher in my previous life." Charlotte received the Blood Spirit, feeling like he had survived a catastrophe. He also felt that this holy weapon was different from before. It originally had some unique spirituality, but now this spirituality was hit by the eye of destiny and mathematics, and it should be considered to be completely formatted. It was left with complete dependence on Charlotte, without any resistance. Red Eagle regained some strength and saw that only one person appeared in Charlotte from beginning to end, so he couldn't help asking, "Mr. Mecklin, where is my brother?" Charlotte took out the mirror, got Red Eagle's brother out, and said, "In the orc camp, I was afraid that I couldn't protect him, so I hid him in the infinite mirror world. You can take him away. This young man is quite good." Red Eagle was relieved to see his brother, and said to Charlotte, "Thanks to meeting Mr. Mecklin, I can see my brother again. In the future, no matter what Mr. Mecklin does, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not shirk it." Charlotte smiled and said, "This is what I should do. Ms. Red Eagle, don't worry about it." At the same time, he was quite regretful. Red Eagle said that he would thank him, which was equivalent to indicating that he would not surrender to him. Charlotte really hoped to have another saint level under his command, although he already had 3 saint level followers. But who would dislike too much of such top level combat power? Red Eagle immediately said goodbye and left with his brother. Antonio and other knights under his command had almost recovered, so they said goodbye to Charlotte. He was going to take and back to Strasbourg, and of course, Sister Karen would go with him. Domitian and Shabastini knew that Charlotte could handle the orc camp without the saint rank, and Mendelman was in urgent need of manpower, so he also proposed to leave. Although Charlotte was reluctant to part with the 2 saint rank fighters, she had no choice but to send them away. When Shabastini left, Charlotte also gave all the warships to this female pirate. He did not want to cross the Red Dragon Strait to conquer the orcs in the southern continent. There was no point in leaving these ships, and it was the best choice to let them go to where they could play the most role. Although 9 saints left, Charlotte was still confident in dealing with the orc camp. After all, he still had 3 orc saints, Golden Goat Rolf, Black Dragon, and Chio Deluo. Well, the old goat was not actually an orc. Charlotte was very patient. He kept his troops in place for 3 days, waiting for his 3 saints to recover their strength, and then he went to try to take over the orc camp. That's right, it was a takeover, not an occupation. The hundreds of thousands of orcs in the orc camp came from different tribes, and they were not subordinate to each other. It was a rough alliance. The reason why everyone obeyed Amisphita's orders was because other saints left one after another, and the strength of this Lion King was too tyrannical, not because he had any legal status. After Amisphita's was killed, Black Dragon and Chio Deluo were the most authoritative orcs in the orc camp. Although many orcs saw that they had joined forces with many people to besiege Amisphita's, since Black Dragon and Chio Deluo had returned and Amisphita's had not returned, most orcs had no intention of resisting. For them, there was no essential difference between obeying Amisphita's orders and obeying Black Dragon's orders or Chio Deluo's orders. Charlotte did not expect that she would easily take over the orc camp. The first thing he had to do was to occupy all the cities on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait. Chapter 367. The orcs who were selected to form a coalition and besiege Strasbourg were all elites from various tribes. The orcs who were able to escape to the Red Dragon Strait alive under the pursuit of the saints of the Fars Empire were the elites among the elites. Not to mention the ordinary orcs, the 5 saints who were able to escape were the strongest ones. The slightly weaker orc saints had already fallen in the counterattack of Fars. These hundreds of thousands of orcs were the most elite of the orcs. Neither the Black Dragon nor Chio Deluo were willing to transform them into maze guards, so they did not hesitate to use various means to transform these orcs into non-cannibals. Of course, there were also a very small number of stubborn orcs. These orcs who could not change their minds could only become maze guards. Charlotte took almost no effort to capture 11 cities on the north shore of the Red Dragon Strait. After he captured these cities, he remembered that he was still a favored person of the Serpent of Fate, and had the status of a legitimate priest, so he built temples of the Serpent of Fate in these 11 cities. Although this world has the belief in the true gods, it has not formed the kind of strict religion on earth. The high priests of the same true god are not subordinate to each other, and there is no unified doctrine. There are even only 3 levels: apprentice priest, priest, and high priest. The levels are very simple. Charlotte borrowed from the religions on earth and founded the Destiny cult, setting 48 doctrines. The first one is of course to believe in the Destiny snake and dedicate everything to please the god who controls destiny. The second one is to believe that the Mecklin family is the master of the Destiny cult, and other bloodlines are not allowed to steal the religious power. The third one is that all works created by believers must be published in the name of N. Mecklin. The fourth one is that cannibalism is not allowed. Believers of the Destiny snake must not be cannibals. Although Septimius, the leader of the Orc Assassin League, proposed the concept of non-cannibals. This doctrine is quite crude and has many loopholes. There is no benefit in believing in the doctrine of non-cannibalism. Charlotte improved these shortcomings one by one, making it have the sacred meaning of pleasing the snake of fate. The fifth rule is that to join the destiny cult, you must forget your past identity. No orcs, humans, Fars people, Ingramar people, Behemoth people, Nansila people. The sixth rule is that all believers must practice the beast-god transformation. The ninth rule is to collect classics, inherit civilization, spread knowledge, respect art, and tolerate dissent. At the same time, Charlotte also set the level of the destiny cult. All ordinary people are apprentice priests, and only extraordinary people can be priests. According to the extraordinary level, from the first level priest to the 18th level priest. Above the 19th level, only the saint level can become the high priest. Well, the Mechlin family is an exception. Charlotte did these things just casually, without any foresight, but after he converted hundreds of thousands of orcs in the orc camp, most of them became believers of the Fate Snake. One night, he faintly heard a chuckle, and there was an indescribable joy in the laughter. A young man's voice said, "The Fate cult cannot have only one author, except in Mechlin, Snake Me. He can also be listed as one of the creators. Well done, I will forgive your debt." Charlotte was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. It took several hours before she could feel her heart beating. It wasn't that her heart stopped beating, but her mental will seemed to be imprisoned, and she could no longer pay attention to other things. Just when he recovered a little, he heard the boy's voice again. "You did a good job with the God of Joy. It is very interesting as a pet. I can give you 12 joys of fate." Charlotte was frightened again, and his whole body stiffened. He heard the boy's laughter. It was obvious that the god of fun deliberately separated the two things just to see his embarrassment. Charlotte recovered a little faster this time. He didn't dare to be angry, nor did he dare to speak, let alone complain. He silently chanted, "You who travel in the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and rule the court of fate. I follow your instructions, and try my best to bring you pleasure. If you are very satisfied, please deduct 1. If you are super satisfied, please deduct 2. After a long time, just when Charlotte thought that this righteous god would not pay attention to her little temptation, she heard a familiar young man's voice, saying without any sadness or joy, "Do you want to know the origin of the Eye of Destiny?" Charlotte wanted to say that he didn't want to know, but the Snake of Destiny did not give him a chance to refuse, saying, "You have even heard of his name. He is Mani, the one who created the Jade Secret Scroll." Charlotte's heart was filled with shock and waves. He did know Mani, and the Jade Secret Scroll. Master Mani's Jade Secret Scroll was included in university textbooks, and was praised as the highest creation of human alchemy. Master Mani was also called the greatest alchemist in human history. His reputation even surpassed that of Kabbalah, the great human philosopher who founded classical alchemy, and Hermes, the great human philosopher who founded classical alchemy. He also witnessed with his own eyes that a group of alchemists used the Jade Secret Scroll to deprive Zimmerman of his memory. Charlotte was very curious and silently said, "You who travel in the long river of time, know all mysteries, master extraordinary rituals, and are the master of the court of fate. Can you tell me, how did Master Mani become like this?" The young man said again with joy, "I won't tell you." This time, Charlotte didn't hear the voice of the Serpent of Fate until dawn. He finally figured out that his little test worked, and the Serpent of Fate teased him a little. This result made Charlotte's whole body hot. Although the behavior of the Serpent of Fate was very similar to that of humans, Charlotte never thought that the way gods think would be the same as humans. Do they have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Will they be indifferent to everything? Is the emotion stable? Does he change his attitude as fast as turning a page? This time of testing made Charlotte discover a lot of things. The Fate Snake probably doesn't know what "please click on the bullet" screen means, which means that the Fate Snake may not be able to guess the identity of the time traveler. The Fate Snake is emotionally stable, and will not punish itself for a small test. As for that little teasing, Charlotte even thinks that it can be regarded as the grace of the righteous gods. How big a card does it have to be teased by one of the 9 righteous gods, the Fate Snake? In any myth, this would be a record that could be passed down for thousands of years and written into historical documents. Of course, this kind of temptation is also very dangerous. Charlotte never plans to do it again in the future. Charlotte got up and left the room. Several cat girls respectfully asked him if he wanted breakfast, which reminded him of his 3 clever cats. They have grown quite big, and are more lively and active than when they were kittens. They roam around number 58, Champs-Élysées, and regard themselves as members of this family. Chapter 368. These cat girls are geniuses in their respective tribes, and are better than Charlotte Mecklin, who did not summon the evil god. Since Charlotte swallowed up the entire orc camp, with the help of the two orc saints Black Dragon and Chio de Luo, and used the fake god cult to unify different tribes, his status has suddenly risen. Charlotte didn't think so much, just thought that the orc camp was divided into countless tribes, and it was too troublesome to deal with, so she used a simple method, but she didn't expect that this method was so easy to use. Charlotte herself has not gotten used to her current status. He said that he did not need to serve him, and went to find the Black Dragon first, preparing to discuss how to protest to Strasbourg. Charlotte just wanted to fight for fairness for herself, and definitely did not want to die. If he brought hundreds of thousands of orcs back, the Saints of Strasbourg would only destroy him first, instead of listening to what he said and giving him fairness. Striving for fairness is a very wise thing. In the real world, many times it is not about reason but strategy. Well, Charlotte can only consult Black Dragon. The Golden Goat Rolf is average-minded, and Chio Deluo is quite smart, but this silverback leader is very resentful, and doesn't want to give Charlotte any advice. Black Dragon now almost always appears beside Charlotte in human form. This old lizard man is very suitable for the role of sergeant, and he is knowledgeable and elegant, and really has the style of a scholar. Black Dragon is indeed a qualified military advisor, and the suggestions he makes every time are quite reliable. When Charlotte came to him, Black Dragon was instructing a group of extraordinary orcs to practice the beast god transformation technique. The old lizard man knew that Charlotte wanted to bridge the gap between humans and orcs. If humans could transform into orcs, orcs could also transform into humans, and orcs and humans could intermarry at will. In the distant future, the difference between the two races would indeed be eliminated. Especially since Charlotte founded the Destiny God cult. Although Charlotte herself did not think there was anything special about this thing, Black Dragon could see how terrifying the influence would be if the Destiny God cult spread it. People who join the Destiny cult, and the orcs will have a great sense of identity because of the 48 doctrines, and this sense of identity can even replace the identity of their respective races. So Black Dragon wants all the extraordinary people among the orcs to learn the beast god transformation technique, and usually appear in the form of humans. Although this matter is a long way to go, it is one of the most important things that Black Dragon believes must be done. Seeing Charlotte coming over, Black Dragon smiled slightly, let these orc extraordinary people practice on their own, and said, Master Meckelin, do you want to discuss how to seek justice from Strasbourg? Charlotte did not hide these things from the military advisor. He said with some distress, I want justice, not death. If I had hundreds of thousands of human troops and several of you saints, I would go to Strasbourg regardless of everything. But I now have hundreds of thousands of orc troops. If I march to Strasbourg, not only will I not get justice, but I will also bring disaster to the orcs. This is what I don't want to see anyway. Orcs' lives are also lives. I can't squander their lives for my own selfishness. Black Dragon has been in contact with Charlotte for so long. Although he knows that Charlotte is not a qualified commander, he often pays too much attention to the lives of his subordinates, and would rather give up many interests to ensure that his subordinates can survive as much as possible. But the orcs are not short of qualified commanders. On the contrary, it is even more rare to have such a leader who cares for the orcs. He smiled and said, I suggest you do nothing. This time, you have conquered 11 cities in the Red Dragon Strait, and nominally driven the orc army across the Red Dragon Sea. You will definitely receive the most generous reward. When you obtain a new identity, your status and voice in Fars will definitely be improved. That is a good time for you to seek justice. You occasionally mentioned a famous saying in the New World, a person of little power has little influence. I think this is a true saying. When your status is different, your words will have enough weight. Charlotte pondered for a long time, sighed, and said, I still don't accept it. Black Dragon also pondered for a while, and whispered, I have a feeling that the reason why you are ignored by the Fars royal family is not because of you, but because of the Brittany family. Charlotte was slightly surprised and asked, how could I be implicated by the Brittany family? Black Dragon smiled faintly and said, don't you think that the Brittany family is too powerful? Charlotte knew that Count Breton was the strongest man in the Fars Empire not long ago, but this time she knew that the eldest son of the Count, Anne's brother, Antonio Breton, almost reserved the throne of the strongest man in the next generation of Fars, and the Count could easily dispatch 5 saints for his daughter. In terms of strength alone, it's enough to rebel. This thought suddenly popped up in Charlotte's mind, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Only one thought kept echoing in her heart, it's enough to rebel. If he was Emperor Julius Axel VI of Fars, he would definitely be wary of such a powerful family, and be wary of the rise of the Breton family. As a member of the hardcore Breton family, the emperor's indifference to him was already very generous. Not trying to kill him was already a mercy. Whether a family is strong or not is never based on position, but on strength. For example, Archduke Ferdinand and Archduke Joseph, although their status is still higher than Brittany, in terms of strength, the Brittany family does not even need to send out knights. Just letting Mother Karen take action is enough to change the owner of the Principality of Behemoth. When Julius Axel VI heard that a merchant's son fell in love with the beloved daughter of the Count of Brittany, he would only treat it as a joke, and would not even have any ill will towards Charlotte. However, when Charlotte continued to make achievements, rose rapidly, and was very close to Claire Brittany, if he was still not afraid, he would not be a qualified emperor. In other words, the stronger Charlotte is, and the greater the merits she has made, the stronger the emperor's ill will be. This is not some treacherous villain. Just like the last time, it was not necessarily that the Archduchess Meza had any ill will towards him, and this time it was not someone plotting. Both times may be from the emperor's will. The Brittany family is already too strong, and there can't be another son-in-law who is so powerful that he can be promoted to the imperial dignitaries as the son of a merchant. This is fucking politics. Charlotte suddenly understood why the Count of Brittany suggested that he and Anne settle in another country. Chapter 369. When Charlotte was with Anne, he just wanted to marry a beautiful, rich woman and reach the pinnacle of life. As the son of a merchant, Charlotte Mechlin did not know the nobles of the empire. As a time traveler, Charlotte did not have relevant memories, and had no interest in exploring these things that he thought were useless. So it was a long time before he knew about the huge power of the Brittany family. Before, Charlotte was complacent about this and felt that he had reported a long and straight beautiful leg, but after being reminded by the Black Dragon, he suddenly realized that the Brittany family was too powerful, and was able to find a lot of extraordinary objects in the Earl's study, including some high-level extraordinary objects. That was a study, not the treasure house of the Brittany family. Charlotte was a little discouraged when she thought that the malice against her might come from the Emperor of Fars, and said, "If you guess right, wouldn't we be unable to do anything? Can we still make the Emperor apologize?" The Black Dragon smiled slightly and said, "The Emperor may not always be the Emperor." Charlotte was stunned. He stared at the Black Dragon. He couldn't believe that he, a time traveler, hadn't thought of rebelling yet, but this old lizard man was thinking of rebelling. Seeing Charlotte's reaction, Black Dragon whispered, "Your contributions are already very great, but do you think you can get even the title of Baron?" Charlotte thought about it, shook her head and said, "Absolutely not. I am only a first-class counselor of the 24th grade, and Baron is the 7th-class position in the Empire. Moreover, the contributions I can get have almost reached the top since the war started. It is difficult to get more contributions, and more contributions are required to move up. Whether it is the Fars Empire or other countries in the old continent, the ones who can really be promoted to high positions are always from great nobles. For people of commoner origin, even if they have made countless contributions, the ceiling of promotion is always limited. Charlotte is already an anomaly in the Fars Empire. He has broken through the insurmountable class purely by merit. In the hundreds of years of Fars history, he is also a rare figure. However, he does not need any merit in the Lionheart dynasty and in Grima. As long as the Emperor is happy, he can get a higher position than in Fars." Black Dragon said lightly, "But if you are the son-in-law of His Majesty Brittany, your future may be the Grand Duke of Mechlin." Charlotte couldn't help laughing. He really didn't expect this, but then his face became solemn and said, "Sir Black Dragon, you know this matter and I know it. Don't mention it from now on." Black Dragon nodded and said, "I will follow your orders." Charlotte pondered for a long time and said, "Then let's wait patiently. See how Strasbourg plans to deal with me." Charlotte and Black Dragon discussed for a while, and made another decision. Not only should they continue to send orcs to Cappadocia, but they should also attract a group of human immigrants from Cappadocia. If they want to bridge the gap between humans and orcs, they must allow the population to flow and live together, and they cannot form a settlement like the orc tribe. The Red Dragon Strait, which Charlotte controls now, is the only strait that can run through the old continent, and is also the most prosperous commercial channel. Passing through the Red Dragon Strait can save at least several thousand kilometers of sailing, which is much closer than bypassing the North Continent or the South Continent. Cappadocia also has a marine trade fleet of hundreds of merchant ships. The trade line of the Red Dragon Strait should be restored as soon as possible to attract other fleets to sail. Charlotte also thought that Black Dragon's suggestion was very good, so she handed the matter over to Black Dragon. Charlotte didn't have to wait long this time. The messenger from Strasbourg arrived at Red Cliff City a month later. Well, Charlotte almost thought that Julius Axel VI tacitly allowed him to establish a separatist regime on the north bank of the Red Dragon Strait. The messenger brought a new job appointment. Charlotte was promoted from the 24th grade first-level counselor to the 23rd grade second-level counselor. At the same time, she also had an additional political identity: the General Affairs Officer of the 11 cities in the Red Dragon Strait and the commander of the Red Dragon Sea War Zone. This appointment was not bad, and Charlotte could not say that she was dissatisfied, but she could still vaguely feel that the Emperor's indifference had increased. He still remembers that when he first accepted the promotion, the documents came from 3 directions: the Central Government Office, His Majesty the Emperor, and Her Royal Highness the Queen. But now it is not so repeated. All appointments come from the Central Government Office, and there are no reward documents from the Emperor and the Queen. Charlotte sighed. He must not alienate the Breton family for an emperor he has never met. That would be too stupid. After Charlotte got the new position and government documents, the first thing he did was to expand the Knights of Favonius and incorporate all the orc warriors into the Knights of Favonius, making this knights who changed from patrolling troops to the largest knights in the old continent with the largest number of soldiers. The scale even exceeds that of the royal knights of the 5 empires. After all, this world is dominated by supernatural battles. The combat power of the royal knights of the major empires, calculated by the quality and number of supernaturals, is such a large force that no knight group has ever maintained. It can be called the first knight group in the old continent. After Charlotte reorganized the Knights of Favonius, he wanted to keep to himself and devote all his energy to training to improve his strength as much as possible. In the near future, when facing the evil god, he would have more chances to survive. However, not long after he received the promotion document, the Empire sent another messenger. The content of the document sent this time was too terrifying. Charlotte even felt that, let alone the native novelists of the Fars Empire, even the online writers on Earth might not have such a big imagination. It can only be said that history is more magical than fiction. An incredible event that shocked the government and the public occurred in the Fars Empire. Duchess Meza betrayed the country. The Duchess led all the people in her family and the Northern Fleet to surrender to Byron. It is said that she also won the favor of a blood ancestor and became a blood clan. When Charlotte received this document, she almost wanted to ask, do the messengers of the Empire also work part-time to deliver novel manuscripts? Which new author came up with this lousy plot? But the naked reality told him that this was indeed true, and it wasn't long before the same news came from Melman's Imperial Rose Fleet that Grand Duchess Meza had indeed betrayed her country and defected to Byron. Now the Northern Fleet was a terrible enemy on the sea, not a reliable ally. Charlotte couldn't recover for at least 3 or 4 days, and he still couldn't accept such shocking news. Grand Duchess Meza's treason meant that the fruits of the Empire's victory in the 2 naval battles not long ago were all rotten, and the naval advantage that had just been achieved was also equalized by Byron, and the war between the 2 sides entered the next more cruel stage. Chapter 370. As intelligence flew around, Charlotte also learned the reason for Grand Duchess Meza's rebellion. For the legendary battleship, the vampires of Baron played a dirty trick. They promised Grand Duchess Meza a legendary battleship. Well, it wasn't the Bismarck of Baron. It was the Fontainebleau, the ship of His Majesty Julius Axel of the Fars Empire. The process of Grand Duchess Meza's rebellion was actually quite long, and it was not a sudden impulse. The Empire's army has always been divided into the Royal Knights, the nobles' private knights, and local forces. Any country in the Old World recognizes the private armies of nobles as legal. The Northern Fleet has always been a private fleet. Although it obeys the orders of the Fars royal family and fights for the Empire, it does not belong to the royal family or the country, but only to the Meza family. The size of the Meza family's Northern Fleet at its peak was half of the Imperial Navy. But since the failure of the exploration of the Raging Sea, the Northern Fleet has been on a downward trend, sharply reduced to 1/6 of the Imperial Navy. In the 2 sea battles, the Meza family suffered heavy losses, and 3 magic alchemy warships were sunk by the barons. Their strength has declined to the point where it is not as good as Mittelman, the rising star of the Imperial Navy. If the war continues, the fall of the Meza family can be imagined. The barons used the 2 magic alchemy warships as a stepping stone to get a chance to talk to the Duchess of Meza in detail, and let out 6 blood clan saints, and cooperated with the Duchess of Meza to seize the Fontainebleau, the vehicle of His Majesty Julius Axel of the Fars Empire, from the largest port of Fars, Minfor's port. Duchess Meza got the Fontainebleau, and immediately announced a change of flag. She brought her territory, fleet, and all the people of her family to join Byron, and announced that the Duchy of Meza would be loyal to Byron. From now on, the Duchy of Mezu will be Baron's territory. After getting 2 magic alchemy warships from Byron and the Fontainebleau, the scale of the Northern Fleet may still be far from its peak, but the combat power of the fleet is far beyond its peak period. The Mezu family can be said to have completely recovered. Byron didn't really need Mezu to join his side, nor did they need the Northern Fleet to join the war. They didn't trust the traitors, but as long as the Northern Fleet withdrew from the war, it would be Baron's biggest victory. What's more, Duchess Mezu also took away the only legendary warship of the Fars Empire. After taking away the Fontainebleau, Duchess Mezu had no way out, and could not return to Fars. Well, it wasn't the only one. Sophia Galinold also controlled the Queen Bee. It's just that the Queen Bee belongs to Princess May in name, not Fars's warship. At the cost of 2 magic alchemy warships, the Northern Fleet and the Mezu family rebelled, and Fars no longer had a legendary warship. This is a more glorious victory than a hardy naval battle. At least 10 officials who participated in the rebellion of Duchess Mezu were promoted to the top 10 positions, and got the opportunity to rise to prominence. Charlotte easily summarized a fact from the battle report. This is the best choice for the Mezu family. Fight for Fars to the end, and the Mezu family will be completely destroyed. Or surrender to Byron and restore the family to its peak. Since ancient times, politics has been like this: loyal people sacrifice, patriotic people fight, cunning people get the final benefits, and those who celebrate in the blood of dead soldiers are often scum in the world. In the face of this major event, Charlotte can only sigh. He has no opinion and nothing to say. The biggest impact of Duchess Mezu's treason was that Menelman was promoted 3 times in a row, and gained 8 political identities, from the 13th class Imperial Colonel to the 10th class Imperial Major General, and the number of political identities reached a terrifying 30, which was the kind of novel that readers would not even bother to criticize the word count, and would directly abandon the book. A slightly lesser impact was that Sophia Galinold was also promoted several ranks in a row. This Strasbourg Rose University student had not yet graduated, but was already a 24th class first-class warrant officer, entering an insurmountable class. Menelman has 7 magic alchemy warships, hundreds of warships, and 2 stable overseas naval bases, and has become the largest leader of the Fars Navy. The lovely Miss Sophia Galinold, although she only has 1 ancient magic warship, it is a legendary warship. She has received full support from her father, Earl Galinold, and has a large fleet, making her the 2nd largest leader of the Fars Navy. After learning that Duchess Mezu had betrayed the country, many naval officers secretly contacted Earl Galinold, hoping to join the East Wind Fleet. It's not that Menelman is unattractive, but the Imperial Rose Fleet is too powerful. If he joins the fleet now, it won't even be a bonus. Joining Sophia Galinold can be like helping someone in need. What's more, after Duchess Mezu's rebellion, Count Galinold finally got his hands on the navy, and took over all the military ports, and part of the navy of the Fars Empire. Charlotte watched the changes in the Fars Navy in the Red Dragon Strait, and she always had a subtle feeling. After Duchess Mezu's rebellion, Fars's offensive on land and sea slowed down slightly. The war potential of the Fars Empire has been stretched to the limit, and it is a little bit unable to hold on. Baron's offensive power increased greatly. In the Sea of Giant Whales, they fought several fierce battles, with a combined navy of Fars and Engrima, with both sides winning and losing. Although they have not yet broken through the blockade and regained control of the sea, they are much stronger than they could only retreat to the port after the second naval battle. However, Baron suffered heavy losses in the 2 naval battles, especially after sending out 2 magic alchemy warships. The strength of the Baron Navy is no longer enough to launch a strong counterattack. These naval battles can only be regarded as minor fights, and the scale is far less than the previous 2 naval battles. Just when Charlotte thought that she was in the southernmost part of the Fars Empire, and would not be involved in the war for the time being, an old friend came to visit leisurely. An old friend who had a deep friendship with Charlotte, Grand Priest Augustredon. Charlotte was also surprised. Why did the Grand Priest come to see her? The two had a different friendship. He warmly entertained Grand Priest Augustredon, and even gave the Grand Priest several strong orcs selected from the Elephant tribe, Bear tribe, and Orangutan tribe. Since the time travel, Charlotte's moral integrity has been declining day by day, and she is not very resistant to some of Grand Priest Augustredon's little habits. Instead, Grand Priest Augustredon rejected Charlotte's good intentions with an embarrassed look. He said righteously that he came here for serious matters. Chapter 371. The relationship between Grand Priest Augustredon and Charlotte is really close. The two have worked together many times. After all, ECU is a good guy. The friendship they have formed is deep and smooth, so the Grand Priest did not beat around the bush, and directly stated his purpose. He wanted to be an envoy to the Lionheart dynasty, and wanted Charlotte to be his deputy. Grand Priest Augsraden represented Fars, and went to Ingrima. He achieved outstanding results. Not only did he promote the union of the two countries, but he also forged a deep friendship with the great nobles of Ingrima, and the grand priests of various gods. Well, no one says that friendships forged through eating, drinking, and having fun are not friendships. The war has been going on until now, and the Lionheart dynasty, the only country among the 5 empires that has not participated in the war, has become the target of both sides' wooing. However, the Lionheart dynasty does not want to be involved in the war at all, so it has not agreed to any side. His Majesty Julius Axel VI, considering that the Grand Priest Augsraden has outstanding abilities and outstanding achievements, and that Ingrima has already participated in the war, plans to send him to the Lionheart dynasty to persuade the Lionheart dynasty to join his side. Grand Priest Augsraden knew that Charlotte had won the favor of the Emperor of the Lionheart dynasty because of a book about the Lionheart King, so he wanted to invite him to go with him to increase his confidence in this mission. Charlotte refused without hesitation. He now had hundreds of thousands of troops, more than 10 cities, and controlled the Red Dragon Strait. He also had frequent exchanges with the fleets of Menelman and Sophia Galinold. He would leave such a good environment and go to the Lionheart dynasty? He was crazy. Besides, Charlotte was not interested in being the deputy of Grand Priest Augsraden, not to mention, if he followed the Grand Priest Augsraden on a mission, his status would definitely not be too high. Even if he succeeded, what benefits could he get? Charlotte refused decisively. Although Grand Priest Augsraden felt sorry, he did not insist, and just stayed in Red Cliff City. Grand Priest Augsraden was a clergyman, much more free and easy than Charlotte, a civil servant. He was willing to stay in Red Cliff City, and Charlotte could not drive him away. After all, the relationship between the two sides was really at the level of Gold Age. Grand Priest Augsraden had not been in Red Cliff City for long when he was shocked again and again. He knew that Charlotte had made good progress recently, but he did not expect that this guy could subdue hundreds of thousands of elite orc troops, and even surrender 3 orc saints. Well, the old goat is not an orc. In the whole Fars, there are not many noble knights who are stronger than Charlotte. What's more terrifying is that Charlotte has earned enough military funds through trade. The Knights of Favonius are trade knights. From South Seraph to Behemoth, from Cappadocia to Strasbourg, although there are not many trade routes opened, each one is incredibly prosperous. After all, Charlotte really doesn't collect taxes. As we all know, attractions that don't charge admission often have higher profits. High Priest Augsraden soon understood why Charlotte was unwilling to go on a diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty, because the profits were not proportional. If it were him, he would not be able to just give up and go to the Lionheart dynasty for a visit after he had already established such a large business. High Priest Augsraden knew why Charlotte refused him, and soon gave up the idea of inviting Charlotte to go on a diplomatic mission and left. Charlotte did not try to keep the High Priest. After sending this old friend away, he devoted himself to studying the Blood Spirit Rhino. After killing the lion, the Blood Spirit Rhino entered a new form, and could transform into a weapon suitable for Charlotte at any time. After Charlotte established a sense with the Blood Spirit Rhino, she also studied this dueling weapon. Its designer had a very clever idea, which could allow this weapon to transform into the most suitable weapon form depending on the blood core installed and the needs of the owner. In the hands of the previous owner, the weapon form of the Blood Spirit Rhino was a short gun. When it came to Charlotte Mechlin, he thought many times about what the Blood Spirit Rhino should be transformed into. After so much research, Charlotte has a very perfect idea. An idea that only Earthlings, the natives of this world, would never think of. After the departure of the great priest Charlotte Augsraden, he began to retreat, in order to release the weapon form of the Blood Spirit Rhino. About 10 days later, in the secret room of retreat, Charlotte shouted, and the bloody glory of her body flowed, and she was promoted to the 15th level without knowing it. Charlotte didn't expect that he would have extra income during this retreat. He didn't carefully sense the changes after his breakthrough, and focused all his attention on the blood spirit. The bracelet suddenly glowed with a strange light. As the blood-colored light became stronger and stronger, Charlotte integrated his will into it, and this holy-level extraordinary artifact suddenly turned into a huge sphere. Well, if someone from the same Earth saw this huge sphere, they would blurt out, "Scion spherical spaceship." Charlotte had conceived countless weapons, but in the end, he chose this form. Seeing the new weapon form of blood spirit, Charlotte snapped his fingers, and the spherical spaceship opened the hatch. He walked in and closed the hatch. The huge sphere suddenly shrank and turned into a thumb-sized bullet. The bullet slowly floated in the air, suddenly flashed, made a sharp whistle, and appeared at the other end of the secret room. Charlotte controlled the new weapon form of Blood Spirit, flying up and down in the room. After just a dozen minutes, he felt that even though he had just been promoted to the 15th level, the energy was still not enough for this holy level extraordinary weapon to consume, so he had to stop. This thumb-sized bullet fell to the ground, and slowly recovered to a height of more than one person. Charlotte pushed open the hatch and walked out, feeling a little depressed. He originally wanted to make a flying prop, but he didn't expect that the weapon form released by the Blood Spirit Rhino could indeed carry people to fly, but the energy consumed was too great, so it could only be controlled for a short flight. The combat posture of the Blood Spirit Rhino is to shrink to the size of a thumb-sized bullet. This form consumes more energy. In normal flight, Charlotte can still support half an hour, and in combat posture, he can support more than 10 minutes. In fact, the Blood Spirit has another form, but it is temporarily lacking a suitable target, so it cannot be used. Charlotte opened his palm, and the spherical cabin transformed by the Blood Spirit shrank to the size of a thumb and flew to his palm. Without people on board, the energy consumption of the Blood Spirit weapon form is slightly lower, but it can only support more than 20 minutes, and the battle must be fought quickly. Well, there are not many ordinary extraordinary people who can support more than 10 or 20 minutes under the attack of the saint-level extraordinary weapon. Charlotte collected the Blood Spirit and put it into the bloody vortex of his right arm. He walked out of the closed-door room and looked at the sunlight outside. The whisper of destiny in his hand suddenly whispered, reminding him to quickly find the Black Dragon, or the Golden Goat Haralf. Chapter 372. If there is a breeze blowing through the whisper of fate, it will never be heard clearly, and can only give vague guidance. Charlotte has held this golden snake ring for some time. He tried to mark each whisper. After mathematical analysis, he soon discovered most of the meanings of the whisper of fate. Well, although it still depends on guessing. This golden snake ring has been silent for a long time. Charlotte doesn't know why it suddenly warned, but without any hesitation, he pushed the light agility X10 to the limit and rushed straight to the residence of the Golden Goat Haralf. Black Dragon and Chio de Lua were often busy, and might not be able to find him, but the Golden Goat Haralf rarely left his residence, so Charlotte chose the most reliable target. As soon as Charlotte saw the old goat, his insight suddenly opened up. He instinctively changed his body posture and moved his position in an instant. A turbulent and hot wind passed by, dust exploded on the ground, a deep pit appeared, and then a crisp sound was heard. Charlotte looked familiar. It was the effect of the magic-breaking armor bomb. In other words, someone was using the magic-breaking armor bomb to shoot at him. The warning signs of insight continued. Charlotte rushed to the ground, not daring to stay in the same place for a moment. She changed her position several times every second. There were constant crisp sounds passing by her. Judging from the shooting frequency, it was most likely the super long-range burst alchemy rifle of Byron. Charlotte still remembered Julian's enthusiastic words at the time. The Saint class can withstand one magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet, but what about 10, 20, 100? No matter how thick the Saint class's defensive tortoiseshell is, as long as you are willing to use the magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet, you can always penetrate it. He didn't expect that, regardless of whether the Saint-level defense could penetrate, he would actually be shot through. Since Charlotte had the anti-space long-range rifle and the magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet, he had used these things to shoot people. Unexpectedly, as fate would have it, it was finally his turn to be shot. The Golden Goat Haralf roared, flew into the air, and rushed far away. Charlotte somersaulted to a hidden place, and breathed a long sigh of relief. Just now, it was a matter of life and death. Fortunately, he had insight, and could give a warning in advance. He also practiced the light agility technique well, so he escaped the fatal crisis. Charlotte didn't have to wait long before the old goat came back with a sullen look on his face. Without Charlotte asking, he said, "He's a vampire from Byron, proficient in escaping underground." When I got there, he had already escaped underground. Charlotte could only say, "We catch him sooner or later." The levels of the extraordinary in this world are divided by the strength of their energy, but the actual combat power of an extraordinary person is not only determined by the level, but also by what kind of superpowers they have mastered. In fact, most of the time, superpowers are more important than levels. Charlotte's early rank was not high, but he could defeat powerful enemies of higher ranks repeatedly because he practiced Bloody Glory, which had 13 unique skills, each of which was extremely strange and varied, and had the ability to defeat the enemy. Now, he also encountered the Byron Sniper, who was not necessarily stronger than him, but had the ability to escape underground and could escape at any time. Well, even with Charlotte's ability, he felt that this combination was very troublesome. With the super long-range alchemical rifle and the underground escape technique, even the Saint rank could not do anything to such a difficult enemy. As soon as the Golden Goat Rolf set out to chase him, the sniper from Byron went underground. For such a sniper, the only thing that could stop him was the price of the devil-breaking armor-breaking bomb. After all, a bullet of 1.5 ECU could not be supplied in unlimited quantities. Suddenly, Insight issued another warning, and Charlotte pulled out the blood rose with his backhand. This time, he was prepared and not as embarrassed as before. The magic thorn sword slashed into the air, and the supernatural powers of the fiery eclipse and the dark eclipse intertwined, sweeping a devil-breaking armor-breaking bomb aside. This magic alchemical bullet has high explosive power. It takes a lot of skill to use cold weapons to deflect it. At the beginning, Hughes used the Knight's Lance to deflect the magic armor-breaking bullet shot by Charlotte. His spear skills were so amazing. Now it was his turn to deflect this alchemical bullet with the magic rapier. Charlotte cut 5 magic armor-breaking bullets in a row. The Golden Goat Rolf roared and flew into the air again. Thousands of picometers away, a middle-aged Bion officer picked up the super long-range alchemical rifle and waved to them leisurely. Charlotte pulled out the anti-space long-range rifle from his collar, shot 3 magic armor-breaking bullets, held a gun with one arm, and pulled the trigger. He learned the gun technique from a detective, and now, after being tempered on the battlefield, he is also a top shooter. These 3 magic armor-breaking bullets were fired in sequence, although not in succession, but the angle was very clever. Although Charlotte's shot was fast, the 3 magic armor-breaking bullets missed one after another. The middle-aged Byron officer raised his arms high and went underground. The bullets passed through the air where he stayed a second ago without stopping. The Golden Goat Rolf flew to the hiding place of the Bion sniper, clapped his arms, and a stream of ocean-type fighting spirit flowed into the ground, but failed to hit any enemy. The Byron officer had already escaped. Charlotte shook her head and thought, although I am prepared and not afraid of him, this guy is really difficult to deal with. Why do the Byron people want to assassinate me? Charlotte returned to the office in Red Cliff City to deal with the recent battle reports and frontline documents. Only then did she know that Byron had invented a new tactic called infinite sniper warfare. Byron sent out thousands of snipers, at least 30% of whom had extraordinary alchemical guns, and more than 100 extraordinary people had the ability to hide and escape, sneaking into the mainland of Fars and Ingrima and launching assassinations of important military and government figures. Now the mainland of the two empires has been turned upside down by these Byron snipers. At least hundreds of middle and lower-level civilian officials and low-level officers have been assassinated, and more than a dozen important figures have also died. Charlotte is not an exception. He is just on the assassination list. After reading the battle report, Charlotte was not too worried about herself, but she was very worried about Anne. And must have been the target of assassination, and this lady from the Brittany family was only a first-level dream walker, and now she might be a second-level one. She was not good at frontal combat, nor was she good at resisting assassination. Although Charlotte knew that her worries were mostly unnecessary, and that the Brittany family would definitely protect Anne very well, she still couldn't help but want to go back to Strasbourg. The warning sign flashed in her heart for the 3rd time. This time, Charlotte pulled out a silver rhino with her backhand, and without even turning her head, she fired in the direction of the sniper. With the gun drawing technique enhanced by the light agility technique X10, and the fact that a short gun is always faster than a long gun, Charlotte pulled the trigger 0.3 of a second earlier than the assassin. As soon as the assassin fired the bullet, she was shot in the head by the magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet shot by the silver rhino. Charlotte's feet did not move, and her body swayed like a willow branch. The magic-breaking armor-blasting bullet shot by the middle-aged Byron officer passed by her and hit the ground, creating a deep pit. Chapter 373. Charlotte said, "Rolf, go and move the Byron sniper and his belongings over here." Although it would not take much effort for Charlotte to go over there, why not use the old goat's excellent labor force? Golden Goat Rolf was very unhappy and flew over to move Baron's middle-aged officer over. Charlotte grabbed the super long-range burst alchemical rifle on him and checked it briefly. She couldn't help but marvel at it. This rifle had a longer range than his anti-space long-range rifle and the silver rhino. The effective range of the anti-space long-range rifle was 3,700 picometers, while the effective range of the silver rhino was only more than 2,000 picometers. The range of his two sidewinders is comparable, and the longest can reach more than 4,500 picometers. Only extraordinary gunners can control weapons of this level. In the measurement system of the Old World, 1 picometer is about 1.15 Earth meters. This sniper from Byron just fired several shots, and he only had 23 magic armor-breaking bullets. Charlotte estimated that most of Baron's snipers should carry 30 magic armor-breaking bullets, and a few may carry about 50, and no more. This middle-aged officer of Byron had some sundries on him, but Charlotte didn't use them. She kept them according to the standard war handling method. If relatives wanted to claim them after the war, they could be sent back easily. After receiving this batch of magic armor-breaking bombs and ultra-long-range burst alchemical rifles, Charlotte was a little worried about Anastasia. When he came this time, the others stayed to manage his jurisdiction, and only brought this illegitimate daughter of a certain baron. Anastasia was originally a second-level extraordinary, but she has been following him around for so many years, and has made rapid progress. Charlotte is not sure what level of extraordinary this lady is now, but it is estimated that no matter how much she improves, it is still very dangerous to be targeted by Baron snipers. He didn't know how many snipers from Byron would be in the Red Dragon Strait, but he still decided to launch a cleanup, not letting these snipers come and go freely. Charlotte went to find Black Dragon and Chio de Luo, and asked them to select suitable orc warriors to hunt, and sent out 50 or 60 combat teams. That night, Charlotte was practicing Bloody Glory, and suddenly a warning sign came to his heart. He pulled out the Red Rattler and jumped up, broke the window, and came to the street of Red Cliff City. He saw a young man from a distance, with an ultra-long-range alchemical rifle in his hand pointing at him. Charlotte pressed the muzzle of the Red Rattler and said, "Julian, we meet again." The talented young man from Byron smiled and said, "Can I not fight this time?" Charlotte silently put away the Red Rattler, and Julian hung the ultra-long-range alchemical rifle on his back and said, "Julian is my shooting teacher. He has been guiding me since I joined the army. Can I take his body back?" Charlotte nodded and said, "I will have someone send his body 20 kilometers outside the city tomorrow, and you can carry it away yourself." War is war, friendship is friendship. Charlotte will distinguish these two things clearly. After achieving his goal, Julian seemed to return to his original chatterbox, and said, "I also joined the Infinite Sniper War, and I am responsible for the 11 cities in the Red Dragon Strait. I observed around, and found that there are no valuable assassination targets in these cities." "Well, you have a female subordinate. I recognize her. Is she Anastasia?" "I wanted to ambush you myself, but Julian hid it from me, and came to assassinate me personally. Alas, your strength has improved again. I have good news for you. I have also been promoted to a high level." Charlotte was quite touched to meet an old friend on the battlefield. She was not disgusted by Julian's nagging, but felt a sense of intimacy. The two chatted for a few words, and the Golden Goat Rolf, the Black Dragon and Chio Delu arrived one after another. Julian saw the 3 orcs of the holy rank, and was immediately horrified and shouted, "Why do you still have the holy rank? Have all the orcs' holy rank surrendered to you?" The old goat couldn't help but said, "I'm not an orc." Julian quickly said, "Okay, you're not an orc." Charlotte stopped the old goat from breaking his defense and said, "Leave the Red Dragon Strait." Julian took a look and saw 3 orc holy ranks. He couldn't understand why there were orcs, and didn't want to admit that he was an orc. He whispered, "You have 3 holy ranks, so I can only take people away. Actually, I came here today to say goodbye to you. I will leave the army in a few days, and go on a diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty. I don't know if we will have a chance to meet after the war." Charlotte thought, "If I agree to Grand Priest Oxraden, maybe we will meet again in a few days." Julian glanced at the moonlight, suddenly stopped talking, nodded slightly as Charlotte turned around and left. Watching his good friend disappear into the night, Charlotte said lightly, "Follow the corpse, and also transport a batch of supplies, all placed 20 kilometers away." He hoped that this good friend could leave the battlefield and play a role as a diplomat. Julian would take his men away, and he was relieved. These snipers from Braun were too difficult to deal with, and the Holy Order could not protect everyone. However, Charlotte was not surprised that Julian would go on a diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty. The last time he went to Ingrima with the Grand Priest Oxraden, Julian obviously had a new identity after leaving the Far's envoys. Charlotte did not ask Julian what diplomatic identity Braun gave him, but Julian was definitely capable of diplomatic tasks. After all, Julian was born in the Asilo family, one of the 3 royal families, with a noble status and a distinguished origin. Moreover, Julian, Ben Lamarok, and Sophia Galinold are equally famous, and are also rising stars in the old continent. Well, among the young people under the age of 20 in the 5 major empires, Sophia Galinold is the most famous. Ben Lamarok has not yet been to the battlefield, Julian is still working hard as a sniper, and Miss Sophia Galinold is already the the second most powerful mountain in the Fars Navy, and has her own fleet. Charlotte didn't know if Julian had brought her extra luck. He soon received a document from Strasbourg, which was a routine document of the Empire, reporting some recent intelligence from various countries and the movements of Fars. In this document, there was only a mention in the corner that, and of Brittany, was about to go on a diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty. Charlotte Mecklen couldn't sit still in the Red Dragon Strait. What did he care about if the Grand Priest Augsraden went to the Lionheart dynasty? He would not be the deputy of the Grand Priest. And went to the Lionheart dynasty, and Charlotte had to protect her. How could he trust and alone? Even if he had no identity, he would follow her. Chapter 374. On the afternoon of receiving the document, Charlotte handed over the government affairs of the 11 cities in the Red Dragon Strait to Miss Anastasia, and took 3 Saint-level subordinates back to Strasbourg. Along the way, Charlotte used various secret methods to shorten the time. However, when he arrived in Strasbourg, it was already late at night. Charlotte wanted to use the Infinite Mirror World to go directly back to number 58, Élysée Field Street, but he didn't expect that Strasbourg, which could come and go freely, actually had an extra layer of shield, and his Infinite Mirror World popped out. Charlotte knew that this world had countless extraordinary abilities. Whether it was the power of the labyrinth or the various abilities of the blood race, there were ways to restrain them, but he rarely encountered them. He estimated that the infinite sniping war of Byron had caused headaches for the royal family and nobles of Fars, so he opened a layer of filtering shield. Since he could not use the secret method to go back, Charlotte could only wait until dawn and enter Strasbourg through formal channels. Charlotte found a remote place outside the city, released Dark Luxury, brought 3 Saint-level subordinates, each wrapped in a blanket, and planned to take a nap. As soon as she squinted her eyes, Charlotte heard gunshots and screams. 2 teams even found Dark Luxury. However, Charlotte had formal documents, and the 4 of them were very impressive. Black Dragon and Chio de Luo had practiced the Beast God transformation technique, and the Golden Goat Rolf was originally a human. The 2 Far soldiers did not make things difficult for them. Charlotte had just dealt with 1 round of trouble. Within half an hour, there was a second conflict. Soldiers were everywhere nearby, but the snipers of Byron were also very powerful. They were not caught and killed more than a dozen Far soldiers. Throughout the night, more than 10 assassinations occurred in succession, and it was noisy everywhere, making it impossible for people to rest. Charlotte was far away in the Red Dragon Strait, and she really didn't expect the situation to be so bad. The snipers who appeared near Strasbourg were all elites of Baron, and they all had 1 or 2 special abilities that could avoid the search of the Saint Order, making the capital of Fars restless. At dawn, Charlotte was sure that if she was not extraordinary, she would definitely have a pair of dark circles under her eyes, and would not be able to rest well. Charlotte did not get off the carriage, but drove Dark Luxury directly into Strasbourg. He did not even go back to 58 Champs-Élysées, but went straight to the residence of the Count of Brittany. Earlier, Charlotte was determined not to visit, but now, he was a little bolder. Well, the support of the 3 saints behind him was the second main reason. The first main reason was that Charlotte thought she had been recognized by the Count and Antonio. Even so, Charlotte was still a little nervous. When he knocked on the door of the Brittany family, for the first time in his life, he felt mixed emotions for a while. After a while, a strange lady came out with a rather arrogant attitude and asked, "This is the residence of the Earl of Brittany. What do you want?" Seeing that it was not Aunt Karen, Charlotte could only patiently report her identity. "I am Charlotte Mecklen." When the strange lady heard Charlotte's name, her face changed slightly, and she said, "The Earl is not here, and is not here either." Charlotte was interrupted before she could report her position and political identity. She was a little unhappy, but then she heard the strange lady say, "And is on a diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty, and just left half an hour ago. I believe you would rather catch up with her as soon as possible, instead of here." The strange lady saw Charlotte hurriedly put away the Dark Luxury and shouted, "Domitian! Oh, the old leopard is not here. Rolf, take me to chase." The strange lady smiled and still finished the second half of the sentence politely. "Introduce yourself to me." Charlotte turned around and saluted in a busy schedule, saying, "Thank you, madam, I will catch up." Charlotte had just climbed onto the body of the Golden Goat Rolf when she heard the lady say, "Strasbourg can no longer fly, the recently opened no-fly barrier." He could only jump down again, exerting his full strength of lightness x10, and hurriedly led 3 Saint-level subordinates out of the city. Thanks to the detailed instructions given by the lady, Charlotte ran at full speed again. In just over 10 minutes, Charlotte saw the convoy in front of him. There were 3 or 4 flags in the convoy, And the most dazzling one was not the flag of the Brittany family, but the flag of the golden pheasant-tail flower. Charlotte hesitated for a moment. After all, the golden pheasant-tail flower represented the royal family in Fars. He did not rush forward, but followed silently behind. Of course, he didn't hurry on his own. If he continued to use dark luxury. However, this behavior was too blatant, so a few minutes later, an officer came from the front and asked rudely, "This is the Fars envoy to the Lionheart dynasty. I don't care who you are, you must leave as soon as possible." Charlotte hurriedly said, "Miss Brittany was in a hurry to go on a mission and didn't bring enough people. We are sent by the Brittany family to escort us, and just came from other cities." The officer sneered and said, "The pearl of the Brittany family is really impressive. The guards sent out are more than those of the princess. Do you think it's not enough? Besides you, how many people will come?" Charlotte shrugged and said, "Only us." The officer looked at them suspiciously and muttered, "What's the use of sending 4 more old guys?" Charlotte was about to declare that she was not an old guy, but heard the golden goat Rolf whispered, finally, "I don't have to be treated as a 3-level orc saint." He suddenly felt that being mistaken for one of the 4 old men was not a big deal. The officer went over to report, and then came back to lead them back to the team, but asked them to follow at the back, obviously not considering them as important people. Charlotte did not reveal her identity, and told him that it was better to follow secretly and protect, and then to do it openly. But he also believed that, and must have seen him a long time ago. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a maid came over and asked Charlotte and others to come over. The young maid couldn't suppress her smile, and was a little sly. Obviously she knew Charlotte's identity a long time ago. Charlotte straightened her clothes, took 3 saint-level subordinates, and followed the young maid to the center of the team. He saw an extremely luxurious carriage. In comparison, the dark luxury was really not that luxurious, and he understood why, and would never be surprised if she changed into the dark luxury. The background of the Brittany family is so terrifying. Chapter 375. The carriage that and rode in had a very childish name, Miss Pumpkin. The carriage was pulled by a rare magical beast, the one-horned deer. This magical beast was tall, and had endurance that was not inferior to any horse. If it was purely used to pull the carriage, it was nothing special except that it was tall and handsome, had bright fur, and had beautiful antlers on its head. But the one-horned deer was a natural lightning-type magical beast. When it sensed danger, it would release a lightning grid to protect itself and the carriage it was pulling, so it was deeply loved by the nobles of various countries in the old continent. However, the unicorn deer only allows pure girls to approach, so choosing a unicorn deer as a magic beast to pull the carriage is often also an oath that a certain family lady is pure and flawless. The 4 unicorn deer that Annie raised to pull the carriage all liked Pumpkin the most. So this carriage was called Miss Pumpkin. It has nothing to do with the shape of the carriage. This carriage was made by the Star Workshop. It is a genuine high-level extraordinary wonder. It is not necessarily more luxurious than dark luxury, but this carriage is brand new. Annie is its first owner. Unlike dark luxury, it has been passed on for many times. The driver was a maid in a maple leaf skirt. She nodded slightly to Charlotte from a distance. It was obvious that she had at least heard of his name. Her attitude was somewhat intimate. And an Aunt Karen had already gotten off the carriage. In Charlotte's impression, it was the first time it appeared in full dress. When she saw Charlotte, and blinked and showed a playful smile, but did not speak. Aunt Karen smiled and said, "The Earl sent me and 50 knights. Mr. Meckling can rest assured." Charlotte whispered, "I heard that Byron has also sent people to try to go over there. I'm worried that they will go all out and assassinate our Fars envoy." And got off the carriage, and the Breton convoy stopped. Several knights, who were obviously not from the Breton family, chased up from behind. One of the knights heard what Charlotte said, and couldn't help but sneered and said, "This envoy group has 3 saints, Her Majesty the Princess, Grand Priest Oxraden, and Sister Karen. What's the point of you worrying? Did you also bring the holy steps to help?" After mocking Charlotte, the young knight said to Anne, "Miss Brittany, please believe me, I can protect you well." Charlotte almost blurted out, "Old goat, go." What he said in his heart was rather rude, and he was embarrassed to say it out loud. What Charlotte thought in her heart was, "Who are you? How dare you steal my girl?" This young knight obviously has a good impression of, and of course, it may not be a good impression, but just a stick to hit her. What if it works? If Charlotte could tolerate such a thing, he would not be named Huang. The golden goat Rolf said nothing, raised 2 fingers, and the ocean-type fighting spirit in his body gushed out, turning into a turbulent wave, drowning all the knights. How powerful is the old goat? He had fought back and forth with the young Zimmerman in the past. When he had the queen bee in his hand, he was not afraid of the siege of Menelman, Domitian, and Shabastini. For him, a mere ordinary extraordinary knight did not even need to fight properly. He blasted several knights away with pure fighting spirit. The old goat proudly retracted 2 fingers. He had seen Charlotte use this posture before. It did not increase the power of the attack, but it was inexplicably super handsome. At this time, the sheath knife was tested, and it was really handsome. Charlotte saw that the old goat secretly learned her attack posture, and inexplicably thought of Vegeta. Don't say it, the old goat's arrogance is really like the arrogant prince, but his appearance is far worse. The old goat's appearance is comparable to Piccolo. Several knights climbed up. They knew the goods and recognized that the golden goat Haralf who attacked was a saint, so they didn't dare to shout more. The knight who had just spoken, without even glancing at Charlotte, walked around the old goat and said to Anne, "Miss Brittany, I come back in the evening." Charlotte was furious and thought, "You come back in the evening? Damn it, I make sure you don't survive tonight." Sister Karen whispered, "This Mr. Rembrandt Mosred is a young man from the Duke of Mozart's family, a senior officer of the Royal Knights, and now he's 28 years old, a third-level extraordinary, and can be considered young and promising. He's been visiting, and these days, but I've stopped him." The old lady explained Rembrandt's identity, name, position, origin, and strength clearly, and pointed out that this guy has to visit and every day. Well, Aunt Karen is fanning the flames. She has been in contact with Charlotte for a long time, and knows what this young man is like. The old lady thinks that making Charlotte jealous will help improve the competitiveness of her young lady. Charlotte couldn't help asking, "Doesn't he know that and already has someone in her heart?" Aunt Karen smiled, set off a big fire, and said lightly, "How can the young people of the Duke of Mozart care about a 24th class?" And whispered beside her, "Mr. Mecklin is already a second-level politician of the 23rd class." Aunt Karen made a gesture of spreading her hands, and lit the mountain directly, saying, "He doesn't even care about the Earl." And whispered, "Mr. Mecklin, Aunt Karen just likes to see others make a fool of themselves. You don't take it too seriously. Tonight, I let Aunt Karen have a good dream." This was on the roadside, and in a convoy on a diplomatic mission to a foreign country, so Anne couldn't say anything, and was even more embarrassed to be intimate, but she said to let Aunt Karen have a good dream, obviously intending to meet in the dreamland at night. Charlotte nodded, and took the 3 saints back to his dark luxury. He rushed to and from the Red Dragon Strait, and suddenly felt much more at ease. Now Charlotte is no longer in the time of crossing over. He himself is also a high-level extraordinary of the 15th level, with more than 10 kinds of supernatural powers, and has 3 saints. Unless he encounters enemies, like Viscount Constantine, and the King of 10,000 Lions, Amos Vidas, he can almost be said to be fearless. Although Rembrandt was born in the Mosred family, Charlotte was not afraid. At night, Charlotte felt a little sleepy in the carriage, and a strange feeling came over him. He just hurriedly said, "Don't break Sister Karen's dream." Then he appeared on a large grassland, with blooming flowers everywhere, and the scent of green grass filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. If he didn't give an order, Sister Karen's dream would definitely be broken by the Black Dragon, the Old Goat, and Chiodelu. The dream of the Holy Order could not trap the Holy Order, and fell from the sky and flew into his arms. Aunt Karen appeared not far away, with picnic items beside her, including a few snack boxes, fruit and tea, and a blanket on the ground, which was very comfortable. The old lady smiled at Charlotte, and pointed not far away. There were 7 or 8 young people who were partying and drinking, but they seemed to be unable to see Charlotte and the others, talking loudly and unrestrainedly. Among them, there was a face that Charlotte was very familiar with. It was Rembrandt Mosred, and they were also brought into the dreamland by the old lady. Chapter 376. And couldn't help but hold Charlotte's hand, and her mind was focused. Aunt Karen loved to watch for fun, and she only loved to watch Charlotte. And whispered, "Aunt Karen's dreamland was my favorite place to stay when I was a child. It was relaxed and warm here. As long as I didn't like to sleep, Aunt would take me here. Brother Antonio also liked it here, but he only liked to practice in Aunt's dreamland. He practiced swordsmanship and gunmanship over and over again, and never accompanied me. I know my brother wants to have the power to protect me. To him, protecting me is more important than playing with me. Sometimes, Mammy will take us to spy on other people's dreams. In fact, some people with sinister intentions often sneak into the Earl's mansion." Charlotte pretended to be casual and said, "Sometimes, there are spies sent by the Emperor, right?" And was slightly surprised, and then whispered, "It turns out that Mr. Mecklin also knows." Charlotte thought, "What do I know?" But he immediately thought of the ancient Royal Secret Service agencies such as Genui, and couldn't help sighing. He didn't expect that the Emperor of Fars would also like this. And grabbed Charlotte's hand, tightened it a little, and whispered, "If one day, will Mr. Mechlin leave Fars for me?" Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "We will follow each other to the ends of the earth." Anne's eyes suddenly became warm, and Aunt Karen nodded slightly. She trusted Charlotte very much. Charlotte had saved Anne at the beginning, and later performed extremely well. Not long ago, she also commanded a group of saints to kill the king of 10,000 lions, Amisvitas. This is a strong man who is only one step away from the Earl. Although Antonio was the main force, Charlotte's plan also contributed greatly. Charlotte patted Anne on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry so much, all the troubles are left to us men, and you just need to cheer for me." And whispered, "I want to help Mr. Mechlin, I don't want to be a small vase." Charlotte hurriedly comforted, "And if you are a vase, there will be no flowers in this world." He knew what Anne was worried about, but these things can't be solved by words, so she could only change the subject quickly and say, "Aunt Karen has prepared fun for us. Why don't we take a look? What are these bastards talking about?" Anne smiled brightly and leaned on Charlotte's shoulder. She had never felt so relieved. Since she started working at the general office of the central government, she gradually came into contact with some secrets, and was no longer the innocent and cheerful girl in school. She knew the difficulties of the country, the instability of society, how tragic the front line was, and that many of the victories told to the people were actually very tragic. She also knew many hidden defeats. The Fars Empire is in a much more difficult situation than the public knows. Of course, the Byron Empire is not much better. Ingrima is okay, but the Black Phoenix dynasty is a bit bad. There are 33 countries in the old continent, and the 5 strongest countries are called empires. But empires also have strengths and weaknesses. The Black Phoenix, which is slightly weaker in national strength, may collapse before Fars and Byron. And is indeed a little more worried. But Charlotte gives him the feeling that he is more reliable than his father and brother. Steady seems to be able to solve any problem, overcome any difficulties, and turn the tables in any desperate situation. Moreover, almost everyone told her that Charlotte can do all this for Aunt Brittany. Even she herself knew that Charlotte was not so outstanding when she first met her. Although she was already an outstanding young man at that time, better than most of the noble young men Anne had seen, she was not as good as her brother Antonio and cousin Claire. And did not think at that time that she had to find a particularly outstanding boy. She was not the kind of woman who had high standards, and was almost unrealistic, and always felt that someone like Charlotte was good enough. But Anne never expected that her Mr. Charlotte Mechlin, for her sake, suddenly burst out all the light and heat of life, and blossomed with unparalleled talent. Even Anne was most worried about the recognition from the family. Charlotte made it look easy, and won the praise of the old Earl and Antonio, and knew who her father and brother were. Her father was the strongest man in the empire, and he had praised less than 10 people in his life. No matter how strong the enemy was, the old Earl would say lightly, "The future defeated opponent." Of course, sometimes the old Earl would say awkwardly, "Oh, I remembered it wrong. I have already defeated him. He is too unremarkable. I didn't remember it." The elder brother is recognized by the entire empire as the strongest man in the future Fars Empire. Some people even think that in a few years, without the old Earl's abdication, Antonio will be able to step on his father's shoulders with his own tyrannical strength and become the strongest man in the empire. Antonio has stepped over Charlotte in front of, and more than 10 times, since he came back from the Red Dragon Strait. Especially when he touched the dark stick, his face was full of smiles, and he even said, "Charlotte's character is really good." Well, and don't believe the rumors about Charlotte in the future, they are all false. And has never heard any rumors about Charlotte. Except for the time with Aunt Sophie, but that was definitely false. In the breeze, a voice was faintly heard. "Rembrandt, how many times have you been rejected by the girl from Brittany?" Oh, Rembrandt, who has been successful in everything and has been in Strasbourg, actually hit a snag in front of and from Brittany. "Come on, Rembrandt, I want to see and unable to get on Miss Pumpkin's carriage. Have you heard of Charlotte Mechlin, the merchant's son? Don't mention that lowly guy. He is just lucky, and he always encounters a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And in order to help this merchant's son make achievements, the Breton family actually sent Claire to lead him in 2 major battles in a row. Even if a pig can fight with Claire Breton, it can also get a lot of credit. Has anyone heard about it? This time, the Breton family actually sent Antonio. Is Count Breton crazy? With so many resources, if any one of us were given them, we could probably be promoted to Baron, but they were given to a pariah for nothing. It's really a sin. The Count must be old and confused. I heard that the Emperor doesn't like Count Breton very much. Maybe one day, he will let that old guy die for the country. When Charlotte heard about Miss Pumpkin, she couldn't help herself and said to Aunt Karen, "Sorry, Aunt, I have to go to the bathroom." Chapter 377. Mother Karen said with a smile, "Go." Charlotte left the dreamland and got off the dark luxury. She reached out and pulled out a super long-range alchemical rifle made in Byron from the automatically opened magic mirror. He, Charlotte Mecklin, was ready to kill. Golden Goat Rolf, Lizardman Black Dragon, and Silverback Gorilla Chio Delio also got off the carriage. Charlotte said lightly, "Change into Byron's military uniform and stop the holy steps who are about to attack." The three saints didn't know what had provoked Charlotte, but they had learned not to question Charlotte and just did whatever Charlotte told them to do. Charlotte left the convoy and used the light agility technique to run all the way up a nearby hill. With the help of the eagle eye ability provided by the red and blue rattlesnake, he quickly found the carriage where the young men were sleeping. Charlotte fired 10 magic armor-breaking bombs in one breath, ready to kill all these people. Charlotte set up the ultra-long-range alchemical rifle and was about to shoot when she heard a voice shouting, "Idiot, stop it." As soon as Charlotte stepped on the ground, she felt a force rising from under the soil, fighting him tooth and nail. The person hiding under the soil had a strong blood energy, which was not much inferior to him. Although both sides deliberately restrained their power to avoid being noticed, the two blood energies still produced a muffled explosion, and a pile of soil rushed up 3 or 4 meters high. A slender figure rushed out of the ground, grabbed Charlotte, and cursed, "They have 3 saints. I have been staring at them for a long time, but didn't dare to do anything. You will die if you act rashly." Charlotte did not expect that the vampire lurking under the soil, who could even fight him head-on without a clear winner, was actually a kind-hearted girl. He almost wanted to ask, "How did you see that I was from Byron?" Charlotte was now wearing a FARS military uniform. However, this matter was not the fault of the vampire girl. Although Charlotte was wearing a FARS military uniform, she was holding a super long-range alchemical rifle produced by Byron in her hand and aiming at the FARS envoys, not to mention that she had unparalleled blood energy, a high level. Vampire. Charlotte thought about it dozens of times, and finally chose to lower her voice and said, "This time, 3 saints will take action to entangle the princess, priest, and an old lady of FARS. My mission is to kill several people from the Mosred family. They are all rising stars of FARS, and their growth rate is extremely terrifying. Yes, we want to kill FARS's war potential." The vampire girl didn't expect that Charlotte actually had more information and asked happily, "Really?" Charlotte replied, "I guarantee it." His Byron words, because he had sparred with Julian, had a strong Byron aristocratic flavor. The Blood Clan girl did not doubt it at all and immediately said, "Since you have a plan, count me in. But I have run out of magic armor-breaking bombs. I only have ordinary bullets left, and I can't kill powerful targets." Charlotte handed over 5 magic armor-breaking bombs and said, "I still have plenty." The Blood Clan girl was very happy and took it without hesitation, saying, "I am a talented shooter. Let me shoot the young people of the Mosred family." Charlotte nodded, watching the vampire girl quickly press the bullet, almost without aiming, and fired 5 shots in a row, making full use of the burst attribute of this extraordinary rifle. Charlotte was slightly shocked when she saw several young men including Rembrandt being shot in the head, and thought to herself, "The accuracy of this vampire girl shooting is the best I have ever seen in my life. If we each hold guns and snipe, I am no match for her." After the gunshot, a ray of light rushed into the sky. It was the great priest Oxraden. When Charlotte saw this old acquaintance, the first thought in her mind was, "It's a pity that I didn't agree to this old guy. It turns out that I will be his deputy this time." The vampire girl grabbed Charlotte's arm and shrunk into the ground before he could react. The vampire girl wrapped Charlotte with her supernatural power and fled dozens of kilometers in one breath. Then she drilled out of the ground and saw 3 saints fighting against the great priest Augusterdin from a distance. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "It turns out that we really have a saint." The vampire girl regretted it greatly. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, she would have killed dozens of high-ranking officials in FARS. Well, the vampire girl didn't know that if she was ready to kill, the man next to her might kill her. Charlotte has never been merciful. Charlotte shook off the dirt on her head and wanted to ask, "Why are you running? If you didn't run, I would have shot you just now, and you would have taken the blame and the credit." But at this moment, he had no desire to take action, and said, "Since we have escaped, we should not stay any longer. After all, this is the land of FARS, and the saints can come and go freely. We must be cautious." The blood girl nodded and said, "We are cooperating, But I don't know your name yet. Charlotte replied, My name is Qian Nan. The blood girl said, My name is Yulia. When the war is over, I will invite you to the dance at Star Castle. The vampire girl, who called herself Yulia, carried her ultra-long-range alchemical rifle and left in style. Charlotte hesitated several times, gave up the idea of attacking from behind, sighed, and thought, I still want to go to war. If there is peace in this world, I will be with Annie every day, drink coffee, and eat something she cooks. How comfortable life will be. Well, Annie doesn't seem to be able to cook. Forget it, there must be a cook at home. In fact, Charlotte missed the days when she just met Annie, and they dated every day. At that time, he only felt that those days were ordinary, just ordinary and relaxed and happy. But after so many battles, Charlotte realized that those ordinary days were the most precious, and the exciting days, like his now, were daily routines. He sighed again and thought, this is the fate of all time travelers. Charlotte sent the rifle in his hand back to the mirror world, and went back to the convoy after a big circle. His 3 men came back earlier than him. Charlotte asked curiously, How was your fight? The black dragon coughed and said, Mother Karen didn't take action, the high priest recognized us. Her Royal Highness hit the golden goat Rolf with a palm, but fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Charlotte glanced at the old goat, his face was pale, and indeed his injury was not serious. Chapter 378. Charlotte. Convenient. After that, she re-entered the dreamland, and looked worried. Seeing Charlotte, she rushed over and asked, The convoy was attacked just now, and several people were killed by the sniper of Byron. Were you in danger just now? Charlotte smiled slightly and said, I'm fine. But Aunt Karen was calm and smiling, not taking the commotion seriously. Although the old nanny's fighting ability was average, the dream walker was more comfortable than any extraordinary person in perceiving people's hearts. She had long known the dirty thoughts of those young nobles. Mother Karen has followed the Count of Brittany for many years, and has seen countless dark sides of politics. Weak people will only be eliminated. Only unscrupulous people like Charlotte are qualified political figures. She has not taken action all this time, just waiting for Charlotte to appear. Because only Charlotte is the best candidate to solve this trouble. Of course, the old mother did not expect Charlotte to take action so straightforwardly, almost without disguising, that is, bullying Her Royal Highness the Princess, not knowing who he has under his command. When Aunt Karen thought of this, another idea suddenly popped up. Maybe he was telling everyone that 3 saints had come to him, and that they should not be underestimated anymore? Aunt Karen pondered for a moment, and disappeared beside Aunt and Charlotte, but countless people were pulled into her dreamland, and they were all discussing the battle just now. The people of Byron actually sent out saints to kill us. Fortunately, Grand Priest Oxraden and Axo drove away the saints of Byron, otherwise we would all have been killed. It's a pity for the young people of the Slade family, they were all killed. Princess Axel is indeed. Are you crazy? How dare you mention this lady's name? This widowed princess is a taboo topic in the Empire. Complicated thoughts came and went in the dreamland. Sister Karen hesitated for a while, and decided to do nothing. She had been the chief steward of the Brittany family for many years, and the most important thing she learned was not to act on her own. No matter what Charlotte wants to do, she shouldn't do it for him without his clear instructions. Aunt Karen looked back at the 2 young people who were in love with each other, and smiled very pleased. And was her child since she was a child, and she hoped to see, and happy rather than marrying a so-called outstanding talent. But Aunt Karen didn't expect that Charlotte was not only loved by Anne, but also the most promising young man in the Empire. If he hadn't chosen Anne, he would have chosen the Brittany family, and been treated coldly by Julius Axel VI. His position in the political arena would definitely not be limited to this. Even if he is treated coldly by the monarch, his future achievements will certainly be limitless. After all, there are not many young people in the entire empire who can get the support of 3 saints. Charlotte was telling, and what she had done in the Red Dragon Strait since they separated. Suddenly, the dreamland shook slightly, and they all heard Aunt Karen whispered. The second princess called everyone to a meeting. Charlotte, you don't have to go. Her Royal Highness doesn't know that you have joined the team yet. Charlotte felt a little sorry, but could only say goodbye to Anne. He reappeared in the dark luxury, and saw that the old goat's breath had returned to normal. He asked casually, Is the princess strong? Black Dragon, Chio de Luo, and the old goat looked at Charlotte with strange eyes, which made Charlotte a little embarrassed and asked, Did I say something wrong? Black Dragon said, Sometimes I doubt whether you are from Fars. 20 years ago, the Fars Empire had 3 heroes and 5 strong ones. Among them, the 3 heroes of Fars are Count Brittany, Count Galinaud and Her Royal Highness Princess Axel. Charlotte was shocked and said, "Is there such a saying?" Cordero usually doesn't talk much because he doesn't want to give Charlotte advice. He is still very angry now, but now he can't help but say, "Are you still from Fars?" Charlotte was silent for a long time and said lightly, "I am from Fars, but I was born in the Principality of Behemoth. I studied in the Principality of Behemoth since I was a child. I went to Strasbourg for university. My family is just a small businessman. I really have no way to know these upper-class things. Sorry, I also hope to be born into a noble family. But this is the only family I have." This time, even the Golden Goat Rolf, who wanted to join in the complaints and mock Charlotte, was silent. They all vaguely felt that Charlotte should be on an equal footing with them, and even now, they all regarded Charlotte as their master. The Black Dragon took the initiative to surrender, not bound by the magic contract document, but at this moment, they suddenly remembered that Charlotte was born in a humble family. She had almost no resources from her family during her growth, and there was no so-called noble help. She relied purely on her own strength to reach her current position. Black Dragon whispered, "Zimmerman's father also made it into the top 5 20 years ago, but he was indeed inferior to the 3 heroes. In all the legends, this princess is a figure like Miniman, and was pursued by countless young heroes at that time. Among them, the most prestigious suitors were the 2 earls. There is a saying, this princess almost triggered a war between the 2 powerful earls in the empire." Charlotte's mind turned to other places, and she said secretly, "In other words, this princess almost became Anne's mother? Well, the daughter she gave birth to may not like me. She may not be able to give birth to a daughter." Charlotte suddenly became curious and asked, "This princess did not choose the Count of Brittany, then which young talent did she choose? How did she become a widow?" Black Dragon thought about it, and didn't know how to say this. Charlotte was indeed a little curious about this mysterious princess. He knew that Julius Axel VI was already an old man in his 60s or 70s, but he had never thought that this Princess Axel was also quite old, and was no longer of the same generation as himself. Princess May and Miniman, although a few years older than Charlotte, can still be considered peers. The situation with Princess Axel is a little different. The Golden Goat Rolf smiled softly. Recently, he has broken his silent personality, and started to occasionally talk too much. He said lightly, "This is a big secret. If you know it, you will definitely jump up in shock." Charlotte respects the Black Dragon very much, but she has no good temper towards the old goat. She said, "Hurry up and tell me, or I will make you a eunuch. How abominable is it to deliberately keep people in suspense? He should kick Ding Guzzi hard. Well, it's okay to change to the front." Chapter 379. The Black Dragon shook his head. He suddenly felt a little absurd. He was an orc, telling a Farsian about the royal secrets of Fars. The old lizard man coughed and said, "Princess Axel originally wanted Count Galinaud, but Julius Axel VI wanted the princess to marry his good friend and childhood playmate, Duke Robin's son, Felix Robin." Charlotte immediately showed an unbelievable look and whispered, "She is the mother of Zimmerman Axel Robin?" The Black Dragon nodded gracefully and said, "Yes, the princess finally married the son of Grand Duke Robin, Felix Robin, who is also the mother of Zimmerman Axel Robin. Although Felix Robin was not one of the 3 great men of the empire back then, he was also a rare talent. But no one expected that they would give birth to such a son, who could not be described in words." When mentioning Zimmerman Axel Robin, even the old lizard man couldn't help but feel a heavy pressure. Back then, Zimmerman swept across the entire old world, traversing the 7 seas, and was so powerful that even the orc tribes had long heard of his name. Although Black Dragon knew that Zimmerman was already dead, he still felt pressured when he mentioned this name. The Golden Goat Rolf said with a very unpleasant face, "I didn't know that there was this princess in the team. Otherwise, I would not go up to fight even if I died." Charlotte asked back, "Didn't I say this?" Black Dragon and Chio Delu shook their heads together. Charlotte thought for a while and thought, "I didn't know that this princess was so fierce. Not only was he one of the 3 great men of the empire back then, but his son is a big shot like Zimmerman." Charlotte really didn't know how to describe his current mood. Although he thought that the second princess might be a little bit remarkable, he never thought that she was so remarkable. Charlotte sighed and said, "Next time I have something to do, I will definitely discuss it with everyone first, so as not to miss important information." Black Dragon smiled slightly and said, "Fortunately, the princess showed mercy." Charlotte pondered for a long time and asked, "How did Felix Robin die?" Black Dragon replied, "No one knows, but the official news is suicide." Charlotte shook her head. It didn't matter whether this person committed suicide or not. After giving birth to such a son, What difference would there be between suicide and death of anger? Charlotte was chatting with 3 saint-level subordinates when she heard someone outside shouting slowly, "Lord Charlotte Mechlin, Her Royal Highness wants to see you." Charlotte was a little surprised, but still asked the 3 men to stay still. He got out of the carriage by himself. When he saw a man with a feminine face, he hurriedly said respectfully, "I am Charlotte. I will go with you to see the princess." The royal families of the old continent also had eunuchs, but their number was very small. Just like Europe also had this thing, Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, Rome, and Persia had eunuchs, but they had almost no trace in history and were not well known. The identity of this feminine man could be seen from the color of his clothes. He must be the eunuch next to Princess Axel. Charlotte did not want to offend such a person, so her attitude was particularly polite. The man with a feminine face smiled slightly, said nothing, and just led the way. Charlotte followed him, and soon arrived at the central motorcade. Princess Axel's motorcade was obviously more exaggerated than Anne's. There were 5 carriages for Her Royal Highness alone, divided into different functions. Now Her Royal Highness was sitting in one of the carriages. The design of this carriage was very clever. The side compartment could be fully opened, and there was only a large chair inside, which was very suitable for meeting officials. Charlotte wanted to find a roll quietly, but she didn't expect the eunuch leading the way to shout loudly, "Charlotte Mechlin is here." Charlotte could only take a step forward and said, "The commander of the patrol army in Lukavaro district, the leader of the Knights of Favonius, the director of the Lukavaro district political affairs bureau, the special and full-power war commissioner of the Fars Empire to the Ingrima Empire, the temporary general affairs officer of Mostar Castle, Bibri City, Seagull City, Silver Pigeon Castle and Ode Mountain City, the general affairs officer of Arcadia Port, Sedona City, Solving City, Carmel Town, Interlaken City in the South Seraph region, the full-power diplomatic consul in St. Michael City and Cappadocia City, the commander of the South Seraph War Zone, the general affairs officer of the 11 cities in the Red Dragon Strait, and the commander of the Red Dragon Sea War Zone, the 23rd level 2nd level counselor Charlotte Mechlin. Meet Her Royal Highness Princess Axel. This is the necessary etiquette for meeting with members of the royal family. Charlotte was so dry-mouthed from talking all the time, and was a little annoyed by this kind of red tape. He hasn't had to pretend to be a government official for a long time, because there is no need for it anymore. Princess Axel waved slightly, and Charlotte had no choice but to walk over and bow again. This princess is extremely beautiful, and you can't even see the traces of time on her face. She looks like a girl in her 20s, still full of youth and mature feminine style. She looked at Charlotte and said calmly, "Are you the Charlotte who always claims that she is Melman's junior?" Charlotte's heart was slightly shaken, and she thought, Aniko is here too. What does this princess want to do? Yes, that's right. Her son almost married Middleman. Charlotte lowered her head slightly and said in the most sincere tone, "I did graduate from Sheffield University." The ambiguity of this sentence obviously did not satisfy the princess. Princess Axel said calmly, "I heard that you also gave Middleman a magic alchemy battleship?" Charlotte was really worried, and burst into tears. She really didn't know what to do. He summoned all his intelligence and answered calmly, "I have never owned a magic alchemy warship." Princess Axel was silent for a while, then chuckled and asked, "If you get married, will you choose Melman or Anne?" This time, Charlotte finally knew how to answer. He smiled and said, "Sorry, Princess, I have never had such a choice. Whether it's the fate controlled by the Snake of Fate, the future guided by the Lady of Black Moon, or the happiness bestowed by the Lord of Light. Whether it's my heart or everything that can be described in words, I have only ever had one girl that I admire, and that is Anna Brittany. Although you are Her Royal Highness, I also think this choice is an insult. I have never put anything or anyone together with Anne. To me, she is a unique girl, facing the only one in life. I have no choice." Chapter 380. Princess Axel was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, "I am a little envious of you 2 young people." Annie leaned gently in Aunt Karen's arms, her shoulders shaking slightly. She was moved, tears streaming down her pretty face, and whispered, "My Mr. Charlotte Mechlin." Aunt Karen gently stroked Anne's back, and was also deeply relieved. After a while, Princess Axel said, "As the Princess of the Fars Empire, I grant Lord Mechlin the status of an external envoy to the Lionheart dynasty, and the cultural commissioner of the Fars Empire to the Lionheart dynasty. Your duty is to protect Miss Anna Brittany." Charlotte was not overjoyed, but at least she was quite happy. Although she really didn't need this diplomatic identity, and it was her ideal to follow the team and protect and quietly, it seemed good to have this identity and protect and publicly. He thanked Princess Axel for her gift, and the princess waved her hand and said, "The infinite sniping war of the Byrons is too insidious and abominable. You must be careful to protect yourselves along the way. Our mission requires you to arrive at the Lionheart dynasty alive." The princess asked all the attendants to leave, but kept Charlotte and Anne. Charlotte was feeling a little nervous, and Anne ran to Princess Axel's car affectionately, whispering, "Aunt Axel, why are you scaring Charlotte like this? He is actually not very brave." Aunt Karen walked to Charlotte and whispered, "The Countess is the eldest princess, and has had a very good relationship with Princess Axel since she was a child. The princess is actually joking with you." Charlotte was stunned for a moment before she realized that according to the relationship, Princess Axel was Anne's younger aunt. Well, the Countess was Zimmerman's older aunt. This relationship is really complicated. Charlotte has always known that nobles are often relatives, but this is the first time she has seen such a complicated relationship. It was also the first time he knew that the Count of Brittany was the son-in-law of Julius Axel VI. Charlotte had never thought about her origin before, but now he truly felt that the network of nobles was indeed an advantage that young people from ordinary families could not achieve. He also understood a little bit why the emperor was a little afraid of the Count of Brittany, but still gave the count great power. After all, they were all family. Princess Axel's attitude towards Anne was like that of a kind elder. Facing a lively, lovely and pleasing younger generation, she said some very ordinary homely words, and even kept Anne and Aunt Karen, leaving Charlotte alone to go back. Although Charlotte was left behind, Princess Axel didn't actually think of saying anything to him, just for Anne. He left the princess's convoy, and suddenly had an idea, thinking, did Princess Axel also see that Black Dragon, Chio de Luo, and Old Goat are all my subordinates? Thinking of this, Charlotte smiled and thought, this mission to the Lionheart dynasty is very interesting. If even the princess will protect me, who else can I ask? The delegation traveled for more than a month before leaving the territory of Fars and entering the territory of Saint Mabigia. The Lionheart dynasty is located at the northernmost end of the continent, bordering Braun and 6 small countries, but not Fars. The Fars delegation certainly could not cross the territory of Braun, so they chose to pass through Saint Mabigia and Moldova to the Lionheart dynasty. Both countries have chosen to remain neutral, and have maintained a friendly attitude towards the Fars delegation's transit. Saint Mabigia received the Fars envoys as state guests, and sent a night group to follow the foreign envoys. In name, it was an escort, but in reality, it was also an escort. Saint Mabigia definitely did not want the Fars envoys to get into trouble in its own territory. It was not very convenient for Charlotte to meet and along the way. He also chose to practice in the dark luxury honestly, and occasionally let Sister Karen set up a dream environment and pull the 3 saint-level subordinates in to play a game. Well, the happiest one is the Old Goat, who can torture Charlotte to death. The most serious one is the Black Dragon, who will seriously instruct Charlotte in her training. The most perfunctory one is Chio Delu, who kills Charlotte directly every time he makes a move. San Mabija is a small country, and it only takes 7 or 8 days to cross the entire country. Fars's envoys quickly passed San Mabija and entered Moldova. However, compared with the peaceful journey of San Mabija, Moldova is much more chaotic. On the first day they entered Moldova, they were robbed by bandits. In fact, there are many bandits in the old world, but Charlotte rarely encounters bandits in Strasbourg where she lives all year round. It is because of the diplomatic mission to Ingramar that she saw the might of the big pirates. Well, now the biggest pirate he met is serving as a butler beside him. What Charlotte could not have imagined was that the diplomatic mission originally had its own knights. This time, the royal knights dispatched 500 people, the Brittany family dispatched 50 elite family knights, and even the high priest had a 200-man guard group. But Princess Axel designated Charlotte to deal with the bandits who blocked the road. Charlotte could only bring 3 subordinates to the front of the team. He did not bring any soldiers from the Knights of Favonius this time. After all, it was not a large-scale battle, and 3 saints were enough. If these 3 saints could not handle the problem, it is likely that the Knights of Favonius could not handle it with hundreds of thousands of people. In this world, the strong are still respected, and the battle is mainly fought by the strong. Ordinary soldiers can't play a big role. There are quite a few Moldova bandits blocking the road. After all, there are quite a lot of people in the envoy group. If there are fewer people, how can these mountains dare to block the road? There were more than 2,000 bandits, and the momentum was very huge. What made Charlotte feel the most arrogant was that this group of bandits also kidnapped the official reception group of Moldova. More than a dozen Moldova officials were hung up with long poles and fluttered in the bandits' team like flags. Of course, these officials were too fat and could not flutter themselves. It was mainly their robes that fluttered. Charlotte couldn't help shaking her head in the face of such a strange sight, and said to the three men around her, "I didn't bring many people this time, so don't be too cruel later." Although Black Dragon and Chio Deluo had followed Charlotte for a short time, Golden Goat Haralf had followed Charlotte for a long time. They all knew that the head of the Mechlin family was good at exploding soldiers. And every time he could digest the surrendered soldiers quickly. Chapter 381. Golden Goat Rolf stared at the bandits' flags, hesitated for a while, and whispered, "This bandit group is Arsène Lupin Robin's team." Charlotte asked, "Is there anything special about this guy?" Black Dragon covered his eyes, and said, "The head of the Mechlin family. He is Zimmerman's uncle." Charlotte was quite surprised. After a long while, she whispered, "In other words, he is not here to rob?" "Well, is he here to rob my sister-in-law? What should we do about this? Let Princess Axel go." Even Chio Delu couldn't help but said, "Master Mechlin, please give up those wild thoughts like weeds. It's impossible for Arsène Lupin Robin to come and rob my sister-in-law." "No, I mean to rob the princess." The three holy subordinates were silent together, and the Golden Goat Rolf wanted to complain, "From now on, I will be an orc." Charlotte didn't know what to do, so she simply summoned the magic flame horse, climbed on the horse, pulled out the collapsed mountain from the magic mirror, and rushed towards the bandits alone, shouting, "Let Arsène Lupin come out to answer." Thousands of bandits were slightly in turmoil, and soon split to both sides. A handsome man in his 40s rode out of the team and smiled, which was very sunny. Even Charlotte had to admit that this man was very handsome and elegant, with the temperament of a noble man. This thing is really not possessed by all young nobles. Anyway, the few people Charlotte had killed did not have this elegant and noble aura. "I am Arsène Lupin Robin. I am here to rob. We don't know each other, so there is no need to reminisce. Hand over all your belongings and I will let you go." Charlotte asked, "Are you a saint?" Arsène Lupin smiled and said, "Not yet." Charlotte said, "If you are not a saint, why are you bragging here?" Charlotte has been involved in a series of battles recently. Well, although he is not fighting, he has seen many saint-level battles, and they are top saint-level battles. It is hard to understand why he is not even a saint-level. Why is he running out? Arsène Lupin was obviously stunned by Charlotte's logic and asked, "What do you mean? If you are not a saint, you are not qualified to rob." Charlotte replied, "That's not what I meant. I mean..." "Okay, that's what I meant. You are also a smart person. Why do you look tired of living? Do you think that Princess Axel is your sister-in-law, so you can act like a spoiled child in such a public place?" Charlotte was really rude. His words made Arsène Lupin blush. This bandit who ranked very high in the old continent shouted, "How dare you insult me?" Charlotte asked again, "You are really not a saint, right?" Arsène Lupin replied, "Of course not. What do you think the saint is? Transcendents are rare talents in all countries, let alone saints." Charlotte asked back curiously, "You are not even a saint. Why can't I insult you?" This time, Arsène Lupin didn't waste any more time talking to Charlotte. He rode forward, drew the rapier at his waist, shook the sword flower, and stabbed Charlotte's 7 vital points. There are 6 or 7 versions of peerless swordsmanship in the old world, including the 5 sacred swordsmanship, the 7 divine swordsmanship, the 12 overlord swordsmanship, and so on. Each version has the angel thorn of Asilo. Each version also has the eagle swordsmanship of the Robin family. 5 eras ago, Soros's Robin assisted King Axel, and ascended the throne of the king from a commoner. With loyalty and bravery, iron blood and merit, he became the eternal successor of the highest title of the Fars Empire. Before Soros's appeared, the Robin family was the oldest noble family in the Ingramar Empire. The family has produced countless scholars, military strategists, adventurers, peerless generals, and rampant swordsmen. Zimmerman Axel Robin suddenly appeared, and this secret swordsmanship of the Robin family has become the best swordsmanship in the continent. Arsène Lupin has been immersed in this family swordsmanship for more than 30 years. In terms of his maturity and skill, few swordsmen in the old continent can compare with him. Charlotte is also. A newborn is not afraid of tigers. The knight's spear in his hand was thrust forward, and he used the sky-wing spear technique. The two sides fought for 17 or 18 moves in an instant, and Charlotte was actually slightly at a disadvantage. Charlotte was still surprised and thought to herself, "This guy is quite strong." Arsène Lupin was 10 times more surprised than Charlotte. Whether in the old world or the new world, saint-level warriors were the most important weapons of the country, and the top combat power in this world. Charlotte had seen many saint-level warriors, But it was just that the environment around him was like this, not that saint-level warriors were everywhere. You have to know that 2 of the 5 great empires in the old world, Fars and Byron, who put all their efforts into the battlefield of Ferlandon, only invested dozens of saint-level warriors in total, which was already the foundation of the country. The middle and high-level extraordinary people were already the backbone of a country. In the bandit industry, Arsène Lupin was at least one of the top 10 in the industry. Arsène Lupin is a high-level peak, a level 17 great knight. When he was young, he indulged in eating, drinking and having fun, and didn't practice seriously, but a level 17 great knight is really very powerful. He has never tasted defeat in Moldova, and is almost the strongest in Moldova. Although Charlotte is 2 levels lower in strength, she is good at pistols, has learned the secret teachings of the Asilo family, and has various supernatural powers. Although Arsène Lupin has a slight advantage, it is really difficult to defeat this annoying guy. After Charlotte rode the magic flame horse for a circle, when she fought with Arsène Lupin again, she lowered her voice and asked curiously, "Are you really not here to rob my sister-in-law?" Arsène Lupin's nose was almost crooked with anger, and he also cursed in a low voice, "Put away your weave-like nonsense. Princess Axel is my sponsor, and I came to rob her with a tacit understanding." Charlotte's eyes were bright, and she didn't relax the collapsed mountain in her hand at all. She shot one shot after another, as if she wanted to stab this Uncle Robin to death, but she asked, "Why did Princess Axel sponsor you? Why did you leave Robin's house? I'm very curious. I have many questions to ask." Arsène Lupin was helpless. He didn't expect Princess Exalagon to let such a young man come over. He whispered, "Zimmerman has so many romantic debts, of course, he has illegitimate children. He has offended too many people, and some single mothers can't raise these children. Princess Axelo asked me to take these children away from Fars, and come to Moldova to raise these children." Charlotte thought for a while and whispered, "Are these children considered Princess Axelo's grandchildren?" Arsène Lupin was almost mad and cursed, "Of course." Charlotte shook her hand and shot, forced Arsène Lupin away, and said, "Then I will retreat first." Chapter 382. Arsène Lupin. Robin couldn't help but curse, "Get lost." Charlotte retreated with the magic flame horse, and when he returned to the 3 saint-level subordinates, he saw a caravan coming out of the team. Arsène Lupin had someone take over the caravan, and then he led the bandits away, and before leaving, he didn't forget to give Charlotte a slender middle finger. Charlotte was thinking about what was wrong with this matter, and the eunuch from last time came over and said, "Princess Axel wants you to come over." Charlotte did not bring the 3 saint-level subordinates with him. Although Princess Akiso should have known about this, he could not do it too blatantly. When he arrived in front of Princess Akiso's carriage, he heard a voice ringing in his ear. "It is not very convenient for me to send things every time. I wonder if Lord Mechalon can help me send daily necessities to Arsène Lupin twice a year in the future." Charlotte was a little surprised and wanted to ask back. Such a large group of bandits can't support themselves, and still rely on the princess's sister-in-law to send supplies? This guy is quite useless. But he said, as long as the princess orders, Charlotte will definitely go all out. In fact, Charlotte really has some misunderstandings about the nobles in this world. Even if the people on Earth are not good at financial management, they know some trade rules accumulated by humans for thousands of years, and simple common sense of doing business. But the nobles in this world mainly rely on collecting taxes from the territory to make a living. How can they have any means of business? They don't even have the most basic concept of trade. Financial management is more difficult for them to understand than extraordinary secrets. Arsène Lupin was originally a young man who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. He lived a luxurious life, and spent money lavishly. Although he took on the responsibility of being an uncle after his brother committed suicide and raised his nephew's illegitimate children, and raised a bandit group in Moldova, Moldova was not a wealthy country. He robbed several lords around him, and made them penniless, but he still couldn't make ends meet. He could only ask for help from Princess Axo, and ask for 1 or 2 batches of funding every year. Princess Axo whispered, "Thank you Lord Mechalon for your help. I will ask my father to give you a rich fiefdom." Charlotte was overjoyed. Although he controlled more than 10 cities, they were basically general affairs officials, not fiefdoms. Although for him, there was not much difference between general affairs officials and lords, and he did not expect taxes anyway, but relied on trade to accumulate wealth. But having a fiefdom was legitimate after all. After experiencing a robbery, the envoys did not move forward and settled in a small town on the border of Moldova. Charlotte led a group of Brittany knights and obeyed them to patrol the city. As expected, they coincidentally rescued the Moldova reception staff. Looking at the more than 10 disheveled Moldova officials, He couldn't help asking, Arsène Lupin is so arrogant. Have you ever thought of encircling him? A middle-aged Moldova official with a bitter face said in frustration, Moldova is just a small country. There are no strong people. Even the captain of the royal guard was defeated by him. There is really no way to deal with this big bandit. Charlotte's heart moved slightly, and she asked, if there are no strong men, just use numbers to pile up. How come you have hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Moldova? You can kill him even if you pile them up. The middle-aged official was shocked and shouted, where are there hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Charlotte's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she said, there must be tens of thousands of soldiers? Tens of thousands of soldiers can also defeat Arsène Lupin. The middle-aged official looked even more bitter, and said, there are not even tens of thousands. The royal guards are only 3,000 people. We only have 6 feudal nobles in Moldova. Their troops have to protect themselves, and are unwilling to send troops to help. Even if the private knights of these nobles are counted, there are only 10,000 people. Charlotte's eyes were bright as stars, and she asked, so, Moldova can't do anything to Arsène Lupin? The middle-aged official had no idea what dangerous thoughts were going through Charlotte's mind, and said honestly, not only can they not do anything to Arsène Lupin, but even the other big bandits can't do anything to them. Charlotte nodded, drew out the blood rose, pointed at the dozen officials and said, I give you a choice, be loyal to me, or die. The dozen officials were stunned. The middle-aged official exclaimed, you are the official envoys of Fars. Charlotte said calmly, sorry, I'm a pirate. He turned his head, and said to the golden goat Rolf, tell them who you are. The old goat shouted with a gloating look on his face, I am the golden goat Rolf. The Fars people took away St. Michael's Island. Now I am taking my men to land and looking for a place to stay. If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly, otherwise I will throw you to the orcs as food. The golden goat Rolf reached out and patted Chio Deluo, and the orc saint transformed and restored his original appearance, a huge silverback ape. He roared to the sky, I eat 100 people every day. If you refuse to surrender, you will all be desserts for dinner. Where have these more than 10 Moldova officials seen such a ferocious orc? The Principality of Moldova is right between St. Mabigia and Byron. In addition to the Lionheart dynasty, it also borders another small country, Parmas. St. Mabigia is relatively peace-loving. The vampires of Byron have no interest in Moldova, because Moldova is full of mountains, and its most famous specialty is bandits. The Lionheart dynasty also thinks Moldova is too poor, and the land is too barren to be worth occupying. Although Parmas and Moldova are adjacent, they are separated by the Gons Mountains. Even the extraordinary people have a hard time crossing it, let alone ordinary troops. Therefore, they have seen peace for hundreds of years, and at most they are troubled by too many bandits. Chio Delu's hard work made the more than 10 Moldova officials lose their hearts, and choose to surrender obediently. After forcing them to surrender, Charlotte asked in detail how many cities there were in Moldova, how many people lived in each city, and the strength of the knights in various places. Soon, she made a plan to attack the nearest barony of Sigma. Charlotte brought more than 10 knights from the house of Brittany, who were temporarily led by Anne, and also forcibly incorporated more than 10 civil officials, who received the envoys into the team, and headed straight for the barony of Sigma. The barony of Sigma was only a few dozen kilometers away from the small city where the envoys were stationed. Charlotte led this small group of knights, riding light and fast horses, and arrived at the Sigma castle before dawn. He forced the Moldova officials who had just surrendered to knock on the city gate, saying that the Grand Duke of Moldova had sent an envoy with something extremely important, and that Baron Sigma had to receive him personally. Baron Sigma had no idea that someone had led a group of just over 10 people to attack his castle, and when he recognized that the leader was indeed an official of the Grand Duke of Moldova, he opened the city gate and let Charlotte and the others in. It only took Charlotte half an hour to capture Baron Sigma alive and capture the castle. Chapter 383. As a time traveler, Charlotte was free from the rules and regulations of the nobles in this world. He did something very bold. First, he packed up Baron Sigma's family and sent them to Cappadocia overnight. He also announced that the Baron's land and property would be given to every resident of Sigma Castle, and at the same time announced that taxes would never be levied. His announcement did not arouse much enthusiasm. After all, many people had doubts, but it still moved a group of people and won the support of a small number of local residents. Charlotte then recruited soldiers in the Baron's castle and formed a team of 600 people. They set out again before dawn to attack the next city. Princess Axel, Anne, Sister Karen, and Grand Priest Augsraden woke up the next day and still did not see the Moldova officials who received them, nor did they see Charlotte return, so they waited obediently for a day according to the rules. They were a foreign envoy, and according to reason, they could not act arbitrarily without the reception of local officials. As a result, the whole day passed without seeing the reception official, let alone Charlotte, who should have returned long ago, and was a little impatient. She wanted to go out of the city to find Charlotte, but was persuaded by Aunt Karen. Charlotte had 3 saints around her, so it was basically impossible for anything to happen. If the 3 saints could not protect him, they would only cause trouble. Anne's reason told her that Aunt Karen was right, but her emotions made her like an ant on a hot pot. She ran to Princess Axel's residence 3 times a day, making Princess Axel want to go out to find someone herself. Charlotte kept on marching for several days, attacking cities, and defeating enemies along the way. Only on the 5th day did Charlotte send someone to deliver a letter to Princess Axel. The content of the letter was very simple, with only one sentence. 16 cities in Moldova voted to pledge allegiance to Miss and to Breton. The remaining cities are in heated discussions, and will have confirmation soon. Princess Axel almost thought that what Charlotte sent her was the beginning of his new novel. Although the princess had a daring son, and was used to young people doing earth-shattering things, she was still shocked and spilled a cup of coffee. In front of the Grand Priest Augsrating, she said, "Why is Lord Mechlin so aggressive?" The Grand Priest Augsrating replied at that time. He also took over St. Michael's Island when he was on a diplomatic mission to Ingrima last time. Well, the first and second envoys of the diplomatic mission all knew about the existence of the old goat. Princess Axel was silent for a long time before she said, "Madavar will definitely protest to his father." This sentence, as the end of the meeting that day, had the magic of prophecy. The next day of the meeting, Charlotte sent a document that said something sad. The event. The Grand Duke of Moldova was unfortunately assassinated by the sniper of Baron. This news made Princess Axel sigh, and then she banned the envoys from discussing the matter. Well, this time Charlotte did not lie. It was really the sniper of Baron who killed the Grand Duke of Moldova. After learning that Moldova was weak and its military was empty, Charlotte hurriedly launched the war with only a few dozen people. The war in this world is determined by the extraordinary. Charlotte has 3 saints under her command, which can be called the army is fierce and the miles are crazy. Several cities were captured in 1 day, and 16 cities in Moldova were captured in 5 days. And with these 16 cities as the foundation, he organized a new Favonius Knights of 7,000 people, and the army was heading towards Liguria, the capital of Moldova. When he was fighting with the Moldova Royal Guard, he spread a message that the Grand Duke of Moldova intended to surrender. Charlotte originally wanted to dampen the morale of the royal family, but because she was used to being a novelist, her description was too realistic, causing the Baron snipers lurking in Moldova to believe it without a doubt. In order to prevent Moldova from falling to farce, they decisively assassinated the Grand Duke of Moldova. Charlotte didn't know what these Baron vampires were thinking. Did they use their brains to think? Anyway, the news reached the front line, and the Moldova Royal Guards, who were fighting with Charlotte, turned against Charlotte. The captain of the guard, who couldn't even beat Charlotte in a duel, had only one request when he surrendered. He must kill the Baron assassin. Charlotte swallowed up the Moldova Royal Guards, and entered the Moldova capital Liguria without bloodshed, and announced that the principality changed its flag and pledged allegiance to Anne of Brittany. Princess Axel received the news that Moldova had declared its allegiance to, and on the night when she received the news that Grand Duke Axel had been assassinated, the princess hesitated for a long time and recognized Anne's rule over Moldova on behalf of the Fars Empire. After Anne learned of the princess's decision, the first reaction of the Brittany lady was, "I'm going to find my father, or my brother. This matter. It's a big deal." Charlotte was so excited at this time that she divided her troops to attack the other 5 feudal nobles in Moldova. Before he crossed over, there was no unknown land on earth. Even if online novels wanted to be unrivaled, they could only find small opportunities to establish a new country in the gaps of history, such as before World War I, reincarnated into the British royal family, awarded Australia, landed in the United States, started to make a fortune in Chinatown, and went to Mexico to become a military oligarchy. In short, there is no room for keyboard military strategists to play on the modern earth. Moldova's military is so weak, and the opportunity is so favorable. The Grand Duke of Moldova was killed by the sniper of Baron. Now no one cares about the Moldova people. In fact, Charlotte attacked them inexplicably. They only remember that the Baron people killed their Grand Duke and clamored to take revenge on Baron. Such an atmosphere of public opinion saved Charlotte a lot of effort. For nobles of the Moldova fiefdom swore allegiance to Miss Anne of Brittany. When the troops were approaching, another noble who resisted was thrown off the wall by the old goat who broke into his castle, which he thought was well guarded, and died on the spot. On the 18th day of the war, Charlotte announced the unification of the entire Moldova. This impromptu war was later called the 18-Day War. I don't know how many historians, when studying this period of history, racked their brains, but couldn't figure out why Charlotte Mechlin suddenly attacked the Principality of Moldova at that time. Although the subsequent war proved the importance of the sudden attack, and was also a turning point in the war between the two major military groups, no one could figure out Charlotte's motive for launching the war. At least a dozen historians wrote in the research documents, "Well, this is very Charlotte Mechlin." Chapter 384. A common problem among time travelers is getting carried away easily. After Charlotte unified Moldova, his excitement passed. After calming down, he couldn't figure out why he suddenly became impulsive. And how the hell did he really conquer Moldova? If he had a system like other time travelers, he would definitely ask a question quickly. I accidentally conquered a country. What should I do next? Waiting online. Urgent. Urgent. Well, this system must have social functions. Charlotte stood on the top of Liguria, the capital of Moldova, looking at the envoys coming from afar, and said to the three saints around her, I want to accompany and to the Lionheart dynasty. Who of you will stay here to manage Moldova? Charlotte's three saints, in addition to their personal strength, are all excellent talents. It goes without saying that the Golden Goat Rolf can occupy St. Michael Island, have a huge force, and be one of the top 10 pirates. Kudero was the second person in the orc camp at the beginning. He was considered to be both civil and military among the orcs. If he was not plotted against, he would never submit to anyone. He was not even convinced by the king of 10,000 lions, Amos Fides. The old lizardman was even more resourceful. Not to mention among the orcs, even among humans there were very few people who were as good at political schemes as him. Any of these three people had enough ability to govern Moldova. The Golden Goat Rolf was afraid that his business would be taken away by others, so he was the first to say, I am willing to stay in Moldova. Charlotte nodded and said, Then let Chio Delu stay here, and you and Black Dragon will go to the Lionheart dynasty with me. The old goat was almost mad. Charlotte did not explain why she did not dare to leave him behind, and led a large team down the city wall, out of Liguria City, to meet Princess Axel. Princess Axel, Grand Priest Oxraden, and all had a strange feeling when they saw Charlotte. They were supposed to be received by Grand Duke Moldova and pass through this small country to enter the Lionheart dynasty, but they didn't expect Moldova to suddenly disappear. This is so embarrassing. Charlotte was calm and composed. When she saw Princess Axel, she whispered, If Arsène Lupin needs any supplies in the future, he can come to Liguria City to get them. It can save a lot of convenience. Princess Axel hesitated and said, If I hadn't known that Zimmerman was dead, I would have thought I saw this disturbing son again. Even I can't solve this problem. I can recognize Anne's rule over Moldova on behalf of Fars, but my father will definitely overturn this decision. I can only buy you a few more months. Other countries on the continent will definitely not recognize this occupation. You figure out what to do next. I can't do anything about it. Charlotte was beaded with sweat after hearing what Princess Axel said. She whispered, At worst, I just give it back to the Moldova people. The old goat muttered, Impossible. Didn't you ask me to kill all the relatives of the Grand Duke of Moldova? There is no legal heir to Moldova now. Charlotte hastily argued, I didn't ask you to do this. The old goat chuckled and said nothing, but the blame was firmly placed on Charlotte's head. Princess Axel originally thought that even if there were any disturbances during this mission, they would happen in the Lionheart dynasty, and she would have to compete with the Byrons. She never thought that something big would happen in Moldova. She never thought that there would be young people in the world who could cause trouble like her son. Her Highness always thought that Zimmerman was the pinnacle of troublemakers. She didn't expect Charlotte to rise to the top. Princess Axel thought that she had done her best, and no matter how many pots were piled up, she couldn't fix it. Even if it was her own son who caused such a thing, she wanted to let it go, not to mention that Charlotte and were not married yet. Princess Axel and two deputy envoys entered Liguria City. She felt tired and planned to leave for the Lionheart dynasty tomorrow. She would never care about Moldova's mess again. Charlotte received the envoys to Liguria City. He had not been idle during this period. He had issued countless documents to 32 countries in the Old World, announcing that Moldova had a new ruler. He also didn't know what the result of this matter would be. Charlotte also felt that the countries in the Old World would most likely not recognize the new Moldova. As for how these countries would react, that means even the Serpent of Fate doesn't know. The next morning, when the delegation set off, Charlotte left Chio Delu behind, took Black Dragon and Old Goat to follow the delegation, walked in Moldova for a few days, and finally entered the Lionheart dynasty. At the border of the Lionheart dynasty, Charlotte saw a night group, and was quite uneasy in his heart, wondering if the Lionheart dynasty would interfere in Moldova's internal affairs and push himself and out of politics. He soon saw an acquaintance, who was also his only acquaintance in the Lionheart dynasty, Conro. Charlotte didn't know Conro's identity yet, but she knew that he was the special envoy of the Lionheart Emperor Baldwin Asa, and he also handed over documents such as the Lionheart dynasty's official positions, government affairs, and citizenship to her, and Conro saw Charlotte, smiled slightly, and said a few words to a young man beside him. The young man rode out of the queue with a smile and said, "Princess Axel, please allow me to say a few words to Lord Mechlin first." Princess Axel said lightly, "Okay." The young man took out a document and said, "As the Crown Prince of the Lionheart dynasty, I present my credentials to the new ruler of the Principality of Moldova, Duchess and of Brittany. Our country recognizes the legitimate rule of Duchess and of Brittany over Moldova, and cordially hopes that the two countries can establish friendly diplomatic relations." Charlotte was completely stunned. His first reaction was, "You are the Crown Prince." Conro smiled and said, "That's right. He is His Royal Highness Crown Prince Brunhild Asa." Charlotte whispered in an unbelievable tone, "You admit it now?" Conro smiled faintly and said, "And, Duchess of Brittany, obtained the right to rule the Principality of Moldova through legal procedures. Why doesn't the Lionheart dynasty admit it? We are also very happy that we have a friendly and kind neighbor on the border. Next, we, the Lionheart dynasty, are willing to have deeper exchanges with the Principality of Moldova in terms of economy, culture, religion, politics, and commerce. Mr. Charlotte Mechlin, I believe you will not reject our country's kindness, right?" Charlotte answered decisively, "Moldova has been on good terms with the Lionheart dynasty for generations, and the friendship has lasted for a long time, and is as solid as a rock." Chapter 385. Charlotte had never thought that his attack on Moldova and his occupation would be recognized by the Lionheart dynasty. And it was the highest level of recognition. The Crown Prince Brunhild Asa personally presented the letter of credence. There is no more formal ceremony than this. Charlotte also understood that the Lionheart dynasty was willing to recognize this matter, and a big reason was that they hoped to have a friendly neighbor on the border. The former Grand Duke of Moldova was probably not very friendly to the Lionheart dynasty. For the Lionheart dynasty, Moldova is a place that has no value to rule. You have to know that Arsène Lupin lives a hard life as a bandit in Moldova, and needs Princess Axel's support twice a year. Even the bandits have such a hard life. How do ordinary residents of Moldova live? It's easy to imagine. Charlotte doesn't mind at all. Establishing the most friendly relationship with the Lionheart dynasty will definitely make Moldova right next to the Lionheart dynasty. If the lion sneezes, Moldova will have to catch a cold for His Majesty Emperor Baldwin Asa. Crown Prince Brunhild Asa handed over the credentials to Charlotte, and went to talk to Princess Axel. After all, Princess Axel came on behalf of the Fars Empire and her status was too important. Charlotte withdrew the envoys, and handed the credentials of the Lionheart dynasty to Anne. And looked at the document, and felt like she was in a dream. She was a dreamer, but she had never had this moment. She always thought she was dreaming, but she couldn't wake up. And whispered, "Among the 33 countries in the old continent, have we been recognized by 2 countries?" Charlotte smiled and said, "Yes, and it is one of the 5 great empires." And still couldn't believe it. What Charlotte did was too fantastic. It was even more fantastic than a dream walker, and even more fantastic than a fantasy dream. When she was a child, Aunt Karen had never made up such a bizarre dream when she coaxed her to sleep. The envoys of Fars, received by Crown Prince Brunhild Asa, went straight to Asa Castle, the capital of the Lionheart dynasty. The royal family of the Lionheart dynasty was named Asa, and the capital of the Lionheart dynasty was also Asa Castle. Along the way, Charlotte received the warmest hospitality. The biography of Charles the Lionheart he wrote could be seen everywhere in the Lionheart dynasty. Almost every official of the Lionheart dynasty he met had read this novel. At every banquet hosted by the Lionheart dynasty to receive the envoys, someone would greet him and talk about this novel with solid historical materials. Every great achievement of Charles the Lionheart that Charlotte fabricated had been verified. Not only did scholars prove that some of the contents of the novel were in line with historical facts and secretly coincided with some ancient records, but even the most famous philosopher in the world today, Borodin, who was worshipped by the royal family of the Lionheart dynasty, praised this novel endlessly. The great philosopher praised this book as the first wonderful book in the world. The Lionheart dynasty even ordered 100,000 copies from Anne's bookstore because of this comment, and added a new version with the great philosopher's comments on the title page. In addition to banquets, Charlotte was praised by countless people every day. Her life in the Lionheart dynasty was much more comfortable than in Fars. More than a month passed, and they finally arrived at the capital of the Lionheart dynasty, Asa Castle. As soon as they entered Asa Castle, the envoys checked into the Cold Spring Palace. Normal foreign envoys would naturally stay in the embassy area, where there are special reception inns, but this envoy was arranged to stay in the Cold Spring Palace where the Asa royal family spent the summer. The reception standard was unparalleled. In addition to the fact that Princess Axel's status was indeed transcendent, almost everyone knew that it was because the author of the Lionheart biography, and Macran, was also in the envoy. Almost everyone knew about the Lionheart dynasty. This novel was dictated by Charlotte Macran and published by Anne of Brittany with great effort. Well, no one dared to separate the two. Because Baldwin Asa repeatedly said that he would officiate the wedding for the two in the future, Julius Axel VI must not be allowed to interfere in this matter. Baldwin Asa's original words were, "Why let the Emperor of Fars officiate at the wedding of our great writer of the Lionheart dynasty? He should be busy fighting. He is a rough man and doesn't understand cultural matters." On the third day of entering Asa Castle, Princess Axel had not yet met with His Majesty Emperor Baldwin Asa, but the Lionheart Emperor had already sent a private invitation to invite Charlotte and Anne to the Lionheart Palace for a banquet. When Charlotte stepped into the Lionheart Palace, she knew that the meal she had would definitely become a record in history. Well, His Majesty Emperor Baldwin Asa really called the historian over. Charlotte had never met Julius Axel VI, but he had met Emperor Alfred Guillaume of Ingramar, and this time he met the current Lionheart King Baldwin Asa, which made Charlotte feel very strange. Emperor Baldwin Asa was even more friendly than the young Red Dragon Emperor. When he saw Charlotte and Anne, he raised his hand and said, "Today, Lord Mechlin and Lord Brittany can come to the Lionheart Palace, which is a day that can be recorded in the annals of history. Cheers to the great King Charles the Lionheart." How could the officials of the Lionheart dynasty remain silent when His Majesty the Emperor toasted? Charlotte and Anne were also forced to toast together, and the atmosphere of the banquet became heated. People kept asking Charlotte about the novels. Charlotte was sweating profusely. There were some questions that he really didn't know how to answer. Those novels were not written by him. He just memorized the novels he had read in his previous life. Moreover, Charlotte understood that she was the most sensible person, and should never mention the book of the biography of the Lionheart King again. She must not mention any details about the novel, let alone change a word without authorization. This book has become the cultural belief of the Lionheart dynasty. Anyone who tries to change or interpret it will be despised by the masses, even if that person is the author. After figuring this out, Charlotte no longer talked about the Lionheart biography. After secretly reminding Anne, she started talking about the new novel. After all, he is a graduate of Sheffield University, and is well versed in the history of the Lionheart dynasty. At the banquet, he compiled the stories of the three most loyal subordinates of the Lionheart King Charles into 10,000 knights, revealing the plot to the nobles attending the banquet. These three most loyal subordinates of King Charles, the Lionheart, are also the three founding dukes of the Lionheart dynasty. The titles are still the most powerful families in the Lionheart dynasty. Their descendants have branched out and formed a very complex blood network. Charlotte only mentioned a few words, and the eyes of the nobles present were all shining. After a while, an old noble came to him, lowered his voice, and said, "Mr. Mechlin, I heard that your new novel will write about my ancestors. I have a lot of first-hand information in my family. I am willing to give it to you for your reference when you are writing." Chapter 386. After the banquet, Charlotte returned to Lingchuan Palace and received information from more than 10 big families of the Lionheart dynasty. Lionheart gold coins counted in boxes. Lionheart gold coins are almost equivalent to ECU in gold pounds. The exchange rate of gold pounds is slightly higher than ECU, and the purchasing power is about equivalent to 21,000 renminbi. The purchasing power of 1 ECU is about equivalent to more than 18,000 renminbi. The purchasing power of 1 Lionheart gold coin is also slightly higher than ECU, but slightly lower than gold pounds, and the purchasing power is equivalent to 19,000 renminbi to 20,000. Of course, Charlotte took the opportunity to take notes of the nobles who sent her the information, and gave each of them a highly literary compliment. Well, this was the night of the banquet. The next morning, Charlotte received 20 times as much information as the night of the banquet. Even Anne couldn't help but say, "How can we move this?" when she saw the boxes of Lionheart gold coins. This problem was solved before noon. Baldwin Asa sent people to Cold Spring Palace and gave Charlotte a house, which was in the core area of Asa Castle. It was originally the mansion of an earl, but the earl had difficulty in having children. It's not the kind of difficulty of not being able to give birth to a son, but the kind of difficulty of giving birth to a bunch of prodigal sons. For several generations, there was no talent promoted to extraordinary talents, and they all spent money. In the end, the earl's property was squandered and even the title was sold. The laws of the major empires of the old continent do not support the sale of titles. But the last heir of the earl's family was a prodigal genius. He took the buyer as his godson, and after receiving the money, he passed on the title to the buyer. This is really a plot that even online novels dare not write, because readers will scold it for being unreasonable. At that time, the emperor was furious and took back the title and confiscated the earl's mansion. It was a big event that shocked the Lionheart dynasty. Charlotte was a little excited when she got the real estate documents. This is the earl's mansion. Although he actually controlled many cities, he had no real estate legally. The duke's residence in Moldova was not even as good as the Pigeon Castle in Columbus. After all, Columbus was a wealthy city, and Behemoth was also a wealthy principality not far from the capital Strasbourg. The prosperity of Asa Castle in the Lionheart dynasty was not inferior to Strasbourg, and the earl's residence in Asa Castle was not inferior to the residence of the Count of Brittany at number 58, 6th Avenue, Valdoise. It is just a small matter to pack dozens of boxes of Lionheart gold coins. There is also a small episode in this, in the old world, just like the mansion of the minister of the family, which also has the function of a government department. The mansion of the earl also has some functions of handling government affairs. In fact, it is not allowed for ordinary people to own it, and even the richest merchants are not allowed to buy such mansions. Charlotte herself is not qualified to own a duke's mansion. But in can, so when this mansion was given, it was in the name of the Duchess of Brittany. Until this moment, Charlotte and Anne vaguely felt that maybe their pranks were about to become real. The two of them took the knights of the Brittany family and the royal guards that Charlotte brought from Moldova, and went to the new Duchess of Brittany's mansion with great interest. Before the two of them had a firm foothold, someone came to visit them. This visitor was very unexpected to Charlotte. Julian brought a young lady and asked to see, and in the name of the Byron envoys, Charlotte Mecklen's status was not high enough, so she could not have a name in such a formal occasion, and did not want to meet the diplomat from Byron. After all, the two countries were still at war, so Charlotte met this friend alone at the Duke of Brittany's residence. Julian came up and gave him a hug, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for your mercy." Charlotte was confused, but of course when she saw the girl next to Julian, she suddenly realized and shouted, "What is Julia's relationship with you?" Julian said, "My sister." When you signed up for Chienin, Sister Yulia knew she had done something wrong. She hurriedly signed up and chose to run away. Thank you for hearing her name and not choosing to kill her. On behalf of the Asilo family, I would like to express my most sincere thanks. On my own behalf, I feel that you value this friendship, Charlotte. Although war is war, but I am really grateful. Yulia whispered, "I was afraid that you didn't hear the origin of my name, so I specifically said, when the war is over, I will invite you to a dance at Star Castle." The girl gently pressed her not-so-protruding chest and said, "Thank goodness you heard it. I turned around and left. I sensed your killing intent several times, but you finally gave up and shot me. Thank you so much." Charlotte nodded and accepted the gratitude of the two people calmly. Julian laughed and said, "I didn't know how to express my gratitude, but fortunately, you made trouble again recently, so I had the opportunity to express my gratitude. On behalf of the Byron Empire, I recognize that the Duchy of Moldova is under the rule of Miss Anne of Brittany, and recognize Miss Anne of Brittany as the new Grand Duke of Moldova. If Moldova is willing to remain neutral and not participate in the war, I am willing to send diplomatic personnel to establish normal diplomatic relations. If you have no intention of participating in the war, Yulia wants to apply to be the first Byron ambassador to Moldova." Charlotte's first reaction was not joy, but damn confusion. He said he could not think of anything, the second country to recognize Anne's rule over Moldova. Well, actually the third one, it was Byron. Princess Axel recognized the new Grand Duke of Moldova on behalf of Fars, which was still a private recognition, but whether it was the Lionheart dynasty or Byron, it was a formal diplomatic recognition. Julian even brought a formal letter of credence. It was obvious that they had come all the way from the border to Asa Castle, and Julian had taken a lot of trouble for this matter. Charlotte hugged Julian and said, "Thank you very much." Julian also hugged Charlotte and said, "Thank you too. Although war is cruel, I don't know what to do without Julia. She is an indispensable part of my life." Charlotte wanted to invite Julian to dinner, but Julian refused. After all, Fars and Byron were still at war. Both of them were diplomats. Although their positions were high and low, they were very sensitive, and it was not appropriate for them to stay together for a long time. Having a meal together was a clear political signal. Charlotte had no choice but to let Julian and Julia leave on their own. They couldn't even go to the gate. That was also a dangerous political signal. This was the politics that Charlotte couldn't understand. Chapter 387. After sending Julian and Julia away, Charlotte still felt like he was in a dream. He really didn't realize at the time what was so special about Julia's name. He didn't think much about the meaning of the Star Castle ball mentioned by the girl. He simply didn't have such a murderous intent. Charlotte really didn't expect that just because of such a small detail, she would get a reward from Julian. Got the letter from Byron. Obviously, Byron didn't want to open up a new battlefield. Especially, even if Moldova is conquered, it cannot pose a threat to Fars, because Moldova and Fars are not adjacent, and there is a Saint Mabigia in between. Now, like Fars, Byron has a tight military force and does not divide its troops in Moldova, which has no strategic value. Among them, Julian mobilized the huge political potential of the Asilo family, which was also the most critical link. The three vampire royal families, the Vango clan, stayed away from politics and kept their whereabouts mysterious. In fact, it was the Arthur family and the Asilo family who controlled the supreme power of Byron. Perhaps for Moldova, this is a matter of life and death, a matter of regime change, but for a great empire like Bayern, it is just a trivial matter. Although Fars's recognition is still only in the private name of Princess Axel, now she has dreamily obtained the official letters of the Lionheart dynasty in Bayern, as well as official recognition, and is expected to establish diplomatic relations. In other words, Charlotte originally thought that she would hand over Moldova in disgrace under the condemnation of various countries, but now she is step by step on the road to the throne of, and Duchess of Brittany. Moldova is an independent principality, and it has a different political meaning from Behemoth, a principality that is loyal to the Fars royal family. It can be said that, except for being too poor, Moldova is a very interesting place. Charlotte shook his head. Although he did it, he still felt that it was absurd. He took the letter sent by Julian to find Anne, and was also very surprised when she saw the letter from Byron. The 5 major empires of the Old World have been recognized by 3 empires, which means that even if the other 29 countries refuse to recognize it, Anne of Brittany has enough legal basis to inherit and rule the Principality of Moldova. In the next few days, Princess Axel represented Fars, and held rounds of negotiations with officials at all levels of the Lionheart dynasty. Although the Lionheart dynasty had a good impression of Charlotte, becoming a character in classic literature was a shortcut to becoming famous in history. An unknown Taoist priest on Earth, who no one would remember unless they checked historical records, could become a household name just because he was written into a martial arts novel. Even in the Old World, many small characters became history because they mixed into classic literary works. No noble can resist the temptation of being recorded in history. The literature of the Old World is not very developed, and there are almost no particularly influential novelists. At present, Anne Mecklin has emerged, and several consecutive novels have been bestsellers in the Old World. Even every month, at least tens of thousands of novels are shipped to the New World. Other novels are fine, but the biography of King Lionheart describes Charles, the founding emperor of the Lionheart dynasty, as if he were a god walking on earth. He has made countless great achievements and encountered countless difficulties, but he overcame them one by one and achieved great achievements. The people of the Lionheart dynasty, from top to bottom, blushed while reading. Everyone blushed because they knew that King Lionheart Charles was not so glorious. But the novel was written like this. As Lionheart people, how could they object? Besides, isn't this history? But goodwill is goodwill, and national cause is no joke. Emperor Baldwin Asa is in his prime, compared to Emperor Julius Axel VI of Fars, who is already old and frail, and the Red Dragon Emperor of Ingramar is still too young. This emperor is diligent and hard-working, and his authority is at its peak. The country is also thriving because of the emperor's diligence. No one would object to giving Charlotte endless benefits, but forming an alliance with Fars is a national event, and no one is emotional. This mission was destined to be a long one. And soon, the envoys of Byron also began to move, confronting the envoys of Fars everywhere. This time, Byron also sent 2 saints to take action. Although they were not as imposing as Princess Axel, they were still able to hold their own. At this time, Charlotte wisely hid. Although he was also a member of the Fars envoys, he did not want to speak nonsense, and was inexperienced, but with the guidance of Aunt Karen, she also learned to keep a low profile. Soon, the Lionheart dynasty gave Anne a new identity, and got her out of the Fars envoys. After all, Anne is now the Grand Duke and of Brittany in the Principality of Moldova. In terms of identity, She is above any diplomat and her status is equal to that of Princess Axel. Baron's diplomatic mission did not make any progress, but at this time, the news of Moldova's change of flag had spread to the 33 countries of the old continent. When the Count of Brittany received the news, he called his son over and said lightly, "Something bad has happened to your sister." Antonio was shocked and shouted angrily, "I have warned Charlotte Mechlin not to have an illegitimate child. He actually ignored my warning and did such a shameless thing. Isn't this ruining the reputation of our Brittany family? The only solution now is to let them get married as soon as possible and not let this news leak out. Father, for the reputation of the Brittany family, you should make a decision quickly. Otherwise it will be too late." The Count of Brittany took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to kill this unknown rebellious son, and said calmly, "It's not this." Antonio was stunned and asked, "What else can be called a big deal by my father?" The Count of Brittany said calmly, "Charlotte led our knights to attack Moldova." Antonio was shocked and said, "How can he be so reckless? What about the condemnation of various countries? Father, we must show our support." The Count of Brittany placed several documents in front of his son and said, "Princess Axel has admitted it." Antonio breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Aunt still favors Anne." The Count of Brittany continued, "The Lionheart King also admitted it." Antonio shouted, "How is it possible? This is absolutely impossible." Brittany ignored his son, who was shocked and out of control, and said, "The Byron Empire also admitted it. Ingrima's letter is still on the way, but their ambassador has received a magic message, expressing his approval of this matter. 4 of the 5 empires have already recognized it, and 3 of them have even issued official letters of credence." Antonio has seen many storms before, but he has never seen such a storm. He whispered, "Now Charlotte." The Count of Brittany said, "Not Charlotte Mechlin, it's your sister Anne. I originally thought that you were the most promising person in our Brittany family. I always hoped that your sister would have a safe environment to grow up, not feel the filth of politics, not be polluted by society, and always be the purest girl. But your sister is now, Anne of Brittany, Grand Duchess of Moldova. Son, you have to work hard." Chapter 388. When the Count said these words, his tone was a little sour. Antonio and his father had the same emotional resonance. If he could change his name, the eldest son of the Brittany family would like to change his name to Antonio Brittany, also sour. The Count of Brittany's life was like a legend. He was the strongest man in Fars, and made great contributions to the empire. He was like a stabilizing force in Fars. But the Count's lifelong wish was to make his family go further, and become a duke, but unfortunately, at the highest level, this level is even more insurmountable than the insurmountable class. The Breton family still has a long way to go to be promoted to a duke family. Who knows when Julius Axel VI will grant it? The Count of Brittany even has a feeling that he will never become the Duke of Brittany. How could he not know that the Emperor is deeply afraid of him and the Breton family? In fact, the Brittany family is very powerful. There are more than 10 people in the Saint rank alone. The Count of Brittany himself is the strongest in the empire, and his eldest son is the strongest in the future. There are even rising stars, like Claire Brittany in the family. Even the dream walker Karen of the Saint rank is used to coax the children of the family into dreams. It is not difficult to conquer a small country, but it is difficult to gain recognition from various countries. How many years has the Golden Goat Rolf occupied St. Michael Island? Has any country ever recognized him? Even when the Red Dragon Emperor led his subordinates to the 3 islands of Inglyma, Duke Robin has never recognized the rule of the Guillaume family over Inglyma. As an old noble family in Inglyma, the Robin family also has its own duchy in the 3 islands of Inglyma, and the emperors of the Guillaume family have tacitly acknowledged this. This is also a little temper and tacit understanding between old friends. Charlotte conquered Moldova. In addition to Princess Axel, she was also able to make the Lionheart dynasty, Byron and Ingryma recognize her. That was the most powerful point. At least the Count of Brittany could not do it. This is not something that can be achieved by pure strength. This requires the right time, place and people, and a top diplomat who can deal with all countries and get along with everyone. The old Count suddenly thought of the day when Charlotte talked to him. In this world, even heroes will grow old, even the emperor will grow old. Even the most powerful will be lonely and embarrassed. Even the most wealthy will leave their owner. Even the most precious treasures will be useless one day. But there is one thing that can last forever as long as humans exist. That is civilization. I don't know how long your reputation can be engraved in history, but I can assure you that Anne's name will be passed down longer than yours, and much longer. In no more than 100 years, maybe 50 years, someone will mention your name and say, "Oh, we know, it's Miss Anne's father." In my mind, There is no real treasure that can match Anne. Only the cornerstone of civilization of a continent and the glorious history can match Miss Anne of Brittany. His evaluation at the time was, being able to make a set of unreasonable words sound so wonderful. The Count of Brittany never thought that this young man could do it. Even though she was his own daughter, the Count cherished Anne very much, but he would not say it out loud. No tangible treasure in the world is worthy of her. Even more, the Count of Brittany could not think of such a sweary statement as only the glorious and immortal history is worthy of Miss Anne of Brittany. Even in his boldest imagination, he could not think of such a thing. But the most sweary thing was not this sentence, but that a young man had already done it. He really wrote his beloved girl into history, and it was not just a record, a casual mention. Becoming a duchess is not a big deal. Mezu is also a duchess, but she is destined to be lost in history. Being sent to the position of Grand Duchess by the boy she loves is a brilliant legend. Antonio thought for a long time and said to Count Brittany, "Father, have you checked whether someone has deceived you?" Count Brittany said lightly, "If someone can forge the letters of the three empires, it is indeed possible." "Well, we have to bribe Princess Axo." "Oh, we need the cooperation of the crown prince of the Lionheart dynasty." Antonio's heart was in a frenzy. One thought told him that this was impossible. Another thought told him that it was impossible to fabricate letters from the three empires and persuade his aunt Princess Axel and the crown prince of the Lionheart dynasty, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Brunhild Asa, to participate in such a ridiculous fraud. He hesitated for a long time and asked, "Did my sister really become the Grand Duke of Brittany?" The Count of Brittany said calmly, "Like you, it took me several hours to believe that it was not a dream. This is indeed true. I still don't know how to tell your mother about this." Antonio asked, "Why? Isn't this a great thing?" The Count of Brittany said calmly, "Yes, it is a good thing, but I am worried that your mother will think I am crazy. Your mother will definitely think that I have coveted the position of the Duke for too long, so I have hallucinations. I don't want to be humiliated like this." Antonio took a deep breath and said, "Why don't we let our mother enter the palace once? She will definitely believe what your majesty says." The Count of Brittany nodded, but he didn't say a word. Even if the Countess thinks Julius Axel VI is crazy, it's better than thinking he is crazy. Since one of the husband and the father must be crazy, as a husband, he first chooses to give the opportunity to his father-in-law. Charlotte came a few days later before she received the letter from Ingrima, along with a private letter from the Red Dragon Emperor. At the beginning of the private letter, the Emperor wrote in an extremely excited tone, "Lord Mechlin, well done. On behalf of the Ingrima Empire, I have recognized Miss Anne of Brittany as the new Duke of Moldova." At the same time, letters were also sent to other countries on the continent, urging them to recognize the legal status of the Duchess of Brittany as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about international public opinion. This letter is to urge you to start writing the new novel Red Dragon Emperor that you promised me. On the day of the publication of the first novel, in addition to the promised land in the New World, I will also give you a piece of land on Goling Island. As an author, you are slack and slow in writing. You are sorry for the readers, who are waiting so hard. Sir Mechlin. Keep it up. Chapter 389. Charlotte saw the private letter from Emperor Alfred Guillaume, and sweat dripped down his forehead. He almost forgot about it. Although he had not actually agreed to write a book Red Dragon Emperor, was it important? The important thing was that this was a request from Emperor Alfred Guillaume of Ingramar, and he had to agree to it whether he agreed or not. But the problem now was that Charlotte didn't know what novel would be more in line with Alfred Guillaume's requirements. It is definitely not okay if the quality of the novel is too low. It is also not okay if the quality of the novel is not bad, but the plot is unreliable. This is very difficult to do. Charlotte couldn't help but mutter, "Why can't these damn online writers create more Western fantasy classics, which are also convenient for time travelers to learn from? I really want to go back to Earth, kidnap a few popular online writers, and use whips and candles to force them to rush their manuscripts. If you don't write 30,000 words a day, you will only be given nutrient solution, but no food. You can only eat meat if you write more than 50,000 words, otherwise you can only eat vegetables and steamed bread. If the work you write pleases the Emperor, you can consider giving him a cup of unsweetened coffee." Well, this is a bit cruel. Charlotte thought about it, and realized that she would not do such a heartless thing. He put this matter aside for the time being, and went out to visit the Duchess of Brittany. Well, he still lives in Cold Spring Palace. As a foreign man, Brittany has strict family education, so he can't live in the Duke of Brittany's mansion. Fortunately, Aunt Karen is real family, except that he can't live in the Duke's mansion at night. He can come and go freely at other times. When Charlotte arrived at the Duke of Brittany's mansion, she immediately sensed the dreamland that enveloped the entire mansion. After all, Aunt Karen was a saint. With her dreamland, not even a mosquito could fly in. Charlotte felt a little sorry now. He left Chio Delu in Moldova. Otherwise, how magnificent would it be to have a monkey squatting on the wall of the Duke's mansion? Even the stables of the Jade Emperor are no more than this. Well, the Queen Mother's peach garden is also this magnificent. Charlotte did not need any help, and went straight into the Duke's mansion. Along the way, every knight of the Brittany family who saw him, as well as the servants who followed the envoys, were respectful, just like treating the master, and heard that Charlotte was coming and immediately came out to greet her. She was very happy to see Charlotte. They just chatted for a few words, when a servant came over and said, "A gentleman who calls himself Arsène Lupin wants to see Charlotte to participate in politics." Charlotte heard that it was Arsène Lupin Robin, who came to visit, smiled slightly and said, "Please ask Mr. Robin to come over." He and met this big bandit in a reception room in the Duke's mansion. Arsène Lupin still looked like a nobleman. When he saw Charlotte, he sighed and said, "I always thought that I just lacked a little effort. As long as I wanted, it would be easy to dominate the world. But I never thought there was someone like you, Charlotte, in the world. Compared to you, I am indeed immortal." Arsène Lupin obviously thought of his nephew. When he sighed that he was immortal, he put Charlotte and Zimmerman on the same level. Charlotte said, "Mr. Robin, you can do whatever you want in Moldova in the future. If you have any problems, you can tell us, and we will definitely help you." Arsène Lupin sighed and said, "I do have something to ask for. I want to hand over all of Zimmerman's illegitimate children to you. I've been in Moldova for too long, and I want to wander around for a while." Arsène Lupin Robin was originally a playboy who loved to eat, drink and have fun. In order to take care of his nephew Zimmerman's illegitimate children, he was forced to stay in Moldova for many years, and had to become a bandit. He was really depressed. After all, Moldova had nothing, and he couldn't rob anything good. It was a world of difference from his previous life. He really wanted to hand over this responsibility, and relax for a while. Charlotte smiled and said, "No problem. I will take good care of these children." Arsène Lupin nodded and said, "I will send the bandits and the children to Liguria." Charlotte said, "I will let someone notify Chio Delu to take good care of these people." Arsène Lupin nodded and stood up to say goodbye. Charlotte hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Mr. Arsène Lupin, you are alone now and have no identity. It will be difficult for you to travel in the countries of the old continent. Why don't I help you get a job and prepare a batch of Lionheart gold coins for you, so that it will be more convenient when you travel around?" Arsène Lupin also felt that what Charlotte said was right. He was now traveling around, and besides his superb martial arts, he had nothing else to rely on. In order to support his bandits and Zimmerman's illegitimate children, he spent all the looted property and the support he received from Princess Axel, and he really had no money. Moreover, the countries in the old world were quite wary of refugees, and it was indeed a bit troublesome without a suitable identity. He thought about it for a while, and agreed immediately. Charlotte pulled Arsène Lupin and said, "In that case, Mr. Robin will go back with me to Cold Spring Palace tonight to stay temporarily. Princess Axel is also there, so you two can just catch up." Arsène Lupin was quite satisfied with Charlotte's arrangement. Charlotte wanted to accompany Anne, and she didn't have time to accompany an old man, no matter how handsome he was. He immediately had Arsène Lupin taken to Cold Spring Palace. After sending Arsène Lupin away, he and disguised themselves as two ordinary young men and women, slipped out of the Duke's mansion, and went to Asa Castle for fun. As the capital of the Lionheart dynasty, Asaberg is also nicknamed Lionheart Castle. It is one of the most prosperous metropolises in the old world. In peacetime, it is as lively as Strasbourg. Now it is a wartime, and it is much more prosperous than Strasbourg. Neither of the two young people has been to Asaberg, and they are very fresh to the exotic customs of this country. Charlotte did not dare to use the dark luxury, so she changed to an ordinary second-hand carriage and took for a ride on the streets of Asaberg. This was originally the daily routine of the two young people, but because of the war, Charlotte was often not in Strasbourg. Occasionally, she would return to Strasbourg for a while, but she would not stay for long before she would set off again to another battlefield. The diplomatic mission to the Lionheart dynasty should be the longest time the two of them spent together, and enjoyed this leisure time very much. Occasionally, when she saw something of interest, she would point it out with surprise, and Charlotte would smile and help and buy it. The two of them wandered around for a whole morning without spending a single Lionheart gold coin. Chapter 390. And, as always, never put any pressure on Charlotte. Even though they had known each other for a long time, Charlotte did not feel that this noble girl had any domineering and extravagant personality, and always gave him the feeling of an ordinary quiet girl, never pursuing anything special, and not having any unpleasant temper. Charlotte slowly realized later that, and was indeed unique, not every noble lady was like this. Middleman's momentum is sharp, resolute and decisive. Princess May has a strange temper, and stays at home. Sophia Galinaud is brave and daring, and has strategies and tactics. Everyone is different from Anne. Even Dorothy, Anastasia, Belisa, Frederica and other girls are different from Anne. They all have something in common, but Anne doesn't have it. It was noon in a blink of an eye. Charlotte chose a famous old restaurant in Asaburg. Lionheart Dynasty is the same as Far's, which is mainly a set meal. Charlotte ordered a set of classic sausage set meal of Lionheart Dynasty, with a total of 12 sausages of different flavors, accompanied by butter bread and strong liquor of Lionheart Dynasty, which makes people feel very comfortable. And ordered a classic ladies' meal, mainly small bread with stuffing, also with different flavors. Each stuffing goes well with the bread, as well as a fruit platter, paired with fruit wine from Far's, which is a very special meal. The two chatted while eating, and this meal took more than an hour. When the two left the restaurant, Charlotte looked at the sky. It seemed to be raining, and said, "I'm afraid we can't go shopping in the afternoon." And also looked at the sky and said with some regret, "We can only go back first." Charlotte drove the carriage over. The second-hand carriage he bought in Asa Castle was not as smart as the dark luxury carriage. It could be put away at will, and it could also specify a target and go to the destination by itself. When getting off the carriage to do things, he could only tie the packhorse to the side of the road, which was quite inconvenient. The place where Charlotte parked the carriage was a little far away. When he drove the carriage back, he saw 3 or 4 men surrounding Anne. He was furious and jumped off the carriage, shouting, "What are you doing?" The young man in the lead raised his eyebrows, and said, "We plan to invite this lady to have some fun." Charlotte immediately sentenced him to death in her heart. Even if the young man from the Duke of Mosred had such thoughts, he would dare to take action, let alone the young people from Asa Castle. He casually took out a pair of gloves, threw them on the other party's head, and said, "Duel. I'm in a hurry." The young men laughed together, and one young man laughed so hard that he was out of breath, and said incoherently, "He actually wants to duel with Mative." "What did you hear him say?" "He wants to duel with Matafu." The leading young man smiled, and pulled out the rapier from his waist, saying, "Come on. I accept your duel." Charlotte shook her hand, and the blood rose appeared in her hand magically. The rapier stabbed forward quickly. The young man called Matafu still had a smile on his face, but all his expressions were frozen. He was pierced through the forehead by Charlotte's sword. Charlotte shook the blood rose, took it back, and asked, "Why do you think I dare not duel with him?" The young men were all shocked. One of them said hesitantly, "He is a superhuman." Charlotte said, "Oh, this is the first time I have killed such a weak superhuman." He stretched out his hand, and then put her hand on his. Charlotte sent Anne to the carriage, and then turned back to say to the young men, "Don't do such a tasteless thing next time. Superhumans are sometimes nothing." Before Charlotte finished speaking, she heard someone applauding and saying, "Well said, superhumans are sometimes nothing. After I kill you, I will leave this sentence for you." Charlotte looked in the direction of the voice, and was a little surprised to see an old acquaintance. Shios from the Yugoslav Restoration Army. The two were real old rivals, and it had been a while since they last met. Although they had not fought many times in reality, in the dream environment of Sister Karen, they had fought so frequently that they could not be counted, at least hundreds of times. Most of Charlotte's swordsmanship was honed from Shios. Well, there is a deep blood feud between the two. Hughes wanted to kill Charlotte so much. Charlotte killed Jonan in the midst of thousands of troops, and recently swallowed up the entire South Seraph. Now South Seraph is almost empty. Hughes kept all these hatreds in his heart, and he only hated that he had been bound to the battlefield of Fellenden, and could not get out. Hughes and Charlotte did not meet by chance. He heard that Charlotte was an envoy to the Lionheart dynasty, so he found a way to sneak into the envoy group and followed Julian to the Lionheart dynasty. But after Charlotte had a few incidents, she stayed at home and rarely appeared in public, so Hughes could never find a chance. He would go to Cold Spring Palace to watch over her every once in a while. Today, he didn't watch over Charlotte, so he went out to find a place to have lunch. Unexpectedly, he ran into his enemy. Hughes took off the knight's lance from his shoulder and said lightly, "Let's duel. I'm in a hurry." Charlotte couldn't help but smile and said, "Come on, I accept your duel." He reached behind his back, opened the magic mirror, and drew out the collapsed mountain. Charlotte shook the knight's spear, and with both arms full of strength, she thrust forward without a single word. Xios graduated from the University of Tübingen in Bayern, and was proficient in the flesh and blood furnace of the Abelrahan clan and the Golden Requiem. His spear skills were fierce, and his body was tempered like fine steel. Charlotte knew the characteristics of her opponent very well, so she showed no mercy when she attacked, and specifically picked out Xios's weaknesses. Xios couldn't help but show a little surprise in the face of such a swift shot, and said, "It's only been a short time, and you have also been promoted to a high level?" The knight's spear in his hand shook, shaking off Charlotte's attack, and shouted, "Let me also let you know that I am now the peak of the high level, the 18th level Blood Knight." Charlotte's hand sank, and she felt that Xios's spear contained infinite power. She was also slightly surprised and said, "What did you eat? It's almost as strong as the bear man." Xios ignored his jokes. The two were enemies who would never stop until death. Why so much nonsense? The two sides fought for more than 10 moves, and each side at the opponent's rapid progress. Xios was particularly surprised. If it was the original Charlotte, she could only withstand dozens of moves under his hands. But now, although there is still a gap in the extraordinary level between the two sides, the actual combat is already evenly matched.